The story begins deep in a dense forest, where the sound of heavy panting and snapping twigs echoes through the trees. A young man, clutching a broken piece of wood, sprints through the brush at incredible speed. His face is drenched in sweat, a look of pure exhaustion etched upon it. In the middle of his escape, he suddenly loses his balance and falls backward into a tree, crying out in pain. In that moment, he remembers a conversation with his master. Qin Yang, tell me, what is the most important value for a martial artist? Faced with his master's question, Qin Yang had answered without hesitation. Isn't it exquisite skill and powerful weapons, master? His master continued, you're not wrong, but in my view, the most important value for a martial artist is harmony. All martial skills and weapons must be built upon the harmony between those two things. Recalling his master's teachings, Qin Yang couldn't help but let out a bitter sigh. Master spent his entire life emphasizing harmony, but in the end, this is the fate he met. Covered in blood, Qin Yang struggled to his feet. Not far away lay a body that appeared to be his master's. The group that had been hunting them had finally caught up. Qin Yang stood trembling, carefully observing the men who had surrounded him. The Three Swords of Qingcheng. They were the top disciples of the Qingcheng sect, the Flamerock Saint of the Manhwa sect, the infamous demon slayers of the Hebei province, the Mountain Blade, and Jiang Du-chong, Lord of the Martial Alliance. Seeing this lineup, Qin Yang completely gave up hope. He tightened his grip on his weapon and said, let me ask one final question. The group wasn't entirely heartless. They gave him the chance to ask. Qin Yang quickly spoke. I know that none of the people involved in this are fools. At this, his emotions overwhelmed him, and he stopped, choking back tears. Everyone stood there silently, waiting patiently. After a moment, Qin Yang regained his composure and continued. As you've all seen, my master never cultivated the vile, evil art known as the 10 demonic disciplines. So tell me the truth. Why did you do this? He dedicated his entire life to the martial alliance. Why would you treat him this way? Faced with Qin Yang's sharp accusations, everyone remained silent. About half a year ago, a strange rumor had suddenly surfaced in the martial world. The rumor claimed that Qin Yang and his master possessed the secret manual for the 10 demonic disciplines, and it said that the two of them were already cultivating the techniques within it. But when they tried to proclaim their innocence, no one listened. Soon after, other martial artists came to their door to verify the rumor. They swore that the manual from the rumors was not in their possession. They even offered to help search for evidence to prove that their sect was one that only cultivated righteous spearmanship. Qin Yang's master was the leader of their sect, a man who had spent his entire life in pursuit of the pinnacle of the spear arts. While they had collected many different martial arts manuals over the years, they could state with absolute certainty that the 10 demonic disciplines, or anything related to it, simply did not exist within their sect. And yet, by some bizarre means, that very book appeared in their library archives. When they saw the secret manual appear in their own sect, with their own eyes, both Qin Yang and his master were utterly stunned. Remembering all this, Qin Yang gritted his teeth in fury. Someone here had orchestrated a plot to frame him and his master. They were trying to kill them to bury the truth. Seeing their continued silence, he raised his spear and roared, You all have mouths, so why won't you speak? Jiang Du-chong shouted at the others. What are you all doing? Are you just going to let a little brat run his mouth like this? With that, he tightened his grip on his longsword and slowly advanced. Blood was still dripping from its blade. Qin Yang stared him down with a sharp gaze and screamed, Jiang Du-chong, that's right, you were always jealous of my master. Was it because my master's skill and character were both superior to yours? You couldn't stand the humiliation, could you? Jiang Du-chong let out a loud laugh. It seems your master never taught you the consequences of speaking nonsense. Today, I will punish your demonic sect so that all martial artists will understand that true justice still exists in this world. As he was ranting, Qin Yang suddenly charged forward with his spear. The sheer speed of his abrupt attack even startled Jiang Du-chong for a moment. But how could the proud lord of the martial alliance be successfully ambushed by a mere boy? He hastily raised his sword to block Qin Yang's long spear. How dare you, you insolent whelp! Very quickly, cold sweat began to bead on his face. Qin Yang had willingly taken a slash from his opponent, letting the blade cut into his shoulder in exchange for severing one of Jiang Du-chong's fingers with his spear. Jiang Du-chong clutched his hand in agony, his face contorted in a pained grimace. Qin Yang gritted his teeth in regret. Damn it, I was so close. If I could do that again, I'd at least make sure that bastard died. He gripped his long spear again, aiming straight for Jiang Du-chong's head. In an instant, the spearhead was right before his eyes. It seemed this strike would take his life. But just then, a massive broadsword suddenly appeared, swatting the spearhead away. Seeing his attack fail, Qin Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. The others quickly rushed in front of Jiang Du-chong, shielding him. Qin Yang looked at the man who had deflected his spear. It was the lead disciple of the Mountain Blade sect. Jiang Du-chong warned them, "He's as strong as the rumors say. Be careful." The old man from the Qingcheng swung his sword, laughed, and said, "Relax, this will all be over in 10 days. With that, he charged at Qin Yang, who showed no signs of backing down. He continuously swung his long spear to meet the attack, and the two immediately fell into a vicious battle. The tip of the spear and the blade of the sword clashing relentlessly. Suddenly, the expression on Qin Yang's face changed. The heir of the Mountain Blade sect behind him had raised his saber, and with a single swing, he unleashed a sky-shattering blade aura that shot towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang couldn't dodge. The blade aura had completely surrounded him, closing in from all directions with him at the center. An explosion erupted instantly. The Mountain Blade heir remarked, "What a surprise." The old man from Qingcheng's sect asked doubtfully, "Can he even get up from that?" But soon enough, Qin Yang's figure appeared before them once again. His already battered appearance was now even more wretched, and the long spear in his hand had been broken in two. Though covered in injuries, his eyes remained resolute and unyielding as he stared down the group before him. Jiang Du-chong suddenly shouted, "So you really have been practicing demonic arts? You little demon, you must be exhausted by now, right?" He then grabbed his saber and leaped into the air. Before Qin Yang could react, he was stomped into the ground from above. "I hope my 2 fingers can give you a proper send-off on your way to the underworld." As he finished dealing with Qin Yang, the others walked over. "Alliance leader, what just happened?" Jiang Du-chong smiled and said, "Don't worry, we've just eliminated the demon-slaying sect and its disciple." Just then, Qin Yang's curse rang out again. You goddamn bastards." Jiang Du-chong looked down. "You're still alive? It seems those demonic arts are keeping you going. Haha, I'll be merciful. After all, you still have a long journey ahead of you." He pulled the sword, impaled in Qin Yang's body out and kicked him aside. "So then, shall we talk business?" Qin Yang ignored him, mocking himself in his heart. "Haha. So this is how it ends. Master. I'm so sorry. This is my end. I told you to be less naive and kind, Master. If I could live again, I would kill that bastard Jiang Du-chong without fail. So please, don't you be so kind and foolish anymore." Time passed quietly. Jiang Du-chong's group kicked him aside and left. He wanted Qin Yang to die a slow, despairing death in these desolate mountains. After an unknown amount of time, the necklace around Qin Yang's neck suddenly began to glow. The scene shifts. Here, a group of children are practicing martial arts under someone's supervision. One child, unable to bear it any longer, tried to run away, but quickly collapsed to the ground. Seeing the other children turn their heads in concern, the instructor stepped forward and barked coldly, "Number 702, do you think you're in any position to worry about others? Never forget, this is the Ghost Sect's Heavenly Ghost Cave. Fail 3 times, and you die. Caring for others will cost you your own life." After saying this, he ordered the subordinate behind him to take the unconscious child away. The man quickly obeyed, stepping forward and grabbing the child by the leg, holding him upside down. Seeing this, the other children's faces grew tense. The man dragged the child along the ground, then carelessly tossed him into a stream. A guard stationed there asked, "How many is that now?" "Around 250, I'm not sure. Seems like there have been quite a few this month." This isn't a place for keeping count. The Ghost Sect Cave, a place for training heavenly demons, nurtures and trains its disciples, much like the Bachthe Hoang Long Martial Alliance. Because it is a place of worship, it is very different from ordinary training grounds. 10 go in, but only 1 comes out alive. In a room somewhere within the cave, a man sat, deep in thought. Someone entered to report. Here is the report for the last 6 months. This man was the master of the Ghost Sect, the Blood Sword, Lin Zhang. After reading the report, he frowned and said, "It seems the numbers are dwindling. How many are left?" The man quickly replied, "We have less than 600. Lin Zhang leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. "Fail 3 times, and you die. If you can't continue, you die. If you're not strong enough, you die. If you can't endure, you die. This is the future of our disciples. We cannot take this responsibility lightly." After a moment of thought, he asked, "Among these 600, who has the most potential?" The man answered seriously, "As I reported 6 months ago, number 1, number 17, and number 109 show the most promise." Lin Zhang asked again, "Meaning those 3 are still alive?" "Yes, my lord." Lin Zhang put down the report. It seems they were all numbered, according to their aptitude. So, number 17 is still alive. Is she? He tapped his fingers on the chair, pondering, as if expecting something. That child was designated number 17 for special reasons, but her talent can still compete with number 1's. And that kid, number 109. Although he's ranked in the hundreds, he's also starting to show his talent. It seems that child is no simple matter either. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, besides these three, is there anyone else? The man thought for a moment, then replied, there is also a number 00. Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow. Number 00? Hasn't it been a year since this place opened? The man nodded. Yes. The others from his batch are all dead. Lin Jiang's expression turned grim as he thought to himself, these 600. They'll all be dead soon enough. The man explained, from what I understand, something changed 6 months ago. The scene shifts. A young boy, having just finished his training, returns to his room. The boy's body was racked with exhaustion. Even walking felt like a monumental task. Reaching his bed, he collapsed onto it, feeling like he was about to die. Suddenly, he jolted awake. Looking at his hands, he reminded himself that he couldn't afford to sleep now. He forced himself to crawl slowly out of bed, walked to the corner of the room to light a candle, and then returned to sit cross-legged in meditation. And just like that, he continued his training under the flickering candlelight. Has it been 6 months already? I died back then. But for some reason, I came back to life. My memories and the memories of this child have merged, leaving me a bit disoriented. Even now, I still don't understand why I'm here. However, there are a few clues. He pulled a necklace out from under his shirt. It seems my revival is connected to this, the gem of the Azure Saint. I'm so curious what kind of power this stone holds that it could bring me here. I woke up in a daze, only to find myself in the heavenly demon cult. This child, designated number 900, is completely devoid of any talent. According to this boy's memories, it's been nearly a year since I died. There are still so many mysteries, but at least one thing is crystal clear. My enemy, Jiang Du-chong, is still alive. This time, I swear I will pierce your heart with my own 2 hands. If you keep the soul burning, you can change the heavens. If you train the body, you can control nature. By doing so, you will obtain the heavenly soul and the heavenly body. That is the ultimate technique of the Autumn Sky Shock sect. Normally, it would take decades of training to use it, but this child's body won't last long without it. It seems the side effects are starting to kick in. I've already accumulated 3 years' worth of qi in this body. I can rely on the heavenly soul and heavenly body to train myself, but I've been reborn inside the heavenly demon gate. The orthodox sects may condemn demonic arts as evil, but don't think for a second that everyone who practices them is a dark demon. They just want to make life more interesting. Those were the words of his master from his previous life, Tan Duong. That's why this world is so fascinating. It is because of these experiences that heroes can exist even among demons. Back then, Tan Duong didn't understand at all. All he could think was that practitioners of demonic arts were all bizarrely shaped monsters. Thinking of his master's brutal murder, he couldn't help but tremble. Master, I really don't want to be a hero, but because I am the disciple of the Azure Saint, the disciple of the most powerful and righteous martial artist in the world, even if I become a practitioner of demonic arts, I will follow your path. The scene cuts back to Lam Hung, after he finished listening to the report. His subordinate finished, and he spoke. It seems that after swallowing the poison elixir, he's turned into a completely different person. Although there have been many such cases, none have ever survived more than half a year. Could this mean number 900 is undergoing a transformation? The other man continued. It does seem that number 900 has changed, but he's still no match for number 1, number 17, and number 109. Lam Hung ordered. Since he's still developing, you need to pay closer attention. Observe him carefully. From now on, you are in charge of monitoring number 900. The man had no objections. Yes, my lord. Lam Hung stood up and continued. There's one more thing. 600 trainees is almost enough. We're about to begin. The man looked confused. What do you mean, sir? Lam Hung smiled. Inform the instructors. The demonic crucible plan is about to be initiated. The man bowed and quickly left to carry out his orders, while Lam Hung stared out the window, lost in thought. The training here has continued unabated. Although it takes a huge toll on their bodies, to master this technique, they must adapt to the hellish toxins. The real test is only just beginning. In his private room, Tan Duong was still training. White steam continuously rose from his body as he sat cross-legged on his bed, circulating his qi for an unknown amount of time. Finishing his cultivation, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. Another opportunity has come. He clenched his fists in determination. Just then, the assembly drum sounded. Get up, all trainees, assemble immediately. I repeat, everyone assemble right now. As soon as the drum fell silent, children began emerging from all corners of the cave. Once everyone was lined up, the man on the platform began to speak. It seems everyone has arrived. I hope you're all well rested. From now on, we will be intensifying your training. Hearing this, the children were all startled. Tan Duong was also present, observing quietly. Soon, someone came forward, carrying something heavy. He walked in front of the children and threw the giant bundle from his shoulders onto the ground. Each iron ring weighs 16.5 pounds. Every one of you will wear 4. From this day forward, you will live with these 4 iron rings, 1 on each arm and 1 on each leg. The children were on the verge of tears. Only Tan Duong had a smirk of excitement on his face. Not long after, at the scenic gorge of the Heavenly Demon Gate, Tan Duong was desperately running toward the mountain peak. After they put on the 4 iron rings, the instructor gave them 4 hours to climb to the summit, retrieve a flag planted there, and bring it back. Anyone who fails gets no breakfast. Tan Duong was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he thought, I'm still not used to this. He glanced at the kids, hiding in ambush, in the forest. It looked like they were planning to attack others to steal their flags. Damn it, this is going to be a real pain. Running for his life, Tan Duong finally reached the summit model. I can see some flags planted not too far from here. I finally made it, lugging an extra 60 pounds of iron. I feel like I'm about to die. A kid holding a flag was preparing to head down the mountain. I asked if he was okay, since he looked exhausted. I recognized him immediately. It was number 17. The girl didn't stop for long before heading down, saying, I'll be going first. Watching her leave, I thought to myself, so, this is one of the top 10 prodigies. I have to try even harder. I quickly walked over to the flags, pulled one out, and collapsed on the ground, panting. I can rest for a moment, but I can't let my body cool down. I have to get moving again soon. There are 30 flags left, but there are 100 people in the second group, so it looks like the others have arrived too. There are still way too many people, even for those who just want to steal flags. Once all the flags are taken, the latecomers will start fighting the others for theirs. Just as I thought, the kids have already started fighting over the flags. I gripped the flag in my hand tightly. I knew it. I have to get out of here, fast. With that thought, I bolted. The other kids were surprised to see me use a movement technique. I ran like the wind, using the flagpole to vault myself over a cliff. If I can use this flag like a pinwheel, getting down the mountain shouldn't be too hard. But reality had other plans. I was quickly forced to a stop. A kid stepped out from behind a tree and threatened, leave the flag and get lost. I looked at this big kid and thought, looks like he's been avoiding the high-ranked ones and specifically waiting for low-rankers like us to pass by. Seeing me just stand there without answering, the kid threatened again. Didn't you hear me? I told you to put the flag down right now. I just stood there, thinking. My rank of 18 is definitely part of the reason. That's probably how he's managed to survive until now. After a moment, a smirk crossed my face. What an idiot. Hearing that, number 18's face darkened. What did you say? I tightened my grip on the flag and said with a smile, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Number 18 gritted his teeth. What was that? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Before he could even finish his sentence, I swung the flagpole and smashed it straight into his head. He's not strong enough to face the powerful, so he chooses to bully the weak. He's a classic hypocrite. I wielded the flagpole like a long spear, repeatedly striking the pressure points on my opponent's arms and legs. Then, I slammed it into his waist, making the big guy lose his footing. He collapsed to his knees in pain, clutching his stomach with tears streaming down his face. My eyes were bloodshot as I asked coldly, so, you're pretty proud of yourself, thinking you're so strong, aren't you? The big guy, terrified, started begging for his life. I'm sorry. Please, spare me. I lowered my head in thought for a moment, then raised the flagpole again. All right, I'll let you go this time, but this is the last time. With that, I swung the staff again, hitting the big guy's arm as a final warning. Not far away, hidden in the woods, someone was secretly watching the two kids. This person was the supervisor sent by Lin Zhang. After teaching number 18 a lesson, I went to turn in my flag and get my breakfast. A short distance away, number 18 was walking with the supervisor, bandaging his arm. I watched him. From his expression, it seemed like he was trying to act nonchalant, but the look he gave me was filled with pure hatred. His other hand was trembling as it clenched into a fist. Seeing this, I sighed internally. Looks like he hasn't given up yet. Don't even think about it, you bastard. There won't be a second chance. After that, all the kids gathered in the square for another lecture. From today onward, you will all begin to practice martial arts. A buzz went through the crowd. Martial arts? Does that mean we're going to become martial artists? The man, angered by the sudden noise, scowled. He slammed his foot on the ground, cracking the earth as a terrifying aura of energy erupted from his body in all directions. All of you, silence. Standing in the crowd, I observed him and thought, this man must be a high-level instructor. At the very least, he's at the mid-level disciple stage. Once the children were silent, the man continued, that's better. As I was saying, from today on, you will all practice martial arts, but you won't be training any advanced techniques right away. Just as you can't build a tall tower directly on sand, the past years of training were to build your foundation. You must all learn this. What you learned before were the Black Flower and Red Soul methods, which are one of the foundational cultivation arts of our sect. Anyone who can read, stand to the right. Anyone who cannot, stand to the left. As I walked, I thought, Black Flower, huh? It seems this is a method for building a system of demonic energy. At the instructor's urging, the children quickly separated into two groups. So, you're the ones who can read? Before lunch, you must memorize the 30 lines of the Black Flower. If you can't, you don't eat. The kids' faces all grew tense. The man then turned to the other group. Those of you who can't read must memorize 200 of the 1,000 basic characters. The rule is the same as for the literate group. No memorizing, no lunch. Begin now. After receiving the manual, I immediately began to study it. The Black Flower and Red Soul cultivation method is a combination of both. The flower must fully bloom. Bearing fruit is the manifestation of the heavenly demon, and that person will become the sect leader. I could feel greed welling up inside me, but I already have my spear arts. Even though they say this technique is the best, my spear arts are just as good. I can't abandon my roots. Just then, something occurred to me. Wait a minute. Demonic cultivation arts can gather demonic energy quickly, but they're not safe. But the Black Flower can gather pure and stable demonic energy. And with the completeness of my spear arts, the righteous chi is also slow and stable. What if I combine the foundation of the Black Flower demonic art with my righteous chi spearmanship? If I succeed, I'll have both the absorptive power of the demonic art and the stability of righteous chi. There's no harm in trying. I'll just have to take the gamble. A moment later, the assembly drum and a loud shout rang out. All disciples, assemble immediately. This afternoon, we begin observation. Observation is an application of the Black Flower art used to sense the chi inside your body. Anyone who feels hot or cold, raise your hand and report it. Qin Yang sat circulating his chi, thinking, this number 900 took more than a day just to sense his chi. Number 17 is pretending like nothing's happening, and even those who can sense their chi aren't making a move. The timing isn't too slow, nor is it too fast. I'll report in right when it's about to end. A cold glint flashed ceaselessly within the cave. After an unknown amount of time, the instructor spoke again. Training is over. Today's activities end here. All disciples are to receive their food, and after that, it's your rest time. As soon as he was dismissed, Qin Yang left by himself. There's no need to waste my time with these brats. Before I leave this place, I must reach the first step, otherwise I'll never get my revenge. He slowly followed the corridor back to his room. Just as he stepped inside and was about to close the door, a foot suddenly blocked it. Number 17 peeked her head in. Hey there. Seeing the little girl, Qin Yang's annoyance was written all over his face. What do you want? Number 17 asked with a smile. What did you do to him? I'm talking about number 18. Qin Yang cursed internally. Damn it. Was I really found out by a little kid all because of this weak body? Number 17 asked again. Why are you hiding your strength? Qin Yang scoffed coldly. And why should I tell you? Aren't you doing the same thing? The girl covered her mouth in surprise. You knew? You're really interesting. Qin Yang put on a stern face. I just have a good eye for people, he thought to himself. It was easy to guess based on number 17's potential and the instructor's surprise. But it seems she's the daughter of a high-ranking disciple. Number 17 rested her chin on her hand, musing, I'll keep your secret for you. Even though number 18 seems to really hate you. He's been grinding his teeth and glaring at you all day. Qin Yang thought with resignation, it seems a person's nature is truly hard to change. Number 17 continued with a smile. You look so relaxed, just as I thought. I can tell you're confident. You could beat number 18 at any time. Qin Yang replied, like I said, don't act like you're the only one who's different. You know this isn't a place where you can let your guard down, don't you? Number 17 was startled to hear that, and then her laughter echoed throughout the cave. The kids outside were also startled by the sound of her laughter. The little girl then introduced herself. My name is Mi Air. Just call me Mi Air. And you? Qin Yang decisively slammed the door shut. Just call me, number 900. Mi-er wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, the corners of her mouth curled into a smirk. 3 days later, the instructor saw Qin Yang raise his hand and asked, Number 900, are you feeling something? Across from him, Mi-er was also watching intently, thinking to herself, I knew he was interesting. From now on, he's on my radar. Over the past few days, Qin Yang had undergone 2 important changes. First, he had successfully combined the qi absorption skill of the black flower art with his righteous qi, creating an entirely new absorption method. Although he hadn't completely mastered the black flower method, he was about 70% of the way there. A true flower bears fruit. No words could describe how the false flower had now bloomed. That was the name he gave this qi absorption method. At that moment, the instructor's call to assemble rang out again. Everyone, wake up, it's time to gather. Qin Yang quickly pushed his door open and stepped out. Seeing him, the other children looked surprised and tense. As Qin Yang walked, he thought, the effects of my heavenly soul and celestial body are gradually becoming apparent. My bones have gotten stronger, and I've even grown taller. Number 18 is the tallest in the group, but he's not that much taller than me. And number 17 and I have never lost a fight for food. As he was walking, he suddenly noticed number 18 staring at him. Seeing Qin Yang look back, number 18 snorted coldly and turned to leave. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth lifted into a mocking smirk. You'd still be the same even with another 1,000,000 years. Although it's not perfect yet. Based on this, I can still make it into the top 700. It's been a year since we started circulating qi, and the death toll has dropped significantly. The weight of the wristbands has also increased to 45 pounds. This isn't a weight that a child could wear while climbing a mountain without circulating their qi. By using the qi in his body to clear his meridians, Qin Yang's development has been even better. Once the children had gathered in the square, the instructor gave his orders. From today on, you will begin weapons training. As you've all seen, weapons are extremely important in the martial world. Long swords, sabers, and spears are some of the basic weapons. You must choose one of these 3 types and cultivate according to its techniques. Stand in front of the weapon you wish to learn. Choose carefully, because this will be the weapon you use for the rest of your life. Qin Yang was the first to step forward. Naturally, he chose the long spear. The instructor took out several scrolls and handed them to him. If you've made your choice, come and receive your technique manual. Qin Yang took the manual and turned to leave, thinking, the 3 basic elements of the sword, for those who chose the sword, the 5 elements of the saber, for those who chose the saber, and the 7 steps of the spear. Once the children had chosen their weapons, the instructor boomed, You are now free to train on your own. The guides will always be here, ready to answer any of your questions. The instructor stood on the platform, watching the children and thinking to himself, We don't know how many will survive the next 6 months, so we must do everything we can to help them. If you don't take this seriously, you won't survive. And even if you do, there's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. Qin Yang went to a corner and sat down, deep in thought. The 7 steps spear style, combined with hand and footwork as swift as the wind and fluid as a cloud. He still remembered how overjoyed he was when he first learned these techniques. A moment later, he picked up his long spear and stood up. All right, let's begin. Thrust, flick, a spin like escaping a cage, a spiral strike, coiling and deadly. An ambush thrust pushes forward, piercing the opponent. The instructor, watching Qin Yang from the side, couldn't help but grin in satisfaction. Yer, holding her longsword, also smiled with interest. Number 18, however, just stood there stunned, his fists clenched. Is that really his first time using a long spear? How am I supposed to defeat a monster like that? Lin Xiong walked up to the instructor and said with a smile, I've noticed that number 900 has changed dramatically. The other man replied, just as Lord Lin Xiong said, for number 900, the life or death trial in 6 months should be no problem. Lin Xiong nodded without comment. The life or death trial is the first gateway in forging a disciple of the demon's grotto. Many will die. It's not just a possibility. A lot of people are going to die in a very short amount of time. The children who survive will become the sect's asuras. But asura is merely the lowest rank in the sect. Above asura are branch demons, Dao demons, high demons, holy demons, and the demon god. That is the ranking system of the demon's grotto. Although it's the lowest rank, out of 10,000 disciples in the sect, only 1,000 are recognized as asuras. It's not easy for a 15-year-old to become an asura, but the demon's grotto isn't a place for training half-hearted weaklings. They must pass the life or death trial with ease. The goal of the demon's grotto is to produce a branch demon, which is a very special rank. The elders have ordered us to train a branch demon. If we could produce a high demon, that would be even better. Perhaps I'm asking for too much. After all, even I am only a low-tier high demon. With this in mind, he turned and asked his subordinate, "What is the status of the preparations for the life or death trial?" The man quickly replied, "We have secretly sent people out to purchase and craft the necessary items for the trial. By then, they won't be just ordinary monsters anymore." Lin Xiang nodded. "Those who survive the life or death trial will each receive 3 doses of the demon elixir, and they will be granted access to the sacred water-bone demon relic. Just follow the elder's orders." The man bowed with his hands clasped. "Yes, sir," and then left. Lin Xiang looked outside and sighed. "I'm truly looking forward to the moment the life or death trial begins." Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang was in his room, trying to channel his qi. The true essence in his hand quickly condensed into a crimson flower. "I've finally mastered the crimson flower technique." Not long after, in the outer square, the instructor announced loudly, "It seems you all have improved your skills. However, today, half of you will die in the life or death trial. When you enter this trial, you will experience death. No matter how hard you've trained, there is no guarantee you will survive. So, make the most of the time you have now. Push yourselves to the absolute limit, because failure means only one thing: death. You will be slowly and painfully devoured alive. Remember, our sect is one that values survival above all else. The weak have no right to exist here. You must become strong, both physically and mentally. Do that, and this sect will become your home." With that, Qin Yang stepped into the life or death trial. As he walked, he scanned his surroundings and thought, "Devoured alive, huh? Sounds like there are monsters in here. A place like this is no problem for me." Very quickly, he sensed something deep within the cave ahead. He immediately tensed up, raising his guard. "It's here, a 4-legged beast with amber eyes. It looked like an ash wolf. I can't sense any others. But at least I can be sure I'm not fighting a whole pack of them. No wonder they gave me this iron spear. Without it, I probably couldn't even scratch this thing. Is it reacting to my breath? These beasts must have been specially trained to fight humans. So, that's how it is. That's why only half the disciples survive. This isn't going to be easy." Qin Yang tightened his grip on the spear. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk as he activated his domain. A purple aura quickly enveloped his entire body. "I will kill you, you monster." Outside, Lin Xiang said to his subordinate, "It seems they've started encountering the ash wolves." The other man replied, "For the top 3 children of the demon's grotto, we've substituted them with different wolves. These wolves seem to be even stronger than tigers, and their training regimen is more intense than any martial art." Lam Hung was a little worried. Will they be able to survive? The other man reassured him, "These kids already have a foundation in martial arts, so their chances of survival are very high. The others will almost all die." Lam Hung sighed internally. Even the top 30 were no exception. They would have to face the strongest of the vile wolf pack. However, if they could survive, they would become the sect's most elite disciples. Number 900. "I'm looking forward to your performance." Inside the cave, Tan Duang's wounds had already started to bleed. He gripped his long spear tightly, staring down his opponent. So strong, even a fatal blow only grazed its hide. This monster is seriously powerful. I was planning to use my qi techniques to finish it quickly, but with the instructor always watching, I've barely had a chance to practice my spear, so you'll just have to be my training dummy. Just as he was thinking, the vile wolf lunged with its claws. Tan Duong reacted in a flash, leaping away to dodge. The gash on my left is deep. I can feel its footing and hear its every move, but that's only useful against its standard attacks. Should I risk my life against it? Of course not. Not for a mere beast like this. He channeled his qi again, unleashing his domain. This time, his true qi manifested as a sinister black aura. Immediately after, 3 streams of sword qi shot straight for the vile wolf's head. Terrified, it immediately turned to flee. Tan Duong gave chase, brandishing his spear and shouting, "You dare run from me?" The stone door of the trial cave slid open, and Tan Duong quickly walked out from inside. After being in the dark cave for so long, the sunlight was blinding. He looked at the group in the courtyard and thought, 2 people already made it out before me. Some were injured, others seemed fine. Minhee excitedly walked over to him. "Looks like you had some trouble in there, huh?" Tan Duong calmly replied, "It definitely wasn't easy." Minhee laughed. "I almost died myself." Tan Duong glanced at the sword in her hand, thinking to himself, "I'm sure she killed that wolf with a single strike." He then sat down. "So that's how it is. I'll rest for a bit." But his mind was still racing. To kill a wolf in 1 strike at her age, her skills are impressive, but something strange. I can understand number 17 doing it. But how did the others get out before me? It seems this trial isn't the same for everyone. Just then, another person emerged. Tan Duong recognized him at a glance. Even number 18 made it out safely. It seems the entrances weren't all the same. Whatever. It doesn't matter. The life and death trial is over. I need to improve my domain. My domain has a huge impact, but it's not efficient enough. I also need to practice my true fire condensation more. I'm still just a frog in a well. Once I leave this place, I have to refine my domain and my true fire condensation. After a while, he looked at the remaining stone doors, which were still sealed shut. Tan Duong thought again. Only half the people survived the life and death trial. This must have been their intention. Those poor kids. The instructor quickly walked up to the group of children. You have survived the trial. Very good. From this day forward, you are recognized as asuras of the sect. By order of the sect master, you will all be rewarded. These are demon pills, 3 for each of you. Take them immediately. Tan Duong was inwardly stunned. Demon pills? This is a type of elixir that contains 5 to 7 years of qi. For them to give each of us 3 means they must have spent around 1,000 pills for all the disciples. Just as I thought. This isn't some ordinary ghost grotto. I don't know what the heavenly ghost sect is planning, but I'll use them to become stronger. And taking these demon pills is no exception. I times will times become more powerful, which means I have to completely absorb the incredible power of this elixir. As soon as the 3 pills entered his body, a fierce torrent of qi was released. All the children sat silently, circulating their energy to refine the medicinal power. A moment later, Tan Duong recovered. He marveled to himself. 25 years of qi reserves? Not bad at all. Am I the first one to finish? But when he glanced over at Min He immediately dismissed the thought. Min He quietly asked him, "How was it?" Tan Duong didn't feel like talking to her and turned his head away. The instructor waited silently off to the side. It seems everyone has finished circulating their qi. He quickly walked back in front of the children and explained, "It looks like all of you have fully absorbed the pill's medicinal power. Congratulations on becoming stronger. However, this is not the only reward you'll receive." Tan Duong was surprised. There's something else besides the pills? He noticed number 17 seemed to know something. The instructor didn't keep them waiting for long. From this day on, you will cultivate the essential techniques of our sect. These martial arts are the finest you can find anywhere in the world. All right, follow me. With that, he led the children away. As he walked, Tan Duong wondered, the finest? Where exactly is he taking us? They soon arrived before a colossal stone gate, engraved with the words, Heavenly Water Ghost Gate Armory. The children stared in astonishment. Whispers broke out among them. This is the sect's legendary treasury. Why does it look like a mix of the Heavenly Ghost Gate Armory and the Heavenly Water Gate Armory? The instructor turned around to explain to them, some of you may have heard of it. This is the Heavenly Water Ghost Gate Armory. Normally, no one makes it here alive, so you should thank the sect master. He's the one who granted you permission to enter this place and become stronger. Tan Yang raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Asterisk. They're letting low-level asuras like us know the secret of their treasure vault? Asterisk. Demonic qi might be terrifying, but it's incredibly effective for training. It's the secret of our martial arts. This is absolutely necessary to grow stronger. Could it be? The Heavenly Demon Sect is preparing for war? The guide up front was still shouting out reminders. Remember this, you only have 1 day in here, and you can only bring out a single technique with you. So, choose carefully. I hope you all find a style that suits you. As he finished speaking, the stone gate slowly creaked open. Elsewhere, Lam Hung was sipping tea and asked the man across from him, "So, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon Grotto have entered the Heavenly Water Vault?" The man replied, "Yes. A total of 72 surviving children have gone inside." Lam Hung instructed, "Pay close attention to the children who choose the most suitable techniques. They have the potential for greater growth. Forget about their luck for now. The moment they return, begin testing their loyalty to the sect." The other man noted, "We have orders not to use poison." Lam Hung replied, "Of course, we don't want to turn them into puppets. The loyalty the elders desire isn't achieved through control. Don't forget, this is the Heavenly Demon Grotto. You, as their instructor, must remember that above all else." As Tan Yang searched for a technique, he thought, asterisk demonic qi isn't like righteous qi. It strengthens the self by resisting the way of the heavens. Asterisk. But as long as it's a martial art, it shares the same foundation, tempering the body and the soul, just like my master, the Spear Saint. Asterisk. I have to learn the principles of demonic qi, but even so, there's still too much time left. Asterisk. Everything I can learn in here is related to the demonic path. Asterisk. Suddenly, A red-colored technique caught his eye. One by one, the children who had chosen their techniques walked out, where the instructor was waiting silently. Soon, Qin Yang also emerged, a smile on his face. He walked happily, thinking, asterisk, another good day for me. I've already grasped the basics of the 3 secret characters. Asterisk, asterisk. Even though I couldn't memorize everything, it'll be a huge help in understanding the core concepts. No, maybe even more than that. Asterisk, asterisk. The ultimate goal is the fundamental harmony of martial arts. The righteous path seeks to achieve harmony of qi, finding a balance between the body and soul. Asterisk, asterisk. On the other hand, demonic arts shatter this harmony to obtain terrifying power, making it unstable. Asterisk, asterisk. That's a temporary understanding, but it's all wrong. The answer within the secret characters of the Heavenly Water Vault has made me understand the true nature of demonic qi. Asterisk, asterisk, and the harmony that exists beyond its instability. Although there are slight differences, they're ultimately the same. Asterisk, asterisk, and I never thought I would obtain this. Asterisk, he pulled a manual from his chest. This technique was called the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction, a martial art created by Grandmaster Liu Yan Hoa Thuong and a member of the Demon Sect. The 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction is a demonic art created on the foundation of spear arts, and I was lucky enough to find it in the Heavenly Water Vault. From what I know, the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction shouldn't even exist, because the Spear Saint of the Water Sect is said to only pass down his teachings to one disciple, according to tradition. It can only be passed down to one person. It's known that imparting spear arts is incredibly difficult. It usually requires meticulous guidance from the master, yet someone passed it down to 2 disciples. At the time, the sect had 2 disciples, but the first one failed to master the spear arts, so he chose to join the demon sect and created a new school of his own. That's how the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction was born. But the strange thing is, my master only knew a little about it. I never would have imagined that the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction would be inside the demon sect. Could something have happened between the Spear Saint and the creator of the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction? But right now, what's important is that it's all in my hands. The harmony between righteous and demonic arts. The 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction will be my life's ultimate technique. The weapon that will pierce that bastard, Jiang Du-chong's heart. Just thinking of Jiang Du-chong, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot with rage. A moment later, he closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Asterisk, I must make this rage sharper. Asterisk, asterisk master, I swear, the day will come when I will avenge you. Even if I have to use my sect mates and the heavenly demon sect itself. Asterisk. After reading through the manual for a bit, he rested his chin on his hand and thought, asterisk, it's been a while since I've been on the Hugo channel to read novel reviews. Asterisk. He sat blankly on his bed for a moment before blowing out the candle beside him and going to sleep. Ever since Qin Yang and the others entered the Heavenly Water Vault, time in the Heavenly Demon Grotto flew by in the blink of an eye. The only difference was that these children now had more free time, and they all used it to practice their new techniques. Qin Yang sat in his room, studying the martial art. The meaning of demonic arts was laid bare within the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction. Asterisk Heavenly Destruction. Just as I thought. It's magnificent, but it's just as dangerous. Even though the 6 Arts of Heavenly Destruction was created to be nearly perfect. Asterisk. Asterisk. Both types of martial arts stem from the same foundation. I wonder, can I combine the two? Asterisk. With that in mind, he immediately grabbed his long spear and began practicing the prototype spear arts, followed by various combinations. The Dark Annihilation Spear, a divine spear that rips through the blackest night, its flow graceful and fluid, designed to fatally overwhelm any opponent. Then there were the 6 forms of heavenly destruction, a flow that was explosive, melting heaven and earth with its rigid flexibility and ruthless power. Power and flexibility, ruthless force, and searing heat. I wonder if there's a way to combine these two. Even though they're opposites like fire and water, it's still worth a shot. This will be an even tougher challenge than combining the dark flower and the righteous qi. Even if I succeed, this ambiguous technique will be difficult to pass down to future generations, but I still want to master a stronger technique. Alright, let's give it a try. To do this, I must first master both the Dark Annihilation Spear and the 6 forms of heavenly destruction. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Yang had now grown into a young man. The flow of time is like a small stream, washing away all arrogance until it vanishes into thin air. That's just how time is. 3 years passed, and the children of the Ghost Grotto had all grown up. Each of them had become stronger and more filled out. But unlike others, their age, they all concealed the strange demonic aura of the 10,000 beasts. The change wasn't just physical, there was also a division among the groups, though they still maintained a common ground. Over the past 3 years, these children had formed into a force, creating several teams, but not everyone was in a group. If they were too strong for anyone to dare provoke, or pitifully weak, they would be on their own. Qin Yang was the first to walk this solitary path. The kids gathered around, gossiping about Qin Yang. Isn't number 900 just a total pushover? He dared to laugh at me once. I really want to beat the hell out of him. Then, they started shouting at Qin Yang. Training by yourself won't get you anywhere. You bastard. I'm not the same as I was before. Qin Yang completely ignored them. Someone suggested, you guys want to go with me? Just in case, we can jump him together. He's all alone. Just as they were discussing how to teach Qin Yang a lesson, the assembly call rang out. Qin Yang thought to himself, there haven't been any assemblies for years. What's with the sudden gathering today? He thought it over, but couldn't figure it out. Well, they'll tell me sooner or later anyway. The group of kids was walking ahead, when suddenly one of them turned back to look at him and quickly signaled for the others to turn around too. As soon as they turned, they saw Qin Yang walking towards them with a cold expression. They looked at him, unable to hide the tension on their faces. Number 18 snorted coldly, that bastard always acts so high and mighty. Qin Yang, walking ahead, glanced back at him and thought, you're still thinking about revenge? How pathetic. He thinks he can be arrogant just because he's built like a bear. I think you'd better watch yourself. However, an even bigger headache than him was the person he'd just mentioned, Mayor. She walked up beside him with a smiling greeting. Qin Yang quickly waved her away, stopping her. What is it, number 17? What are you trying to pull on me today? Mayor smiled gently and said, I just wanted to say hello. Why are you so on guard? Qin Yang ignored her, and she turned to walk in another direction. The 72 young demons quickly gathered in the square. The instructor landed from above, cracking the ground with a powerful impact. Seeing this, the young demons immediately fell silent and stood in formation. Qin Yang thought, his leg strength is as powerful as ever. The instructor quickly began his speech. First, I want to commend all of you. You've all done very well. You can now remove your iron rings. Hearing this, the young demons buzzed with excited chatter. Only Qin Yang had a look of doubt on his face. The instructor quickly continued, the second life and death trial is about to begin. It will be held concurrently with the hell training. The young demons' recent excitement vanished instantly, their faces immediately contorting. Qin Yang was no exception, thinking, the life and death trial? That near-death feeling from 3 years ago in the wolf pack. Who knows how many more will die this time? The opening of the life and death trial means the hell training won't be easy either. The instructor continued his explanation. The second life and death trial will take place over the next 3 years. The first part of the hell training will begin in 5 days. If you need anything before the training begins, let us know. Simple requests will be prepared for you. Of course, you don't need to worry about food and water. Everything will be fully supplied. If there's nothing else, go have dinner now. Seeing Qin Yang suddenly step forward, he was a little surprised. Number 900. Is there something you need? Qin Yang replied, I need a few things. The instructor asked, are you sure you've thought this through? Qin Yang smiled. Yes, I've thought it through very carefully. The young demons below whispered among themselves. Isn't number 900 supposed to be a loser? That son of a bitch broke my leg once. Leader, don't you hate him too? The leader they were talking about was number 18. One of them sneered. Hey boss, think we should teach him a lesson? Number 18 looked at him skeptically. Us? The young man clenched his fist and explained, I feel so much better now that these damn rings are off. There are 6 of us, so don't you worry. We can totally handle him. You won't even have to lift a finger. Number 18 warned him, you do realize he just took those rings off too, right? The young man shot back, no way. Look, he's still wearing his. We've already taken ours off. And besides, there are 5 of us. The others chimed in. That's right. We gotta make him eat dirt while he's still weighed down. Number 18 crossed his arms and smirked. Fine. I won't get involved. You guys do whatever you want. But inwardly, he cursed. Asterisk. This bunch of idiots. Asterisk. Without a hint of fear, the young men grabbed their weapons and walked toward Qin Yang. You just take it easy. We'll take care times of him. Qin Yang was walking and eating a steamed bun when he suddenly sensed something, narrowing his eyes as he glanced behind him. The group of young men from the doorway were all standing there, staring at him. Looking at their expressions, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh. Asterisk. These guys have such punchable faces. Are they really going to do this? Asterisk. Asterisk. They're looking for an opening. Do they really think they can beat me just because they took off their weights? Asterisk. After a moment's thought, he slowly stood up, grabbing his long spear. I thought I'd already cleaned up most of the trash, but it looks like I missed a few. What do you think will happen if you come at me one more time? Hearing this, the young men tensed up and broke into a sweat, but they quickly composed themselves and charged forward together. Screw him. Let's get him, boys. As if it were nothing, Qin Yang easily dodged their attacks, and his spear pierced straight through one of their chests. The remaining 4 men's faces turned pale with fright. He took one of us down in a single move. Qin Yang didn't rush to continue, his expression frigid. I told you before, I spared you last time because you were just kids. You still want to fight? Then you won't get a second chance. Immediately after, pathetic screams for help echoed through the air. Hearing the commotion from outside, number 18 excitedly clenched his fists. Asterisk. What's happening? Did they all lose? Is number 900 really that strong? Asterisk. Asterisk. He took on 5 guys all by himself? He must have known those guys were my underlings. It's over. This time, I'm really done for. Asterisk. Asterisk. But why does he keep staring at me? Whatever. I've taken off my iron rings too. I'm confident in my own skills. Asterisk. Seeing Qin Yang walk right up to him, number 18 stammered. What are you looking at? Qin Yang gave a cold smirk. I'm pretty sure I told you there wouldn't be a second chance. Hearing that, number 18 immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He frantically tried to explain. I didn't do anything, Qin Yang scoffed. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Knowing he couldn't talk his way out of it, number 18 immediately leaped forward to attack. Asterisk. There's no other choice. I have to risk it all. Asterisk. Seeing him charge, Qin Yang didn't waste words, raising his spear to meet the challenge. Number 18's long blade was instantly knocked aside by the tip of Qin Yang's spear. The spear tip then moved with an eerie twist, thrusting straight for his throat. Number 18 had no time to react and was run clean through the chest. Even in his final moments, he couldn't understand how he had been defeated so easily. Qin Yang stood there, observing the corpse for a moment, his expression still incredibly grim. A moment later, he turned, shouldered his spear, and walked away. Sometime after he left, Mayer ran out from nearby. The girl saw number 18 lying on the ground and couldn't help but tense up. What happened to him? Before long, another 5 days had passed. Today was the day the second life or death trial was set to begin. The instructor addressed the group of brats. You will now receive the items you requested. Once you've checked your gear, we move out. He then walked over to Qin Yang. Take this and confirm it's what you asked for. Qin Yang nodded. Yes, sir. The instructor thought to himself. Asterisk. This kid is pretty interesting. Asterisk. Asterisk. He may not be the most outstanding one, but I've kind of taken a liking to him. Asterisk. After the brats finished their checks, he ordered, all right, if there are no problems, move out. As Qin Yang walked, he thought to himself, carrying his gear, 4 additional iron rings weighing nearly 20 pounds, and an iron spear on his back. Asterisk. This seems incredibly heavy, but if I can adapt to it, I'll become even stronger. Asterisk. Asterisk. First, I must use my divine soul to perfect my body, then make them harmonize into one. Before this hell training even began, my heavenly body and heavenly soul were already nearly complete. Asterisk. Asterisk. The day my heavenly body and heavenly soul are finished, I'll be reborn as a completely different person. Asterisk. Asterisk. The heavenly body and heavenly soul don't just build up the body, they also remold it to adapt to my techniques. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is a massive body modification technique. It seems the Shaolin Temple's legendary muscle tendon change classic has been lost to time, but its principles are still incredibly potent. Asterisk. Asterisk. So, it turns out, the inner path the instructors were always guarding is the final training ground. This cave is much deeper than I imagined. Asterisk. Asterisk. There are signs of excavation. It looks like they converted this entire cavern into a torturous training ground. Asterisk. Walking in the middle of the procession, the instructor suddenly stopped. From this day forward, this place will be the site of your hell training. The moment he finished speaking, the 4 surrounding walls were instantly lit up by countless torches. As one, the brats all cried out in shock. To their surprise, a massive cliff face before them was dotted with countless doors. The instructor explained, this is the entrance to the hell training. Inside each room, there's enough food for you to complete your training. Once you enter, you are not permitted to leave until you are finished, because we will be sealing these doors. So, prepare yourselves. Good luck. Qin Yang didn't give it much thought, quickly walking to a door and stepping inside. Darkness consumed every corner. He couldn't see anything, not even a foot in front of him. He recalled the instructor's words. Patience was the first task of this second death trial. You will either maintain your sanity and survive, or you will go mad and die. Qin Yang took a deep breath to steady himself. I need to adapt to the darkness first. I can hear the sound of flowing water and wind whistling through the rocks. It should be about time. My eyes are starting to adjust. There's something in here being used to pump water. Is that a secret door? I can't use it to get out, so it's useless to even think about it. I can do 4 years in here. Qin Yang then sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his energy. His true qi quickly spread, enveloping his entire body. After circulating his energy for a while, he picked up his spear and began to practice his forms. After some time, he was completely exhausted. Setting the spear aside and panting heavily, he constantly reminded himself that he could do it. Time flew by, and Qin Yang trained in that dark cave for 4 years. After 4 years of grueling training, his body was now significantly stronger. He sat meditating, his breathing even and steady. Today should be the day I get out. This is probably my last meal in here. 4 years of hell training. Can the second death trial really be over, just like that? Or is there more? He pondered this as he ate. After a moment, the door opposite him opened. Seeing this, Qin Yang knew it wasn't over yet. He quickly got dressed, preparing to leave. Training with these iron rings, weighing nearly 75 pounds in total, has been pretty effective. It's just a shame I still haven't perfected my skill fusion. Well, let's see what's outside. He shouldered his spear and walked down the corridor, where a sliver of light was visible not far off. The moment Qin Yang leaped toward the light, he was startled, because countless sharp spears suddenly shot up from the ground. He leaped back in horror to avoid them. So, the hell training isn't over yet. From the scent coming off those spear tips, they were definitely poisoned. After passing the spear formation, Qin Yang encountered a trap of bamboo spikes that covered the ground. Next came arrows flying at him from all directions. Though they weren't ordinary traps, Qin Yang was able to overcome them all with ease. After a while, he was forced to stop. This is going to be tough. A river, both deep and about 100 feet wide, blocked his path. The distance wasn't considered all that great. If I took off these iron weights, it would be no problem at all. But with them on, what do I do? No. I've grown stronger. If I don't give this test my all, I'll never be able to avenge my master. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. All right, let's do this. If I can't even take one more step forward in this heavenly ghost cave, then I might as well be dead. He backed up and took a running leap. He intended to cross this river, carrying 75 pounds of iron, relying on his strength alone. His eyes were focused and intense. He stared down at the water below. Finally, he successfully landed on the other side. I made it. That was way too close. He didn't stop for long, continuing to run forward. After walking a short distance, he suddenly stared in amazement at the door ahead. My heavenly soul and heavenly body are reacting. What's on the other side? Unlike a normal door, this one was radiating a terrifying killing intent. The second death trial. So times this times is what they really meant. Qin Yang quickly pushed the door open and entered. Inside was a pitch-black space where nothing could be seen. As Qin Yang entered, he had no idea someone was secretly observing him. What is this idiot doing? He can't even sense his own surroundings. Maybe I won't have to worry about him making it to the end after all. But just to be sure, when he opens that door. Just then, Qin Yang spoke. Only the strong have the right to survive. The young man hiding in the shadows drew his sword and sneered. Huh, what an idiot. Qin Yang sighed. Looks like this is going to be a fight. Only one of us can walk out of here. The other man quickly swung his sword, lunging at his back. Which means I'll have to kill you in a single strike, kid. Qin Yang barely glanced over his shoulder as he raised a hand. To the assassin's horror, he blocked the blade with the iron bracer on his arm. Not even worth the wait. As he spoke, he spun around and grabbed the opponent's longsword. The opponent hurriedly tried to twist his sword away. But as he regained his grip, Qin Yang unleashed the 6 paths of heavenly annihilation. His longsword instantly shattered, and his body was riddled with countless holes. Qin Yang had torn him to shreds. Without lingering, he turned and pushed the door to leave. Until the moment he died, the young man's eyes were fixed on Qin Yang. It was as if he wanted to burn the image of this monster into his very soul. When Qin Yang stepped outside, he was immediately blinded by a dazzling light. While he was still disoriented, a voice rang out. Congratulations, number 900. On passing the second death trial. It seems this is the first time we've met. The person speaking to him was Lin Xiong. Qin Yang thought to himself, who is this? I don't even know the person standing next to him, let alone this guy. I wonder how many other people are here. Model. So many disciples. After a moment's thought, he bowed his head and said, Number 00 has arrived. Lam Hung watched Qin Yang, silently pondering. This life and death trial spans the entire heavenly ghost cave. The number of disciples will be cut down to 1/3, so there's no need for grouping anymore. After a moment, he smiled and continued. You did very well. Rest and recover your strength before the others arrive. Qin Yang bowed deeply again to show his thanks, narrowing his eyes as he thought, that guy, he's even stronger than the instructor. Could he be the strongest one here? Up above, Lam Hung also grinned as he watched him, thinking, this kid seems to be sizing me up. Qin Yang then quickly went to a corner of the cave to rest. Lam Hung glanced at the young man with the long saber nearby. He thought to himself, unlike this one, when number 900 passed the second life and death trial, there wasn't a single drop of blood on his clothes. It seems the sect is truly fortunate to have him. After a while, Mei Ni also emerged from a stone door. It's finally over. She immediately noticed Qin Yang. You're number 900, aren't you? Seeing that Qin Yang was ignoring her and looking away, she simply smiled and said, so it really is you. After that, another person emerged. Lam Hung looked at the disciples who came out first and sighed with admiration. These ones are all incredibly strong. After waiting a while longer, another young man, covered in injuries, staggered out. The instructor immediately explained to Lam Bin, that's number 98, my lord. Lam Bin laughed and said, looks like they've just been through a bitter fight. Still, they did well to pass the second life and death trial. You all, at just 20 years old, have become part of the sect's 2,000 Ghost Division members. It seems some of you are already close to reaching the Ghost Dao realm. Because you have just passed the second life and death trial, the elders will bestow a reward upon each of you. Therefore, tonight, you can enjoy a grand feast. He thought to himself. Just nurturing a few Ghost Division members would have been a great result. But then there's number 1, number 17, number 109, and number 900. The potential of these four is the most difficult to gauge. At the side, people quickly began bringing out tables and chairs. Behind them followed countless delicacies. Lam Bin announced loudly, for now, enjoy yourselves to the fullest and restore your spirits, because tomorrow you will face the final trial of the Heavenly Ghost Cave, the third life and death trial. We will not disturb you any longer. Enjoy. In a flash, a magnificent feast was laid out before them, filled with every delicacy imaginable. If only they had some pizza, it would have been perfect. Just as Lam Bin left, they eagerly prepared to dig in. Just then, a young man shoved his way through from the back, shouting, get out of the way. The people behind Mei Ni and the large brute also quickly moved forward. She looked at the food before her, her smile radiant, while the people behind them stared at the feast and then glanced at each other. Cheerful voices soon echoed throughout the cave. It's been so long since we've eaten like this. As Lam Bin walked away, he couldn't stop talking, his expression filled with excitement. It seems number 900 has been completely reborn. Who could have imagined that the one ranked 9,900 would possess such talent? An instructor added, I was also stunned. I never expected him to reach the Ghost Dao realm. Lam Bin laughed. No, he's not just an ordinary member of the Ghost Dao realm. He's even stronger than that. Hearing this, the young instructors were all horrified. Impossible. Are you saying he's even stronger than number 17? Lam Bin waved his hand. Perhaps. I'm not certain myself. But I know one thing. All of our questions will be answered tomorrow. After finishing his meal, Qin Yang sat down and began to think. It was only thanks to my heavenly body and heavenly soul that I survived the second life and death trial. But the third trial starts just one day after the second one ends. I hope I won't have to use my domain. Or maybe I can pass just by taking off these iron rings. Number 1 and number 109 seem to be the leaders of the first and fourth groups. They're stronger than the other disciples, but they're still weaker than me, so there's no need to remove the rings for them. But as for Mei Ni, can I win against her while still wearing these iron rings? After a moment, he decisively tossed his long spear aside. Lying down, he thought, forget it. I still have a long way to go. I shouldn't rely on things that weren't gained through my own cultivation, because in this world, doing so only makes it easier to fail. Qin Yang then slowly drifted off to sleep. Soon, the next day arrived. Is everyone here? The third life and death trial will be held here. Only the strong have the right to survive. The weak must die. That is the reality of this world, especially here in the Heavenly Ghost sect. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned grim as they tightened the grip on their weapons. Lam Bin continued. There's one more thing. The strong will be treated better. Therefore, you must all become more ruthless than those stronger than you." The young disciples began to murmur amongst themselves again. They looked at each other, whispering. Lam Hung continued. "That is precisely what we are looking for in the third life and death trial. That's why we call it the threshold of life and death. You either live or you die. You must ensure your opponent submits before they cross that line." Hearing this, the corner of Qin Yang's mouth couldn't help but curl into a smirk. The threshold of life and death, huh? Lam Bin's voice continued to echo. "If they don't submit, then just kill them. But remember one thing, before you fight on this stage, there are only the living and the dead. Winners and losers." The disciples immediately roared in unison. Lam Bin waited for them to quiet down before he continued. "Oh, and one more thing. For the final survivor, we will bestow a weapon forged from Shadowstone. If you want it, don't you dare lose. Now, I will explain the rules of this life or death trial. The rules are simple. An instructor will select 2 people to face off. The winner will continue to fight others until only one person is left standing here." A young man matched against Qin Yang was so overjoyed he couldn't stop grinning. "Number 900, huh? Heh, this is gonna be a piece of cake. Number 900. I think you should just surrender. If you do, I'll let you live." Qin Yang smirked and said, "I don't recognize you. Are you sure you're not from the second group?" The young man scoffed. "Didn't you hear what I said? I'm giving you a chance. Are you gonna push your luck?" Qin Yang stepped forward coldly. "Perhaps you've overestimated yourself." Before the young man could even react, Qin Yang had beaten him to a pulp. "So, let me ask you a question. You want to push your luck?" From the observation deck, Lin Bing marveled. "We're watching a demon-level showdown. 2 more matches, win 2 more, and it's over. The next fight. Number 1 versus number 900. Seeing Qin Yang's infuriating smirk, number 1 raised his blade and angrily demanded, "What are you smiling at?" Qin Yang's smile didn't fade. "Why do you think?" Number 1 scoffed. "In the first group, no one dared to look down on me, Zhong, and it's the same here." With that, he raised his blade, gritted his teeth, and channeled his energy. Qin Yang also raised his spear and slowly advanced. "You have no idea how vast the world of martial arts truly is." Hearing this, Zhong only grew more furious. The two immediately charged at each other. Seeing the spear tip lunging at him, Zhong was startled and hastily raised his blade to parry, then launched a counterattack. The two clashed fiercely, a storm of flashing blades and clanging steel. A moment later, Qin Yang's spear tip again shot towards Zhong's forehead. The ground in front of Zhong shattered from the force of Qin Yang's technique. In the dust cloud, a massive, earth-colored sphere appeared. Qin Yang mocked him. "Someone like you has nothing special to offer. If you don't want to be so pathetic, you should train harder." With that, he unleashed the 6 breaths of annihilation, purple moon, and black spear of dark destruction. Zhong had no time to react, and was instantly struck down. His body flew backward like a kite with its string cut, slamming into the cavern wall. He was a horrifying sight, covered in blood and grievous wounds. The referee immediately declared Qin Yang the winner. On the platform, a corner of Lin Bing's mouth turned up. The 6 breaths of heaven and earth, annihilation. That technique doesn't fully belong to the heavenly demon gate. Yet it's one of the few that can break through the 10 conditions. I never thought someone would actually succeed in mastering it. It seems the new generation has truly surpassed the old. Next match, number 109 versus Meyer. A smirk played on Qin Yang's lips as he thought, "Let's see just how strong she is." The moment the two clashed, the arena shook violently, and the point of impact was engulfed in a cloud of dust. The two battled back and forth across the stage. The spectators were all in absolute shock. They've exchanged 20 blows, and there's still no clear winner. Qin Yang rested his chin on his hand, thinking, "Looks like Meyer is going to win." After a fierce exchange, Meyer's longsword found an opening and struck number 109's shoulder. He raised his own sword to block, but was powerless to stop it. His arm wounded, he angrily channeled his energy to push Meyer back. "You damn brat!" Meyer was immediately overwhelmed by number 109, forced to constantly retreat and dodge. He frantically attacked with his internal energy, putting Meyer under immense pressure. A moment later, he finally stopped, panting for breath. Across from him, Meyer's face was also beaded with sweat. Watching from the side, Qin Yang silently thought, about 10 seconds left. This time, it was Meyer's turn to use her internal energy. A torrent of intermingling black and blood-red energy erupted from her body. Seeing this aura, Qin Yang's eyes went wide with shock. "That's the Black Rose Heart. Another name for it is the first connection of the heavenly demon gate, so that's why she never told us her family name. It seems the instructors all knew Mayer's identity. With her power unleashed, number 109 was slammed to the ground by Mayer, completely unable to fight back. Qin Yang's face lit up with excitement. Incredible. This is the true power of the heavenly demon. Next up is the final showdown between you and Mayer. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang leaped onto the stage, immediately swinging his spear in an attack towards Mayer. He looked at the woman before him and marveled inwardly. The treasure of the heavenly demon gate. He spun his long spear and slammed it into the ground with immense force, causing the stage to crack and heave. Mayer frowned at the sight, then quickly swung her sword, unleashing several waves of sword energy. Qin Yang deflected the sword energy with his spear, then shot towards Mayer. The point where they clashed was once again shrouded in a cloud of dust. Qin Yang was deeply confused. The Black Rose Heart is the first connection of the heavenly demon, but looking at Mayer's body, there's no way it should be able to handle that kind of power. Their fight moved closer to where the instructors were standing, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble violently. The strain was now showing on both their faces. Mayer was forced into a corner and had no choice but to flip out of it. The two then continued their high-speed chase across the arena. Qin Yang thought to himself, she's still refusing to use the power of the Black Rose. Could it be she wants me to show her my true power? Suddenly, Minnie's eyes shot open because a surge of black energy had just appeared before her, the sun's ultimate favorite. On the platform, Lin Ping watched the black energy radiate from Qin Yang with a look of interest. Just then, Minnie lowered her sword and surrendered. I can't fight anymore. Qin Yang frowned, extremely annoyed. Why would she do that? Minnie just smiled. I sustained an internal injury. Only then did Qin Yang notice the trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Is that why she didn't use her black flower technique? It seems using the heavenly demon gate's sacred art without the proper key caused a backlash. What a letdown. Frustrated, Qin Yang followed Minnie down from the fighting stage. She glanced at him with a smirk and said, "You owe me one." An unhappy look crossed Qin Yang's face. Yeah, whatever. He then raised his sleeve to his mouth, signaling for Minhee to wipe the blood from hers. Minhee crossed her arms and chuckled. I know, you're pretty interesting, number 00. Qin Yang ignored her and quickened his pace. The referee immediately announced, You are the winner. The champion of the Heavenly Demon Cave's life and death trial is warrior number 00. Lin Ping also came to congratulate Qin Yang. Qin Yang bowed his head deeply. I was just lucky, Lin Ping chuckled. Lucky? Perhaps. Number 900. You started as the weakest, and now you stand as the strongest. You should be proud. In the entire history of the Heavenly Demon Cave, no one ranked as number 900 has ever won. The lowest was around 200. And yet, you've set a new record. This can only mean one of two things. Either you possess something we don't know about, or your intellect has far surpassed your own abilities. Which do you think it is? Hearing that, Qin Yang was reminded of the saint's necklace. He lowered his head and sighed. I'm not so sure myself. Lin Ping smiled gently. Is that so? Haha. He then took out a pitch-black stone, changing the subject. Well then, as promised, you will receive the black flame stone. Even though you use a spear, you can have it fashioned into a different shape. Just tell the instructor the form you want it crafted into. All right, if there is nothing else, you are dismissed. He then turned to the others. All of you did very well. Only a few of you survived. But even so, we only have a handful of true times survivors. But, did you all know? The young disciples were stunned, staring intently as a sinister smile spread across Lin Ping's face. There are 6 months left in the Heavenly Demon Cave. The final gate of the Heavenly Demon Cave is training on the outside. This is a 10-year training course. You've all gone through 9 years. There are 6 months of training left before you can face the final trial. That gate, as I said, is practical training. Training in the real world. The final gate of the Heavenly Demon Cave, true to its name, is practical training. It is held outside the cave itself. During this process, disciples will gain experience from the outside world. It will be dangerous, requiring you to dedicate your lives and your strength to the cave. Contribution points will be tallied after 6 months, and you will be re-ranked for this training. Half of the disciples received a secret order to enter the Great Desert. Qin Yang received a token as well, donning a loose-fitting cloak. He walked through the vast desert. After a while, he suddenly stopped, took out his water gourd, and took a drink. This desert is truly immense. The missions were divided into group and individual tasks. The group mission was to conquer the neighboring forces. This meant the Heavenly Demon Cave wanted to clear this land, eliminating any threats before a major battle. This is a fundamental step in warfare. It seems the sect is preparing for war. It's a bit of a surprise, but not entirely unexpected. My mission is to eliminate the Sand of Death bandits, so it must be a part of that plan. The Sand of Death is a band of marauders that has been growing rapidly. They've expanded in scale and strength by relying on the speed of their horses. Members of this gang have already occupied this region of the desert, and they're apparently causing some trouble. Alright, first things first. Time to eliminate the Sand of Death bandits. Night fell. Qin Yang found a random spot in the desert and started a fire for warmth. They probably didn't wipe out the Sand of Death bandits before, because they weren't a significant threat back then. Not until they grew into the medium-sized organization they are today. How did they manage to grow so fast? I need more information. He recalled Lin Ping's instructions before he left. If you need help, remember these locations. Lin Ping had listed off a series of places. The one that caught Qin Yang's attention the most was Bortala. It's one of the largest lakes in Xinjiang, surrounded by desert. Cities and towns of various sizes have been built around the lake. Qitai is the largest city here. There's a bookstore called Han's Books, a traditional, long-standing shop in the city. It's been passed down for several generations. It's an ordinary bookstore run by a man with the surname Han, who's now in his 60s. It's also a branch of the Heavenly Demon Cave. The next day, Qin Yang continued his journey. He traveled through the desert to a forest, and nestled within it was the city. Looks like I made good time. I should head straight to Han's Books. The city was incredibly bustling, with people coming and going, trading goods, a stark contrast to the desolate desert surrounding it. As Qin Yang walked down the street, observing his surroundings, he thought, secret bases are usually in discreet locations. Who would ever suspect a bookstore? Model. This bookstore on the street is actually a branch of the Heavenly Demon Cave. This must be the place. He quickly stepped inside the shop. A few other customers were inside browsing books. Not far away, the owner sat behind the counter, reading. Qin Yang walked right up to him. He said, "I'm here to pick up a book I ordered." The old man looked up, surprised. "Can you tell me the name of the book?" Qin Yang replied coldly, "Filth and Betrayal." Hearing those words, the old man was even more surprised. "I don't believe that's one of our recent acquisitions. Can you tell me where it was ordered from?" Qin Yang stroked his chin. "It's been a while. I don't quite remember. From what I remember, it was about a year ago." The old man mused. "A year ago? Then it should be in the back. Would you mind helping me find it?" he asked, opening the door to the room behind him. Qin Yang followed him inside without any hesitation. As soon as Qin Yang was inside, the old man immediately locked the door. "May I see your token?" Qin Yang didn't argue, quickly taking it out and handing it over. The old man took the token and began to examine it. A moment later, his expression tensed, and he began to sweat. A master of the demon path at such a young age? He returned the token to Qin Yang. "Confirmed." "Sir, what information are you looking for?" Qin Yang calmly replied, "Information about the Sand of Death." Night fell silently. After retrieving the information from the bookstore, Qin Yang departed. Now, he was sitting on a mountaintop, warming himself by a fire and gazing at the moon. He stared into the blazing flames in front of him, reminiscing about his past life. He remembered being hunted by Jiang Du-chong's men, how he had to struggle just to escape. "If I leave Xinjiang for the Central Plains, I'll eventually run into them. Looks like I'm wasting my time here. No, that's not right. Even if I were as strong now as I was in my past life, I still couldn't take them on by myself. Perhaps I should take things slow, no need to be hasty. I must build my own power base within the sect." He took out the paper he had received from the bookstore, holding it up to the fire. Writing quickly materialized on the paper. As he read it, Qin Yang's eyes flew wide open. The leader of the Sand of Death was someone who joined 5 years ago. He's said to be the human sword, Mo Hongshan, one of the 3 swords of Qingcheng. Qin Yang ground his teeth. Mo Hongshan. Along with the Azure Cloud Red Mist Sword and the 3 Dharma swords of the Shaolin's Tongwang, the Tai Chi Sword of Namgung, the Sword of the Capital, and the Sacred Sword of Mount Hua, Hong Qi. His art is renowned as one of the most difficult to master. The current master of Qingcheng is a high-ranking elder, the first disciple of Hu Yanzhi. Since he was a child, he was chosen as one of the 3 swords of Qingcheng. When he grew up, he became the master for the next generation of the 3 swords, namely the Heaven Sword, the Great Sword, and the Human Sword. And right now, one of the people he's mentoring is the Human Sword, Mo Hongshan. He is an enemy of mine and my master's. Why are they here? One of the 3 swords of Qingcheng. Why would he come to this desolate backwater? The Human Sword joined the Sand of Death bandits 5 years ago. Yes, That's also when the gang began to grow powerful. This is no mere coincidence. The more he thought, the more agitated he became. Taking out his cloth-wrapped spear, the spearhead glowed with a striking purple color, forged from obsidian. If I can just capture one of them for questioning, then the reason they're here will become clear. He quickly made his way to the bottom of a cliff, where a base was built on the peak above. Qin Yang stealthily approached the building. I can feel people inside, but the human sword isn't among them. Perhaps he's not here at the moment. The men inside were celebrating, drinking heavily. Haha, bring the wine. Where are the women? Do we have any? Using a movement technique as fast as the wind, Qin Yang slipped inside the house. The men inside had no idea that someone had slipped in right under their noses and was now hiding in the rafters. Qin Yang observed them from his hiding spot. Just as I expected, the human sword isn't here. He stroked his chin, thinking. Suddenly, his eyes snapped toward the inside. He then leaped down from the rafters, landing in the middle of the bonfire. I'll slaughter every last one of them, leaving only one alive to be interrogated. Seeing Qin Yang's sudden appearance, the men were terrified. What the hell is that thing? Qin Yang wasted no time on words, immediately swinging his spear wildly. The bandits were struck before they even had a chance to react. Brothers, get this bastard. The rest of the men charged forward together. You're dead, kid. The man in red ferociously rushed to the front. Qin Yang sidestepped his attack, then threw a kick at the others. They seized the opportunity to attack with their own weapons. Qin Yang spun in midair to evade, then lashed out with his spear, hitting each one. Blood sprayed into the air. After trading a few blows, Qin Yang realized something: these guys were well trained. They weren't just a simple band of hooligans. They must have learned Qi-based martial arts. Seeing his sudden lapse in concentration, a bald man wielding a broadsword charged forward. Die, you son of a bitch. Without even glancing at him, Qin Yang swung his spear and sent the man flying. He coldly pressed the tip of his spear to the man's throat. Tell me, who taught you all martial arts? The bald man's face was strained. Sweat poured down like rain, but he kept his mouth shut. Seeing this, Qin Yang turned his head and looked toward the man in the green robes behind him. When that man saw his attention turn toward him, his face immediately twisted in fear, and his body began to shake uncontrollably. The tough-talking bald guy immediately confessed. It was Lord Zhu who taught us. Qin Yang was puzzled. Lord Zhu? Is that the guy with the small chin, a goatee, and really thick eyebrows? The man in green was shocked. How did you know that? Who are you? Are you with the royal forces? Qin Yang smirked. Just as I thought. All right, next question. Where is he now? Just then, he sensed something and turned his head to look outside. A figure slowly walked in. What's going on here? The moment Qin Yang heard it, he knew exactly who that voice belonged to. He reached up and pulled off his cloak. It's been a while, Lord Zhu. Or should I say, the human sword, Mo Hongshan. We flash back to a little earlier. Mo Hongshan was returning to the mountain stronghold from outside. He wiped his face as he walked, endlessly cursing that bastard. He remembered the orders his superior gave him before he came here. Go to the desert, find a group of bandits called the Death Sand, and train them into an elite guerrilla unit. I'll teach you the rest of the Azure Cloud Red River Sword. Hearing the name of the technique, the young man had exclaimed excitedly, Master, please teach me. I swear I won't disappoint you. Recalling all of this just made him more miserable. He raised the bottle again and took a huge swig. How much longer do I have to train these damn bandits? He continued walking towards the stronghold, drinking as he went. All he could think about were the epic stories he was missing. His mind drifting back to the thrilling tales of heroes and villains on Wolf Reviews 94. It was annoying, but there was nothing he could do about it. So, if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. As he walked, he was suddenly startled by the stench of blood. He immediately threw the bottle aside and rushed up the mountain. When he arrived on the scene, he saw Qin Yang, like a butcher, interrogating his men. Seeing that this stranger somehow knew his real identity, he was even more stunned. Who are you? An overwhelming killing intent radiated from Qin Yang. You're about to find out. With that, he instantly unleashed his terrifying domain of dark energy. In a flash, it spread out toward Mo Hongshan. Faced with this black aura, he was momentarily frozen in fear. He glanced down at the longsword in his hand, a look of disbelief on his face. He, Mo Hongshan, was actually intimidated by this kid's presence. He then channeled his qi, unleashing a powerful force. Qin Yang was inwardly surprised. Asterisk. He's using Taoist energy to push back my domain. Asterisk. You don't look like any Taoist disciple I've ever seen. And it seems you haven't improved much at all. Mo Hongshan looked visibly tense and didn't say a word. A moment later, he swung his sword and charged forward. "Kid, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Yang swung his spear, continuously blocking the strikes of sword energy. After a moment, he seized an opening and pulled his spear back. Then he thrust it straight forward, clashing directly with his opponent's longsword. The moment he met Qin Yang's attack, Mo Hongshan was knocked back by the impact. Qin Yang was too, but his eyes glowed a deep crimson. As his domain tried to invade his opponent's eyes, there was a flash, but the Taoist energy prevented it from taking full effect. Perhaps this was something he'd need to think about after this was over. Qin Yang then swung his spear and charged again, and Mo Hongshan roared in defiance. "You dare, boy!" Qin Yang then unleashed his ultimate technique, 6 breaths, heaven annihilation. Mo Hongshan countered with his Azure Cloud, Red River sword. The ruined temple immediately collapsed under the force of their attacks. Mo Hongshan stared blankly at the surrounding wreckage. Suddenly, he heard the groans of his men, buried under the rubble. He roared in fury and charged at Qin Yang again. "You bastard!" Watching his opponent rush toward him, Qin Yang thought, asterisk, just relying on demonic arts and 6 breaths, heaven annihilation won't be enough to break through his Taoist energy. Asterisk. This time, he chose not to block, instead leaping up to dodge. But Mo Hongshan was no pushover. He immediately swung his sword, unleashing a barrage of sword energy in pursuit. "Where do you think you're going, you scum?" Seeing the sky-blotting sword energy below, Qin Yang stopped dodging. He immediately turned serious, pointing the tip of his spear downward. Dark Moon Black Spear was quickly unleashed. 6 breaths, heaven annihilation is a type of force. On its own, it's not enough to destroy the Azure Cloud, Red River sword, a sword style that relies on speed and rotation. Asterisk. His swordsmanship completely counters mine. Well then, let's see if you can deny this. Asterisk. Qin Yang's true energy rapidly turned golden. Seeing him diving down, Mo Hongshan swung his sword wildly. "Bastard, where do you think you can run?" He showed no fear, flying up to meet the challenge head-on. The further Qin Yang descended, the more his energy erupted in a blinding golden light. "This divine spear will end it tonight." The spear and the sword tip clashed in an instant. The blue light, generated by Mo Hongshan's Azure Cloud Red River sword, immediately dissipated into the dark night. Only the golden light from Qin Yang's spear remained. Fresh blood sprayed through the air. Mo Hongshan was horrified. Where is this blood coming from? He looked down and discovered one of his legs had been severed and had fallen to the ground. His face twisted in agony, and he let out a horrific scream. "My leg!" The blood-curdling shriek echoed through the dark night, but there was no one to hear it. He collapsed helplessly to the ground. He looked up at Qin Yang with eyes full of hatred. Qin Yang walked up to him, spear in hand. "Looks like you're short one leg." Hearing this, Mo Hongshan screamed frantically. "You bastard! How dare you?" Qin Yang replied coldly. "And why not?" The aura radiating from him was like that of a ferocious tiger. Faced with this pressure, Mo Hongshan was too terrified to even breathe. Who the hell is this guy? As Qin Yang turned to pick up his cloak, Mo Hongshan tried to crawl away and escape. Qin Yang draped the cloak over himself and sighed. Now, young man." Just as Mo Hongshan tried to flee, a long spear suddenly pierced through his body, pinning him to the ground. Qin Yang said coldly, "We fought. I won." In this world of martial arts, broken limbs are a common sight. He pulled out his spear and stomped on Mo Hongshan's body. "Every one of our battles is a duel to the death. Did you really think we'd just laugh it off and forgive each other afterward? I am the victor." With that, he grabbed Mo Hongshan's head. "And you are the loser. And now, I will exercise my rights as the winner." He finished his sentence with a swift kick before planting his foot on Mo Hongshan's chest. "Our fight can't just end peacefully," Mo Hongshan asked in terror. What are you talking about?" His mind was in absolute chaos. What in the world is this guy talking about? His tone. It's like he's known me for ages. Come to think of it, I feel like I've seen that spear technique somewhere before. Let's see. That spear style easily broke through my sword forms. I must have seen it somewhere. After a moment of thought, it suddenly dawned on him. You're the Spear Saint's disciple?" Qin Yang gave a vicious grin. "That's right. I am the Spear Saint's disciple." Mo Hongshan cried out in disbelief. "Impossible. How can the Spear Saint have more than one disciple? The Spear Sect is only supposed to have a single successor." Qin Yang couldn't be bothered to explain, simply saying, "Believe what you want. Like I said, I will now exercise my rights as the winner. Answer my question. Why did you attack my master back then?" Mo Hongshan looked confused. What are you talking about? They were practicing demonic arts. The most terrifying kind, the kind even demon cultivators wouldn't dare to touch. Before he could finish, Qin Yang's spear tip pierced his arm. The pain was so intense he started foaming at the mouth. Qin Yang's eyes were bloodshot, radiating pure killing intent. Cut the crap. I already know all of that. Now, tell me everything you know. If you spout any more nonsense, I will tear you limb from limb. Sweat poured down Mo Hongshan's face as he clutched his wounded arm. Tears were already starting to well up in the corners of his eyes. Qin Yang advised, "Tell me the truth, and I'll give you a clean death." Mo Hongshan tried to explain, "I really don't know anything. I was just following my master's orders." The only order that day was to surround the entire mountain and not let the spear sect's master or his disciple, the one practicing demonic arts, escape. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, studying him. He didn't look like he was lying. Mo Hongshan put on his most sincere face and stared back. After a moment of silence, Qin Yang continued, "Then let me ask you something else. Why are you here?" Mo Hongshan flinched. Seeing his reluctance to speak, Qin Yang immediately grabbed him by the throat. "Why are you slumming it with these bandits? And teaching them martial arts, no less?" Mo Hongshan stammered. I don't know anything." Qin Yang ground his teeth. "You don't know anything?" Mo Hongshan replied. "That's right. I was just following my master's orders. I was ordered to train them, to use them as disposable pawns." Hearing this, Qin Yang's suspicion grew. His first thought was that he needed to get to the bottom of all this. Mo Hongshan pleaded, "I beg you, if you're done with your questions, please grant me a peaceful death." Qin Yang asked, bewildered, "And why would I do that?" Mo Hongshan's eyes widened in horror. "What? Didn't you say you'd give me a peaceful death if I answered your questions?" As he spoke, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Qin Yang said coldly, "I did say that." As he spoke, he gripped his spear and stabbed him once more. "But you aren't worthy of my promise." With that, he leaned down and struck Mo Hongshan's pressure points. His entire body began to tremble violently. He was completely paralyzed, and his agonized screams echoed through the heavens. Qin Yang barked coldly, "Shut up." He then struck several more points on his neck. Mo Hongshan was instantly rendered speechless. "You should know what this is. A pressure point attack. The points I struck will destroy the very structure of your bones and muscles. Savor the feeling. This isn't some ordinary pressure point art. This is the spear sect's technique. For the next 2 hours, you will feel constant, agonizing pain until you slowly die." Qin Yang then left him there to writhe in agony and walked away. The next morning, Qin Yang found a house and sat down to write a letter. "I have completed the mission to eliminate the Reaper's Tempest Core. Finally, one of them has been taken down." The name, Mo Hongshan, was the first to be crossed off his enemy list. After finishing, Qin Yang closed his eyes to meditate for a moment. His mission complete, he once again headed into the desert to leave. "I wish I had more time to visit the Peerless Pavilion. What a shame. The weather in this desert is taking longer than I expected. The temperature difference between day and night is too extreme, unless one's body has reached the realm of the indestructible diamond body. Otherwise, all this constant travel is going to be brutal. I'll have time to visit my master's home later, but first, I have to get to the rendezvous point. There's only one team mission, a group of escaped prisoners, known as the Five Ghosts, who committed crimes at the Patala Palace. We have to eliminate them first." Qin Yang then arrived at another branch of the sect. Seeing someone suddenly approach, the two guards immediately went on the defensive, their hands moving to draw their swords. Qin Yang smirked and tossed them his medallion. The younger guard quickly reached out and caught it. The other guard warned him, "Hey, you can't just toss your medallion around like that." But when the younger guard looked at the token, his face twisted in shock. The other guard asked, confused, "What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." Qin Yang then retrieved his medallion. "I heard the Heavenly Ghost Squad is gathering here." The two guards immediately bowed respectfully and invited him in. "Right this way, sir. Please follow us." Once Qin Yang was inside, the younger guard whispered to his partner, Who was that?" His partner put a finger to his lips, explaining in a hushed tone, "He's on the same level as Yang Dingmu, the branch manager where we get our assignments. He's the Blade Fiend, you idiot." As Qin Yang walked inside, he thought to himself, unlike the Half Moon sect, this place is massive. This must be the main headquarters. Qin Yang stepped into the courtyard, where a guard opened a door, inviting him through. Inside, a young man in red robes stood beneath a tree. It was Shi Zhong, a man Qin Yang had once put in his place. Years had passed, and he looked much different now. Seeing Qin Yang approach, he spoke up to greet him. Qin Yang walked up to him and nodded. "It's been a while, Shi Zhong." Shi Zhong no longer held any grudge against him and replied with a smile, "It's good to see you're safe, Captain." Qin Yang just smiled, thinking to himself, looks like he's been through a lot since the third trial. He's become much more mature and composed. Qin Yang then turned to look at the others nearby. He slowly walked over to the others. Looks like I'm the last one here. Everyone at the table quickly stood up. They all gathered behind Xiezhong. They formed a neat line and, with Xiezhong at the front, bowed deeply to Qin Yang. The Heavenly Ghost Squad welcomes its captain. Their bow was completely sincere, without a hint of reluctance or coercion. Qin Yang smiled. I'm glad to see you're all well, but why wait out here? Why not inside? Xiezhong explained. I requested it. We're about to take on a very important mission. We can't afford to get complacent. Qin Yang sighed. I suppose that's not a bad thing. Xiezhong smiled brightly. However, Qin Yang continued, rest is just as crucial for getting rid of fatigue. In the martial world, it's all too common for someone to be at their weakest and lose to an opponent they should have beaten. You must maintain peak condition, because I've seen men blame themselves for the rest of their lives over a single mistake. Rest might sound like a foreign concept to you, but now is the time to learn how to take care of your bodies. If you don't, you'll pay for it dearly later on. For today, you're to do nothing. Just rest. I'm sure you're all exhausted from your solo missions. With that, he suddenly turned his head and called out, can you provide rooms for my team members to rest? The moment he finished speaking, a dark figure appeared on the second-floor balcony. Xiezhong and the others were about to draw their swords and charge, but Qin Yang held them back. The figure laughed loudly. Ha ha, they say the Heavenly Ghost Squad has trained its most elite members to date. It seems that wasn't an exaggeration. Qin Yang noticed the scars on the man's neck and hand, and immediately recognized who he was. It's an honor to meet you, the scarred flame fiend, Yang Dinghe. I am Qin Yang, captain of the Heavenly Ghost Squad's vanguard. Yang Dinghe replied. The branch manager already contacted me about you. I hear you're the strongest of all the disciples. Qin Yang gave a humble smile. That's just an overstatement. Yang Dinghe stepped closer to him. An overstatement? You and your squad are the future leaders of this sect. I look forward to working with you. Qin Yang extended his hand. As do I. Yang Dinghe laughed heartily and continued. Ha. Even the branch manager, who can seemingly appear out of thin air, has his limits. There's no need to be so humble, Ren Tian'er. Qin Yang replied. So, you know about that as well. Yang Dinghe said. The Grand Master told me what you did at the Wanli Alliance. I know Ren Tian'er was once the eyes and ears of the Heavenly Ghost Organization. Qin Yang clasped his hands in respect. That is precisely why I'll need your help on this mission. Yang Dinghe repeated. My help? The moment that name came up, I figured you were after information. All right then. Let's discuss this over some tea. I'll have my subordinates arrange accommodations for your squad. Qin Yang followed behind him, ready to leave. Before he left, he turned back to Xiezhong and the others with a quiet reminder. You all heard the man. Get some proper rest, and then we'll begin the mission. And remember, resting doesn't mean getting lazy. You stay sharp, even when you're resting. Be ready to fight at a moment's notice. As one, they all clasped their hands and acknowledged his order, while Yang Dinghe was already leading the way forward. Seeing this, a small smirk appeared on Qin Yang's face as he followed the man into a room, taking off his cloak and setting his long spear aside. Duong Din Hak quickly boiled water for tea, silently sizing up Qin Yang as he prepared it. Now I see why they call this kid the demon of the path. He was hiding all that under those baggy robes, and on top of that, he was wearing iron weights on his arms and legs. He's even stronger than Xiezhong, a so-called demon of the path, and this kid is still relentlessly pushing himself. I'm certain of it. He's no ordinary man. He then poured 2 cups of tea, offering one to Qin Yang. Qin Yang picked up the teacup. He immediately recognized it as the famous Thai Nguyen tea from Vietnam. He took a sip. My master was also very fond of this tea. Duong Din Hak then got straight to the point. So, what information do you need? Qin Yang answered directly. Information on the 5 fiends. The 5 fiends are 5 masters who have fallen to the demonic path, and every single one of them is a martial arts expert. Duong Din Hak nervously rubbed his temples. This was no simple task, he thought to himself. Is the sect just trying to exploit its disciples again? I know they want to forge the strongest warrior, but this mission is just too difficult. Qin Yang looked at him seriously. That's exactly why I need you to provide the information. Faced with Qin Yang's confident and unwavering gaze, he couldn't help but be startled. When did he get eyes like that? The last time I saw someone with the innate passion of a martial arts genius like this was 100 years ago. These are the people who skillfully walk their own path, willing to devour even themselves without a second thought to achieve their goals. After enduring countless hardships, the one who survives becomes a powerhouse who stands above all others. The strongest in the heavenly demon sect are called the 10 demonic emissaries. This kid is truly unpredictable. After a moment of thought, he said, "All right, I'll provide the information." The scene changes to Xizong and the others, who are sitting solemnly before a steamer of dumplings. Servants were continuously bringing food to the surrounding tables, but Xizong and the others didn't touch their chopsticks, simply sitting in silence. Xizong silently reminded himself, "This treatment is an incredible reward. We've never been treated like this before." Just then, a voice came from outside. "Your expressions are priceless." Xizong hastily stood up. The person who had arrived was Qin Yang. Xizong nervously went to his side and said in a low voice, "Captain, this is a bit much." Nearby, the servants were watching them with a smile. Kids who had grown up in the heavenly demon cave weren't used to being served like this. Everyone was so tense they couldn't even hold their chopsticks to eat. Qin Yang quickly waved his hand, dismissing the servants. They were about to say something, but he cut them off. "I'll explain it to the steward I made the request to." Hearing this, the servants had no choice but to withdraw. Qin Yang sat down at the table and said, "I've gathered the intel on the 5 fiends." Everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "The 5 fiends?" Qin Yang calmed them down. "Relax. Let's eat and drink our fill first, then we'll discuss it." Everyone quickly cleaned their plates. A servant immediately came in to clear the table, and only after they had finished did Qin Yang speak up. "I hope you all enjoyed the meal. Now, let's talk about the mission. As you all know, our next team mission is concerning the 5 fiends. The 5 fiends are a group of Tibetan blood lamas. To be more precise, they use times to be blood lamas. They were once ascetic monks at the Patala Palace, but became criminals. All 5 of them are martial arts masters. Their aliases are the Blue Fiend, the Black Fiend, the Red Fiend, the White Fiend, and the Yellow Fiend. Specifically, the Yellow Fiend is the youngest, said to be about the same age as our instructor. But the Blue, Red, and White Fiends are all much older. They're also stronger than the Yellow Fiend. They're all first-generation masters. We will surround the 4 I just mentioned. Use a wheel formation, but don't try to engage them. Your job is to stall for time. 4 of the 5 fiends are first-generation masters. And besides Xizong, everyone in the Heavenly Demon Cave's Vanguard team is first-generation. After a moment of thought, he assigned Xizong his task. "You will face the Blue Fiend alone. He's said to be the strongest of the 4. It will be a good fight for you. As for the last one, the Black Fiend, he's the leader of the 5 fiends. He's famous for his ability to use sword energy, so I'll deal with him." Early the next morning, a noise was heard outside. Xizong woke with a start. "Is it morning already?" He quickly got up and dressed, yawning as he walked out into the courtyard. The moment he stepped outside, he was stunned to see Qin Yang already there, training. Qin Yang was recalling his battle with Mo Hongshan, remembering his opponent's sword technique from that day. For about 20 seconds, Xizong stood nervously to the side, watching. He thought, "It's incredible. I thought he was just a monster, but I never realized he's a monster who works this unbelievably hard. Compared to him, my efforts are just half-assed. He used to be ranked over 900 in the Heavenly Demon Cave, but now he's a captain. He's truly an extraordinary person. I need to push myself harder, too." At that thought, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. A moment later, an eagle suddenly appeared in the sky. Xizong quickly called out, "Captain!" Qin Yang snapped back to reality. "I know." He quickly raised his arm for the eagle to land. He then took the letter from its leg and read it, and the eagle flapped its wings and flew away. As soon as Qin Yang finished reading the letter's contents, he was shocked. As if struck by lightning, the others rushed over. "Captain, we heard the Black Eagle's call. What happened?" Qin Yang handed the letter to Xizong. "We have some good news and some bad news. I'm guessing you'll want to hear the bad news first." Everyone nodded without objection. They had to hear it all anyway, so the order didn't matter. Qin Yang then began to explain. "The bad news is, they know we're here. So, the element of surprise is gone." Someone immediately raised their hand to ask a question. "How did the 5 fiends find out about us?" After reading the letter, Xizong, who was standing beside him, explained, "It seems one of our scouts, who was tailing them, was captured. He had signs of being interrogated, so he probably talked." After hearing that, the girl didn't ask any more questions. Xizong then turned to Qin Yang. "But Captain, I don't see any good news in this letter, other than the fact that it says they appeared at some inn in Belong." Qin Yang smiled. "That is the good news. The fact that they've shown themselves means they're looking down on us, underestimating us. I heard they destroyed one of our sect's territories, so I thought they were some great martial arts masters. But this just proves they're nothing more than a bunch of street thugs. Belong is a village about a day's journey from here, and yet they dare to show their faces so openly in our sect's territory. These fools have always been arrogant. They're no match for demon-level masters like us. I believe the training we received at the Heavenly Grotto is more than enough to handle these idiots." Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious, and they began to show a newfound confidence. Qin Yang turned to lead the group. "All right, let's move out. We'll bring the heads of the 5 fiends back to the sect." The scene then shifts. The blue fiend asked the person next to him, "Looks like the sect's hunting dogs will be here today. His lofty virtue. What do you think?" The black fiend, gnawing on a pork knuckle, laughed and said, "It is as the Buddha teaches. They will arrive when they are meant to arrive." The 5 of them showed no fear at all. They sat casually in the tavern, eating and drinking as if they were just waiting for Qin Yang and his group. The portly yellow fiend let out a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha. I bet there'll be a few girls among the sect's dogs, right? It'd be great to enlighten one of the sect's girls today." The white fiend next to him added, "Of course. That has always been his lofty virtue's intention as well. I'm sure your request will be heard." The yellow fiend said excitedly, "I really hope it happens soon. Hehe." "Hey, boss, are we out of wine?" The innkeeper immediately brought out more wine. Coming, the yellow fiend said with disappointment. "Is this all you have?" The manager handed him the jug. "Yes, that's all the wine we have." The yellow fiend sneered. "The Buddha has already shown you the path, and yet you remain unenlightened. You must be an accomplice of the Asuras. I'll have to take your life to guide you. It is the will of the Buddha." The black fiend suddenly spoke up. His lofty virtue, that's probably enough. "It seems we have visitors." The blue fiend at his side immediately waved his hand, launching an attack towards the door. The door was instantly blown to smithereens. Through the settling dust, several figures appeared. "So, the dogs of the heavenly demon sect have arrived?" Qin Yang slowly stepped forward and replied, "No. We're here to send you bastards to meet your maker." The people behind him immediately rushed in, surrounding the 5 fiends. Countless figures also leaped down from the rooftops. Seeing themselves surrounded, the 5 fiends didn't panic in the slightest, calmly standing and observing. The members of the heavenly demon sect simultaneously drew their hidden weapons and threw them at the group. The blue fiend let out a cold snort and waved his hand, executing a special technique. He deflected the hidden weapons. What a cheap trick. Not far away, Shi Zhong, hiding to the side and observing, sneered to himself. "According to the plan, I'll take care of the blue fiend." The blue fiend quickly sensed something and turned his head to look behind him. Just as he turned, Shi Zhong was already swinging his blade down from above his head. He blocked Shi Zhong's attack and couldn't help but curse. "You damn little brat." The remaining members quickly surrounded the red, yellow, and white fiends. "I see. This is what they wanted." Qin Yang and the black fiend then charged at each other. Sword and spear clashed in an instant. The black fiend scoffed. "You said you were going to send me to see the Buddha?" Qin Yang sneered back. "And why not? You belong in hell with the Rakshasas." The black fiend laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I'm doing just fine. Why don't you go down first? I'll use that skull of yours to see you off." With that, he used his strength to send Qin Yang flying. Qin Yang was completely unable to resist, forced to retreat continuously. He couldn't help but feel a knot of tension in his gut. He really is as tough as the rumors say. The black fiend facing him was also quite surprised. "He's just like those other damn demons. I shouldn't waste any time. If I don't kill him now, I'll regret it later." He quickly channeled his energy into his sword. Qin Yang recognized it as sword energy at a glance, and didn't hesitate either. He immediately channeled his own energy into his spear. The black fiend let out a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. What do you think you can do with that spear? You're strong for your age, but you're still no match for me. But don't you worry. I don't really enjoy torturing men, so I'll make this quick." Qin Yang's face was calm and expressionless as he decisively leaped forward to attack. Seeing this, the black fiend couldn't help but sigh. "It seems you know nothing about patience." With that, he narrowed his eyes. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Qin Yang ducked, dodging the blow. Even so, the opponent's sword energy still grazed his shoulder. Having landed a hit, the black demon gloated, "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Are you ready to meet your end?" Nearby, Shi Zhong was also locked in a desperate struggle, his face tense and drenched in sweat. Suddenly, he looked over at Qin Yang in horror. Seeing his captain on his knees about to be cut down threw him into a panic. The black demon's sword came crashing down, just moments from striking Qin Yang's head, but he managed to raise his spear and spin it to block the attack. Qin Yang then took the initiative to back away, creating some distance between them. This isn't good, but his sword energy is starting to weaken. It looks like he's burning through his own true qi. What should I do? His qi will run out soon, but if I wait that long, I'll be seriously injured. Looks like I have no choice. I have to use times at asterisk. With that thought, he crouched down and threw the 2 iron rings in his hands. The rings flew toward the black demon at incredible speed. Seeing this, the black demon hurriedly swung his sword to meet them. What is this? What are these clumsy, ridiculous little trinkets? After a closer look, he realized they were iron rings. He gasped in shock. You damned brat! You've been hiding your true strength from the very beginning? Qin Yang tightened his grip on his spear once more. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you getting worried because you've used up too much of your sword energy? You should have saved your trump card for the end, yet you just kept burning through your power like that. Don't you phony monks know anything about controlling your strength? With that, he leaped up, swinging his spear to attack the black demon. Although he raised his sword to block, he was still sent flying. The smug grin was now gone from his face, replaced by tension as cold sweat dripped down. A dark aura then began to radiate from Qin Yang, and his domain rapidly expanded. The dark aura spread across the ground, surrounding the black demon. You may be a rule-breaking monk, but as long as you're using Buddhist artifacts, you can't control this dark energy. The dark energy completely enveloped the black demon's body. Qin Yang then unleashed his soul-overwhelming technique. The black demon gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, but after a moment, he roared and pushed the dark energy away. This bastard. With that, he furiously raised his sword, leaped up, and slashed down at Qin Yang. A smirk formed on Qin Yang's lips as he thought to himself, his expression is even better than I imagined. The black demon roared, I'm going to slice you and that pathetic spear of yours in two. Qin Yang lowered his stance, channeling his qi into his spear, then fearlessly swung it to meet his opponent's attack. The sword and spear instantly collided. The black demon cried out in terror, a transformed spear. Before he could even recover from his shock, his longsword was sliced in half. Qin Yang's spear then came down on him, and blood sprayed out like rain. Until the moment he died, he couldn't believe this was his end. Qin Yang said emotionlessly, Go meet King Yama in the underworld, you phony monk. He didn't have time to bask in his victory for long. He quickly turned his head to look at the other battlefields. His next target was the red demon. Meanwhile, the ones fighting the yellow demon were on the losing end. A female warrior was struggling desperately against his attacks. Soon, she was knocked to her knees, her sword hand bleeding. Immediately, another person stepped forward, telling her to switch out. The woman gritted her teeth and stared ahead, thinking, I heard the yellow demon was the weakest of them all. I can't believe he's this strong. Across from her, the yellow demon laughed loudly, excitedly charging toward her. Hey, ladies, what's the rush? He dodged past the young man and swung his sword at the woman. She hurriedly raised her sword to block. This guy keeps aiming for my butt, thighs, and chest. What a disgusting, lecherous monk. The young man seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Die, you bastard. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow demon's massive hand smashed right into his face. How dare you, you scum! I'm trying to achieve harmony between yin and yang to get closer to the Buddha. The young man took the full force of the punch. His body flew back like a broken kite, slamming into the wall behind him before falling to the ground in a bloody heap, his condition unknown. The yellow demon then turned his head back to the woman. Don't take your eyes off me now, little lady. With that, he raised his sword and charged at her again. The woman raised her own sword in response. The yellow demon narrowed his eyes. That sword is getting in the way, sweet thing. He then swung his sword, knocking hers right out of her hand. The woman stared at her blood-soaked hand in a daze. What do I do now? The yellow demon before her now looked like a true monster. She closed her eyes and screamed, I'd rather die than submit to you. Just then, a figure wielding a spear shot down from the sky, unleashing a powerful slash. The woman, who had her eyes shut tight, waited for a long time, but felt nothing happen. She then mustered up the courage to open her eyes, only to see the yellow demon's hand, which had been reaching for her head, frozen in mid-air like a statue. His body then slowly split in two. The one who had struck was none other than Qin Yang. The woman gazed at Qin Yang's back, her face instantly turning bright red. She let out a sigh of relief and collapsed to her knees. Qin Yang thought to himself, looks like everyone's been through a grueling battle. If I hesitate any longer, my comrades will suffer even more casualties. Before heading to the next battlefield, he didn't forget to remind everyone to bandage their wounds. Then, he quickly flew off. Just finish this up quickly. He glanced over at where Xie was fighting. It seemed Xie could handle the blue demon on his own. Besides, this battle was good experience for him. In that case, my job is to eliminate the white demon. The white demon was on the move when he suddenly froze, sensing a murderous intent. Just as he turned his head, an attack struck from the side. He hastily raised his sword to block, but was still sent flying backward, smashing through a table. His eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and roared, "You dare! You bastard!" Before he could finish, Qin Yang's long spear was already whistling through the air towards him. He scrambled and rolled across the ground to narrowly dodge the attack. He crawled back up, screaming, "Who are you? How dare you injure me? I'll send you to the underworld to pay for this." He had just gotten to his feet when another blow landed. "Shut your mouth, you fake monk." Qin Yang then swung his spear down on the white demon's head, sending it flying. Another one of the 5 demons had been dealt with. Not far away, Xizhong's battle had also just concluded. He had finally defeated the blue demon, and winning a one-on-one duel brought a triumphant smirk to his face. Qin Yang turned his head slightly to look at him and nodded in satisfaction. Thachving Sun was located in the middle of the 10,000 Great Mountains. This place was famous for 2 things. 1. The heavenly demon sect had 100,000 disciples, and 2. There were over 100,000 mountains here. And among those mountains, the tallest was called Truong Sun Peak. This mountain was the closest one to the heavenly gate. Truong Sun was battered by freezing winds year-round, always covered in a thick blanket of white snow, making the place incredibly cold. Ordinary martial artists couldn't even get close to this place. Only those who were immune to the cold and heat could reach the summit. Within the heavenly demon sect, less than 500 people could make the ascent. The average disciples of the heavenly demon sect wouldn't even dare to dream of climbing Truong Sun Peak. That's because it had another name, Feng Thuong Tin Kui. It was the residence of the heavenly demon sect master, the place where the upper heavenly demon and the half-moon heavenly demon elder lived. One of the 10 great demon sorcerers, the leader of the absolute heavenly demon, Lin Tian, stopped before the gates of Feng Thuong Thien Kui. He bowed his head to straighten his robes, then stood solemnly with his hands clasped, waiting. Soon, the gate opened. A person in strange attire, with their face covered by a white cloth, spoke to him. "You may enter. The master has given his permission." As Lin Tian stepped inside, he sighed. "It's been a long time." The apostle of the Black Knight, the man inside, heard Lin Tian's words and said, "You know I value your loyalty and passion, as well as your many years of service. That is why I allow you to manage important affairs. Now you bring news that requires my personal attention. What is it? Speak." Lin Tian clasped his hands, bowed, and replied, "This matter concerns the princess. As you know, the princess is currently a member of the Heavenly Demon Cave. She is conducting a survey mission outside the sect, and she is also the captain of Team 2. The man interrupted. "Are you saying Mir's rank was not inherited, but earned through her own skill and ability?" "Yes, but wait. What is your point?" Lin Tian replied, "The princess is in danger." The man was skeptical. "What do you mean, danger? Setting aside the fact that she is my daughter, she is by no means weak. Furthermore, I heard she is with Team 2 of the Heavenly Demon Cave. What kind of mission could possibly put her in danger?" Lin Tian explained. "As you know, the missions assigned by the Heavenly Demon Cave are never easy, but if it's a suicide mission with a 9 in 10 chance of death, members are allowed to withdraw. The princess's mission with Team 2 is to eliminate the 9 calamities." The man replied, "I've heard of them, but the name doesn't ring a bell." Lin Tian continued to explain, "Yes, they are indeed not worthy of your memory. They are 9 disciples raised by the lower heavenly demon elder. Although their master was a dangerous figure, he died 8 years ago, and they themselves do not possess the power to threaten Team 2 of the Heavenly Demon Cave." The man was perplexed. "Then, what is the problem?" Lin Tian asked. "Have you ever heard of the Green Mountain Giant Sword?" The man frowned. "I think I've heard the name. No, to be precise, I know of him." Lin Tian continued. "The Green Mountain Giant Sword is a fearsome martial artist, with strength on par with an upper heavenly demon. There are few in the entire sect who can match him." The man was confused. "But isn't he in Green Mountain? Thonhai Mountain is hundreds of miles from where she is on her mission. Are you telling me he traveled all the way to Xinjiang just to stir up trouble with the 9 calamities?" Lin Tian nodded. "That is exactly the situation." The man asked again, "Then where is she now?" Lin Tian replied, "I believe the princess is currently near Kola Palace. The Green Mountain Giant Sword is a warrior of terrifying strength. If he isn't faced by someone of equal power, it's a guaranteed death." The man hesitated. "But we can't dispatch the 10 great masters just to kill one man who's on par with an upper heavenly demon." Lin Tian took out a piece of paper. "Therefore, I have an idea. Team 1 is currently on their way back, having completed their mission ahead of schedule. Many unusual situations have already occurred. Sending the 10 great masters to help the princess would just be sending them to their deaths. Besides, Team 1 happens to be passing through Kao-tu. If we dispatch them there, I believe they can reach Kola within 4 days." The man frowned. "You think she can survive that long?" Lin Tian explained. Half of the 9 deaths are already dead, and the giant sword is hunting for the princess. But she's with all of Team 2, so I believe they can keep their distance from the giant sword. 4 days will be enough. The man had no choice but to agree, ordering Team 1 to Kola to support Lin Tian. Then he quickly departed. The scene changes. A man in black asks his companion, "Is the Green Mountain giant sword enough?" The old man sitting opposite him replied, "It doesn't really matter. Whether that giant sword succeeds or not, he's only doing it because someone ordered him to." The man in black stood up as if to say something, but suddenly his face filled with terror. "What is this demonic pressure?" The old man reassured him. "Don't worry. I haven't forgotten the deal between us. Besides, the important thing is to kill that girl." The man in black thought to himself, "It's not about the pawns or the cannons, it's about the king. Did I say something wrong? One must remember this old man's identity. This seemingly gentle elder was one of the sect's demon apostles, and the strongest of the 3, at that." Seeing him dazed, the old man continued, "Well then, let me see what you want to trade." The man in black calmed himself, sat down, and slowly pulled a porcelain vial from his chest. "This is it." The old man smiled. "Is that so? The very thing you're so confident in. But can you guarantee its effects are exactly as you say?" The man in black was startled at first, then revealed a sinister smile. "This poison is the very thing that killed the Spear Saint." The old man was intrigued. The Spear Saint? He was indeed powerful, but was he a match for the sect's demon god? The man in black advised, "Listen to me. This isn't just the potion from 10 years ago. After the Spear Saint died, I spent my entire youth improving it." The old man took the vial of poison, studying it thoughtfully for a moment. Then he said excitedly, "Excellent." The man in black continued, "I've held up my end of the bargain. I hope you don't forget yours." The old man reassured him, "Don't worry. You helped me become a demon god and establish a sect covenant. I will certainly repay this favor." The two then burst into laughter at the same time. Elsewhere, Mei Ni's face was tense as she and her team took shelter in the forest. A heavy rain was pouring down. Meanwhile, Team 1, having received the news, was rushing toward Kola. A confused Zhong asked his captain, "Where are we going? Why are you in such a hurry after receiving that secret message?" Qin Yang replied, "We're going to Kola." Team 1 pushed onward, day and night, through wind and rain. Back with Mei Ni, she was using all her strength to evade the pursuit of the Green Mountain giant sword, never expecting to run into him here. We were about to wipe out the 9 deaths, but who knew they were trained by the Green Mountain giant sword? We're no match for him at all. We need support from a high-ranking demon. Just as they were fleeing, a team member suddenly collapsed. Mei Ni quickly stopped. "Are you all right?" The man groaned in pain. "Captain, I'm exhausted." Mei Ni gritted her teeth, thinking, "If only I had mastered the black flower and chains." She comforted her teammate. "Just a little longer. Reinforcements are almost here." She helped the young man up. "Can you walk?" Just as they were about to continue their escape, a voice rang out. "I was wondering where you were hiding. So, you're here. Why are you in a place like this?" The speaker was a burly man standing on a cliff ahead of them, the Green Mountain giant sword himself, with the remaining members of the 9 deaths behind him. The big man laughed. "Look at the state you're in. Seems like taking all those shortcuts on horseback was worth it." Mei Ni gritted her teeth, thinking, "I thought we'd lost him 3 days ago. Will the reinforcements even make it in time? If my message got through, they should be nearby. But they don't know our location, so they must be searching. I have to stall until they get here. I probably need another 1 or 2 hours. Everyone is already exhausted. Even if the whole team fights to the death, we might not last 2 hours. Then, I'll have to buy some time myself." She immediately waved her hand, signaling for everyone to fall back. She herself drew her sword and stepped forward. The big man was quite surprised by this. Under the bewildered gazes of everyone present, she quickly walked up to them. The big man didn't make a move, just silently observing what she intended to do. Mei Ni pointed her sword at him, challenging, "Let's fight one-on-one." The big man slung his blade over his back. "What?" Mei Ni gritted her teeth. "Are you deaf? I said one-on-one. Are you scared?" The big man roared with laughter. "Ha ha, has this little brat gone crazy? Does she have a death wish? Fine, I'll take care of her." At that moment, someone stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, can you leave her to me? She's the demon god's daughter who killed 5 of my brothers. I want to avenge them." The big man nodded. "All right, but keep her alive. It's been a while since I've had some fun with a woman." Down below, Mei Ni heard their exchange and thought, "Whatever, as long as it works with my plan. Right now, I just need to stall for time." The bald man immediately leaped down from the cliff. Mei Ni paid him no attention, instead looking toward the forest. The bald man attacked in a rage. "You dare look away? Mei Ni hastily raised her sword to block his attack. As she fought, she thought, killing the first member of the 9 deaths wasn't that hard, but I shouldn't do that now. Just kill him already. If I kill him now, Greatsword is definitely next. If that's the case, I can't say a word. I wouldn't even last a minute. Greatsword observed from the cliff for a moment, his expression suddenly turning grim, as if he'd realized something. The bald guy below was attacking relentlessly, but Mei Ni dodged every single blow, infuriating him. You damn brat! Just then, a greatsword tore through the air, landing squarely between the two of them. Mei Ni was stunned. Could it be? He's already seen through it? The bald guy turned his head in confusion to look at Greatsword. Sir, what is this? Greatsword leaped down from the cliff and ordered, You, stand down. You can't beat her. The bald guy fumed. Sir, what are you talking about? Greatsword snapped back. You idiot. Can't you see? She hasn't even made a single move to attack you. She's stalling for time. Mei Ni gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. He figured it out so quickly. Greatsword sneered. Unlike you, who's putting in all this effort for nothing? She's not even out of breath, not tired in the slightest. That damn demoness. What a bold plan. Mei Ni broke out in a cold sweat as she saw him approaching with his sword. She gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it, is this really how it ends? I couldn't even stall for that long. The great sword of Blue Mountain. I can't believe he saw through my plan so quickly. What do I do now? If I tell him my identity, even he wouldn't dare to touch the daughter of the moon-shattering heavenly demon, right? End quote. But every demon god in the sect is chosen through a strict selection of skills. Even so, I can't just rely on my father's influence. If I want his acknowledgement, I have to overcome this ordeal myself. Greatsword lunged forward. I can practically hear the gears turning in your head. The two longswords instantly clashed. Greatsword unleashed a dense barrage of sword chi. After just a few exchanges, Mei Ni's hands, gripping her sword, began to tremble. She took the initiative to fall back and create some distance. My hands feel like they're going to explode. If only I had learned the Heavenly Demon Sect's linking technique, this wouldn't be happening. Just as her focus wavered, Greatsword charged in again, slashing towards her. Mei Ni leaped into the air to dodge, but Greatsword immediately followed up with another blow. This time, Mei Ni couldn't evade it and was sent flying. Before she could even recover, her eyes widened in shock once more. Greatsword swung his blade down for the kill. A cloud of dust and debris billowed up from the impact. Blood trickled from the corner of Mei Ni's mouth as she lay on the ground in terror. Greatsword praised her. To be this skilled at your age is quite impressive. Panic filled Mei Ni's heart. I don't have time to worry about my body anymore. Greatsword raised his sword once more. All your worldly burdens will end right here. Mei Ni's mind raced. Even ignoring the internal injuries from my incomplete inner cultivation, if I don't use Black Flower and Red Soul, I'll die right here and now. A rumbling sound echoed from a distant mountain peak. Then, countless hidden weapons came whistling through the air. Greatsword turned his head in surprise. He was forced to retreat to dodge the projectiles. Next, a dark figure flew out from the mountain peak. Mei Ni watched the approaching shadow in confusion. Is that a bird? Soon, she realized the person was Qin Yang. The moment he arrived, he unleashed a flurry of spear phantoms, striking the ground below. The impacts kicked up a massive dust cloud, separating Mei Ni from Greatsword. Standing in the middle of the haze, Greatsword scanned his surroundings. Was that a person? As the dust settled, Qin Yang's figure appeared before him. So you're the Great Sword of Blue Mountain? He observed his opponent's weapon and thought, judging by that turtle head, is that the 9-headed turtle blade? The shape of those rings seems a bit different. Greatsword asked, bewildered. Who are you, kid? Qin Yang didn't answer, instead turning his head to shout behind him. Heavenly Demon First Squad, hear my command. All members, descend quickly and protect the second squad. As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining members rushed down. Only then did Qin Yang turn back to Greatsword with a relaxed smile. Mei Ni struggled to her feet. Is that you? Qin Yang raised his spear to stop her. Stay put, don't move. I was sent as reinforcements. Mei Ni cried out in alarm. What nonsense are you talking about? That's the Great Sword of Blue Mountain. His strength is on par with the sect's supreme heavenly demons. You can't fight him alone. As she stood up, Qin Yang swung his spear, carving a line in the ground. Let me repeat myself. Stay put. Jumping in with those injuries will only get in my way. Mei Ni was frozen in place, thinking, I can only see the wound he's made. Could Qin Yang's movement speed really be that fast? Back on the mountaintop, just as Qin Yang leaped off, he had removed a pair of iron rings. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. It seems I was right. The Great Sword of Blue Mountain is no easy opponent, but maybe I should save the leg rings for a last resort. Great Sword asked him, "Are you another one of the heavenly demon sect's dogs?" Qin Yang replied with a cold smile, "Calling me a dog of the sect is only going to make you look foolish." Great Sword was confused. What's that supposed to mean? Qin Yang then vanished on the spot, reappearing as his spear crashed against Great Sword's broadsword. "So, what do you call someone who's being hunted down by a dog like me? Are you saying you're even lower than a dog?" A terrifying aura erupted from the center of their clash, spreading in all directions. Great Sword was completely baffled. How strange. Is he even wearing any clothes? Qin Yang's cloak suddenly flew up and wrapped itself around his neck automatically. Great Sword's face darkened, utterly unable to comprehend what was happening. His head was instantly lopped off. A triumphant smile spread across Tan Duong's face, but in reality, Giant Sword was still alive. He just stumbled backward, completely bewildered. What the hell? I could have sworn my head was just chopped off. He then raised his blade to counterattack, but Tan Duong's figure dissipated, reappearing far away from Giant Sword. It worked. This is a type of domain effect I grasped while fighting the Black Demon, a suppressive domain skill that exists like a thin veil. Giant Sword gritted his teeth. "You dare to look away from me during a fight?" He then channeled all his energy and charged forward. Tan Duong didn't dodge either, meeting the attack head-on. The great sword and long spear instantly clashed. Tan Duong couldn't help but be shocked. Giant Sword laughed heartily. "I'm surprised you could block that blow. Seems you know a trick or two." Tan Duong shouted back, "Oh, really? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to become something lower than a dog? You seem to have a pretty clear idea of that, don't you?" Giant Sword's smile instantly twisted into a furious snarl. "Arrogant brat," Tan Duong thought to himself. "From that clash, I can tell a few things. First, his chi isn't pure enough, which must be why he needs the 9-demon headblade, and those circles. Second, he's a master swordsman, even more skilled than the Black Demon. But thanks to my dense power, I have the upper hand for now. Still, he's a truly powerful opponent. His entire blade has materialized, and it's even more uniform than my spear." Tan Duong was immediately forced to manifest his spear chi once more. The two clashed again. Tan Duong gritted his teeth, parrying the great sword with his spear, earning a compliment from Giant Sword. "You damn brat. You seem to be the best of the bunch, but you can blame that stupid mouth of yours for bringing this upon yourself." With that said, he swung his blade down again. Tan Duong's gaze was firm. He had no intention of dodging, and once again mustered his strength to block the blow. Dust and debris violently exploded outward from the two of them. Blood trickled from the corner of Tan Duong's mouth, and the clothes on his upper body were torn to shreds. "My legs and these 2 iron rings are getting heavier. No, I have to hold on a little longer." With that thought, he gripped his long spear and charged forward again. Giant Sword sneered, "Look at the state you're in. How much longer do you think you can last?" After speaking, he raised his blade to gather power. Tan Duong leaped forward, thinking triumphantly. He took the bait. The true ki around his body quickly turned golden. Giant Sword's blade energy was instantly drawn toward the golden light. Seeing this, Giant Sword was horrified. "My sword dance. It's being redirected." Tan Duong's spear swiftly pierced through the blade, energy and thrust forward. "No, he's going through the gap." Tan Duong gritted his teeth, gripped his spear, and shattered the blade energy, causing Giant Sword to gasp in admiration. He seems to be a master of the spear. Facing Tan Duong's spear, he quickly raised his blade and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. The jade wall manifested beside him, a protective layer that blocked the spear tip. Tan Duong's attack could not penetrate any further, but his eyes remained incredibly determined. He then unleashed the star-shattering dance, and a terrifying dark energy descended once again. Once again, an extremely violent explosion spread out. Mini, who was watching from the side, couldn't believe her eyes. The dust settled, revealing Giant Sword's protective barrier, still standing strong. From within the barrier, he said, "That's an impressive move. But you still haven't perfected that technique, you hunting dog of the heavenly ghost gate." Tan Duong paid him no mind and continued his assault. The materialized blade energy is merging with that thing. Is he using his own chi to attack? Seeing the opponent's blade energy strike, Tan Duong raised his spear to meet it. The moment the energy reached his spear tip, it stopped. The tip of his spear was now beginning to warp slightly. Black iron flame. Should I counter with the sacred spear? Knight's End? Sacred spear. Knight's End can pierce his sword dance, but it will be blocked by his jade wall. On the other hand, the 6 arts of world destruction can pierce the jade wall, but not the sword dance. This is a real dilemma. Giant Sword then gathered his power and charged again. Haha, I'll finish you soon, brat. Tan Duong gritted his teeth. I have to make a decision, right now. Is it Knight's End, or the Six Arts? Or should I just take off my leg weights? Giant Sword was already in front of him in an instant. Tan Duong was still hesitating between Knight's End and the Six Arts. At that exact moment, countless words suddenly appeared in his mind. Sacred Spear. Knight's End is a technique that uses flow to overcome power. The Six Arts of World Destruction uses power to destroy the hardest of objects. Why can't both techniques be used at once? The Black Flower and the complete technique of the Path of Righteous Qi. That's right. If I combine the Black Flower to perfect this new technique, and use it to fill the gap I saw in the Sacred Water Ghost Body skill, that's how I created the True Flower Adamant formation. So, what about Knight's End and the Six Arts of World Destruction? Wasn't my goal always to combine them both? I only set them aside because they were incomplete. Should I stop? Combining two incomplete skills is a double-edged sword. That's the most logical conclusion. But why is my body moving? Giant Sword said. You kid. What are you thinking? Suddenly, he was startled as he realized something. What? What is happening to this brat? Immediately after, a terrifying golden light radiated in all directions. Meanie, in the distance, was also stunned by this golden light. What is that? Within the golden light, the phantom of a majestic golden dragon could be seen. The light swept across the ground, leaving a trench in the shape of a dragon's claw. Mayer couldn't believe it. He only opened 2 of his bracelets. How can he be this strong? Or is there something else? I didn't even stand a chance fighting Giant Sword number 900 on even terms. Something's definitely off, but he's fighting for his life. How much has he grown since leaving the Heavenly Ghost Cave? From being number 900 to becoming the leader among his peers. I feel like he's just on another level. In our life or death battle, we were evenly matched. But now, if I fought him, I would definitely lose. Number 900. You're truly incredible. Amidst the smoke and dust, Qin Yang stood tall. He looked at his own blood-soaked hands and marveled. Did I really do it? Then he glanced towards the distant rubble. Did I really pull it off? I think. I've finally found my own path. Utterly exhausted, he collapsed to the ground. It's been a long time since I've been this badly injured. Though before I was reborn, this was a daily occurrence. He took out a golden essence ointment and began applying it to his wounds. Back then, not even that oaf, the Qingshan giant sword, could have laid a single scratch on me. As he was applying the medicine, he suddenly stopped, sensing someone approaching from behind. Mayer smiled, snatching the vial from his hand. Let me help you with that, Qin Yang answered dismissively. Do whatever you want. Mayer began to apply the medicine, a tense expression creeping onto her face. Even when he's this injured, he won't let go of his spear. Every one of these wounds is so deep. This is truly a savage kind of power. It seems this was the only way he could have defeated the giant sword. What would happen if he opened the rest of his bracelets? No, I shouldn't let my thoughts run wild. It'll only confuse me more. After a while, Mayer finished bandaging Qin Yang's entire body. She crossed her arms and smiled. So, does this make us even now? Qin Yang furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at her, then turned to accept the coat Shi Zhong offered him. Mayer was suddenly stunned. What? Qin Yang gritted his teeth. Even? What do you mean, even? You're the one who owes me now. Hearing this, Mayer fell silent. Qin Yang tightened his grip on his spear. Let me make one thing clear. You didn't let me win our life or death battle. You surrendered because you lacked confidence. If you don't like it, we can fight again, right here, right now. Mayer was stunned again. Qin Yang continued, stop acting like a child. If you want to be a martial artist, then grow up. If you just want someone to coddle you, then stop pretending to be a warrior. Anger began to show on Mayer's face. What are you trying to say? Qin Yang went on. I'm saying you're nothing but a little girl. He then left with Xie Zong. What about Jiu Xie and his men? Xie Zong replied, while you were fighting the giant sword, we took care of them. Qin Yang sighed to himself. What useless advice. With her talent, she could become my rival within the sect. But I can't stand the way she acts. Like a child, trying to use that talent to prove she's an adult. Thinking about this, he grew even more frustrated and clutched his head. He waved his hand and gave the order. All members of Squad 1, quickly collect the heads of the giant sword and Jiu Xie. We're returning to the sect. He thought to himself, anyway, as for the price of that advice, we'll just use these heads as the reward. Qin Yang then went up the mountain again and put on his iron bracelets. Xie Zhong asked, puzzled, I know you love to train, but why don't you rest for a bit? Qin Yang replied, unless your life is on the line, training in an extreme state like this is always better. That way, even in the most difficult situations, we can't use our poor condition as an excuse to be careless. Xizhong nodded. I understand. At that moment, another person came over and said, Captain, everything is ready. Qin Yang nodded. Then let's head back to the sect. He turned his head towards the distant sun and thought, we'll arrive tomorrow. Thanks to the results from this expedition, my status in the Heavenly Ghost sect should rise by another level. If that's the case, I think it's fine to have one main objective. Theoretically, all the martial artists of the Murim Alliance are targets for my revenge. All the elders of the noble clans. Maybe not every single one, but there are no exceptions. Even so, I can't act alone. I need the power of the Heavenly Ghost sect. If I want to wield the sect's full power, not just a fraction of it, then simply getting promoted isn't enough. If I were smart enough, I'd need to become a strategist, but I don't think I'm suited for that role. I think the only choice is to become a Heavenly Ghost Saint. Although there are only 30 people in the sect who have reached the position of Heavenly Ghost Saint, their authority is still very limited. Not even the 10 great Ghost Masters are an exception. So, is becoming the Ghost God the only option? Then, I suppose I should start with the second ghost. Seeing him suddenly look in her direction, Mayor couldn't help but feel tense. Qin Yang said coldly, I will kill anyone who stands in my way. They traveled for some time and finally returned to the sect. Lin Ping and a few other disciples were already waiting outside. You did well. Although there were some losses, they were insignificant. Especially Squad 2. Mayor was surprised and about to explain something, but Lin Ping continued. Regardless, everyone completed their mission. The coach next to him narrowed his eyes, observing Qin Yang, a tremor of shock in his heart. How impressive. I can't sense number 900's aura at all. This alone proves just how much he's grown. Half a year of training out in the world, he's become so much stronger. Qin Yang stepped before Lin Xiong. Number 900. Captain of the Heavenly Demon Grotto's first squad. Reporting mission completion. Lin Ping thought to himself, I heard he defeated the Green Mountain Great Sword. The Great Sword's power is comparable to a high-rank Heavenly Demon. To be able to handle an opponent at the high-rank Heavenly Demon level is truly impressive. I've raised an unexpected monster here, in this Heavenly Demon Grotto, he said with a smile. Congratulations on your safe return, everyone. We've arranged rooms for each of you inside. Rest there for now. You won't be returning to the Heavenly Demon Grotto. Everyone was surprised to hear this. Lin Ping continued to smile as he explained, now that you've completed your mission, you are no longer members of the Heavenly Demon Grotto. I am incredibly proud to say that you have all officially become guides of the sect. You should be proud of yourselves as well. When the third squad returns, we will summon everyone. So for now, get some rest and recuperate. Time flew by, and 5 days passed. The tip of Qin Yang's spear had been warped during his battle with the Great Sword. He sat in his room inspecting his weapon, polishing the long spear while lost in thought. Thinking back on it, I could reforge the spearhead that the Great Sword damaged, but my own power isn't sufficient. Trying now would only worsen the condition of the Black Flame Iron. It was just so difficult. I've simulated that battle in my mind countless times, and I still can't beat him easily. Out of 10 times, I fail 7. The other 3 times, I'm gravely injured. I'd have to sacrifice an arm or a leg just to win. I was just really lucky that time. Looking back on the fight has made me realize a lot of things. I'm starting to remember the technique I used then. The Golden Dragon's tyranny is powerful, but it's still not enough. I need to get even stronger. With renewed determination, he continued to meditate and cultivate his energy. The next day, atop a certain snowy mountain, Lin Ping led a group up from the base. As they walked, he explained, the gorge you are climbing is where the demon god, leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect, resides. As you all know, the summit is our sacred ground. Be proud. Not many people your age get the chance to come here. I've already taught you the proper etiquette for the sacred ground on the way here. So listen up and don't miss a word. The person following behind him was none other than one of the brats from the Heavenly Demon Grotto's first squad. The young man's face was full of resentment, as he thought to himself, unbelievable. Number 900 actually got back before me. He didn't just complete his mission, he successfully rescued the second squad too. How could a mere number 900 pull all that off? I am Tao Jin, and I'm confident in my natural talent as a warrior. I did everything I could to prove I'm the best in the Heavenly Demon Grotto. And yeah, I lost to number 17, but that was just a moment of carelessness. It won't be that easy next time. I was going to prove I was the best during this real-world mission, and yet, he managed to return first. And even handled the second squad's mission. Go on. Enjoy your moment of glory, you bastard. You're still just number 900. Up ahead, Qin Yang sensed something. A slight smirk appeared on his lips as he thought, Interesting. I thought besides Mir, no one else held any ill will toward me. I can't believe number 109, the one who lost to Xizhong, is directing his killing intent at me. Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to take care of him. Soon, everyone arrived at the grand gate on the mountaintop. Lin Ping stopped and announced in a loud voice, "Show your respects. This is the sacred ground of the heavenly demon sect." They then proceeded slowly inside. Those who were visiting for the first time looked around with great excitement. On both sides of the great hall stood countless people. These were all elites of the heavenly demon sect. Qin Yang observed them, silently assessing their strength. They're all warriors with power comparable to Lin Ping's. Are they all high-rank heavenly demons? Why are all the high-rank heavenly demons gathered here? Lin Ping walked to the front and knelt in reverence. Seeing his respectful posture, Qin Yang couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ping shouted, "Long may you reign. This humble servant pays his respects to the great and immortal Lord Demon God. This servant wishes to express his sincerity." Qin Yang was filled with doubt. What is going on? After finishing the rites, Lin Ping finally stood up. The atmosphere in the hall then sank into a terrifying silence. The bewildered recruits began to whisper among themselves. What's happening? Qin Yang turned his head slightly to glance at Mir beside him. Then, his eyes shot wide open in shock. A majestic voice broke the silence, echoing through the great hall. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I believe I can skip the introductions, because my position code is right here." Qin Yang turned his head to look at the person sitting on the high platform, thinking, why couldn't I sense this person's existence? It seems it's true, then. He really is considered the strongest. This means he holds the highest position in the heavenly demon sect. Unless he wants to be found, we can't even perceive his presence. The demon god stroked his chin, pondering, "Let us begin." Qin Yang's mind was still racing, and his appearance was a massive shock. This is one of the demon venerables of the 2 stars and 1 demon, the annihilating heavenly demon. My own father, the spear saint Qin Ming, only ever achieved the title of the #1 spear master. That's the highest rank anyone can reach, unless they're a true saint. And now, the moon-shattering, heaven-severing ghost lord, Zhu Dong, spoke with a booming voice. I've heard that while it wasn't perfect, everyone completed their missions. The young ones remained silent, no one daring to speak. Meyer didn't reveal that she was his daughter. Zhu Dong continued, "This assembly was called to reward you for the merits you have rightfully earned. So, you can be proud of that." Meyer lifted her head, staring intently at her father high above, her hands clenched unconsciously. Zhu Dong looked at his daughter with a hint of hesitation. Then, after a moment, he closed his eyes in resignation and said, "That's enough of that. Let's get to the official business. First, we'll begin with the punishment for the Cavern Heaven Ghost Squad 2. Listen up." Hearing this, the entire Squad 2 knelt in unison. "We respectfully await your judgment." Zhu Dong spoke slowly. "Not only did you fail your mission, but you also had to accept help from another squad. This demonstrates your weakness. Do you admit it?" Meyer gritted her teeth, filled with indignation but utterly powerless. She didn't answer, merely kneeling there in silence. The people on both sides of the great hall saw their silence and shouted, "Do you admit it?" Meyer bit her lips so hard that blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "We admit it," Zhu Dong said, with satisfaction. "Good. Then I shall announce the punishment. I order all members of Cavern Heaven Ghost Squad 2 to enter secluded cultivation for half a year in the Valley of 10,000 Phantoms." Meyer had no objections, accepting it calmly. Zhu Dong then dismissed them from his mind. That was the punishment. Now, it is time for the rewards. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the long spear on Qin Yang's back. Cavern Heaven Ghost Squads 1 and 3, listen up. Qin Yang and his brothers behind him quickly knelt. "We respectfully listen." Zhu Dong declared, "You have completed your missions with excellence, proving your worth as part of the Heavenly Ghost Gates strike force. Therefore, I order Squad 1 to be assigned to the Dragon's Roar Division, and Squad 3 will join the White Marquee Division. The Dragon's Roar and White Marquee Divisions are 2 of the 12 rear guard divisions, responsible for guarding and protecting the sect. Therefore, I hope you can all integrate well, while maintaining your sense of responsibility, completing your duties to help the sect prosper. If anyone disagrees with my decision, speak now." Immediately, someone spoke up. "We acknowledge the talent of these 2 Cavern Heaven Ghost Squads. However, we believe assigning them to one of the 12 divisions is inappropriate. The 12 rear guard divisions are the sect's elite forces. Every member is at least a Dao Ghost. This position is not suitable for those who have just completed the Cavern Heaven Ghost training. Furthermore, the captains of the 12 rear guard divisions are all high heaven ghosts. The captains of squads 1 and 3 don't even meet the minimum qualifications to join. My lord, we are concerned that favoritism and the immaturity of these youngsters will compromise the sect's defense line. Hearing their lengthy speech, Qin Yang couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Zhu Dong replied, I understand your concerns. You are correct. The rank of High Heaven Ghost is extremely exclusive. Unless the one holding the position dies, they cannot be replaced. Therefore, I will now allow Cavern Heaven Ghost Squads 1 and 3 to issue a challenge, to fight for the rank of High Heaven Ghost. Everyone who heard this was stunned into disbelief. Zhu Dong ignored their reactions and continued, the time and place are right here, right now. Captains, each of you may choose one High Heaven Ghost you wish to challenge. Tao Jin celebrated inwardly. Perfect. I can't believe such a great opportunity came so quickly. I'll show you just how powerful I, Tao Jin, really am. Zhu Dong was filled with anticipation. How convenient. All the High Heaven Ghosts are already here. Down below, Qin Yang was also thinking to himself. The Cavern Heaven Ghost program was created to train new blood to replace the old generation of the Heavenly Ghost Gate. Even so, I never expected the Ghost Lord to make such a sudden decision. Regardless, this is a great opportunity for me. He then began to survey the crowd on both sides of the hall. After a moment, his eyes landed on Lin Ping. I would like to choose my opponent, but his choice wasn't Lin Ping. Instead, he chose the shadow-flying dagger, Liu Yan. Liu Yan gritted his teeth, pure fury boiling inside him. Out of the 300 High Heaven Ghosts here, he thinks I'm the weakest? The more he thought about it, the more infuriating it was to be looked down on by some brat. You rotten little punk. Qin Yang slowly unslung the long spear from his back. I could fight someone stronger, but not in this situation. Therefore, I don't need to reveal my full strength in front of all these martial arts masters. The mission right now is just to become a High Heaven Ghost. Liu Yan reached for the pair of daggers on his back. Today, I'm going to show you just how big this world really is. A smirk played on Qin Yang's lips, completely devoid of fear. This attitude only enraged Liu Yan further. You bastard! Are you mocking me? Just as he was about to crouch and charge, a voice suddenly shouted for them to stop. Zhu Dong casually waved his hand, and the long spear in Qin Yang's hand suddenly began to tremble. With a violent tug, it flew back into the old man's hand. He examined the long spear and remarked, I remember you. You helped Team 2 complete their mission. For that, I want to reward you. You may choose another weapon after this is over. With that, he struck the spearhead with his hand. The tip deformed for a moment, before instantly snapping back to normal. There, that should do it. Qin Yang watched this, utterly shocked. He refined black flamestone with his bare hands. Unbelievable. Chudong tossed the long spear down. Now, continue the fight. The spear tore through the air at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into the ground right in front of Qin Yang. He was stunned once again. Just by compressing it with his raw power, he'd buried it halfway into the earth. The Heaven Demon Gate is truly incredible. He reached out and pulled the spear free. Now, what do I do? Compared to the wielder of the Green Mountain Giant Sword, Liu Yan's rank is a bit lower, so one of these weights should be enough. He then removed a single iron bracelet from his left arm, twirled his spear, and charged his opponent. Seeing this, Liu Yan immediately raised his blades. He had been waiting for a long time for a chance to fight Qin Yang. The two instantly clashed in a furious battle. After just a few exchanges, Qin Yang started to notice something as he continuously dodged the other man's attacks. His opponent's assault was fast and unpredictable, relying solely on flying sword techniques to maintain distance. Looks like this one's going to be tough. A gash from the blade energy had already opened on his cheek, drawing blood. But a wound like this was nothing to him. He reminded himself that he didn't need to use his domain just yet. Liu Yan spun his dual blades relentlessly. Seeing Qin Yang rush in, he swung his arms, launching yet another wave of attacks at him. Qin Yang didn't stop, charging straight ahead and using his spear to parry the assault. Liu Yan clearly had no intention of fighting up close. He kept attacking while constantly trying to create more distance from Qin Yang. The onlookers were completely stunned. To be so terrifying at such a young age. Meanwhile, Liu Yan, who was facing Qin Yang head-on, was starting to feel the pressure. He figured out the weakness of my flying swords instantly. And he's keeping up this pressure using nothing but his damn footwork. A moment later, Qin Yang stomped on Liu Yan's foot. He could no longer pull back to create distance. Qin Yang immediately threw a punch, landing it squarely on his body. The man coughed up blood and cried out in agony. Nair, watching from the side, lamented silently. The gap between me and number 900 is just getting wider. It's only been 10 days since then, and he's already pulled so far ahead. After I spend half a year in the Valley of a Myriad Forms, I swear I won't lose to you again. Having been struck, Liu Yan unleashed his ultimate technique. Countless streams of blade energy rained down on Qin Yang. You damn brat. His flying sword spun around him, creating innumerable rings of blade energy that surged towards Qin Yang all at once. A violent explosion erupted with the two of them at its center, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. From within the smoke, Liu Yan's flying swords were sent scattering. Qin Yang pointed his spear at his opponent's face and smirked. "What was that, you said?" "Covered in injuries," Liu Yan replied. "I surrender." Hearing his opponent concede, Qin Yang withdrew his spear. He finally let out a sigh of relief. "I've officially become an upper heaven demon in front of everyone. It's not the highest rank, but it's a start. To become a demon god, I'll need even more skill and contributions. I'll definitely have to contribute more in the future. But for now, I've proven what I can do." Up on the stage, Chudong smiled. To become an upper heaven demon at such a young age, congratulations are in order. Qin Yang bowed in thanks. Chudong turned his head and glanced at Tao Jin. "You also have the right to challenge for the rank of upper heaven demon. Who will you choose?" Tao Jin asked. "Can I challenge any of the upper heaven demons here?" Chudong replied. "Of course, there are no exceptions." Tao Jin turned and pointed directly at Qin Yang. "In that case, I challenge him." Qin Yang's brow furrowed, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. He then walked over, picked up the iron bracelet, and put it back on. Seeing this, Tao Jin was baffled. "What the hell are you doing? You think putting those weights back on? When you're already exhausted from fighting an upper heaven demon? You think you can beat me? You arrogant bastard. Do you even realize this is a life or death battle?" Qin Yang, completely unfazed, raised his spear. "Of course I do. That's exactly why this isn't a problem." Tao Jin gripped his sword tightly. "You son of a bitch." Qin Yang scoffed. "How long are you going to stand there running your mouth? Unless you're practicing some special trash-talking technique, draw your sword. Otherwise, you're going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged. A single swing of his spear sent Tao Jin flying like a broken kite. He struggled to regain his footing. Why? Before he could finish, Qin Yang was already in front of him again. "You should learn your place. You dare threaten me?" With that, he brought his spear down again. As Tao Jin blocked the blow, he thought in horror, how is he this fast? Is he really still wearing those iron weights? He didn't even have time to rest after his last fight. Tao Jin yelled as he dodged. "Threaten you? I know my place. How dare you say something like that to me? So, you think I'm just gonna sit here and take defeat?" Qin Yang was a little surprised to see him charge, and threw a punch with a quick spin, but his waist over-rotated. It was a fake attack. So easy to predict. Dodging his opponent's sword, Qin Yang instantly launched himself into the air, landing a heavy blow right in the center of Tao Jin's chest. Once again, the young man was sent flying, spitting up blood. His body slammed into the cliff wall, instantly shattering the rock. He collapsed to the ground, kneeling there, his entire body drenched in blood. He stared at Qin Yang in utter disbelief. How is this possible? How could I be the one who's defeated? Who was I just fighting? That's right. Number 900. I was just fighting him. He tried to use his sword to push himself to his feet. Damn it, what's wrong with my body? But what shocked him even more was Qin Yang's condition. What? Just a moment ago, he was breathing heavily after his fight with Liu Yan, and now he's completely recovered? Did he actually have enough time to recover during our fight? I can't beat him. I have to surrender. The bastard standing in front of me is a true monster. He's too dangerous. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth and said, "Wait, I want to." But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yang grabbed him by the throat, cutting him off. It was clear from Qin Yang's expression that he was determined to kill him. Without another word, Qin Yang forcefully snapped his neck. Just like that, the young man died before he could even surrender. Qin Yang then put his cloak back on and slung the long spear over his back. "All right, let this serve as a lesson for anyone else who wants to oppose me." Just then, Judong spoke up from the stage. "Let us now see the Ghost Cave team become a part of the Dragon's Roar division." In the back of the crowd, Xiezhong heard this and burst out laughing, ecstatic with joy. Zudong continued. "And finally, Captain Qin Yang." Qin Yang quickly bowed. "I am Qin Yang, my lord." Zudong continued. "Qin Yang, captain of the first Ghost Cave team, will become one of the Supreme Ghosts. Does anyone have any objections?" The entire field was silent. No one had a single complaint. They had all witnessed Qin Yang's power with their own eyes. Zudong waited a moment before continuing. "It seems no one has any objections. Then from this moment on, the first Ghost Cave team will officially become a part of the Dragon's Roar division, and Captain Qin Yang will become a supreme ghost. Qin Yang bowed again in thanks, but Zhu Dong's next words shocked him. In light of the first team assisting the second team during their mission, and because you, Captain Qin Yang, defeated the Green Mountain Giant Sword, you will be granted the right to enter our sect's demon armory. I hope you will continue to make use of your abilities in the future. Qin Yang could only continue to thank him. That night, in a certain building, the first team was celebrating with food and wine. Brothers, to our captain, and to the first team, and to the Dragon's Roar division, bottoms up. Haha. Mayor stood outside, watching them. She and the members of her second team were preparing to leave. Seclusion. We're going to the Myriad Forms Soul Valley. Number 900. The Myriad Forms Soul Valley is a forbidden place. Those who stay there too long are corrupted by its sinister energy, driven mad in mind and body, unless they become strong enough to resist it. Just wait. When I return from the Myriad Forms Soul Valley, the gap between us will no longer be so great. With grim determination, she quickly led her brothers away. After the celebration feast ended, Qin Yang returned to his room to rest. His thoughts were on the sect's demon armory. The demon armory was the place where the weapons of the heavenly ghost sect's first weapon king were kept. It's a 5-story building, dedicated to storing weapons collected from all over the martial world. According to rumor, the demon armory holds weapons that are known as demon weapons and heavenly weapons. I never thought I'd actually be able to enter the demon armory. A martial artist shouldn't rely too much on weapons, but every warrior yearns to possess a peerless divine weapon. That's only natural. Even my black flame spear is a very good weapon, but it still can't compare to a king of weapons. A king of weapons is crafted from legendary materials, fused with the very soul of its smith. Furthermore, it must be compatible with its user. It is said that weapons with souls often accept the will of their master. If I had a weapon like that back then, I could have known so much more. But if I get a new weapon, what about this spear? It's forged from black flame stone. Perhaps I should use it to craft another weapon. Maybe I'll decide after I get a new spear from the demon armory. It seems I'll be able to choose a spear to my liking. Soon, the night faded, and the sun began to rise. As soon as it was light, someone came knocking on Qin Yang's door. He opened it and saw Lin Jiang. "Are you here to guide me?" Lin Xiang nodded. "They asked me to do it, since we knew each other from before." Qin Yang asked again, "Did the ghost god request you?" Lin Jiang shook his head. "No, the strategist sent me. We should get going, unless you have something else to do." Qin Yang smiled. "All right." The two quickly made their way towards the demon armory. Lin Xiang glanced at him. "You really have matured a lot." Qin Yang replied, "I believe this is normal for a ghost master." Lin Xiang smiled and thought to himself, "Normal? To grow this powerful, this quickly? That art is why people like me have become wary of the great lords and find it difficult to keep growing." Sighing lightly, he continued, "Just because the development of demonic arts is based on common sense doesn't mean just anyone can advance like you. I was already a high heaven demon before the grotto heaven demons were even established, and I still am. Although my martial arts have improved immensely, I still have no hope of breaking through to a new realm. However, with your skills, you can absolutely continue to ascend to higher realms without any obstacles." Hearing this, Qin Yang suddenly stopped. Lin Ping reminded him, "Shouldn't we get a move on?" With that, he activated his movement technique and took off. Qin Yang just smiled and flew after him. The two of them sped through the forest just like that. The location of the Demon Void realm is unfamiliar to the people of the Central Plains, but it's very familiar to those of the Heavenly Demon sect. All high heaven demons or higher ranks know its general location, but only a select few know its exact position. Even so, that doesn't mean just anyone can enter. The path to the Demon Void realm is always guarded by martial arts masters. They will kill anyone who enters without permission. Their identities are kept an absolute secret. There are rumors they're a group of high heaven demon masters, while others say a saint heaven demon guards this place. However, they are all part of the secret demons. This means their identities cannot be found on the sect's roster. The only thing we can be sure of is their absolute loyalty to the heavenly demon sect and the generations of demon gods. Even I can go no further. Only those with permission may enter. You'll have to go in by yourself. Qin Yang looked at the building ahead and thought to himself, "So this is the Demon Void realm?" He quickly walked to the door and pushed it open. The moment the door opened, he was startled. What was that sound? I thought this was just a stone castle. Why is the inside made of wood? Just how many years has this place existed? Qin Yang wondered, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at the weapons inside. The place wasn't as large as he had imagined, but it was packed with weapons. Besides the walkway, there were almost no other rooms. It was densely packed with swords, a slightly smaller number of sabers, and all sorts of spears. From one rack to the next, there were weapons everywhere. Even though this was just part of the first floor, there was already so much. It was astonishing. And there were 4 more floors, just like this. While Qin Yang was lost in thought, a voice suddenly echoed, "You are only permitted to be here for the time it takes an incense stick to burn." Qin Yang was startled. Is that telepathy from the secret demon society? He didn't dwell on it and quickly moved forward. After just a few steps, he was shocked to find the scenery around him suddenly change. He saw something that made a golden light appear in his pupils, his eyes then turning completely yellow. An immense pressure bore down on him. It forced him to bend over, unable to stand straight. Outside, Lin Ping waited quietly. It's probably time. He's facing the aura of the demon void. If he can't withstand it, it means he's not worthy of entering the demon void realm. Inside, after enduring for a while, Qin Yang finally managed to straighten up. Finally. That's better. If I hadn't used my heavenly soul and heavenly body, that pressure would have crushed me. Now, let's see which weapon suits me. After observing his surroundings for a moment, he sighed. There's nothing impressive here. They're all mid-tier weapons, just a little sharper than average. These are all things you can just buy on the market if you have the money. This is a trap. If I had been crushed by that pressure earlier, I would have been mesmerized by these so-called masterpiece weapons and chosen one of these mediocre things. I need to be more careful. The second floor isn't much different. There are a few decent spears, but they're still not good enough to meet my standards. Maybe my expectations were just too high. He continued upward. If there's still nothing suitable on the 3rd floor, I'll just pick the first spear I see. The moment he stepped onto this floor, he was startled because something here was resonating with the jade pendant on his chest. Qin Yang was puzzled. An ancient masterpiece weapon? He quickly turned his head to look towards the corner of the room. A few long spears were placed there, including one that was completely rusted. How long has this been here? He walked over and grabbed the shaft of the spear. The moment he touched it, he was startled again. The spear stopped resonating. The rust immediately began to crack, and a gleaming white spear gradually emerged. A dragon's fang. It's really the White Knight dragon spear claw. So this is its true form. It was so old that the spearhead had rusted over, but the cloth wrapped around it was perfectly flawless. This cloth is top-grade silk. The White Knight dragon spear claw and top-grade silk. Why are these two things together? There seemed to be words on the cloth, Shu Kui, Xing Yun, to me Shi Wu. Not long after, Qin Yang walked out of the demon void realm. Lin Ping, who was waiting outside, saw him and let out a sigh of relief, saying, "You're out." Qin Yang was carrying a long spear on his back. Lin Ping asked doubtfully, "Is that your choice?" Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Lin Ping studied him for a moment, then nodded as well. The two of them headed back together. As they reached the edge of the forest, Lin Ping stopped and said, "I sense you now understand the weight of responsibility that the 12 guardians carry." Qin Yang replied, "Yes, I can feel the burden on my shoulders." Lin Ping continued, "It won't be easy. That's why I hope you'll give it your all. You'll be receiving your mission soon. Becoming one of the 12 guardians is no small feat, so once again, I wish you luck on your mission." "I am fully prepared," Qin Yang replied calmly. "By the way, I have a question." Lin Ping stopped and turned to look at him. "This is the first time you've asked a question. Go on, what is it?" Qin Yang smiled. "I want to meet the person who forged the Black Flame spear." Qin Yang then returned to his quarters. Without a word, he slung both spears onto his back. A woman from his team approached him, her voice filled with concern. "Please be careful on your journey, sir." Qin Yang waved his hand, signaling for her not to worry, then leaped into the air and departed. The blacksmith who forged the Black Flame spear currently resides in a village of demonfolk, a place called the 15th Village. Find a man named Feng Jia at the smithy in the 15th Village. Qin Yang sped off, moving so fast he was barely a blur. The 15th Village. I'll be there within the time it takes 4 incense sticks to burn. In a house perched on a cliff in the 15th Village, a large man was fervently hammering away at his forge. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Is there a blacksmith here named Feng Jia?" Qin Yang then slowly walked in. Feng Jia stopped his work and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Qin Yang replied, "So you are Feng Jia. Ghost Sword sent me." Feng Jia scratched his head. "I know a few ghost swords around here. I don't know which one you're talking about." Qin Yang answered, "The ghost sword from the Blood Division's treasury." Realization dawned on Feng Jia. "Then who are you?" Qin Yang replied, "I am Qin Yang, and I have just become a high celestial demon." Feng Jia was even more astonished. "The captain of the Dragon's Roar Division. Please forgive my rudeness." Qin Yang waved his hand. "Get up. I came to ask for your help with something." Feng Jia didn't dare to stand. Whatever you need, please just say the word. Qin Yang tossed the spear to him. I heard you have the ability to forge black flame stone. And I also heard that this spear was your creation. Feng Jia nodded. Yes, my lord. Although this spear is a little different from when I first forged it, it is indeed my work. Qin Yang asked, I want to ask you to reforge this spear. Can you turn it into a different weapon? Feng Jia hesitated. This spear. But then, he noticed the spear on Qin Yang's back. That spear. May I touch that one? Without a second thought, Qin Yang tossed the other spear to him. After examining both spears for a moment, Feng Jia said, You found a better spear. Qin Yang nodded. That's why I want you to make it into something else. Feng Jia asked again, So what kind of weapon would you like, my lord? Without hesitation, Qin Yang answered, Throwing knives and a great sword. After entrusting Feng Jia with the task, Qin Yang went to a nearby mountainside. He brandished the White Knight Dragon Spear and began his training. He unleashed a series of incredibly powerful moves: Void-Shattering Starfall, Black Knight of the Four Moons, and Sacred Wind's Trace. These are the 3 seals out of 6 that I have mastered. This is also the technique I used to defeat the Green Mountain Greatsword. He swung his spear again, trying to replicate the move, but things didn't go as planned. The spear was immediately knocked from his hand by the recoil, and the impact blasted a crater into the ground before him. Qin Yang sighed. Just as I thought. This move is incredibly difficult because it combines all martial forms into one. Using it completely drains my breath and soul energy. Should I focus on mastering this, or on the 3 remaining seals? Because the amount of energy I can use is still a bit weak. But if I can perfect it, this will be my ultimate technique. He grabbed the spear on his back again, then reached for a few throwing knives. He threw them from his hip, aiming for a large tree ahead. He repeatedly hurled the throwing knives into the tree trunk. A moment later, he smiled in satisfaction and retrieved his knives. Looks like I still remember how to use these. It's getting late. That's enough for today. He recalled what happened that morning. As soon as he had returned, Shi Fang had come to check on him. Captain, you're back. Would you like something to eat? Qin Yang shook his head. No, I'm not hungry. Shi Fang stared at him. Yes, sir. Oh, right. The whole team is preparing a small feast tonight. Would you be able to join everyone? Remembering this, Qin Yang couldn't help but muse. I suppose I should join that feast. The moon quickly rose high in the sky. At the team's encampment, a feast was underway. Suddenly, the door swung open, and everyone turned their heads to look. Qin Yang, who was drinking wine, also spoke with confusion. Who is it? The person who entered bowed their head with extreme courtesy. Greetings. Captain of the Dragon's Roar Division. I am Hema, a strategist for the Holy Calamity Demon Sect. I have come to deliver a message to the captain. I, Hema, am in charge of relaying it. Qin Yang was puzzled. A strategist from the Holy Calamity Demon Sect? Are you talking about the strategist Lin Tian? Is this message from him? Hema replied, That is correct. He wishes to invite the captain of the Dragon's Roar Division to his headquarters, the Holy Division Tower. The Holy Division Tower is the Tower of the Demon Masters. It is also the Tower of Power for the Holy Calamity Demon Sect, the place where all his forces are gathered. Why is he summoning me there? With this confusing thought in mind, Qin Yang asked, The Holy Division Tower? Hema then explained. He said there's a new mission. I don't know the specific details, but I was instructed. This is an emergency, Qin Yang thought to himself. One of the 10 great demon saints wouldn't possibly plot against someone who just became a superior heavenly demon, especially not the strategist. An urgent mission, huh? After a moment's thought, he put down his wine cup and stood up. I'll go right now. Lead the way. The two of them then used their movement techniques and vanished into the night. As Hemo led the way, he thought, the Sacred Calamity Demon strategist wants me to bring him there. But is this kid really a superior heavenly demon? Even I, one of the leaders of the Dao Qi demons, haven't reached that level. Maybe I should test him. With that thought, he sped up. Perhaps we should hurry. I'll go on ahead. Qin Yang sneered. How annoying. A moment later, a tower appeared in his line of sight. That must be the Sacred Ministry Tower. It's just like the rumors. It's built in the shape of a watchtower. As you know, the Demon Swallowing Courtyard is built around the Sacred Demon Hall. The Sacred Demon Tower is a tower for the 10 demon saints. The Sacred Ministry Tower is built the same way. The layout seems similar to the Demon Swallowing Courtyard, but the difference is that they're placed closer to the borders. That's because all 10 demon saints must be on the front lines, protecting the sect's residents. That's the info on the Sacred Demon Tower. He, Mo, trembling and struggling, ran behind Qin Yang. Can we rest for a bit? Qin Yang glanced at him and sneered. Don't play games. You're the one who sped up to test me first. He, Mo, was flustered. You knew? Qin Yang scoffed. A mere Daoqi demon dares to test the strength of a superior heavenly demon. Why do you think the sacred calamity demon would even give you the time of day? Here's what's going to happen. You're going to keep running to the sacred ministry tower, just like you were before. If you dare to rest, or even stop, you will bear the responsibility for offending a superior heavenly demon, and you will pay for it with your life. Himo tensed up. You don't have to. Before he could finish, Qin Yang barked coldly. Shut up, I'm not done talking. He spread his arms. If you arrive later than me, it won't be as bad as resting midway, but you will still be held responsible. Himo's face grew even more tense. A short while later, Qin Yang arrived at the tower's door. The moment he knocked, a voice came from inside. Come in. This surprised him a little. He used his qi to open the door. What is it? Seeing that Qin Yang hadn't entered, the voice called out again. What's wrong? Hurry up and come in. Qin Yang stepped inside and looked around. He was in awe. Bookshelves and documents everywhere. It's like stepping into my master's realm. He set his long spear aside and slowly walked over to Lin Tian's side. He was sitting with his back to Qin Yang. I've been waiting for you. You arrived sooner than I expected. He then walked to the tea table and invited Qin Yang to sit. Qin Yang's attention was drawn to something at Lin Tian's side. It was 3 brushes, the blood-black life and death brushes of the heavenly demon gate, the strategist of the sacred calamity demon. That's a very famous story. I've heard it many times myself. When the sacred calamity demon draws the black knight brush, an arm or a leg will be taken from his target. If he draws the crimson blood brush, all 4 limbs will be severed. And if the life and death brush is drawn, death is absolute. That is the story of the sacred calamity demon's iron brushes. As Qin Yang sat down, Lin Tian used his internal energy to lift 2 teacups. Let's start with some cold tea. Instead of using a traditional brewing method, he directly scooped tea leaves into cold water with a spoon. Then, he used his internal energy to ignite a flame over the teacup. After heating the cup, he passed it to Qin Yang. Have a drink. I hope it's to your liking. The look of astonishment on Qin Yang's face was impossible to hide. To be able to use the ignition point, that means his martial arts are at least on par with my master's. Not only that, but there are 9 others here, just like him. Seeing Qin Yang sitting there stunned, Lin Tian spoke up. I recall sending someone to guide you here. It seems he misjudged you. Qin Yang lifted the teacup, thinking to himself, he knows about it. It seems his aura covers this entire tower. And even the outside. Qin Yang then explained, he tried to test me, so I gave him a small punishment. Lin Tian chuckled. Oh my, he's quite a capable man, but he can be too arrogant at times. Well, at least this will teach him a valuable lesson. However, I heard you needed to see me? Lin Tian nodded. That's right. I need to see the captain of the Dragon Escort Division. A realization dawned on Qin Yang. So he desperately needed to see the captain of the Dragon Escort Division, not just any superior heavenly demon. As Qin Yang thought this, he asked again, so, is there a mission for the Dragon Escort Division? Lin Tian waved his hand, and a map unfurled. Correct. I need the Dragon Escort Division to handle the situation in Sichuan. Qin Yang was puzzled. Sichuan? Lin Tian explained. Our branches are spread throughout the martial world, and Sichuan is no exception. The leader of the Sichuan branch has been kidnapped by the righteous faction. Qin Yang asked again, is this a job for the Dragon Escort Division? Lin Tian's expression turned grim. If it weren't the leader of Sichuan, it wouldn't be this urgent. The one who was kidnapped is named Li Tong, the manager of the Sichuan branch. Unlike other branch leaders, this one knows the location of the secret demon zone. Qin Yang was startled. The secret demon zone. That was where the sect's main base was located, as well as its entire communication network. If that place were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Tian continued to explain. There are rumors that right now, even his own master was being held at the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance. He knew they wouldn't just send some nobody to handle the interrogation. Qin Yang instantly understood. Now I see why this is an urgent request, he thought. After a moment's consideration, he raised his teacup and drained it in one gulp. Then, setting the cup down on the table, he declared, all right, I'll set out immediately. The Dragon's Roar Division moves out now. The scene shifts. Here, a master was practicing his swordsmanship, the sword chi swirling around his body with exquisite precision. He closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. A moment later, they snapped open as he swung his sword, unleashing a strike that sliced a gash into the earth where the sword key passed. Sheathing his sword, he asked, did you see that clearly? The woman behind him replied, yes, master. The The azure cloud is when the sword intent gathers as thick as clouds. The crimson sunfall is when that flow concentrates into a single point and pierces the earth. Your azure cloud, crimson sunfall, has become both stronger and denser. Compared to 3 years ago, Master, you've perfected the technique to its absolute peak. The middle-aged man walked over to her side and continued. If you train diligently, you too can reach my level. The female disciple clasped her hands. Thank you for your guidance, Master. He looked at his disciple, thinking to himself, this gifted child I brought back and raised from a young age has now blossomed into a beautiful young woman, but the time isn't right yet. After I've dealt with the Qingcheng matter, it won't be too late to seek her out. He turned as if to leave. We've lost contact with my other disciple. The woman looked puzzled. Master, are you referring to Mo Hongshan? The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed, I sent him to complete a few simple tasks, but it seems something has gone wrong. I want you to investigate this matter. The female disciple didn't object, simply bowing her head and replying, yes, Master. The middle-aged man explained, normally, I'd handle this myself, but the Alliance just sent me a message. It seems their branch in Sichuan claims those old geezers have captured the leader of the Heavenly Demon Gates branch there. Looks like my job will be to interrogate him. The female disciple added, I'll take charge of finding senior brother. I promise I won't give you any cause for concern, Master. The middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward and grabbed both her hands. The female disciple was startled, but the man just flashed a lecherous grin. Then I'll leave it to you. To be honest, I'm very curious to see what he's been up to. Elsewhere, the Dragon's Roar Division, led by Qin Yang, was still urgently making its way to their rescue mission. They had finally reached the border of Xinjiang. Qin Yang looked at the distant mountain range and said, that's the Kunlun Mountain. He immediately reined in his horse at the foot of the mountain. Kunlun Mountain was the home of the Kunlun sect. It was one of the 10 great sects of the martial world, and also marked the beginning and end of the Central Plains. Qin Yang instructed the brothers in his squad, we'll leave the horses here and proceed on foot. A large group on horseback will attract too much attention. Fire a signal for the members of the local branch. Let them come and collect these horses. As soon as he finished speaking, a man drew his bow and fired a signal arrow into the sky. Qin Yang then led everyone onward. Let's go. Our destination is past Shanghai and Sichuan. We'll lay low in Shanghai, since that's the Kunlun sect's territory. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, now that I think about it, if the main Kunlun sect members aren't here, their secular disciples must be in Shanghai. But they're not like those other Taoists, especially the secular branches of Huashan and Qingcheng. Luckily, I don't have any grudge against them. Thinking about it, it was a bit strange that not only were there no Kunlun sect members here, but of the 10 great sects, including Shaolin, there wasn't even a shadow of the 5 great families to be seen. Though the punishment was wrong, it was still meant to punish those who cultivate demonic arts. Yet even the leader of the Martial Alliance didn't send anyone. Not Shaolin or Kunlun. Could it be because he already has enough power? This is just too absurd. Jiang Du-chong, what in the world are you plotting? 15 days later, Qin Yang and his men stood on a cliff. We've reached our destination, Captain. Qin Yang nodded. It seems we've crossed Kunlun Mountain without any trouble. Qin Yang called out for Zifang. The moment she heard him call, she hurried over. Qin Yang asked her, how many people in our squad have mastered the stealth technique? Zifang asked back. Mastered it? You mean? Qin Yang said with a hint of impatience. Yes, truly mastered it. To be able to hide in the shadows, to walk on roof tiles less than a foot away without making a sound. As one of the best in the squad, I'm sure you know what I mean. Zifang replied, most of our members can do it, to a certain degree, but if we're talking about meeting your exact conditions, there are only 3. If you loosen the standards a bit, we could raise that to 5. Qin Yang shook his head. We'll use those 3. They'll be temporarily assigned to Squad 1, under your command. Zifang nodded happily. Yes, sir. Qin Yang continued. Dragon's Roar Division, Squad 1. From the moment we enter Sichuan, you are to begin gathering intelligence, the number and shifts of the Martial Alliance guards, as well as the location where the branch leader is being held. No matter what happens, you are not to leak any information whatsoever. The scene shifts once again. Here, 2 men were talking face to face. The old man sighed. I heard the Dragon's Roar Division has been dispatched. The man in black seemed a little surprised. The Dragon's Roar Division? While they may be one of the 12 support units, they're just a bunch of kids. What's there to worry about by sending them? The old man said gravely, you underestimate the power of the Heavenly Demon Gate. They may be young, but they are the Dragon's Roar Division. After all, I once accepted a deal with you. He tapped his finger on the table, instantly causing it to dent. His eyes then turned cold. Underestimate the power of the heavenly demon gate, and your entire enterprise will be destroyed in an instant. The man in black stared at the hole in the table, horrified. He had pierced through the wooden tabletop as easily as cutting fruit. The spirit fragment of the King of Flames. Song is the second in command. I can become a part of that organization. When the demon god dies, all the power of the heavenly demon gate will fall into his hands. Therefore, there's no need for me to become an enemy of the heavenly demon gate. At that thought, he put on a friendly smile. Please, forgive me. The old man, unfazed, continued. Besides that, what preparations have you made to stop the Dragon's Fang unit? I hear their captain is an incredibly powerful man. The man in black explained. We have prepared meticulously for 10 years and have gathered the most skilled martial artists here. Qin Than's heavenly sword has also arrived. The old man was skeptical. The genius, blue cloud red sword, you say? But he's so young. Have you forgotten that the Dragon's Fang captain, despite his youth, has already mastered his skills like a grandmaster? If this plan fails, it will be difficult to answer to the demon god. He's a worthless fool. The man in black added, that's why I sent more than just one person. The old man was confused again. Who else? The man in black gave a sinister smile. The apostle leader. The old man nodded. Ah, the old blue cloud red sword. Not bad, he thought to himself. The apostle leader should be able to handle the Dragon's Fang unit. The man in black spoke again. But first, what about the heavenly demon's sacred art? Without it, our plan cannot succeed. The corner of the old man's mouth curled up, and then he spat something out of his mouth. What do you think? The man in black's face was filled with horror. This is the sacred flame. The old man smiled and asked him, now do you see? This is the heavenly demon's sacred art, created by the heavenly demon's secret agents. The scene changes to the Martial Arts Alliance branch at an inn near Sichuan. Shifang was currently hidden in the woods outside, observing them in silence. In one room, someone was cleaning their weapon. Xiazong was also meditating in his quarters. In the woods outside, Qin Yang was training hard with his spear. Trees and grass were constantly being cut down by him. After training for a while, Qin Yang couldn't help but wonder, this is strange. Why is this happening? My basic skills have all gotten stronger. The White Knight Dragon Spear. Could it be because of this? He gripped the long spear again, channeled his energy, and then swung it, unleashing the 6 forms of world destruction. Now's my chance. A powerful light suddenly erupted in the dark night. A moment later, Qin Yang stopped, sighing to himself, I think I understand a little more now. Every time I use the 6 forms of world destruction, I feel a slight vibration. He stared intently at the White Knight Dragon Spear before him and asked, are you guiding me? He noticed the mantra on the cloth. Moon, star, cloud, secret art. Moon, star, cloud must refer to the power of a sect called Moon Star Cloud. Heavenly demon. Does this mean I must receive a blessing from the Moon Star Cloud's heavenly demon? Secret art. Could it be related to the demon's secret agents? No, that can't be right. From what I felt in the Demon Chi Vault, the demon's secret agents are a group of people, not a single individual. Therefore, this spear cannot be a single, complete entity. This spear was made for training, not for hanging on a wall. The strangest thing is, every time I hold it, it feels so familiar, even though I have to use my own strength to conquer it. The more I think about it, the less sense it makes. He just sat there, his mind a chaotic mess of thoughts. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Zhejiang, is that you? Zhejiang nodded. It's me. The captain of Team 1 has returned from his intelligence gathering mission. The remaining team members are also preparing to begin the main mission. Qin Yang smiled. Thank you. You've worked hard and had to worry about so many things. All right, let's assemble the Dragon's Fang unit. Shifang returned, took out a map, and began her analysis. The Martial Arts Alliance in the Sichuan branch has about 300 members. Roughly 200 of them are combat ready. Of these 200, about 100 are third-rate martial artists. The rest are either second-rate or first-rate. In addition, there are 3 people we need to watch out for. Qin Yang added, I believe one of them is the branch captain. He thought to himself, so that's the commander of the Martial Arts Alliance in the Sichuan region. Their martial arts skills seem to be above first-rate, but the Dragon's Fang unit can handle opponents who are even stronger. While he was thinking, Shifang pointed to another portrait on the table and continued, all right. This person is called the Blood Seeker, Tang Sheng. Qin Yang asked with suspicion, is he from the Tang clan? Shifang replied, yes, but he's from a branch family, not the main lineage. His skills seem to be in poison arts, and he's an assassin. Qin Yang pondered again, poison and assassination. Huh? He won't be a big problem for Shifang. Besides her stealth techniques, she's one of the best fighters on the team. Zhifang guessed his thoughts and smiled. I will handle him. Qin Yang asked again, so who are the other two? Zhifang immediately replied, the Heavenly Sword and the Apostle Leader. Qin Yang was stunned. The Apostle Leader? You mean the genius? The blue cloud red sword? He clenched his fists, his heart filled with utter confusion. Why is the Apostle Leader here? It's been so long since I killed the human sword. How interesting to run into the Heavenly Sword and the Apostle Leader here and now. He then turned to Xiaozhong. I'll handle the Apostle Leader. The Heavenly Sword is yours. Xiaozhong nodded in agreement. Qin Yang continued to brief the others. In the worst-case scenario, we must rescue the branch leader. That is our absolute priority. As quickly as possible, before they realize we're here. Sichuan is the territory of 3 powers, from the 10 great sects and the 5 great clans. So we have to try and avoid a direct conflict, but if it's unavoidable, we will fall back and hide. After giving his orders, his brow furrowed as he thought to himself, calm down, he's not my only enemy. There will be other chances to kill the Apostle Leader in the future. I'll take it slow. I won't be rash. Sometimes you have to take the long way around to get what you want. He then turned back to Shifeng for her to continue the report. She looked at the map and explained. First, branch leader Li Tong. Since we don't know his exact location, we'll have to rely on the sect's intelligence and head to the underground prison to confirm. Qin Yang sighed. This process will take some time. I need to get it done in half an incense stick's time or less. After thinking for a moment, he added, I'm sure there will be plenty of guards there. Shifeng continued. Besides guarding the prison where the leader is being held, they also take turns patrolling the area. Qin Yang mulled it over again. It's probably because they know we're coming. Shifeng continued her explanation. They change the guard every 2 hours. Each time, there's a set number of guards. So if too many of us try to sneak in at once, we'll be spotted immediately. Qin Yang closed his eyes, considering their strategy for a moment before speaking. This plan requires us to be fast and silent. Therefore, I'll sneak in with Team 1. Everyone replied in unison. Yes, sir. Qin Yang continued. The rest of you will wait outside. If the situation changes, we've already decided on the signal. The signal is a red firework arrow. For emergencies, those coming with us, prepare smoke bombs just in case. Everyone, get ready. We move out at the 5th watch. Soon enough, the 5th watch of the next day arrived. An owl was perched on a tree branch in the forest, its eyes suddenly snapping open. Below, several figures were moving at incredible speeds. Over at the Martial Arts Alliance branch, a few young guards had just woken up to change shifts. As soon as they stepped outside, they shivered and said, damn, it's freezing today, and I didn't even get enough sleep. What a shame. I was right at the climax of a fight scene in my dream, but I still had to wake up for work. At that moment, the dragon unit had already moved out, hiding in the bushes. Qin Yang led them as they silently approached the wall. I'll say it again. Our top priority is to rescue the branch leader, not to fight the enemy. Fighting is the last resort, only if things go south. Inside, the young guards saw their replacements arrive and said happily, look, the relief is here. We can finally get some sleep. Anything to report? Report. It's freaking cold today. Haha, you're hilarious. All right, see you later. The 2 young men chatted lively. They were completely unaware of the people silently approaching them from the other side of the wall. How's your wife been lately? Heh, she's great. She wants me to get closer to you, you know. Qin Yang and his group moved for a bit, then stopped, and he gave a hand signal. Shifeng immediately understood, nodding before leaping onto the roof. The 2 young men were still oblivious, continuing their cheerful conversation. Shifeng waved to signal Qin Yang below, and he, in turn, signaled the others. They immediately and silently vaulted into the courtyard. The 2 guards didn't notice a thing. Qin Yang was the last one in, asking Zifeng as he moved, which way to the prison? Zifeng quickly pointed in one direction, and they all swiftly moved toward that position. There was another guard on duty there. He suddenly flinched, as if he sensed something. Probably just a rat again. Outside the prison, numerous guards stood watch from all directions. Qin Yang's group drew near. Hiding to one side, they observed quietly. So this is the prison. 6 guards, only 1 entrance. We have to knock them out before the next patrol arrives. Rescue the branch leader. That's the only way to complete the mission. Just then, Zhang called out, Captain? Qin Yang didn't answer, still deep in thought. Could it really be this simple? These guards look way too weak. If they knew we were coming, the security for this entire area is far too lax. It's like they left these openings on purpose for us to get in. I have a really bad feeling about this. Zhang asked, Captain, is something wrong? Qin Yang shook his head. No, He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Think carefully about the current situation. What is my top priority right now? The prison is right there, right in front of us. It's too late to retreat now. There's no way back. That means finishing this as quickly as possible is our only option. The Apostle leader and the Martial Arts Alliance branch leader could both be in there. In any case, the Apostle leader has to be the one pulling the strings. That's right. I have a plan. With that, he told everyone to get ready and took off his uniform. We move out right now. The scene shifts. A middle-aged man speaks enthusiastically to the person in front of him. They'll probably attack right at this moment, just as you predicted, sir. The man before him was none other than the Apostle leader. Another man added, "This is our chance to capture those dogs from the Heavenly Demon Gate and exchange them for control of the branch. It seems fortune is smiling on us." The Apostle laughed. "Ha ha, this is all thanks to the branch master's efforts." A truly sinister smile spread across his face, flashing back to earlier. "Humph, the Apostle leader is here. Welcome, sir. I am the branch master here, Tong Sheng." The Apostle stepped forward to shake his hand, secretly sending a telepathic message. "Branch master, it seems we have a few rats that have snuck in. I can sense 3 or 4 of them hiding. Their auras are nearby." Hearing the message, Tang Sheng was shocked. "Rats, you mean?" The Apostle replied. "They're lackeys from the Heavenly Demon Gate." Tang Sheng asked again, "Then how do we find them?" The Apostle gave a smug smile. "Normally, we wouldn't bother, but I have a better idea than wasting this opportunity on 3 cowardly rats. If we're going to catch them, let's catch the whole nest. Don't worry, they're retreating. It seems they only came to scout. We must use this chance to wipe them all out in one fell swoop." Back in the present, just as predicted, they had arrived to rescue these dogs from the Heavenly Demon Gate. "I'm truly curious what kind of people they are." He walked up behind one of his subordinates and asked, "What's the situation inside?" The man smiled and said, "Just as you foresaw, sir. All the guards have been knocked unconscious. It seems they're in a hurry to rescue the hostage." At that moment, all the guards outside the prison were passed out on the ground. The Apostle stood there, observing thoughtfully, looking around before going to inspect them. After a quick check of the ground, he confirmed that Qin Yang's group had gone inside, but no one had come out yet. He was deeply suspicious. The prison only had a single entrance. He confirmed once more that they were inside this very prison. "All right, let's go catch these rats." He ordered the men behind him. "The 2 of you, follow me. That'll be enough. The rest of you, guard the entrance. They might try to escape, though that's highly unlikely. Let's see just what kind of people they sent." He slowly walked deeper into the prison. Unexpectedly, all the cells here were still tightly locked, with no signs of being opened. The prisoners inside were lying perfectly still. The Apostle frowned, thinking to himself, "It's too quiet. In a chaotic situation like this, how could these prisoners possibly be asleep? It's too much of a coincidence. Something's not right here. I have to hurry." With that thought, he quickened his pace, heading further in. The prison door up ahead was still shut tight. At this point, the Apostle finally lost his composure, his eyes widening in alarm as he shouted, "What is the meaning of this? Impossible!" He quickly drew a sword from his sleeve, and with a single swing, slashed the door of the nearest cell. His companions, seeing this, asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" The Apostle ignored them completely and stepped inside to check. The prisoner was just lying there. Tang Sheng, still not understanding what was happening, questioned him loudly. "I know you are revered as a great elder in the Alliance, but you can't do this. Are you intentionally trying to let these martial arts criminals escape?" The Apostle placed his hand on the man's wrist to check his pulse. "His pressure points have been struck. All of their pressure points have been struck. All the prisoners have had their pressure points struck. Get the keys, now." Everyone rushed to unlock the cells and check. Their pressure points have been hit. This one too. The Apostle sighed. "We're too late." Tang Sheng didn't understand how they could have struck the prisoners' pressure points through the iron bars. The Apostle continued, "There is another way to do it, without using one's fingers. It seems one of them can use their chi or channel force to strike pressure points from a distance." Though he appeared calm on the surface, he was secretly seething with rage. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. I might actually kill someone if this weren't my own branch. I would have done it already. I must remain calm. We need to send a team to pursue them." Tang Sheng took something out from his chest pouch. "I anticipated this situation. I sprinkled 1,000-cent powder on that prisoner." The Apostle looked at the vial in his hand, the corner of his mouth turning up. "Then let's hurry and give chase." He immediately rushed outside. They quickly returned to the courtyard, but the moment they stepped out, an expression of disbelief appeared on the Apostle's face. The two men behind him, seeing him stop so suddenly, looked up in confusion to see what had happened. All of their subordinates, who had been guarding the outside, were now dead, scattered across the blood-soaked ground. How could this be? What in the world happened here? Elsewhere, Qin Yang's group was making a swift escape with the prisoner. He's probably out by now. What a shame, I can't see the look on his face right now. As for the apostle, his eyes were bloodshot. He was so enraged that he bit through his own lip. Fresh blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. They dared to kill the soldiers I left outside. That damn sect sent a true master. Tang Sheng finally realized something. The guard, who was originally at the entrance, is gone. The apostle, agitated, spun around and roared. What? Tang Sheng explained. I'm talking about the green-haired guard, the one who was knocked out, but he vanished before he could die. The apostle's entire body trembled. Those goddamn dogs dared to trick me. They just pretended to be knocked out. It was my mistake. I assumed they were all locked up in the dungeon. Who could have imagined they'd come up with such an elaborate plan? Their goal was clearly to stop the Centaurus Division's pursuit. Heavenly Sword thought to himself, this isn't so simple. That man must have undergone rigorous training to devise such a brilliant strategy. What's more, he was confident that you wouldn't bother to check the soldiers who were knocked out. But who is he? There's only one person who could orchestrate something this clever. The apostle waved his hand and roared, they can't have gotten far. After them. Lord Tang Sheng hesitated. But we don't have enough men. This could be a trap. Perhaps we should be more cautious. The apostle was practically boiling with rage. You think I'd let a bunch of worthless runts get away after humiliating me like this? The fury on his face was beyond words. Feeling the murderous aura radiating from him, Tang Sheng tensed up. Yes, my lord. The scene shifts to Qin Yang's group. Zhang asked, is he all right, Captain? Qin Yang replied, I can release his pressure points, but he'll need some time to wake up. Let's get out of here first. Just as he finished speaking, the man groggily woke up. Qin Yang quickly asked, how are you feeling? The old man sighed. Thank you. It seems I've caused you all quite a bit of trouble. May I ask which sect you belong to? Qin Yang didn't hide it. We are the Dragon's Mark Squad. The old man's heart skipped a beat. The Dragon's Mark Squad? So, one of the 12 squads is involved in this. The 12 squads are the most elite force led by the Demon of the Way. This means the kid carrying me has strength on par with my own. That's right. The leader of the Dragon's Mark Squad must be a high-rank demon. I need to introduce myself properly. With that thought, he asked, so, who is your captain? Zhang replied, the one you're speaking with right now. The old man was even more shocked. The young man talking to him was the captain of the Dragon's Mark Squad. Seeing him tremble with agitation, as if trying to do something, Qin Yang warned, don't move. Your pressure points are still sealed. The old man quickly changed his tone. I am Li Tong. Please allow me to properly introduce myself to the captain of the Dragon's Mark Squad. He was still reeling internally. It's unbelievable. He looks like he's barely in his 20s. I heard the training at the Heavenly Demon Cave just ended. Are these people from there? Qin Yang ignored him and turned to Zhang. Have one of the other members carry this branch master. Zhang handed the old man over to another person and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Qin Yang explained, the Dragon's Mark Squad will continue on this path. Miss Shifang, you are the acting captain from now on. If I don't reach the rendezvous point in 2 hours, return to the sect immediately. Shifang frowned, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yes, my lord. Qin Yang then took Zhang and split from the group, running in a different direction. We're being followed. I've sensed it for a while now. The problem is, they know our escape route. Zhang was puzzled. Did they use some kind of trick? Qin Yang explained, if they just sent men after us, that would be one thing. But when they concentrated their forces inside to ambush us, they shouldn't have had this many soldiers to spare. And yet, they're able to track us so precisely. Before we even made direct contact, they must have placed something on the branch master. They had an advantage on the road from the very beginning. This means he was dusted with the 10,000 scent powder. And this isn't the kind you can just wash off with water. A confrontation is unavoidable. Elsewhere, the apostle was leading a group, rapidly closing in on Qin Yang's position. They quickly spotted the two of them up ahead. Such a dense, demonic aura. As expected of the hunting dogs sent by the heavenly demon, Qin Yang thought to himself, the apostle, the leader of the pursuit team, has arrived in full force. Stopping them here was the right decision. Fighting while trying to protect Li Tong would exhaust the Dragon's Mark Squad. So, I have to stop the apostle from advancing any further. No, I have to kill him. The apostle turned to the man behind him. Tang Sheng, you continue the pursuit of the others. Leave this place to me. Seeing them about to chase after Li Tong's group, Zhang said worriedly, Captain, Do you think they can? Qin Yang sent a telepathic message. Hold on, there are only 6 soldiers plus that Tang Sheng guy. Even with Li Tong unable to move, Shi Fang and the others are more than enough to handle them. But these two, no one else can deal with them. The apostle and heavenly sword must be stopped here. Hearing this, Xiezhong nodded and said no more. The two sides faced off, allowing Tang Sheng's group to depart. Soon, only 4 people remained. Qin Yang stared at the apostle. The apostle squinted back at him. Your claws seem a bit sharper than the average dog's. Qin Yang rested his spear on his shoulder and sneered. A dog. I truly feel sorry for you. You're about to be bitten to death by this dog. Besides, it looks like there's something wrong with your eyes. The problem is, you're treating a tiger like a dog. It's strange. With insight like yours, how did you ever manage to hold such a high position? Veins bulged on Zongtu's face. You damn demonic cultivator. I'll show you what real power is. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, he hasn't wasted the last 10 years. Even after being provoked like this, he still hasn't lost his cool. I remember he used to be a complete madman, attacking anyone who dared to insult him. But what you don't realize is, you're not the only one who can control your rage. So can I. He pondered for a moment, then asked through gritted teeth, then, what were you doing all the way out in Xinjiang? On the side, Xiezhong's long saber began to clash with Tianjian's sword. Qin Yang squinted. Looks like they've started. Technically speaking, they should be evenly matched. He might not be able to beat Tianjian, but he can keep him too busy to pay any mind to the fight over here. Zongtu was puzzled. Xinjiang? Qin Yang retorted. You still remember the death sandstorm, don't you? The very one you sent to train them. Hearing this, Zongtu was startled. You met my disciple? Qin Yang demanded. I asked first. How were you planning to handle sending him there? Zongtu roared again. You bastard. So you did meet him. That's why we lost contact with him. What did you do to my disciple? With that, he charged furiously toward Qin Yang. Seeing this, Qin Yang's expression hardened as he raised his spear to meet the attack. Watching his opponent's lightning-fast sword strike, he couldn't help but think, the sacred union sword art. It seems he hasn't wasted his time these past few years, either. It seems you don't want to talk. In that case, I'll just have to take your head, because that wasn't the answer I was looking for. He finished speaking and swung his spear, clashing head-on. Transcendent energy is the mark of a higher realm in the martial world. How many masters could actually wield its power? The Heavenly Demon Sect probably had fewer than 50, and the Martial Alliance certainly had just as few. Although he's reached the transcendent realm, he still can't fully utilize its energy. Even so, he's incredibly strong. His internal energy is greater than mine. And because he cultivates a supreme technique, its purity is extremely high. But I also reached the transcendent realm in my past life. My insight is no less than his. To be honest, I'm far more experienced than he is. Zongtu shouted as he attacked. You think too much, brat. With that, he unleashed the Azure Cloud Crimson Sword. Qin Yang, refusing to be outdone, unleashed the 6 styles of annihilation. A powerful force immediately erupted from where they clashed, blasting outwards in all directions. Qin Yang thought to himself, the White Knight Dragon's Claw truly is the perfect choice to counter the Azure Cloud Crimson Sword, but I can't let him figure out who I am. Besides, I've felt the power of the Azure Cloud Crimson Sword before, so it's best if I get behind him. Besides, I have more tricks up my sleeve. Domain. He immediately activated the ability. Next, he shot out from the cloud of dust. Zongtu's furious curse rang out. You damn demonic cultivator. You dare use such a despicable move? Blood streamed down Qin Yang's face as he gritted his teeth and thought, this still isn't enough. If I want to defeat a master of orthodox Qi, I need to perfect my mind-breaking techniques even further. There's still a lot of room for improvement. Just as he was thinking, another wave of sword energy rushed toward him. Although he ducked, he couldn't completely avoid being injured. My shoulder guard can't take any more. I knew it couldn't compare to Black Flame Stone. You call me a little demon? Sorry, but I'm no little demon. I am a supreme heavenly demon. I'm one of the very few demonic cultivators to ever reach this noble rank. Zongtu roared. Shut your mouth. I don't care what rank you are. You'll always be nothing but a low-life demonic cultivator. A terrifying rain of sword energy poured down on Qin Yang. Seeing this, he immediately spun his long spear in front of him as a shield. At that exact moment, Zongtu suddenly appeared before him, landing a heavy palm strike on his chest. Qin Yang was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. He deliberately used the momentum to create distance from his opponent. He was in a pathetic state, half kneeling on the ground, Zong Tu gave him no time to recover, swinging his sword to attack again. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curved into a smirk. He channeled his energy again, and the long spear seemed to resonate with him. Zong Tu's attack came crashing down once more. Though Qin Yang leaped back to dodge, the blade still managed to wound his leg. "My leg is injured. This isn't good." Zong Tu let out an ecstatic laugh. "Let's see how much longer you can run, you damn rat." Qin Yang froze. "A rat? I see. Thank you. I get it now. If I keep running like this, I can't win. I need to take a risk to achieve my goal. A wound or two is nothing, but I'll make you pay for them with your life." After speaking, he raised his long spear. "That's not the right way to do things, you bastard." A golden light quickly radiated from the spear's tip, then transformed into the phantom image of a golden dragon. The dragon roared as it charged toward Zong Tu. He was utterly terrified when he saw this move. A sacred dragon? Why? He couldn't block or dodge this attack. His body was slammed into the ground. Tianjian, who was fighting Xie in the distance, saw this and cried out in alarm. "Master!" Xie seized the opportunity and swung his saber. "Don't get distracted," he shouted, unleashing a fierce strike. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk as he thought, Tianjian really is a powerful opponent, but now, his focus is broken. This is my chance. The Heaven Sword's blade cracked after blocking that attack. The apostle in the distance stood up again, looking at Qin Yang with absolute horror. How could he attack so fearlessly with almost no defense? It's terrifying. Are all demon cultivators like this? Over where Xie and Heaven Sword were, Heaven Sword was being relentlessly pushed back. Even though the path to hell is right under my feet, as long as I don't step onto it, I'll live. The fights I had with my captain were even more dangerous than this. The more he thought, the more ferociously and insanely he attacked. Haha, it looks like you're getting a little pale. Is it because of my sudden, violent moves? Over the years, I've learned countless ways to kill, how to weaken and finish an opponent, and how to crush a person's hope. You can't kill me. Ha ha. A voice suddenly echoed in Qin Yang's subconscious. Successor of the Spearmaster, I will not ask why you joined the Heavenly Demon Sect, but you must strive to learn everything I have left behind. I too, once walked the path of the spear. This is the legacy I have left for a future disciple. Accept this spearmanship as a complete gift, and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Qin Yang was shocked. Who are you? The person replied, I am the Recorder. This is an incarnation left behind by my transcendent self for the sect's successor. It took a moment for Qin Yang to come to his senses, unable to understand. He thought, what the hell is going on? A strange sensation was sprouting inside his body, and unfamiliar characters suddenly appeared in his mind. This was nothing like a dream. In his daze, he heard the apostle coughing behind him. Right, I should focus on dealing with him. Cutting off one arm isn't enough. I have to slice him in two. With that thought, he flew forward. Seeing this, the apostle hurriedly used his remaining hand to reach for his longsword. But before he could do anything, the sword was slashed in half. Then, both of his legs were chopped off. He could no longer move, leaning helplessly against the tree behind him. Heaven Sword screamed in horror. Elder! Qin Yang paid him no mind, because he himself was being constantly suppressed by Xie. It's useless. If screaming and begging worked, my master would never have died. They can't even hear you from this distance. After a moment's thought, he turned to the apostle and asked, Now, tell me, why did you send your disciple thousands of miles to that god-forsaken place, Xinjiang, to follow that bunch of misfits? The apostle sneered, incredibly defiant. You really think I'm going to talk? The corner of Qin Yang's mouth twitched up. So you're saying I should cut out that filthy tongue of yours? Let's see how long you can last. The apostle was stunned. What? Qin Yang pointed a finger and said, even that guy, Human Sword, said the same thing. But in the end, he didn't last very long. Qin Yang hit the apostle's pressure points. All the meridians in his body bulged, and blood gushed violently from his severed limbs. Seeing him being tortured like this, Heaven Sword, from afar, yelled again, Elder. But he had no time to help, because Xizong wouldn't give him the chance. You should worry about yourself first. The apostle's agonizing screams echoed endlessly. A moment later, his face looked 10 years older. Qin Yang stopped the torture and asked, Now tell me, why did your disciple go there? Despite the horrific torment, the apostle remained resolute. He lifted his head and spat in Qin Yang's face. Enraged, Qin Yang slapped him. Fine, I'll ask a different question. He then leaned close to the apostle's ear and whispered something. After hearing it, the apostle was terrified. How do you know about that? Qin Yang said coldly. So it was a false accusation. Why did you people frame the spear master for practicing demonic arts? He thought to himself, I knew my master could never do something like that. A look of disbelief was still on the apostle's face. How do you know? Are you his relative or something? Or his disciple? That's impossible. That man died that day. How could this be? Who in the world are you? What the hell is all of this? Qin Yang thought to himself that he was running out of time. Qin Yang pressed him urgently. You're slowly dying, so be honest. Who orchestrated the plot to frame the spear sect? There's no point in dying in silence like this. The apostle remained stubborn. Keep asking. Even if I die, I won't say a word, because even if I managed to escape from here, I would still die. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and threatened, your death will be even more painful than this. The apostle ignored the spear and Qin Yang's threat, keeping his mouth sealed, unwilling to utter a single word. Frustrated, Qin Yang grit his teeth. You mean you're more afraid of the death that awaits you after escaping? What on earth did Master do to deserve such a wrongful death? He understood the apostle's character. Neither the Martial Arts Alliance nor the Jiang Du-chong clan could easily threaten him. If they were the cause, he would have spoken up long ago. Could it be an order from the imperial palace? The more he thought, the more unacceptable it became. He shouted, I'm asking one last time. At least answer one question for me. The apostle just smiled silently, not responding. Qin Yang bit his lip hard, forced to give up any hope of getting information. Without getting a single word out of him, he decisively raised his spear and ended his life. He didn't learn a thing. He then pulled a small book from his chest, slowly flipped to his opponent's name with a blood-stained finger and crossed it out, in blood. 1 down, not 2. Soon after, Zhong also finished off the heavenly sword. He was bent over, panting heavily, looking completely drained. Qin Yang walked over. You look exhausted. Zhong answered. He was. Unbelievably strong. Is this really the level of a disciple from the Martial Arts Alliance? Qin Yang explained. The heavenly sword was a bit old to be an apprentice, because the Qingcheng sect changes generations so slowly. His rank was theoretically equivalent to a secret seat ghost master of the demonic ghost sect. A smirk crept across Zhong's face as he celebrated internally. So, I can go toe-to-toe with a secret seat ghost master from their sect. Heh. This fight was worth it. Qin Yang thought to himself, well, to be fair, he was the youngest of those old masters, but I probably shouldn't ruin the moment for him. After a short rest, Zhong asked, Captain, what should we do with these bodies? Qin Yang explained, the bodies and the signs of battle will be crucial clues for the Dragon Standard Unit's pursuers. They're probably already in Sichuan territory. We're deep in the heart of the righteous faction's land, so it's best to leave as few traces as possible. Zhong asked again, so, should I use the firebombs? Qin Yang shook his head. In any other situation, we would, but not now. Have you forgotten where we are? This is Sichuan, part of the Central Plains. This is the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. If they send their poison masters after us, the firebombs would be the most valuable clue we could leave them. Zhong was confused. Then what do we do now? Qin Yang suddenly bent down and spun his long spear. With a powerful strike, he slammed it into the ground, leveling the area. There, Qin Yang said, now they won't know how many people fought here. It's easier to move the heavenly sword's body than the apostle's head. Now, let's hurry and catch up to them. The sun's about to rise. We need to finish this quickly and get out of Sichuan. With that, he took off at high speed. Zhong yelled after him, what the? At least give me a heads up before you take off like that. As Qin Yang ran, he thought, what was that just now? I can still feel the vibrations from the White Knight Dragon spear claw, the power and sound that flowed through this spear. That it was strange. Was he also a disciple of the spear sect? You created the 6 breaths annihilating heaven. It's in those books I couldn't understand. I don't get why he was called a secret seat of the demonic ghost sect, but I know one thing. He left a legacy for future generations, the White Knight Dragon spear claw, and I received a part of what that recorder left behind. The purification seed skill. And the seed itself is growing inside my body. Not only that, he even guided me. It wasn't the way a normal user would do it, and because of that, my skills have been perfected. I was able to merge the 6 breaths and the White Knight together. Although the White Knight Dragon Spear Claw is a holy weapon, it's still just a weapon. On top of that, he was able to leave a relic in my Dantian. That makes me respect him even more. That's something only possible for someone who has overcome the heavenly tribulation and reached the divine tribulation realm. But why would someone so powerful have absolutely no reputation in the world of spear arts? I don't know what happened back then, but I know one thing. He poured all of his hopes into a single item. He may have transcended the realm of mortals. The divine realm is a state very few martial artists can ever reach. Throughout the entire history of the martial world, they are exceedingly rare. And yet, someone like that existed in our sect. This proves that spear arts can reach the divine realm, and I've already learned that skill, the spear dragon style. Just then, Shi Zhong's voice rang out, "I see our squad." The two of them quickly stopped on a cliff, observing the situation below. Qin Yang let out a silent sigh of relief. I knew they could handle it. They are truly worthy of the title, White Knight Spear of the Dragon Standard Unit. The recorder and I have perfected this skill, perfected the skills of the Dragon Standard Unit, and contributed to the sect. I've learned so much on this mission. All I need to do now is leave Sichuan and return to Xinjiang. Everything is over. But this is just the completion of a mission. My revenge has only just begun. I must restrain myself even more, because there are still many names that need to be crossed off. A subordinate approached Qin Yang and asked, "How should we handle these bodies? Should we use firebombs to incinerate them?" Shi Zhong quickly stopped him. "No. This is the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. Using poison will only make it easier for them to find us." The young man was shocked. I really didn't think of that." Qin Yang added. "He's right. Gather a small team. They'll be in charge of transporting the bodies." Shi Fang was confused. "So, what's your plan?" Qin Yang explained. "We're going to scatter the bodies along the road." Everyone was stunned, their jaws dropping. Shi Fang then rubbed his chin, deep in thought. "The bodies are clues to a battle. If we scatter them in different places, wouldn't that mean we fought in all of those places?" Qin Yang nodded. "Exactly. Get your men moving, quickly." When the first person reached the rendezvous point, the rest of the team continued on their way. The scene shifts to the sacred demon hall. Chu Dong and Lin Tian were talking here. It turns out, something had happened regarding the secret manual of the Ice-Dwelling Light Sword Emperor, an invincible martial artist from 500 years ago who possessed unparalleled power. His sword techniques are still renowned throughout the martial world to this day. Lin Tian shook his head. "That's a fake. If the secret manual of the Ice-Dwelling Light Sword Emperor were truly reincarnated, everything would have been done in secret. But this happened too quickly, too ostentatiously." Chu Dong frowned. "Are you suggesting someone is intentionally spreading this rumor?" Lin Tian explained. "Someone is trying to pit the major powers against each other, as if to say, if you want the secret manual, come and fight for it. I suggest we stay out of this matter." Chu Dong suddenly understood. "So that's your take on it?" "Understood. It seems the inhabitants of the barren lands outside the Central Plains might be useful right now." He then picked up a letter beside him. "It's been a long time since I've heard such good news," Lin Tian thought to himself. Even the ghost god is surprised. Even I was very surprised to hear this news. The Longxiao division has completed their mission. Not only did they succeed, but they also killed an apostle. The plan they devised was incredible. Even their escape route was meticulously planned. His way of thinking makes me wonder, how can someone who has spent half his life in the heavenly demon grotto possess such a brilliant mind? He's like a seasoned veteran warrior. More importantly, the plan resulted in 0 casualties. Even though the Martial Arts Alliance is busy dealing with the rumor about the secret manual, this is still an admirable achievement. Chu Dong smiled to himself. How many youngsters could achieve something like this? Absolutely none. In the past few decades, there hasn't been anyone like that in our sect. No, not even in the entire martial world has there been anyone truly this outstanding. Seeing the joyful expression on his face, Lin Tian understood. That young brat, Qin Yang, has caught the eye of the ghost god, Chu Dong. He then said, "I look forward to seeing what other surprises this kid can pull off." Lin Tian bowed. "It seems the ghost god is very interested in this boy." Chu Dong ordered, "Prepare a ceremony. After all, it's about time some things changed." Lin Tian nodded. "Yes, sir. I am simply carrying out his wishes. Prepare the Sacred Mountain Grand Banquet and the Heavenly Fire Realm." Switching to another scene, Qin Yang is sparring with the apostle in his mind. "I've mastered the Divine Dragon's influx, but the first apostle is still a very powerful opponent. I've fought him 10 times. The first apostle lost his arm because of the Divine Dragon's influx, because that move caught him by surprise. But if he had known about it, I would have been defeated without relying on that skill. It seems I need to practice what I've learned more. I need more time to train, including the cultivation techniques I learned from the record. They all need improvement. I should go into secluded training. If only I could use that place. Maybe when I return to receive my mission reward, I can request to use it. I hope the request gets approved. If they refuse, there's nothing I can do. My internal injuries have also completely healed. This is the effect of the heavenly soul and heavenly body. It's miraculous. Xie Zhong's injuries also seem to be on the mend, even after that difficult battle with the heavenly sword. As for Li Dong, I've unblocked his acupoints. He must have suffered a lot in prison. Now that his identity has been exposed, he can no longer serve as the branch hall master, so he'll probably be assigned a new position after we return. We're 5 days away from the heavenly demon sect's territory in Xinjiang. The pursuit troops can barely keep up with us anymore, because we're approaching the border, but we still have to be extra careful. One small mistake could wipe out the entire team, but the strange thing is, no pursuit troops have come after us these past few days. I tried to calculate things to minimize the number of pursuers, but we haven't encountered anyone so far. This is very strange. If that's the case, my guess is they're gathering their forces for an all-out assault. This is what I'm most worried about. But our people in the nearby villages haven't been able to gather any intel. However, it seems something is happening within the Martial Arts Alliance. What could possibly distract the martial world? And at such a convenient time. It looks like the heavens are on my side. If the rumors continue to spread, I might be able to leave the Central Plains safely. As dawn broke, he stood up and grabbed his spear. Get up. It's time to move out. 5 days passed in a flash. By now, Qin Yang and his group had safely returned to Xinjiang. Captain, I can see the Longxiao Division headquarters. Wait, who are you over there? Seeing them, the man clasped his hands in a salute. The captain of the Longxiao Division is urgently summoned to the sacred hall. Qin Yang nodded. All right. He raised his hand to look at it, thinking, my body is in peak condition. Although I can't go up against the ghost god, a stable body is still better than showing up completely broken. He then headed towards the sacred hall alone. On the snowy mountain peak, he quickly arrived at the entrance. As soon as he reached the hall's entrance, the doors opened on their own. The moment they opened, Qin Yang sensed something. I've felt this kind of pressure before. It belongs to an upper heavenly demon. As soon as he stepped inside, he saw the scene before him. Seeing the people inside, he confirmed his suspicions. They were the same ones from before. The heavenly ghost strategist, Lin Tian, was here as well. The man was the ghost god of the moon-shattering heavenly ghost sect, Zhuo Dong. A slight smirk played on Zhuo Dong's lips as he looked at him. Then, a terrifying pressure slammed down on Qin Yang. He was powerless to resist and could only fall to his knees. Captain of the Dragon's Roar Division, Qin Yang, had returned from his mission. He thought to himself, this man is terrifying. To be able to release such immense pressure, Zhuo Dong commanded, Captain of the Dragon's Roar Division, raise your head. You have completed your mission with excellence. Qin Yang cupped his hands and replied, I was merely lucky. Zhuo Dong nodded. You may have been lucky to survive the Qi Void incident, but managing to kill the leader of the righteous Qi ghosts is a monumental achievement. Furthermore, I heard you also killed their #1 disciple. Qin Yang nodded once more, saying, I was just lucky, my lord. He let out a silent sigh of relief. He really had been lucky back then. Killing that man while wearing the iron shackles was a true test of his skill. Zhuo Dong stroked his beard. Even if it was luck, as you say, it is still an admirable feat. It's been a long time since our sect has seen a talent like you. I hope the sect will have more people like you in the future. The others present began to whisper amongst themselves upon hearing this. Qin Yang thought to himself, he's using me to test the other high heavenly ghosts. The new generation of heavenly ghost disciples has already started to make their way in the world. Each one is showcasing their brilliance, and those who get demoted will become the high heavenly ghosts. He's implying that they must work harder, or they'll be left behind. Zhuo Dong continued, that's enough about the mission. I've already seen the report. Now is the time for rewards. Tell me what you desire. Qin Yang stated bluntly, I wish to enter the Myriad Forms Soul Zone within the next 6 months. Everyone was stunned. The Myriad Forms Soul Zone? Isn't that the dwelling place of thousands of vengeful souls? That's where the second team of heavenly ghosts is being punished. Why would he want to go there? An interested smirk crossed Zhuo Dong's face. The Myriad Forms Soul Zone. Why do you wish to go there? Qin Yang explained. Although it is a place for punishment, I've heard it is also one of the sect's greatest training grounds. Zhuo Dong nodded. While it's true that it houses thousands of vengeful souls, it is indeed an excellent place to train. Qin Yang continued. A warrior who wishes to become stronger must endure countless trials. If I had to choose a place for isolated training, that is the most suitable place to maximize its effectiveness. Zhuo Dong nodded to himself. This is also why I sent Mayor and the second team there. Perhaps this boy has realized that. If that's true, it's truly astounding. And even if it isn't, he's still willing to throw himself into hell. After considering, he spoke, that is a momentous decision for a warrior, but I will not agree to it. I will only allow you to stay in the zone for 4 months. In exchange, I will grant you 2 Blood Ghost elixirs and reward the members of the Dragon's Roar division for completing their mission. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, thinking, I see. He's continuing to set an example for the other high heavenly ghosts. Zhuo Dong continued. 1 month after the Dragon Roar's captain finishes his seclusion, we will hold the Assembly of the Sacred Mountain and Heavenly Flame. The Assembly of the Sacred Mountain and Heavenly Flame? The Sacred Mountain is where the Ghost God resides. The Great Sacred Mountain touches the sky. But what is the Heavenly Flame? The Heavenly Flame is the divine form of fire. It is the will of the Heavenly Ghost sect, the proof of a heavenly ghost. In other words, the Assembly of the Sacred Mountain and Heavenly Flame is a gathering held before the foundation of a Ghost Master is laid. The Ghost Master Assembly has only one meaning, a battle to determine the strong and the weak. The strong will be promoted to a nobler rank within the Heavenly Ghost sect, and the weak will be left behind. That is the Assembly of the Sacred Mountain and Heavenly Flame. After the gathering, everyone regrouped to discuss. The 100th ranked High Heavenly Ghost, Du-chong, the Green Immortal Blood Fiend, roared in fury. The Ghost God can't treat us like this. The others chimed in. I agree. It seems the Ghost God has forgotten about great men like us who protect the Sacred Mountain. Calm down, everyone. Nothing we say can change his mind, Du-chong said coldly. You seem quite calm. I assume you have a suggestion, remarked Guangming, the 100th ranked High Heavenly Ghost, the Guardian Blood Jade. Everyone should know there are people within the sect plotting a rebellion. If we oppose his decision, we will all fall under suspicion. Besides, he might have been thinking this way from the very beginning. Otherwise, why would he make such an example of him? One man frowned. You mean he's trying to weed out traitors, replace the old generation, and test the high heavenly ghosts all at once? It's all part of one terrifying plan. Guangming continued. So our best option right now is to endure. Another person spoke up, but we can't just sit by and watch all this happen. With the Blood Ghost elixirs, the Dragon's Roar division can greatly enhance their chi. Guangming smiled. It seems you've forgotten something. Green Immortal Blood Fiend. What the hell? We may not have Blood Ghost elixirs, but with our experience, they'll submit to us soon enough. Besides, even if you don't have the elixirs, you should at least have your own stockpile of chi pills, right? Give me 5 pills, and I'll take care of that Dragon's Roar captain myself. Duvin sounded confused. Wait, I thought we were taking out the entire division, not just the minister. Guangmin explained. That won't be necessary. I heard that minister guy is the strongest in the entire Ghost Cave faction. The rest are just small fry. If we can take him down, the others will naturally submit to us. Duvin asked again, but what if they all come to challenge us after the minister is eliminated? Guangmin sneered. Have you forgotten the rules of the tournament? During the Holy Mountain and Heavenly Fire tournament, the winner has the right to keep choosing their opponent. That means we have the right to eliminate anyone we want. Someone else exclaimed in shock. You mean you don't just want to defeat Minister Long Tiao, but you want to crush some of his subordinates too? Guangmin clenched his fist, a ball of fire forming in his palm. That's right. Besides you guys, I'm going to take them out one by one, just to show them how weak they really are. Even though it's a huge humiliation for the participants, I'll break the leaders of the Long Tiao division, one by one, until no one dares to challenge the high celestial demons again. So, who's willing to give me some pills? I promise I'll pay you back double later. After the discussion, everyone left, leaving Guangmin alone. He smirked triumphantly and tapped the table. 5 pills. With a public promise like that, they're forced to keep their word. After I use these pills, I'll crush Minister Long Tiao and a few of his members. No, I'll just crush the minister. I don't need to bother with those grunts. If they think giving me just 5 pills is enough to make me crush the entire Long Tiao division, they are sorely mistaken. I've been a high celestial demon for 10 years now. In this place where only the strong survive, I've held my position for 15 long years. But that also means I've been stagnating, without any breakthroughs. He remembered the holy celestial demon's assessment of him. Perhaps this was his limit. He might be strong, but if he continued like this for another 15 years, his potential would be completely capped. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Finally, I have a chance to change their perception of me. I'm going to climb to a new rank, using these 5 pills as my foundation. If I have enough ki, Minister Long Tiao is basically nothing. He put on a decent show last time, but even if he got 2 blood ghost pills, that's as far as he'll go. Once I've absorbed these 5 pills, it all begins. I'll defeat him as easily as wringing a chicken's neck, and then challenge the new rank, Holy Celestial Demon. If I become a Holy Celestial Demon, they won't dare say I'm all talk and no action. It won't be easy, but that's what makes it so appealing. I times will times become a holy celestial demon. And for that, I need you to be my stepping stone, Minister Long Tiao. The scene shifts. An old man takes a sip of tea and says to the person across from him, "This is the precious times result you promised me, is it not?" The man in black opposite him looked tense, unsure how to respond for a moment. After a while, he stammered an explanation. I really didn't expect that rat, Minister Long Tiao, to be so strong." The old man snorted. "A rat? According to the reports, he's stronger than his current rank suggests. Your assessment of him was far too careless." The man in black's expression grew even more tense. The old man continued, "And because of that, our plan to put that demon god in his place has failed." The man in black added, "But we still have other plans." The old man replied, "It seems the Heavenly Division Tower has noticed something, which is why we pulled all our men back yesterday." The man in black was shocked. "So what are we supposed to do now?" The old man scowled. "You're the one who failed, and now you want me to clean up your mess, but there's no point in just mocking you. I'll let it slide this time. As for me, I don't plan on making any moves for a while." The man in black was confused. "For a while?" The old man explained. From the demon god's attitude and the way he was comparing the high celestial demons during yesterday's meeting, I'm sure he's looking for traitors, and he's already found something. You should also lay low during this time. Don't do a thing. Hearing this, the man in black frowned and thought to himself, the demon god at yesterday's meeting was indeed different. He wasn't acting like a benevolent tyrant, a powerful ruler who can command both gods and demons. He's merciful to the loyal, but delivers appropriate punishment to his enemies. The fact that he could say something like that, comparing the high celestial demons, proves he's already discovered the fish who are trying to leap out of the pond. The old man continued, "I'm going to observe the Heavenly Division Tower's movements before I start the plan. We have to halt everything we're considering." The man in black nodded. "I understand," the old man added. "One more thing. I'll punish Minister Long Tiao in my own way. I'm cleaning up your mess. This time, you owe me one." The scene changes to Long Tiao's division. Xie Zong was practically drooling as he stared at the two sparkling pills in front of him. Are these really blood ghost pills? Tich Fuang wasn't as dramatic, thinking to himself, a blood ghost pill can reinforce one's spirit core and increases your ki by an amount equivalent to 19 training sessions. That means its effect is 1.5 times stronger than the ghost pills we used a few years ago. And 2 of these. That's equivalent to 25 ki cultivation sessions. Xie Zong shouted excitedly again. "This is awesome." Shi Fang was confused. "But where did our captain go?" Shi Zhong replied, "I heard he went into seclusion to train." Shi Fang was shocked. "Seclusion? We haven't even been back from that mission for a day. He's really pushing himself to break through his limits." Xie Zhong nodded. "He's intense. So intense that it proves the power he wields is no ordinary thing. Who would even believe he was once number 900 now?" Shi Fang suggested, "We should also try our best to keep up with him. Otherwise, we'll just become a burden." Xizong nodded enthusiastically. "Of course." Xifang then asked, "But where did he go for his seclusion?" Xiezong shook his head. "He told me after he got the pills, but I don't remember clearly. Let me think. I think it was the void boundary." "Where is the void boundary?" Shifang's eyes widened in absolute horror. "Wait a second. Don't tell me it's just then." Xiezong remembered. "I remember now. It's the myriad forms soul void realm." The scene shifts to Qin Yang, who is now standing on the edge of a deep abyss. "Just standing here, I can already feel the pressure. The Valley of Death, home to thousands of lingering souls. After so many years, only a few bridges remain. It seems this is the only way down. The sheer evil energy is enough to give me goosebumps. An ordinary person couldn't even stand here, let alone try to go down. I can sense the auras of a few people below. Looks like it's Team 2. They've gotten stronger than last time, and I can feel that the strongest among them is Mayer. As expected, you can't deny her family's background. She's improved a lot. I'm allowed to be here for 4 months, with 2 blood demon pills, and a suitable place for a martial artist to train. I have everything I need. The rest is up to me to make the most of it and become stronger. So, I won't waste a single second." He then accelerated, diving straight down. At the bottom of the valley, Mayer was meditating, cultivating the black flower and the red heart. I can feel the power of the heavenly demon's sacred art flowing through my meridians. Every word of the black flower and the red heart is awakening my senses. Every bone, muscle, and drop of blood is reawakening, making my body feel young again. The world of martial arts is truly vast. Even though this is just a demonic art, sensing everything feels like planting a tree in barren soil. My path must be a tree that can blot out the entire sky. Thanks to the spiritual pressure here, my enlightenment has deepened. This pressure must be the sacred flame, a manifestation of the heavenly demon's sacred art. At that moment, she suddenly sensed something and immediately shot to her feet. What was that sound? Without a moment's hesitation, she grabbed the weapon on her back and quickly rushed upward. What on earth is happening? Her teammates were also looking up at the sky, where the sound was coming from. Meyer moved up to stand beside them. Soon, a black shadow appeared in their line of sight. What kind of bird is that? I've never seen a bird with that shape. No, that's not a bird. It's a person. A person holding a long spear. Meyer was horrified. My God, is that a lightweight technique? A type of art that controls one's body weight. He's using the long spear, leveraging its resistance to slow his descent. He's making himself as light as a feather. Qin Yang's freefall finally ended as he hit the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. Looks like I've reached the bottom, Meyer said in astonishment. That voice, it's number 900. Qin Yang slowly walked toward her. It's been a while. Meyer could feel the powerful aura radiating from him and couldn't help but feel a chill. It seems you've gotten stronger. Again. You've become a monster beyond my imagination. To think you could get to the bottom of the valley so easily, and you're still wearing those rings. Even I would have a hard time doing that. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt, and she finally asked, "What are you doing here?" The others swarmed over to mock him. Haha, did you get punished and sent down here too? Serves you right. I knew it. In the end, you're still just number 900. We're all stuck here because of you. Yeah, it's all your fault. Meyer shouted. Shut up, Qin Yang said calmly. Think whatever you want. I didn't come here to be punished. I came down here voluntarily. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would want to come to this godforsaken place? The moment the words left his mouth, a hand gripped his throat. Don't compare me to the likes of you. I am a high heavenly demon, not some low-level imp you have the right to question. The young man's face turned red as he was choked, unable to speak. Qin Yang then tossed him aside. Get out of my sight. Then, ignoring the others, he lifted his head and walked deeper into the valley. Meyer spoke up again, asking, "Did you really come here for seclusion?" Qin Yang asked in return. "Do you also think I'm here for punishment?" Meyer immediately replied, "No. If that were the case, the Heavenly Demon Cave's first squad, the Kong Long Xiao Division, would have been sent down here too. This couldn't have been an easy decision." Qin Yang sighed. "If you're a martial artist, you should understand. There are no easy paths, and if there is one, it's the one that leads to the quickest death. That's common sense for all martial artists who live by their weapons." Meyer smiled and said, "For someone who climbed from number 900 all the way to the top, that's a pretty convincing thing to say." Qin Yang shot her a cold smirk. "There are no easy paths. This place, where the strongest souls gather, is also the most suitable place for seclusion." After scouting the area, Qin Yang finally found the spot with the densest demonic energy. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 4 months went by. As time went on, Mini, drenched in sweat, sighed, realizing this was her last day in the myriad forms illusory Soul Valley. Time flies. I feel like I've gotten so much stronger. It all started when Qin Yang arrived. Could it be because of him? Maybe. She gazed thoughtfully ahead, toward the deepest part of the valley. I can still feel his presence. He must have gotten stronger too. Qin Yang, I won't let you leave me in the dust. The elixir in my dantian has also grown more powerful. If I can master the middle verse of the heavenly demon's sacred art, I'll be able to summon the sacred flame. With that, I won't be weak anymore. The members of Team 2 had also improved their techniques, all becoming stronger. His arrival back then boosted everyone's morale. In the end, they just became stepping stones for my own progress. I really have to thank you. It was because of your mockery that everyone was able to get stronger. As she was bowing her head in thanks, a voice suddenly came from behind. We're ready. Mini jumped in alarm, hoping they didn't see her bowing. A young man approached her and said, It's time to leave this place. Meanwhile, in the deepest part of the valley, Qin Yang finally awoke. They're about to leave. I can feel a lot of people leaving the valley. Looks like it's time for me to come out of seclusion. That recorder, Mini, has certainly gotten stronger these past few months. Of course, I came here to get stronger too. I've been through all this before. Now is the perfect time. The elixirs and secret manuals I never had a chance to learn. I've found a new way. He then deployed his domain. The new skill he comprehended was called condensation. He swung his spear in a spin, and countless spear phantoms instantly appeared, launching a fierce assault. He continued to swing his spear. faster and faster. Then he unleashed Starfall Destruction and the 4 moons of the Black Night dance. After a moment, he sighed. It's still not enough. His eyes narrowed as he executed Sacred Dragon Pierce. Instantly, the ground was covered in countless marks. Next were the large gashes created by the 4 moons of the White Night. The deepest cut was caused by the Sacred Dragon Pierce. Its power is at least twice as strong as before. Qin Yang couldn't help but rejoice. The martial arts left by the recorder are a perfect fit for me. I've completed the plan I set when I entered the valley. It's time to prepare for the next step. He then took out 2 blood demon elixirs. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed them. The elixir's power quickly spread throughout his body. Through my domain. What if I carefully gather it all? I'm ready. I've focused my chi to a single point. Now, it's time to open the channels. Open the 2 meridians. Unblocking all my acupoints is the only path to becoming a true martial artist. I need to focus, or I'll pass out again. Is the barrier getting thicker? He gritted his teeth. No matter how thick this barrier is, I have to break it. Break through it one more time. I've done this before, so there's no reason I can't do it again. Push. With his relentless effort, he finally broke through the meridian. His body then swayed, and he fell directly to the ground, unconscious, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Time passed in a blur. Qin Yang seemed to fall into an endless void, his consciousness yet to return, lying motionless. More and more impurities were expelled from his body. His skin had now turned a murky, earth-like color. Countless cracks gradually appeared on his face. The impurities expelled from his body now formed a pool of black liquid. The outer layer of his skin then slowly peeled off. After an unknown amount of time, a few drops of dew from the cave wall fell onto Qin Yang's face. The dew fell more and more, as if it were cleansing his body. With it, Qin Yang slowly began to regain consciousness. The white serpent dragon spear standing beside him was also resonating. Qin Yang pushed himself up slowly. What happened? He looked around in a daze, then walked over and picked up his long spear. I was trying to open my 2nd meridian. He then remembered something and quickly circulated his chi to check his body. I only managed to open 1 meridian. I was only half successful. My plan was to open 2 acupoints, though it's a bit disappointing. Compared to my past life, my current progress is still better. I'm building my image in the sect. I need another chance. That bastard Jiang Du-chong. Time doesn't matter, as long as I can kill him. But how long have I been unconscious here? Half a month? A full month? The weather is colder than when I arrived, so it's probably only been 1 or 2 days. Wait, have the Sacred Mountain Assembly and the Sacred Flame Festival ended? At this thought, he immediately shot up and dashed upwards. With a single leap, he easily jumped onto the cliff face above. Qin Yang himself was shocked. He stood there, stunned, observing his own condition. I can feel the chi all the way to my fingertips. The meridians in my body have been cleared, and my body is transforming. This is strange. Because I only succeeded halfway, my body should only be halfway transformed. In any case, this wasn't part of the plan. This feels like something else, not just a half-open meridian. I feel a little taller, and the iron rings don't feel as heavy as before. My muscles are much firmer than before. Maybe it's time to get new rings. Qin Yang then accelerated and leaped up again. Above, he moved with incredible lightness, his body feeling almost weightless. A heavenly body and a heavenly soul. His senses were expanding. The direction of the wind, the crawl of an insect up a cliff face, the rustling of grass between the mountain crevices. He could feel it all, as if he were watching it happen. As he was taking it all in, he suddenly snapped his eyes open. He could hear voices from up above. I hear him. He's climbing up. Remember, when he gets close, we have to coordinate perfectly. He may be young, but he's a high heaven demon. We have to be careful. Qi Ye, are you being overly cautious? With an attack from our 5 bloody knights, even a high heaven demon can be taken down. Focus. He's almost here. In an instant, a dark figure shot up from below the cliff. Qin Yang landed softly, pretending he knew nothing. Seeing no movement for a long while, he spoke up. You can all come out now. Who sent you? The members of the 5 bloody knights, hidden all around, tensed up when they heard him. Qin Yang saw they had no intention of showing themselves. He bent down slightly, then pulled out several throwing knives and let them fly. 3 of the young men were struck, and blood instantly gushed from their wounds. The other 2, reacting faster, managed to escape. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately gave chase to the 2 who fled. Why had they completely lost their will to fight, wanting only to run from this place? But reality wasn't going to be so kind. The young man had only run a few steps when a figure appeared beside him. Before he could even understand what was happening, A long spear pierced straight through his chest. Qin Yang then glanced at the last one, still running away. He's already gotten that far? Can I even make it? He gripped his spear tightly, unleashing the thunderous flying spear technique. The long spear instantly tore through the air, flying at incredible speed toward the fleeing man. It struck him directly in his injured leg, severing it completely. He could no longer run and collapsed to the ground. Qin Yang's expression was grim. Now, I have to find the mastermind who sent them. He slowly walked toward the young man, but as he got closer, his face changed, because the man had already taken his own life. Suicide by poison? In such a short time, these bastards actually had the guts to kill themselves, without any hesitation. How disappointing. The holy flame is considered a relic left behind in this world by the very first demon god. The holy flame is the origin of all demonic arts. It holds a mystical energy that can strengthen the souls of all demon cultivators. Mayer stood somewhere below, gazing up. So that's the holy flame. It's radiating both hot and cold energy at the same time. And I'm just standing this far away. I wonder what it feels like up close. The holy maiden is right in front of the holy flame. I wonder what she's feeling, except for special events, like the Sacred Mountain and Holy Flame Festival. The holy flame is never brought outside. It always resides within the holy maiden's palace, and only 2 individuals can have an audience with it at any time. One is the demon god, the leader of the heavenly demon gate. But while the demon god can see the holy flame, it doesn't mean he can converse with it. Unlike the demon god, the holy maiden can speak with the holy flame. The holy maiden is chosen by the holy flame and the previous maiden, because her destiny is to serve the holy flame and the heavenly demon gate for her entire life. This is something she cannot refuse. Serving for life means becoming the demon god's woman, leading all the women in the sect. But it also means living a life of seclusion until death, unrecognized by the demon god. I wonder what she thinks about her own life. Mayer then glanced over at a nearby pavilion. He's not there? This time, I wanted to show him my true strength. She suddenly thought of Qin Yang. At first, I was only interested in number 900 because of his transformation. But now, we've become rivals. When he showed his power, I was so jealous. But I have to admit, he's strong. So strong that he even caught my father's attention. Today, this place was incredibly lively. On the 2 mountainsides, countless people were cheering with joy. Ji Fang was also here, and everyone was celebrating. But she looked melancholy and sad. Could something have happened to the captain? I know finding him in a crowd this big is difficult, but I'm still so worried. As she was lost in her thoughts, a voice suddenly came from behind her. You've gotten stronger. Shi Fang excitedly spun around. Seeing the captain's current state, she couldn't help but marvel silently. I wonder what kind of training he's been through now. Coming back to her senses, she asked, should I get you a new set of clothes? Qin Yang smiled. I thought we came here to participate in the festival. Shi Fang smiled and nodded. Qin Yang continued. In that case, you should be preparing for that, not worrying about my clothes. In his heart, Qin Yang also felt his clothes were unimportant. What mattered was that he had grown stronger. On the main stage, the demon god had arrived. At that moment, he too was smiling as he looked toward Qin Yang. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth curled up as he thought, I wonder, how much has the gap between us shrunk? Qin Yang stood there, lost in thought. Beside him, Shi Fang was also thinking happily to herself. He said, I've gotten stronger. I'm so happy. It's like I've been acknowledged by him. Seeing her sudden strange expression, Qin Yang, why do you ask? Chief Wang said, blushing. It's nothing. Facing Tan Duong's skeptical expression, her mind raced. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? He seems taller. And his skin looks better than before. After a moment's thought, she decided to ask, Captain, you seem... But before she could finish, the voice of the divine arbiter cut her off. Let it begin. The tournament of the sacred mountain and holy fire. The crowd below erupted in a deafening cheer, roaring. The tournament of the sacred mountain and holy fire. It takes place on 4 grand fighting stages. These stages were erected in just a single day. For one day, countless demonic cultivators will challenge each other to claim new ranks. Their positions will shift based on their true strength. Every match is a battle to the death. On that stage, you either risk your life for a higher rank or surrender, keeping your current rank to stay alive. Today, hundreds of demonic cultivators will fall, and their ranks will be claimed by others. This is the law of the sacred mountain and holy fire. Tan Duong decided to himself, to become a sacred celestial demon, I have to rank up in this tournament. If I'm going to become a sacred celestial demon, which one should I challenge? I'm not strong enough to challenge those in the single-digit ranks yet. but I can definitely take on a sacred celestial demon in the double-digit ranks, even if I have to undo these seals. As he was lost in thought, suddenly, a noise echoed out. Someone had already entered the ring. Tan Duong narrowed his eyes, looking down at the figure standing below. It was Quan Min. He clenched his fists and shouted, "I am Quan Min, and I challenge the captain of the Dragon's Roar Division." On another stage, someone had already been defeated. Mei Yi, having just dealt with her own opponent, was startled when she heard Quan Min's challenge. The captain of the Dragon's Roar Division. Someone's already challenged him. Whether he accepts or not is up to him. If it were a celestial demon of a higher rank than usual, he definitely wouldn't accept. But we're talking about Tan Duong. In a flash, Tan Duong leaped from the cliffside onto the stage. "I accept your challenge," he thought to himself. Quan Min is ranked 10th on the Exalted Celestial Demon list. I wonder why he's challenging me. My rank is lower than his. Quan Min reminded him. "Shouldn't you undo those seals? I saw your fight at the sacred temple. So you should know. I'm much stronger than that guy was. So you'd better undo those seals." Tan Duong sneered. "I'll undo them when I need to." Quan Min frowned, reassuring himself. He can't be that much stronger than last time. He didn't say another word, quickly channeling his power. "Fine. I just wanted to make sure you knew, so you wouldn't have any regrets before you die. If you're ready, then come. Face my blood orb." With that, he launched himself into the air. Tan Duong stood there, slightly surprised, then dodged his opponent's attack. Looking at the deep gouges in the ground, he began to analyze the attack. "I see. He wields that blood orb like a whip, slashing down with it. What impressive power. So this is the strength of the 10th ranked fighter." The spectators in the stands began to murmur. "So this is the power of a high-ranking exalted celestial demon. This Quan Min guy is terrifyingly strong." The person next to him muttered, "You idiot. Of course there's a reason he holds such a high rank on the exalted celestial demon list. But the important thing is, the captain of the Dragon's Roar Division dodged it so easily." On the stage, Quan Min channeled his power again. "You dare to dodge?" He said it out loud. But inside, he was baffled. Something's not right. Dodging is one thing, but he shouldn't be able to do it that easily. I've gotten stronger thanks to those pills. Strong enough to become a sacred celestial demon. Let's see how many times you can dodge this. He then resumed his frenzied assault. A dense swarm of blood energy, like a colony of ants, rushed toward Tan Duong. Yet, he stood there calmly, completely unafraid. In fact, the corner of his mouth even curled into a slight smirk. Every dense blast of blood energy that flew at Tan Duong was dodged by a hair's breadth. Quan Min's attacks did connect, but they only grazed the outer layer of Tan Duong's clothes. From start to finish, Tan Duong was completely unharmed. Quan Min gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He waits until the last second to dodge. It's like I'm fighting air. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. You bastard. Waiting until the last possible second to move. He focused his power, condensing a massive blood orb above his head, then sent it hurtling toward Tan Duong. Let's see you dodge this. Tan Duong looked at the giant blood orb, rushing toward him with a hint of surprise, but his lips soon curved into a smirk again. His long spear was quickly enveloped in a golden light. This time, he had no intention of dodging. He was going to meet it head-on. The blood orb crashed down, completely engulfing Tan Duong's figure. After unleashing the attack, beads of sweat formed on Quan Min's forehead. Take that, you bastard. But his expression quickly changed, because a golden light was radiating from within the blood orb. The blood orb was shattered into pieces. Tan Duong's figure appeared once more, perfectly unharmed. He narrowed his eyes and unleashed his thunderous flying spear. The blood orb completely dissipated, and his spear followed through. Flying from Tan Duong's hand, the spear, shrouded in golden light, shot toward Quan Min. Quan Min was in utter disbelief. He actually managed to shatter my blood orb? An orb condensed from my own life force. Ugh, this can't be happening. I'm so much stronger than before. He gritted his teeth, channeling his power once more. Eat this, you bastard. My cat's claw technique. I have to get that spear, even if it costs me an arm. But things didn't go as he planned. His eyes quickly widened, shocked to find he couldn't even clearly see the incoming spear. The spear had already pierced straight through his chest. The spectators in the stands were so horrified they were speechless. A hole the size of a fist was now gaping in Quan Min's chest, while Tan Duong's spear was embedded in the ground not far behind him. He clutched his chest and stammered, "This is impossible." Then, he collapsed to his knees. And just like that, the 10th ranked upper heavenly demon fell to Tan Duong's spear. 1,000 thoughts raced through the minds of those on the platform. Quan Min was defeated that easily? Don't tell me he's reached that legendary level so few ever achieve? How interesting. This fight was decided the moment he dodged that blood sphere. But for him to reach the level of a Saint Heavenly Demon at just 20 years old, it's like I'm watching a younger version of myself. Zhou Dong, standing on the high platform, was also utterly astonished. An unconscious smile spread across his lips. Meyer, standing beside him, covered her mouth in disbelief, completely shocked. I can't let him see how surprised I am. I have to remain calm. But for him to be this powerful at his age is truly incredible. When I think about it, I'm no longer on the same level as him. Just how vast is the gap between us now? Back in the Heavenly Demon Cave, I thought we were equals. But now, Tan Duong is so much stronger than me. No, he's stronger than any heavenly demon his age. And maybe even stronger than those much older than him. If he continues on this path, he'll become the Vice Sect Master. And the Vice Sect Master eventually becomes the next Ghost God. And the bloodline of the Zhou clan must be passed down. If that's the case, then he and I. At this thought, her face flushed crimson from her cheeks to her ears. That could never happen, I think. I finally understand why I'm so drawn to him. At that moment, the flames on the sacred fire altar suddenly blazed with intensity. The saintess, sitting beside it, let out an unconscious smirk. After dealing with Quan Min, Tan Duong didn't rush off the stage. He stood there, stroking his chin, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Everyone who saw this was filled with confusion. What's he doing? Why is he still on the dueling stage? It looks like he's looking for another fight. After a moment, Tan Duong turned to Zhou Dong and bowed. Lord Ghost God, according to the tournament rules, may I challenge someone else? A slight smile played on Zhou Dong's lips. I permit it. Hearing this, Tan Duong also smirked. Excellent. I now have the Ghost God's permission. The upper heavenly demons on the platform knew who his next target would be and watched him intently. Tan Duong then looked up at them. Which one of you will accept my challenge? They all looked at each other, but no one spoke up. Including both official and unofficial members, there are currently less than 50 Saint Heavenly Demons. They are the survivors of a system where the strong rule, constantly adjusting the sect's rankings, and the impatient always pay the price. Shi Zhong observed everyone, thinking to himself, they truly don't have a shred of fear, but they will be wary of our captain, because a man who hasn't even lived half a lifetime is now trying to challenge them. After issuing his challenge, Tan Duong stood there silently, waiting without another word. Soon, someone stepped out from the crowd. I accept your challenge. The man wore a black cloak, with about 10 throwing knives and a katana strapped to his waist. This was the 26th ranked Saint Heavenly Demon, the Ghost Step Pursuer, Lei Jun. He swiftly made his way from the stands, slowly approaching the dueling stage. Tan Duong narrowed his eyes, observing him. Although he was moving, his footsteps seemed as if they weren't touching the ground at all. So, this is Lei Jun's Ghost Step technique, huh? I've found the perfect opponent to test my own abilities against. But something's not right. Why would a veteran assassin like him decide to step onto the stage? Does he have some other reason? Across from him, Lei Jun was also sizing up his opponent, thinking to himself, it seems the 5 Night Blood assassins have failed. I trained them myself. You could say they were all my disciples. Each of them was as strong as a lower-tier upper heavenly demon. They were supposed to become the next Ghost Step pursuers after me. But when they went to assassinate the young man before me, not a single one returned. He recalled a memory from before. An outsider walked in and asked, is this the Zemo organization, led by Lei Jun? I have a job for you. It's a standard mission, but the target is very difficult to handle. That's why I dispatched the 5 Night Blood assassins, but not one of them came back. And what's more, that target, the captain of the Longxiao division, returned without so much as a tear in his clothes, and even had the energy to participate in this tournament. The deaths of the 5 Knights were, this is a major problem, but I'm more worried about the trouble failing this mission will bring. The task Zemo accepted must be completed. Qin Yang gripped his long spear, not removing a single one of the iron rings. How long can I hold out like this? Lei Jun's internal energy began to circulate rapidly as he slowly advanced on Qin Yang, longsword in hand. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately swung his spear. The strike easily connected, but he quickly realized he'd only hit his opponent's cloak. He's gone. Has he reached a level where he can hide without even needing shadows? He quickly activated his heavenly soul physique to sense his opponent's location, his face immediately tightening. Right above me. Without hesitation, he spun and hurled a throwing knife toward his foe. Lei Jun countered by throwing a red dagger of his own. The hidden weapons collided and clattered to the ground. Lei Jun's sword then lunged toward Qin Yang. Qin Yang deflected the blow with his spear, frowning. Pulling off an attack like that with a Japanese dagger isn't easy. He really is a holy heavenly demon. He continuously spun the long spear in front of him, executing the Mo spear technique to block Lei Jun's sword. So that's why Wu Ye died, Lei Jun thought to himself. He can sense the hidden weapon I concealed behind the Japanese dagger. The crowd in the stands was buzzing. What's happening down there? It's too fast. I can't see a thing. Through the cloud of dust, Qin Yang's hands came into view, the iron rings on one of them now gone. Lucky for me, you don't use poison. Or is that just because we're in an official arena? Lei Jun had no idea what he was talking about and just stood there, stunned. A moment later, something shot out from the dust. Lei Jun couldn't help but gasp. So fast! He threw his arms up to defend himself. As he blocked Qin Yang's attack, deep dents formed on both of his forearms. Before he could even register his shock, Qin Yang's next attack arrived. This time, he couldn't hold his ground and was forced to retreat. His arms began to tremble, the bones fracturing. Luckily, they didn't break completely. A look of strain spread across his face. When he looked up at Qin Yang again, he was startled. Where are the iron rings on his hand? Don't tell me that's what he hit me with? A murderous aura erupted from him. I'm such an idiot. I can't believe you fought me this whole time while wearing those weights, only taking them off now. Qin Yang laughed. It feels so much better with them off. By the way, why do you care so much whether I'm wearing them or not? Lei Jun's aura flared once more. Across from him, Qin Yang also tightened his grip on his spear and began circulating his energy. The two clashed again. This time, they were both dead serious. The time for testing each other was over. All of Lei Jun's throwing daggers were deflected by the tip of Qin Yang's spear. Seizing the moment Qin Yang was defending, Lei Jun closed the distance with his sword at blinding speed. Qin Yang glanced down, his expression changing. He hastily dodged the sword, as the tip of his spear blurred into a faint thrust. Lei Jun exclaimed in shock. Isn't that the Kunlun sect's 8 steps cloud dragon? No. The form is similar, but it's completely different. Under Qin Yang's relentless assault, he was forced to continuously fall back to create distance. He gritted his teeth. Let's see you dodge this. He held his long sword horizontally in front of him, channeling his energy into the blade. Then, gripping the hilt with both hands, he swung. Across from him, Qin Yang silently analyzed. He's gathering his energy and channeling it into the sword. Is that a sword domain? Qin Yang tightened his grip on his spear and roared. Bring it on. Not to be outdone, he swung his spear and unleashed his spear domain. The edge of the sword and the force of the spear collided in a flash. After trading a few blows, Qin Yang leaped into the air and swung his spear. Lei Jun's face tensed. What is this aura? What is this dark zone surrounding me? He's a truly difficult opponent. Qin Yang brought his spear crashing down, instantly kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and shaking the entire arena. The impact was so great, it seemed the stage itself was about to collapse. From within the dust, a figure was sent flying. Lei Jun was horrified. To complete a spear domain at such a young age, his talent is terrifying. If I don't kill him now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. At that thought, he flicked his wrist, launching several throwing daggers. Qin Yang didn't dodge, instead swinging his spear to meet the attack head-on. His movements weren't flashy, but they were incredibly deadly. Each step he took was more dangerous than the daggers. If I'm hit by a single one of those daggers, it'll seal my acupoints and I'll die. He really is a master assassin, but something feels off. It feels like killing intent. He wants to kill me, while I only want to defeat him. With that, the two resumed their fierce battle. The longer they fought, the more Qin Yang was suppressed, gradually losing the upper hand. His opponent's eyes were like a predator's watching its prey, not a rival fighter. His movements remind me of those 5 assassins in the valley. Is there some connection between them? But that doesn't matter now. My only goal is to defeat Lei Jun. He's not an opponent I can afford to face while distracted. I'll think about these things later. With that resolve, he charged forward to fight once more. Lei Jun slashed with his sword, then followed up with a palm strike, sending a powerful wave of energy crashing down. Qin Yang braced for the impact. Qin Yang was also starting to struggle. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he once again began spinning the long spear in front of his body. Lei Jun stood across from him, silent. It was clear he was planning something. Normally, against an attack this dangerous, I'd counter or dodge immediately, but looking at the power of this move, neither of those are an option. Trying to dodge would be suicide. This technique isn't just fluid and powerful. It has a mesmerizing quality to it. A truly impressive move. He reached for his hip and drew his throwing daggers, preparing to face it. Against such a fearsome technique, the only way was to focus all his power into a single, piercing strike. He quickly unleashed his signature move, the ghost tracking annihilation art, flicking his wrist to launch the purple hairpin. Across from him, Qin Yang also unleashed his own creation, the Holy Dragon Pierce. Their attacks tore through the air, colliding in an instant. A massive explosion and a blinding white light engulfed the entire arena. Debris from the fighting stage rained down into the lake below. When the clash ended, the area was shrouded in smoke, making it impossible to see anything. The spectators squinted, trying to get a better look. What's the situation now? Who won? The dust is so thick, you can't see a thing. Someone waved their hand, and a gust of wind blew the dust away, revealing the battlefield. Look, the captain of the Longzhou division is still standing, but he looks badly injured. On the other side was the sacred fiend Lei Jun. At that moment, Lei Jun was covered in blood, leaning against a large rock and barely breathing. He laughed at himself mockingly. Ha ha, how humiliating. If my attack had been just a little deeper, we probably both would have gone down. Qin Yang replied, if my holy dragon had been any weaker, you would have been right. He then touched the bleeding wound on his chest. Lei Jun continued, you defeated the 5 Knights Blood Fiend without a scratch. That was definitely no coincidence. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. The 5 Knights Blood Fiend. Lei Jun went on. But, do you really think it's over? Qin Yang was confused. What are you trying to say? Suddenly, he felt something strange about the wound on his chest. His cheeks puffed out, and he involuntarily dropped to his knees. Ji Feng rushed from the sidelines to support him. Captain, we have to treat your wound right now. She helped him up, trying to get him off the stage. Qin Yang's mind raced, replaying Lei Jun's words. What did he mean? Who could he have been talking about? His vision started to blur, and he was on the verge of passing out. Ji Feng cried out in panic. Captain! Qin Yang kept his eyes fixed on Lei Jun. Is there someone in our sect who wants me dead? Who? And why? The more he thought, the sharper the pain in his chest became. He coughed a few times before collapsing right where he stood. Master, is the path I'm on the right one, or is it wrong? Who can tell me? After the unconscious Qin Yang was carried away for treatment, the tournament continued as usual, but no other match was as thrilling as the one between those two. A few Path Fiends successfully challenged their way up to become Upper Fiends, but clashes and changes among the Sacred Fiends were rare. By the time the tournament ended, the rankings of the Sacred Fire and Sacred Mountain had changed significantly. 10 Path Fiends successfully ascended to the rank of Upper Fiend. Time flew by, and it had now been 5 days since the tournament ended. Qin Yang suddenly awoke from his coma, bolting upright. What happened? His entire body ached. That's right. I defeated Lei Jun. As his thoughts swirled in confusion, he suddenly noticed someone gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and saw Ji Feng. She smiled. Captain, you're finally awake. Qin Yang turned to look at her intently. His stare immediately made Ji Feng blush to the tips of her ears. She looked down, unable to meet his gaze. Let me get you some water to drink. Qin Yang nodded, thanking her. Just then, someone pushed the door open and walked in. It was Shi Zhong. Captain, you're awake. Qin Yang sighed. It seems a lot of time has passed. Ji Feng added. It's been 5 days since you fell unconscious. Qin Yang then asked, so the tournament must be over by now, right? What were the results? Shi Zhong rubbed his chin. Results? You mean the results of the fights between us and the members of the Longzhou division? Qin Yang continued, I'm just wondering if that sacred fiend I fought is even alive. I mean, I practically blew off the lower half of his body. Ji Feng spoke up. Can I answer that one? Most of the Longzhou division members have become Path Fiends now. Qin Yang was a bit surprised. Path Fiends? Back at the Heavenly Fiend Cave, there were only 3 Path Fiends. A year later, and most of them have already reached that level. After a moment of thoughtful admiration, he asked again, not bad. So did anyone become an Upper Fiend? Shi Zhong looked a little sheepish. Well, if you're asking. I guess you could count me as one, though I'm only a low-ranked one. Qin Yang nodded. That's good. It isn't easy, but don't get too arrogant. Remember what I told you when we fought. Jia Zhong immediately recalled that moment. After defeating him, Qin Yang had said something that was still burned into his memory. You're a frog in a well. Instead of getting angry or upset, Xie Zhong smiled. I will always remember your teachings, sir. Get some rest. The doctor said you'll need at least 3 months to recover. We'll get some fresh clothes ready for you. Qin Yang thought to himself, I can't just lie in bed for 3 months. Heavenly soul and heavenly body. I learned something from that battle. This Buddhist art doesn't just improve the body, it can also heal injuries. I suppose a damaged body is an incomplete one. My body is gradually recovering, although it's a bit slow. What is this feeling? Is it life force? So, heavenly soul and heavenly body is a martial art that allows one to control their own life force. This has never happened before. Perhaps it's because it has tapped into the very life essence I've always used for cultivation. It's truly an astonishing martial art. He recalled a conversation with his master from his previous life. Do you know what life force is? There is a martial art that controls life force, one that breaks all limits, allowing a mortal to become a god. Qin Yang was stunned. Turn a mortal into a god? Is that even possible, master? Remembering this, he couldn't help but marvel. Who would have thought a lost Buddhist martial art could be this powerful? But isn't it too early to tell? Is its effect really that profound, or is it merely replenishing my life force? Qin Yang then closed his eyes again, focusing his mind and circulating his energy. Out in the hallway, holding some clothes, Shifeng was suddenly taken aback. What is that smell? It was an indescribably intoxicating fragrance. It seems to be coming from the captain's room. She quickly peeked inside through a crack in the door, and her expression immediately turned to one of utter shock. She saw that Qin Yang was now enveloped by the phantom image of a true dragon. A moment later, Qin Yang withdrew his energy and stretched. I've merged my internal and external injuries into one. I've finally completed the celestial body. Perhaps it's because the heavenly soul and heavenly body is complete that my physical form has been enhanced. My plan was to use heavenly soul and heavenly body to form a martial body and reconstruct myself, but many changes occurred during the process. But overall, the results are excellent. Shifeng was still standing dumbfounded outside the door, watching. It seems like he just had some kind of breakthrough or epiphany. As she was lost in thought, Qin Yang's voice suddenly rang out. What are you doing out there? Startled, Shifeng hurried in with the clothes. I thought you might need these. Qin Yang nodded in thanks, thinking to himself that he really did work up quite a sweat while forming his celestial body. Seeing him suddenly go quiet, Shifeng asked, Is something wrong? Qin Yang explained, I just don't like being unable to walk. Everything else is fine. Shifeng said worriedly, but the doctor said you need to rest for 3 months. Qin Yang scoffed. That's what he times thinks. He silently estimated, my body is recovering. I should be able to move around in about 2 weeks. The scene shifts to the holy temple. The demon god sighed. It seems they don't like to show themselves. This means they're cautious enough not to reveal their movements just because of a provocation. Below, Lin Tian added, I was hoping we could catch a few of them. But this is truly a bad situation. Zhu Dong continued. But this doesn't mean it was all for nothing. Although we failed to provoke the high heaven demons into showing themselves, we did have about 10 young ones become demons of the Tao. Lin Tian added, not only that, but we also gained 3 new high heaven demons and 1 saintly heaven demon. Shizhong, the captain of the Dragon Roar Division, and the princess of the Dragon Roar Division are indeed very talented. Zhu Dong smiled. They'll surely draw attention within the sect for being the youngest to ever reach this position. The high heaven demons, those who are always protecting their positions, have probably started to get wary. No, it's not just the high heaven demons, it's the saintly heaven demons too. I thought he just wanted a higher rank among the high heaven demons, but he has far exceeded my expectations. That kid. To think he could make even the saintly heaven demons wary, and even cause dissent in the Grand Assembly. After a moment of thought, Zhu Dong suddenly said, It seems that child is our only choice. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. The matter is decided. Zhu Dong stroked his beard, leaned forward, and ordered, Summon the captain of the Dragon Roar Division and the inner court of the Holy Temple. Have them come as soon as their injuries have healed. The scene shifts to another location. A man dressed in black, completely covered, arrived at the meeting point to see the old man. As usual, the old man was already there, waiting for him. The man in black sat down at the table and said, I thought we were going to punish him. The old man said nothing. A vein bulged on his forehead as he glared at the man in black, his eyes filled with killing intent. Faced with such a gaze, the man in black was instantly terrified, his eyes widening as he clutched his throat in agony. I can't breathe. He struggled to explain. I know I've disappointed you, but please, spare me. The old man sighed, withdrawing his oppressive aura. The man in black gasped in relief, thinking, just because he was a little disappointed, I almost lost my life. And yet, he's still not sure if he can defeat that demon god. The burning flame king, Song Yi. While he was lost in thought, Song Yi suddenly spoke. It seems we've underestimated him. The man in black asked, Are you talking about that kid? Song Yi snorted coldly. Kid? I think you should use a more appropriate term. He became a saintly heaven demon 2 years ago, and you still think he's just a kid? Although, I can't deny he is indeed very young. I thought he was just a stray cat, who knew he was actually a fierce tiger. That was my mistake. But just because I made one small slip-up, doesn't mean my plan will fail. The man in black froze again. You succeeded? A smirk crept across Song Ye's face. Of course, that demon god was poisoned yesterday. No matter how powerful his internal energy is, all we have to do is wait for the poison to take hold. And what's more, I, Song Ye, swear on my very life that he has been poisoned. A smile spread across the man in black's face, unable to hide his joy. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. The raging Flame King, an elder of the sect, wouldn't lie about this. Song Ye continued, if we increase the potency of the drug, the process would be faster, but I don't think that's possible. The man in black asked, how long do you think it will take? Song Ye smiled. 6 months at most, but it could take up to a year for him to be completely paralyzed. The man in black was lost in thought again. If it weren't for that spearman returning, the plan could have been even grander, but this has been 10 years in the making. Waiting another year isn't a problem. Seeing his expression, Song Ye frowned and asked, is something wrong? The man in black was startled. No, I was just recalling some unpleasant memories. He secretly observed the other man, thinking, after all, that master and disciple pair were killed that day. As long as the heavenly demon sect develops as planned, our plan will be a grand success. Song Ye raised his cup. Why don't we forget those memories and think about our bright future? The man in black also raised his cup. You're right. The scene shifts, showing the holy maiden sitting before the holy flame, lost in thought. How much longer must I guard this holy flame? I was chosen as the holy maiden at 20, and now I'm 70. It was a difficult time. My 5 younger brothers and I barely had enough to eat or clothes to wear. If I hadn't become the holy maiden, everyone would have likely frozen to death on that cold winter night all those years ago. It was because the holy flame chose me that everyone survived. My 5 younger brothers all grew up to become warriors of the sect. There's no denying that I owe my life to this holy flame. I thank you, great holy flame of the first apostle sect. But this is also why I worry. My lifespan is nearly at its end, and I can no longer continue to serve you. She bowed her head deeply. Oh, great holy flame, my life is almost over, so I hope you can choose a new, suitable holy maiden. The holy flame immediately flared up, as if responding to her. Elsewhere, 2 people were walking and talking. The Great Wind Spear or the Black Dragon Spear. Some people even call it the Great Black Wind Spear. Tan Duong was confused. I don't really get it. Lin Tian asked, is this the first time you've been so severely injured? Tan Duong nodded. It also took a while to recover. Lin Tian continued, I see. That's the title other demon cultivators have given you. It's a nickname. They call you that because your every move on the battlefield is like a black dragon, or a wind god. Black Wind isn't a bad name. Tan Duong secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, Black Wind, huh? I get it. The black is for my domain, and the wind represents its power. Lin Tian asked again, so, you seem pretty happy with the name? Tan Duong replied, it's all right. It was only then that he noticed the path they were on. It was pitch black, with stones illuminating the entire way. Jade stones are more precious than gold, yet there are so many of them here. Where are we going? The iron gate behind the holy temple? How long has it been? I can hear the sound of water all around me. As he was lost in thought, Lin Tian asked, did you know there's a lake right above this path? Qin Yang suddenly understood. So, that's what it was. I was wondering where that sound of water was coming from. He couldn't help but feel skeptical. A lake at such a high altitude? Lin Tian explained. That's right. This path was built directly underneath that lake. Don't worry, the lake won't collapse. Do you have any idea where this leads? Qin Yang replied, since we're in the sacred palace, I'm guessing it's somewhere inside. Lin Tian chuckled. Somewhere inside, you say? You're not wrong. The sacred palace is divided into an inner court and an outer court. The sacred heaven demons have no idea this place exists. They simply believe this is the residence of the demon god. Now, you are about to enter the inner court. This tunnel is the very path that leads to the demon god's residence. Only the sacred heaven demons are permitted to know about it. Although you are not one of them, there's no harm in letting you in on the secret. I wonder if you understand the significance of this? Qin Yang continued the thought. It means this place is incredibly important. I think the sacred heaven demons who are allowed to know about this place must meet special conditions, or perhaps they're the demon god's own family. Lin Tian continued. Correct. You're right about everything except for one point. It's possible to enter the inner court without being a sacred heaven demon or a family member of the demon god. Do you understand what that means? Qin Yang shook his head. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? The large gate in front of them slowly creaked open. Qin Yang silently marveled at the faint scent of grass and trees wafting through the opening. Lin Tian pointed beyond the gate. The answer is right here. Beyond the gate was a ravine, with a blue sky stretching above. The scene then shifts elsewhere. The female disciple of the first apostle's sect had also arrived at her destination. So this is Bian Newtown. This is like finding a needle in a haystack. And Master couldn't even help me. With absolutely no clues in this place, how am I supposed to find my senior brother? Master probably doesn't even know his exact whereabouts. I don't want to attract too much attention and make people suspicious, but how can I possibly find him with so little information? Maybe I should grab a bite to eat and ask around in the tavern. The tavern was quite crowded at the moment. Waiter, just prepare those dishes as ordered and bring them out quickly. As soon as the waiter saw the woman enter, he greeted her enthusiastically. Welcome, valued guest. The woman walked to a table, sat down, and began to order. Waiter, can I get a bowl of tofu noodles with broth to start? The waiter nodded. Yes, I'll bring it right out. She took out her senior brother's portrait and asked, one more thing, do you recognize the person in this painting? The moment the waiter took the portrait, his face turned deathly pale. Isn't this? The woman asked, confused. What is it? Do you recognize him? The waiter asked back. Miss, where did you get this painting? Could it be that the higher-ups sent you? The woman introduced herself. I am a disciple of the Qingcheng sect. This is my senior brother. Upon hearing this, the waiter tensed up, breaking out in a cold sweat. Miss, you say this is a martial artist from the Qingcheng sect, but he's the leader of the Zemo. The woman was puzzled. The Zemo? What's that? The waiter explained. They're an infamous gang of bandits in this region. Although they've been in hiding for a while, just a year ago, they were still incredibly ruthless. The woman's mind was in turmoil. One of the Three Swords of Qingcheng is a bandit leader? That's impossible. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. The waiter's face was firm. I still remember the day they took over this town. The man in this portrait is without a doubt the leader of the Zemo. Still not believing it, the woman asked again. Are you certain? The waiter loudly affirmed. Absolutely certain. In fact, I'd bet my life that everyone in this place knows he's the leader of the Zemo. After hearing that, the woman started going from table to ask. A moment later, she returned to her seat with a look of utter helplessness. The waiter asked with concern, Miss, are you all right? She looked at him again. So he really is the leader of the Zemo? Where can I find him? The waiter was shocked. I really don't know. It's been a whole year since we've seen any of them. The woman pressed. But they must have a hideout, right? The waiter hesitated, worrying to himself. Should I tell her? Those men? They won't spare any woman they get their hands on. The woman grabbed his shoulder, her voice rising with agitation. So you do know. Tell me, the waiter warned her. But they'll hurt you. The woman reassured him. You don't need to worry. I'm much stronger than you think. With that, she swung her sword, cleaving the table behind her in two to prove her point. See? I'm from the Qingcheng sect. A bunch of third-rate bandits are no match for me. She then pulled out a large silver ingot. This is for the meal and the table. You can keep the change. The waiter stared at the gleaming silver ingot, unable to resist the temptation. That single piece of silver was more than his entire month's wages. He desperately needed money to find a better place for his family to live. In the end, he took the silver and told her everything. There's a temple not far from here. Go check it out. They might be there. The woman smiled, satisfied, and offered her thanks. At the sight of the temple that once hid the dark demons, only a pile of rubble remained, and her senior brother was now nothing but a skeleton. The scene shifts back to Qin Yang. Walking out of the gateway, he marveled. So this is the inner court of the sacred palace. I thought we were heading deeper inside the palace. I never imagined we'd end up outside again. To think this was all created by human hands. This kind of power is just unbelievable. Was shocked. But now that I'm in here, where do I go? Just then, a sudden gust of wind blew past. Qin Yang's eyes widened in surprise. This pressure. It's showing me the way. He immediately hurried after the ghost demon. Standing in a pavilion in the middle of a lake, the man spoke. You've arrived? Qin Yang clasped his hands and bowed. Greetings, Lord Ghost Demon. I am Qin Yang. He was incredibly confused. Asterisk. How strange. I feel like he's smaller than when he was outside the holy temple, almost a full meter shorter. Asterisk. The ghost demon smiled. It's a pleasure to meet you. Qin Yang looked into his eyes, thinking to himself. Asterisk. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Asterisk. Asterisk. So, what does the whirlwind in the ghost demon's eyes mean? Is it a show of confidence, that he could kill someone with just a single glance? Asterisk. Asterisk. I feel like the gap between us is just too vast. Asterisk. The ghost demon waved him over. Come up here, young man. Qin Yang quickly shook his head. I wouldn't dare. The ghost demon smiled warmly. No need for such formalities. Make yourself at home here. Come on up. I need someone to have a drink with. Qin Yang suddenly understood. Asterisk. So, he can see through my eyes. 2. Asterisk. Asterisk. I wonder what he saw. Asterisk. After that, he no longer refused and slowly walked up. The moment he did, he was a bit surprised. He looked closely at the 2 cups on the table. Asterisk. It seems he was already prepared for my arrival. Asterisk. The ghost demon walked to the side of the table, sighed, and sat down. Then he waved his hand, signaling for Qin Yang to sit as well. The scene shifts to the stunningly beautiful woman. As soon as she reached the place the waiter had shown her, she froze. Cold sweat trickled down her face. She slowly stepped inside, observing the white skeletons on the ground. Asterisk. Wait. None of these skeletons belong to my senior brother. Where did he go? Asterisk. She continued deeper inside to search. Soon, her eyes widened again, because she saw another corpse not far away. A longsword was plunged into the body, and carved onto its blade were 3 words: Heaven, Earth, Man. She couldn't help but cry out as she rushed toward the corpse. This body was her senior brother's. Back with Qin Yang, as the ghost demon had invited him, he sat down without further ceremony. He picked up the teapot and asked, "Care for a cup? Bamboo leaf green is best served cold." Qin Yang looked at the teacup in his hand, inwardly shocked. There was a thin layer of ice on the surface of the tea. Asterisk. He did this with his qi alone? Asterisk. The 2 then began to enjoy their tea. After taking a sip, the ghost demon sighed again. "I heard you've become a holy heavenly ghost." Qin Yang replied, "Thank you, my lord. I was just lucky." Zhu Dong said sternly, "The rank of holy heavenly ghost isn't a realm you can reach through mere luck. In this world, there are many martial artists known as elite disciples. Competition is fierce, not only within our sect, but in the entire martial world. Martial artists and elite disciples are no exception. Though the world may be vast, very few people your age can reach this realm." Qin Yang felt the aura radiating from him, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Asterisk. The ghost demon's presence is like a majestic mountain. This must be what it feels like to gaze upon a peak that scrapes the sky. Asterisk. Asterisk. And what's more, he isn't even using his spiritual pressure. This is just his natural presence. Even my own master couldn't reach this level. Asterisk. Asterisk. That's why he's considered the strongest. Just how long does one have to train to forge such a powerful temperament? Asterisk. Asterisk. It's not just his power. Because he's so overwhelmingly strong, the feeling he gives off is completely different from the other heavenly ghosts I know. Asterisk. Asterisk. I never thought he would be like an ordinary person. Or perhaps, this is just one of his 2 sides. Asterisk. Seeing him lost in thought, Zhu Dong spoke up. "Then let me state my request. Become the vice sect master of the sect." Qin Yang was stunned. "What do you mean?" The man simply raised his teacup once more. He didn't answer right away, taking a sip of tea first before slowly explaining. "I have always declared that the vice sect master will become the next ghost demon. When considering and comparing the candidates for the next generation, you are the most suitable one in the sect." Qin Yang marveled internally. Asterisk. I've always wanted to reach this position, but I never expected I could obtain it so easily. Asterisk. The ghost demon put his teacup down and slowly walked outside. "It feels a bit stiff talking here." Qin Yang quickly followed. The 2 of them walked to the side of a bridge, the moon's reflection shimmering on the water's surface. "Do you know why people call me the moon-slaying heavenly ghost?" Qin Yang felt a sense of doubt rise within him. Asterisk. He's changed again. How can this destructive tone belong to the same person who was smiling just moments ago? Asterisk. Asterisk. I get it now. It's all the same person, but neither side is the real one. The ghost demon has 2 faces. Asterisk. With that thought, he replied, "It's because of the story that you once sliced the moon's reflection in your wine cup in half." Zhu Dong smiled. "It may be a hard story to believe. Even if it was just a reflection, how can a person slash the moon? However, for a martial artist, there is no limit to becoming stronger and achieving what they desire." As he spoke, he swung his hand down at the water's surface, causing the moon's reflection to be sliced in 2. Witnessing this scene, 2 words involuntarily appeared in Qin Yang's mind. Martial God. The ghost demon continued speaking. "The reflection of the moon in the lake and in a wine cup are one and the same. But what I truly desire is not just its reflection, my disciple. Only then can I give you everything you desire. The 100,000 sect members and all the martial masters will be yours to command." Qin Yang was startled. He felt his mind being pulled in, sensing that the demon god wasn't just exuding pressure, but was actively drawing in the subconscious of others. An absolute pressure that could touch the very reflection of the moon. is this sword intent? The demon god continued, let me say it again. Become my disciple, and you will have everything, including this power. Become the vice sect, master of our sect. A few days later, the heavenly demon sect was in an uproar. Hey, did you hear? You mean about the vice sect master? Of course, I heard. That position has been empty for far too long. Is he even qualified to be the vice sect master? Of course, he is. His skills and his contributions to the sect have been outstanding. Haha, I heard he destroyed a branch of the Righteous Path sect when he was only 20, and they say he's already reached the sacred demon realm. I saw it with my own eyes at the Sacred Mountain Holy Fire Assembly. Hearing all the chatter on the street, Shi Zhong and Shi Feng felt incredibly excited and proud. Shi Zhong suddenly burst out laughing in the middle of the street like a complete fool, earning him annoyed glares from everyone passing by. Shi Feng looked exasperated. That's so embarrassing. What is wrong with you? If you're going to laugh, do you really need to use your qi? Xie Zhong scratched his head sheepishly. I was just curious to see how many people would recognize me. Shi Feng laughed helplessly. You're really like a child sometimes. Don't worry so much. Everyone in the sect is praising you, calling you the demon of the Dao army. Shi Zhong said happily. Really? But I'm still not as good as the captain, Shi Feng replied calmly. That's a given. Our captain is constantly breaking the sect's records. Not only did she graduate from the Heavenly Demon Cave with a rank of 900, but she also became a sacred demon at such a young age. Honestly, as someone who ranked 700th in the Heavenly Demon Cave, even I'm incredibly impressed by that. The captain is my role model. As the two were walking, they suddenly overheard another conversation on the street. By the way, if he becomes the vice sect master, what happens to the demon god's bloodline? Hearing this, Shi Feng grew agitated. She quickly focused on the two men's conversation. The position of demon god has always belonged to the Zhu clan throughout the sect's history, right? Look, there's obviously a solution for that. I thought you would have known. You remember the demon god has a daughter, right? If those two get married, the bloodline will be preserved, and it'll be even stronger. That's right, the bloodline will be passed down through him. The more Ji Feng listened, the more agitated she became, feeling as if she'd been struck by lightning. Very few people knew about the princess of the heavenly demon sect, the demon god's daughter. People simply assumed she was around 20, and probably an excellent demon master, thanks to her divine martial bloodline. That's because she hadn't been seen in public since she was 10. All information about her was always the sect's most guarded secret. Within the sect, everyone gossiped about the princess, but very few knew the truth. The scene shifts, where a young woman is running down the street at an incredible speed, as if she were being chased by a ghost. She ran towards an inn. A few young men drinking inside saw her and greeted her with some surprise. Deng, Xiao, Ji, what's the rush? Want to have a drink with us? Xiao Ji shouted back, now is not the time for drinking, I have something important to do. The two men looked at each other, confused. Xiao Ji quickly went upstairs. I have to tell the captain this news. Fast. She rushed to a room, not even bothering to knock, before bursting straight through the door. Captain, have you heard the latest news? The person inside replied calmly. You're here, Xiao Zhi? This was to be expected. Xiao Ji said, flustered. But how can they choose a vice sect master when you? The person smiled and said, the strongest becomes the vice sect, master of the sect. This is something to be celebrated, don't you think so? I have to admit, after witnessing the battle between Qin Yang and Lei Jun, I truly felt that I was no match for him. But when I look at myself, the captain of the 112th Rearguard White Tiger Unit, I'd say, I'm not so bad myself. Qin Yang has his life, and I have mine. Everyone is just trying their best. Though he said this, he still felt a hint of disappointment in his heart. Father acknowledged me, but his plans didn't change. Xiaoji thought worriedly. She had blurted out such words again, but the captain didn't seem to notice. She didn't know when she'd started being so forward with her captain. After a moment of thought, she asked again, so, have you heard about the wedding? Mei was surprised. A wedding? Xiaojia explained. You don't know? They're saying you have to marry the vice sect master to continue the family's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Mei eyes went wide. The sky quickly turned dark. Xiao Ji had left, and Mei was alone in her room. She curled up in the corner of her bed. It was surprisingly warm, which made her feel a little better. Marriage. She admitted that Qin Yang was stronger than her, but as for marriage, she had never once thought about it. Deep down in her heart, she always knew this day would come, to fulfill the promise she made to her father and preserve the bloodline. Either she would become the vice sect master, or she would have to marry the next one. Perhaps she had been so preoccupied with her rival, Qin Yang, that she never found the time to understand her own feelings. Marriage. She was completely clueless about these things. The more she thought about it, the more an indescribable shyness welled up inside her. The scene shifts, and Song Yi is now sitting and examining a letter in his hand. After reading the letter's contents, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. It seemed events had developed beyond his expectations. He originally thought just one more little push would be enough. Fate is truly unpredictable. The more he thought, the more frustrated he became, and he let out a sigh. He thought the boy was just a cocoon, but with time, he has transformed into a soaring butterfly, climbing all the way to the position of vice sect master. How infuriating. That brat is standing in my way. He's become the young lord, which means when the demon god dies according to my plan, there will be a legitimate successor to his position. The demon god has definitely been poisoned. He'll die soon enough. No matter how strong he is, he can't survive that poison. It's a toxin that can only be found in ancient times. The important thing is that after the demon god dies, the sect will be split between the young lord's faction and the elders' faction. The demon god has 1 year left before the poison fully seeps into his internal organs. This won't give the young lord enough time to build influence within the sect. Even so, he is still an obstacle in my path. Whether a stone is large or small, it will still obstruct Song Yi's plans. But I will absolutely not let that happen. I will burn it to ashes. In a fit of rage, the wooden chair he was just sitting on was incinerated. If I can't get the young lord on my side, then I'll just kill him. I'll hire someone strong enough, just like I hired Zilian. Or worse, comes to worst, I'll deal with him myself. The next day at the sacred hall, those who had been summoned were whispering amongst themselves. I heard the future of the sect will be decided at today's council meeting. If you think about it, it's pretty fair. Do you know the famous captain of the Longxiao squad? You mean the Longxiao captain everyone's always talking about? It's a shame I didn't see him at the tournament. I missed my chance. I wonder what kind of person he is. Just then, as the fist of the raging winds, Liu Heng, finished speaking, a voice came from behind him. He was one of the prodigies of that generation, one of the children the demon god took a special interest in. I believe he will only become more and more exceptional. Seeing the speaker, Liu Heng smiled. Strategist Lin Tian, is that you? He quickly clasped his hands in a salute. It's been a long time. If it's convenient, could you tell me more about the young lord? Lin Tian readily agreed. No problem at all. What would you like to know about the young lord? Liu Heng continued. Thank you, strategist. It seems the demon god has chosen an outstanding individual from among the disciples. Lin Tian smiled. I'm glad you think so. At that moment, his expression suddenly tightened, and he turned his head to the side. Song Yi was talking with a group of people not far away. Lin Tian asked, I wonder what you think, Vice Elder. Song Yi stroked his beard and said, You're speaking of the young lord, correct? I've heard some rumors, but I think I might be too old to comment on these matters. I find the demon god's decision to be quite sound. Lin Tian cursed inwardly. This old fox. His words always make people uncomfortable. What he's thinking is always hard to guess. He never leaves an opening when he's plotting something. One must be extra careful with people like him. He's the type to smile while stabbing you in the back. Revealing a weakness would only make it easier for him to get a hold of me. I'm almost certain he's connected to the rebellion within the sect. I'm absolutely confident. My intuition tells me so. But without any clues, I can't act rashly. He's just like me, one of the 10 Grand Saints, and also the Vice Elder of the sect. Acting without proof would only bring harm to myself. Everyone quickly turned their solemn gazes toward the platform. We respectfully welcome the great demon god. Zudong stood there, accepting the salutations from everyone. Only after they had paid their respects did he sit down. Has everyone arrived? Below. Song Yi thought to himself. It seems he hasn't felt the poison's effects yet, or perhaps it hasn't fully seeped into his organs. Observing from this distance, his complexion is still very good. This requires me to take a closer look. It seems the poison just hasn't had enough time to work. I don't need to be in a hurry. With his level of power, we'll need to wait at least 6 months for the poison to fully take effect. I shouldn't be so impatient. From the platform, Zhu Dong spoke in a loud voice. Raise your heads. I believe you all have some idea why I've summoned you here today. The people below had varied expressions, murmuring in low voices. Zhu Dong waved his hand. Enough. There's no need to discuss this matter any further. Then he quietly tapped on the armrest of his throne. A moment later, someone below suddenly shouted, It's the Black Flowers. 2 masked women slowly opened the doors. Behind the doors was Qin Yang. He slowly walked into the great hall. Today, he was dressed in an extremely luxurious new set of robes. Just like that, he walked with his head held high to the strategist's side, then looked up at the demon god above and knelt in respect. disciple Qin Yang pays his respects to the demon god. The scene flashes back to 2 days earlier. After speaking with Zhu Dong, Qin Yang returned to his room. This is intense, but this is exactly what I've always hoped and worked for. To become the young master of this sect, I need the power of the heavenly ghost sect, so I must become a ghost demon. The sect will be mine. Everything is ready. However, I am still Master Kang's disciple. What will happen if I become a disciple of the ghost demon? What if I truly cultivate the heavenly ghost sacred art? No, that's not the issue. Just like the other martial arts I've learned, I just need to combine the heavenly ghost sacred art with Master Kang's techniques. It won't be easy, but I believe I can do it. The problem is, my master didn't just teach me martial arts. Master, if your student were to follow another teacher, would you understand me? He was lost in these thoughts. He remembered how his master looked back then. Qin Yang, I am so sorry. The memory of his master's brutal murder only hardened his resolve. Master, I will become the young master of the sect. I don't care what you would think of me. As long as I can avenge you, I will stop at nothing. You never wanted me to walk a path of slaughter because you were a man of honor and justice. But what I want isn't to be some righteous hero. I will never forgive the hypocrites of the so-called righteous path. I don't care how much blood I have to spill, as long as I can get my revenge. This is the path I must walk. Therefore, I will become a disciple of the ghost demon. It was this intense determination for revenge that brought Qin Yang here today. Zhu Dong stood up and stared at him. I have decided who will become the young master. If anyone has any objections, speak now. No one in the crowd below dared to make a sound. Even Song Yi could only sigh helplessly. After a moment, Zhu Dong continued. If there are no objections, then I declare that from this day forward, Qin Yang will be the young master of the sect. You must perform the grand ceremony of bows. First, turn to the first ghost demon, who protects our sect above, and bow 3 times. As soon as he finished speaking, a portrait appeared on the pillar next to him. Without a word, Qin Yang immediately knelt and bowed before the portrait. On the other pillars, more portraits appeared one by one. Next, bow 3 times to the previous generations of ghost demons. Qin Yang kowtowed before each portrait. When he was finished, Zhu Dong spoke again. And finally, turn to your master and bow 3 times. Qin Yang stood up, walked before him, looked up at him for a moment, and then knelt to perform the ritual. Zhu Dong clasped his hands towards the first portrait. I swear before the first ghost demon, I will accept Qin Yang as the young master and as my disciple. I will personally raise him to become the symbol of our sect. Qin Yang also swore his oath. I swear before the first ghost demon, I will become the young master and the disciple of the current ghost demon, and I will become the symbol of the sect. With the ceremony complete, Qin Yang followed Zhu Dong to his quarters. Since you have been in the heavenly ghost cave, you must have already learned the black flower, correct? Qin Yang bowed his head and replied, Yes, master. He thought to himself, the black flower is the basic technique of the heavenly ghost cave and the foundation for gathering qi for all demon cultivators. Why is he bringing this up? Zhu Dong quickly answered his unspoken question. The black flower will burn the mind, transforming it into a state known as the Crimson Heart. The Crimson Heart is nurtured alongside a spiritual ghost, and from it, the Crimson Heart will bloom into an undying flame. This is the mantra of the Crimson Heart. You must memorize it. Qin Yang bowed again. Yes, master. Zhu Dong continued to explain. The Crimson Heart is a part of the heavenly ghost, sacred art. The black flower is the basic qi-gathering art of the heavenly ghost sect. But when combined with the Crimson Heart, it becomes the black flower annihilation art. This is the first link of the heavenly ghost, sacred art. You must remember and practice the black flower annihilation art. Qin Yang thought to himself, it seems I've already fused the Crimson Heart into my true flower condensation art. He clasped his hands and replied, This disciple thanks you for your teachings, master. I will carve them into my very soul. Zhu Dong clapped him on the shoulder. I will teach you how to circulate your qi. Sit down. After Qin Yang sat, he placed both hands on his shoulders. I will transfer my own true qi into you. Feel the path of resistance and let it flow on its own. The moment he received the qi, Qin Yang was startled. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. Qin Yang was still sitting there, receiving Zhu Dong's true qi. He thought, on the first day, Master taught me the first link of the heavenly ghost, sacred art, and now on the second day, he's teaching me the middle link. It seems he wants to teach me everything in the shortest amount of time possible. Even so, he seems to be in too much of a hurry. He isn't even 40 years old yet, so why the rush? Just as his mind began to wander, Zhu Dong reminded him, focus. Memorize the direction of the qi's flow. After speaking, he continued to circulate his power, increasing the flow of true qi. Qin Yang analyzed it internally. The ghost demon's true qi passes through 12 acupoints and agitates them. The qi that's released, though brief, is immense in quantity. But why does this feel so familiar? It's not just familiar. As the ghost demon's true qi circulates inside my body, it's following the exact same path as my true flower condensation art. The true flower condensation art was created based on Master Kang's Taoist return qi and the sect's black flower art. I improved it using techniques I learned from the secret manual, so it makes sense that they share a common origin with the ghost demon's art. But this is incredibly familiar. It's almost identical to that technique. The qi gathering art I learned from Mi Weiji's records. How can this be? Even if black flower is a basic demonic art, why is its operation so similar? The speed is the same, and even the points of circulation are identical. Not only was Qin Yang baffled, but Zhu Dong was also completely mystified at this moment. Red Heart is the only technique the Heavenly Ghost clan passes down to its family or to those who will join the clan in the future. How could they be so alike? How does he know a breathing technique that's so similar? Even Red Heart, the very first step of the Heavenly Ghost's sacred art, is completely different from other qi gathering techniques. Sure, there might be a few similarities, but how can they be this identical? I'm examining every single one of his acupoints. It's as if he's already reached the realm of Red Heart. But this isn't Red Heart. It looks like it, but it's a completely different kind of qi gathering technique. That spear is different too, different from when it was a demonic artifact. That's right, I put it in the demonic qi repository. At that moment, he suddenly understood, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smirk. That spear was the one Mi Weiji used when he was alive. That's the answer to why his energy circulation is so similar to Red Heart. However, they aren't completely identical. The way he opens his acupoints is very different from the Heavenly Ghost's sacred art. It seems he has combined it with Mi Weiji's own qi gathering technique. But he still hasn't grasped Mi Weiji's technique deeply enough. He hasn't reached the threshold of forming the sacred flame. However, he has inherited Mi Weiji's will. Is this a coincidence, or is it fate? Nevertheless, this kid still has a lot to learn, to be able to fully comprehend Mi Weiji's technique. But if he can later achieve the form of the sacred form flame, if he can use Mi Weiji's inherited heart link to create the sacred fire, then he can achieve the true Heavenly Ghost's sacred art. And as for Mi Weiji, if this happens, he will obtain a new kind of power. He circulated his energy for Qin Yang a little while longer before pulling back, saying, "All right, I'm going to withdraw my qi. Try to feel it." He couldn't help but be amazed. This kid is already starting to control it. He's a true genius. And what we call a strange fate or an awakening are realms that are incredibly difficult to achieve. And yet, this kid understands these things. Qin Yang thought to himself, an awakening only occurs when a martial artist endlessly refines their knowledge and experience. What I need to do is use the Red Heart art over and over again. I can't deny that this method is very similar to the one I learned before. This has always made me suspicious, but for now, I need to focus on Red Heart. Every single meridian that the ghost god opened. After he withdrew his qi, everything flowing through my meridians became my own. The flow of qi is getting faster and more intense. So, this is Red Heart, the technique of the young master of the Heavenly Ghost sect, and the symbol of the black flower. Red Heart. This is all just the first step on my path to revenge. The ghost god stood beside him, watching and silently praising him. Incredible. Although it's only been about 30 minutes since his first attempt, he's already able to review it. Not to mention, he has completely understood the language of Red Heart. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he became. Knowing something and understanding it are two different things, and this kid's talent is truly something you see only once in 1,000 years. A few days later, Qin Yang continued his training under Zhu Dong's guidance, his entire body drenched in sweat. He never thought he could sweat so much. Zhu Dong praised him. "Your method of training is very interesting. The iron rings are to seal your internal energy, and the added weight helps with control and builds your foundation, correct?" Qin Yang gritted his teeth and thought, "The most important thing is that I'm constantly forced to move." The ghost god lightly touched a tripwire in front of him. The trap mechanism activated instantly. Although Qin Yang was exhausted, he still had to leap back to dodge. It hit my thigh. Luckily, it didn't leave a wound. If that had been a real arrow, it would have sliced a gash right through my leg. Before he could even catch his breath, his foot stepped on another wire on the ground. Other mechanisms immediately activated. This time, Arrows shot out from all directions, and it was impossible to know how he would dodge them. The ghost god watched intently from above, eager to see how his disciple would evade this. A moment later, all the arrows had been knocked away. Dressed in a bright red uniform, Qin Yang sat in the middle of the pit and let out a long sigh. Finally, it's over. He slowly pushed himself up with his hands. My entire outfit is dyed red. This really is an interesting way to train. A moment ago, my clothes were pure white. Now, almost every part is red. He looked up at the ghost god above him. So this is the training of the Chuk ghost god. Earlier, Zhu Dong had said from above, "Your body feels incredibly heavy right now, but you must endure it. This is only the first gate of darkness. This training method requires you to dodge every arrow fired from every direction. You must use every arrow and the location you were hit to practice and form muscle memory. Remember, when your internal energy reaches its limit, the only thing you can trust is your instinct. You must hold on to your weapon and never let go. And remember all the training you have endured." Qin Yang looked at him seriously, then took off his uniform and changed into a new, clean, white one. After many sessions, he had piled up a mountain of red-dyed clothes next to him. After changing, he stepped back into the training area, the training grounds. "Master, I'm ready." Zhu Dong smiled, pleased. Not long after, Qin Yang's new clothes were stained red once again. Exhausted, he leaned against a wall, thinking to himself, if those arrows had actual tips, I'd be a human pincushion by now. I thought I was pushing myself to the absolute limit every single day. But this training just proved me wrong. This is forcing me past my own limits. I desperately want to just lie down and rest right now, but even if I'm completely drained, I have to keep going, because if I don't do this today, I'll just make the same mistakes later. So this is why they say even the so-called demigods went through this kind of hellish training, which means I have to overcome it. As long as it helps me get my revenge, I'll do whatever it takes. After countless training sessions, Qin Yang's clothes were finally free of red stains. Zhu Dong walked up to him and praised him. "Looks like you've improved a lot." Qin Yang replied calmly, "Thank you." Zhu Dong thought to himself, it's been 15 days since he first opened the gate. On the first day, his clothes were completely soaked in red, but now, there are only a few small dots. The number of times he's been hit has dropped significantly. This kid never ceases to amaze me. His passion for training makes me want to teach him everything I know. He slowly sat down beside him and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Circulate your inner energy. You've progressed so much that you no longer need to rely on my qi. Your body has improved greatly. Let me help you gather your qi." Qin Yang didn't refuse, closing his eyes to accept Zhu Dong's help. Then, Zhu Dong took out a pill and tossed it to him. Qin Yang caught it, thinking, he said this pill can help my body recover its energy. Without it, I would have passed out a long time ago. He swallowed the pill and got back on his feet. Zhu Dong instructed, "All right, time to take out the needles." He then waved his hand, retrieving the silver needles embedded in his body. Qin Yang felt the change in his body and thought, the seals on my qi have been released. I feel so much stronger than before. Zhu Dong, standing ahead, instructed, "It's time to move on to the next stage." It's been 15 days since he started training his senses in the first gate of darkness. Now, Qin Yang can begin to challenge the second gate of darkness. Zhu Dong reminded him, "This doesn't mean you've completed the first gate of darkness. Just like before, you must continue to train in it every single day. You still haven't fully mastered the first gate. At your current level, you can barely even step into the second one. And since your skills have improved, I'll be increasing the difficulty of the training." After that, Qin Yang continued to train diligently every day. The number and speed of the arrows increased significantly, and the number of times he got hit also increased. Seeing him pause, Zhu Dong shouted a reminder. "If you sit down, you're only going to get hit by more arrows, so get up, now." Qin Yang sighed internally. "You really don't show any mercy, do you?" After some time, Qin Yang began to challenge the second gate of darkness. He looked at the cliff face ahead, thinking nervously, the demigod is currently hiding in this maze. Has he concealed his presence? No, he's not hiding. He's right here, but I just can't sense him. While his mind was wandering, he suddenly sensed something and quickly spun around to look behind him. That turn was just in time to dodge an attack from Zhu Dong. He breathed a silent sigh of relief. If I'd reacted even a split second slower, I would have had a hole punched through me. That was too close. Zhu Dong then stepped out, appearing before him. Qin Yang looked at the object in his master's hand, his expression tensing up as he cried out, "Was that A knife just now? A small, finger-sized knife. I almost didn't even see it. Chu Dong raised the knife again and threw it towards him. Qin Yang gripped his weapon, his face growing tense. He raised his spear in front of him, blocking Chu Dong's knife just in the nick of time. With one move foiled, Chu Dong continued his assault, brandishing the knife with incredible speed. Qin Yang hastily leaned back to dodge. He stared at the knife right in front of his face, cold sweat pouring down uncontrollably. Chu Dong twisted the blade, aiming to stab downwards. Qin Yang quickly backed away to create some distance, then twisted his body to evade the stab and spun his spear around for a counterattack. He's gone. While he was distracted, Chu Dong's voice rang out from a maze wall where he had appeared without a sound. I'm over here. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't believe the gap between us is this huge. I'm sure he's not even using his full strength, but I can't even see his shadow. Chu Dong just chuckled. You'll have to try a lot harder than that to catch me. Qin Yang tightened his grip on his weapon. If I could use more qi, I could just shatter that wall. But during this training, I'm limited to 15 streams of qi, so that's impossible. He then once again struggled to defend against Chu Dong's onslaught. Where did he go? Let me think. This training started right after I finished the first gate of darkness. And there has to be a reason. Focus. Qin Yang. Use the senses you honed in the first gate of darkness. A wave of qi rapidly spread out from his body in all directions. Chu Dong, hiding in the maze, also noticed his movement. He's starting to understand how to use his senses. So, you can sense my qi now? He then shouted. Don't let your guard down just because you can't see where the enemy is, and they're always aiming for you. As he spoke, he launched an attack. But this time, all his strikes were sensed and easily parried by Qin Yang. He couldn't help but praise him. You've grown. Qin Yang wiped the sweat from his face. That was tough. I almost couldn't keep going, but I'm starting to gradually see his movements. I know he's still holding back, but this is really exciting. My senses are picking up on the attack before my eyes can even react. A person's movements always have tells. I need to learn to read those tells. I can even see his muscles tensing. A powerful strike is coming. Zhou Dong smirked as he parried the attack. He's reading me through my muscle movements, is he? He raised his blade once again. This time, Qin Yang had to use all his strength to block the attack, because he'd increased his speed. He wasn't just fighting with 15 streams of qi, he was faster than any martial artist at his level. His movements were as fluid as flowing water and drifting clouds, seemingly without any limits. I need to think of a way. There has to be a way to defend from all directions. Or, should I retreat? No, I'm already in his attack range. If that's the case, I have to take advantage of it, not fall back. The habit of retreating will only make me miss a fatal opportunity and lead to my own death. With that thought, he let out a loud shout, raised his long spear, and his body was sent flying backward like a broken kite. He was thrown back, slammed into the wall, and fell to the ground. Then, he passed out from complete exhaustion. And so, the first day of the second trial came to an end. Time flew by. And 2 months later, on a cool, moonlit night, Qin Yang was walking through the forest with his long spear. This is seriously draining. Even though it's only been 2 months, for some reason, the demon god has taught me so much about the sect and put me through this crash course training in such a short time. Is he just happy to have a talented young master like me? Even so, this intense training schedule is way too harsh. Every time I overexert myself, they use the sect's various medicines to heal me. Without the sect's medicine, I would have been dead a long time ago. Thanks to it, my body has become much stronger. Even after 2 months, I still don't know what the demon god really wants. There has to be a reason. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a murderous aura. Just as he turned his head, a throwing knife shot towards his eye from behind. Luckily, his reaction was swift, and he tilted his head to dodge it. But that wasn't all. From a distance, countless more hidden weapons flew toward him. Qin Yang quickly channeled his true qi and leaped up to evade them. I didn't even notice that knife was right at my neck. If I hadn't learned anything in the first trial, it would have killed me. Before he could even land, countless iron hooks shot up from the bushes below. While dodging, Qin Yang reached out and grabbed an iron hook. He also pulled out a few throwing knives. Then, all the incoming iron hooks became tangled together. Qin Yang landed on the pile of hooks, launching 5 chains, with their masters at the other end. He then unleashed his lightning flash technique, sending throwing knives in 5 directions. But to his surprise, his opponents used their chains to block them. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately charged forward. Using chains to block my throwing knives? They're pretty good, but it's a shame they ran into me. He then raised his long spear and swatted away his opponent's hidden weapons. Qin Yang then landed, glancing back and thinking to himself, there are still 2 of them untangling the chains, assassin techniques? There are at least 7 of them, and every single one is stronger than the assassins who attacked me at 10,000 Souls Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but recall what Lei Jun had said. Could this have something to do with the Gui Ye Zui Zong Wang? Who in the world is targeting me? Who wants me dead? Maybe I can get some information from these guys. With that thought, he swung his long spear and charged toward one of the assassins. I'll start with this one. Just then, another strange sound echoed out. Just as the tip of Qin Yang's spear reached the assassin, he was startled to hear the sound of a flute. Then, from behind the assassin, countless venomous snakes lunged into the air. Qin Yang stared in shock as the venomous snakes lunged at him with bared fangs. They can control snakes? These aren't ordinary snakes. Not daring to be careless, Qin Yang quickly swung his long spear, severing the snakes' heads, while simultaneously backing away. But the swarm of snakes stubbornly pressed their attack. Qin Yang was temporarily distracted by them, forced to raise his spear and kill them. But these snakes were completely fearless, ignoring their own kind, being constantly slaughtered by Qin Yang. Qin Yang couldn't fathom how they could control so many snakes. It was like witchcraft. He quickly deployed his domain. However, if they want to kill me, they're going to have to try harder than this. As soon as the domain was deployed, the venomous snakes immediately slowed down. After that, they were easily slaughtered by the swing of Qin Yang's spear. The training situations in the first trial were far more dangerous than this. Just as the venomous snakes were defeated, hidden weapons and iron hooks once again tore through the air toward Qin Yang. Qin Yang had no intention of dodging. He stood his ground, allowing the projectiles to rain down from all directions, and swung his spear to defend, attack, dodging all the hidden weapons. With a swift swing of his spear, he sliced clean through one of the assassin's chains, leaving the man speechless with shock. Blood sprayed from the bushes as another assassin on the other side raised a flute and began to play. Qin Yang's expression turned grim as he drew a throwing knife. Once again, he unleashed his lightning step and flying dagger technique. The dagger was aimed squarely at the flute player, but the man reacted quickly, swatting it out of the air. He managed to deflect the dagger, but his face twisted in horror. What? A figure had just appeared directly above him. Qin Yang had used the split second the man was distracted to lunge forward. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his spear, cutting the assassin in 2. He must have been the one controlling the snakes. And just as he suspected, the moment the assassin died, the swarm of venomous snakes scattered and fled. Only then did Qin Yang turn his attention to the others. Immediately, chains lashed out at him from all directions. He was surrounded again. He leaped into the air to avoid the chains at his feet, but his long spear was snared in the process. The assassin controlling the chain yanked with all his might, shouting, "I've got his spear." Qin Yang knew exactly what he was thinking. Far from panicked, a smirk played on his lips as he twisted the spear. Although the assassin had caught the spear, he couldn't pull it free. Instead, he found himself being dragged forward by Qin Yang. He screamed in disbelief. How can he be so strong? Another assassin hiding in the bushes was shocked to see his comrade being pulled in. They all rushed toward Qin Yang at once, trying to stage a rescue. But Qin Yang was prepared. He instantly unleashed his lightning step and flying dagger combo, even flinging the iron rings from his wrists like hidden weapons. Even so, his throwing daggers weren't enough to handle all of the assassins. They blocked every single one with their chains. Qin Yang had anticipated this. These daggers won't do much damage, but the moment they're forced to dodge, that's the opening I need. The man he'd been pulling in was met with a fist to the face. The brutal impact turned his face into a bloody mess as his body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Qin Yang's figure then vanished, reappearing instantly in front of another assassin. The man was utterly terrified by his sudden appearance. Qin Yang gave him no time to think, striking him down with a single swing of his spear. Another one sent flying. He didn't stop, continuing to spin his long spear. The chain still wrapped around the shaft of his spear whipped out, striking another assassin. The man tried his best to dodge, but in the end, he was killed by his own comrade's chain. Qin Yang then looked around. Only one left. I need to keep one alive for interrogation. I can't let them commit suicide like last time. With that thought, he shot after the last man at incredible speed. Why in such a hurry, young man? The assassin couldn't outrun Qin Yang. In moments, he was grabbed by the collar and took a hard punch to the chest. First, I have to get rid of the poison in his mouth. I need to get some information before he can bite down on a poison pill. Qin Yang then grabbed the assassin by the throat and slammed him to the ground. He had absolutely no chance to take his own life. Qin Yang pinned him down with his foot and demanded, "Who sent you? Why would someone order them to kill him?" But then, something unexpected happened. The man opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound, only muffled gurgles. Qin Yang frowned. This man has no tongue. And his hands? He doesn't even have any fingers. These assassins were thoroughly trained and prepared. They wouldn't reveal any information. On top of that, they fought with chains wrapped around their arms. Furious, Qin Yang finished him with a single thrust of his spear. Damn it, I still couldn't get any information out of them. A short while later, news of the assassin's failure reached the ears of a man dressed in black. His face grew tense, and he broke out in a cold sweat. They all failed? Useless bastards. They couldn't even kill some kid who just broke through to the Saint Heaven Ghost rank, and they acted so damn confident. This assassination was my idea. Old man Song Yi doesn't know about this yet. I used my own personal assassins, relying on no one, but I still failed. This failure will weaken my influence in the society. I need to succeed at least once to save what little reputation I have left. But thanks to that damned strategist, I don't have any forces left that I can use without him finding out. If that's the case, I'll have to do it myself. He stood there, lost in thought, completely unaware that someone was watching him from above. This person turned, his entire body radiating an incredibly terrifying dark aura. He then reported the entire incident to Song Yi. After listening, the man couldn't help but sigh, so it was just some inexperienced brat acting on his own. And now I have to clean up the mess from his cowardly actions. Black Shadow, go south and observe for a bit. The young man named Black Shadow replied with a blank expression, "Yes, my lord." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "And what should I do about our young master?" Song Yi stroked his beard. "You should. What should we do with the young lord? If he gets killed, so be it. If not, let him live. For now, we don't need to reveal ourselves just to provoke the demon god. We'll delay killing him until after the demon god falls." The dark figure bowed. "I understand." The scene shifts to Mai En-hee. She was floating in a dark, hazy void, lost in a dream. Where am I? What am I doing? Her body just drifted, slowly falling. Suddenly, a pale hand reached out from behind her. Mai En-hee was still in a daze, her consciousness hazy. She was startled awake as the hand caught her. Whose hand is this? Who is it? Who's pushing me? Where are they trying to take me? I don't understand any of this. Her eyes then slowly closed, leaving her lost and alone in the endless darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a flame suddenly erupted before her. The flame forced Mai En-hee to open her eyes again. The brilliant light and intense heat made her slightly uncomfortable. She couldn't understand why a fire had suddenly appeared in front of her. The flame grew more and more intense. Terrified, Mai En-hee raised her hand, intending to use her internal energy to extinguish the flame. But something unexpected happened. She couldn't use the energy from her dantian. With no other choice, her body was quickly engulfed by the flames. But once again, the unexpected occurred. Standing in the middle of the fire, she felt no heat at all. Just a moment ago, I could feel its temperature, but now I just feel a warmth, like being in my mother's embrace. With this confusing thought, my knee stood blankly within the flames. The fire quickly began to recede in front of her. A moment later, it had transformed into a small flame in the palm of her hand. It didn't stop there. The flame then merged into her body. My knee stared blankly as the fire became one with her. Then, as if sensing something, her eyes shot wide open. Her entire body felt like it was being incinerated from the inside out. The pain made her scream in agony, and with that, Minnie jolted awake from her stupor. She sat up, panting heavily. Was that just a dream? That burning sensation in my body and the raging fire, was it all a dream? The scene shifts to Tan Duong. He was lying in his room, deep in thought. An assassination attempt? The assassin I encountered at Van Han Lin's son, and the ones tonight, they seem to be connected. There aren't many in the Thien Quy Mon who would have the guts to try and kill me. But the question is, who? And why are they doing this? I haven't found any clues yet, but it's obvious they're targeting me. They know who I am, which is why they sent such skilled assassins, but I still can't figure out what their goal is. Who are they? I really don't like this at all. It always gives me a sense of unease. Even when I used more forceful methods, I couldn't get any information out of them. This is proving to be a very difficult problem. The assassin in the gorge didn't hesitate to commit suicide by swallowing poison, and the assassins tonight were all maimed so badly they couldn't communicate. I don't know who the mastermind is, but they've prepared meticulously. If my training hadn't enhanced my senses, I'd probably be dead by now. That scythe could have shattered my bones. or I could have been struck by poison. My senses have improved so much in such a short time. I have to admit, his skill is truly terrifying. That's why he's the demon god. Just then, a voice came from outside. May I come in? Tan Duong replied, enter. Ta Trung pushed the door open, entered, and clasped his hands in a salute. Forgive my intrusion, Captain. It's been a while. Tan Duong looked at him with some surprise, or more accurately, at the 2 iron rings on his arms. Ta Trung quickly explained, I'm imitating your training method because I feel like I'm falling behind. This is the least I can do to make myself as strong as you. Tan Duong smiled. Not bad. I imagine your martial arts have improved quite a bit, haven't they? Ta Trung nodded. Yes, I feel I've become much stronger. Tan Duong asked again, you think so? Then where do you think you stand right now? Hearing this, Ta Trung was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding. Tan Duong picked up the teapot and poured him a cup. Because you don't sound very confident in yourself. Ta Trung explained, this is the situation. Whenever I make a little progress, I feel like I haven't improved at all. Tan Duong stood up and suggested, if that's the case, since the moon is bright tonight, I'll test your strength myself. With that, Tan Duong quickly strapped the iron rings to his arms and legs, then picked up his long spear. Ta Trung was shocked. Right now? Tan Duong smiled. Are you busy? Ta Trung's expression immediately turned serious. No. Tan Duong said nothing more and immediately leaped out the window. Ta Trung quickly grabbed his saber and jumped into the courtyard as well. Tan Duong brandished his spear. Let's see how much stronger you've become since leaving the Thien Kui cave. Ta Trung immediately removed his iron rings. This gives me the chills. It reminds me of my failure back then. At that time, I was completely powerless to resist. You taught me a lesson I'll never forget. This time, it won't be as easy as last time. A smirk formed on Tan Duong's lips. Then let me see it. Prove it. Ta Trung no longer hesitated and swung his saber, unleashing a powerful attack. But something unexpected happened. The strike was completely ineffective against Tan Duong. His opponent remained perfectly calm. Standing calmly in front of him, Shizong was baffled. I was sure that last strike hit its mark, yet he just effortlessly dodged backward. Right at the very moment my attack was about to land. That just shows how strong he is. Good. This is exactly what I was hoping for, to see from him. As Qin Yang dodged, he thought, to understand Xie problem, I need to understand his movements. Thanks to the ghost god's training, keeping up with his sword style isn't too difficult. Xie quickly rushed forward again, swinging his blade wildly. The flow of qi in his meridians quickly became visible to Qin Yang. I see it now. Between each attack, he always hesitates before deciding what to do next. That's why he feels like his skills aren't improving. Xizong gritted his teeth and swung his blade with all his might. A moment later, drenched in sweat, he stared at Qin Yang, who was still perfectly composed. He thought with a sigh, is the gap between us really this huge? He hasn't even broken a single sweat. He collapsed to the ground, panting, and asked, Captain, what did you see? Qin Yang smiled. I understand why you can't progress. Hearing this, Shizong immediately focused his mind. Qin Yang asked him, you said you've made great progress, right? Xizong nodded. That's right. Qin Yang swung his spear, and a deep trench instantly appeared in front of Xizong. That's just a wall you've recently overcome. But breaking through it doesn't mean it's the end. The wall is just a benchmark used in the martial world to easily distinguish and understand different levels. Just because different people break through the same wall doesn't mean they'll be equally strong at the same level. You've only just broken through that wall, which means you need to invest more time and effort to adapt to the new realm you've entered. When you struggle to comprehend this new realm, you'll understand this. But the important thing is that adapting to it is never easy. What you need to do is be slow and patient. When the mind wanders, you risk going berserk. So focus on your own path, and you will gradually reach your goal. That is how the martial world works. Xizong touched the deep trench in the ground, deep in thought. A wall, huh? What you've said makes me feel much better. Thank you so much, Captain. He then stood up, turned, and looked into the distance, as the light of dawn shone upon both of their faces. The sun is rising. I feel like I've taken up too much of your time. Then Qin Yang added, don't worry about it. Guiding my own men is also my responsibility. Xizong nodded. If you say so, then I'm truly grateful. Qin Yang looked towards the distant dawn and sighed to himself. It's already morning. I only meant to observe Xizong's skills, and now I've helped him resolve his mental block. But thanks to him, I was able to remember these fundamental principles myself. So, it wasn't a complete waste of time. I should also remain patient. It looks like I've lost a night's sleep. A moment later, Xizong clasped his hands and bid farewell. Qin Yang had no intention of keeping him, only saying one thing: remember, take it slow. As Xie left, Qin Yang remained standing there, thinking to himself, the sun is up, it's too late to sleep now. Maybe I should practice the celestial soul and celestial body, and if I have time, check out the Hugo Review channel, do something to clear my head. Qin Yang then sat down, cross-legged on the spot, and began to cultivate his celestial soul, allowing the heavens to dominate the body, to rule the earth. By keeping your soul ablaze, you can change the heavens. By tempering the body, you can control the earth. I've already built most of the foundation for the celestial soul body. Now, I just need to unify the celestial soul and the celestial body. If I can unify these two, my body and soul will reach a state of harmony. To achieve this goal, I must break through the remaining half of my physical refinement. However, I originally thought the Buddhist art of the celestial soul and body. Improving the body would just take time and effort, but the more I practice, the more complex it becomes. It has surpassed the scope of ordinary Buddhist arts of this era. Even now, I don't know if it's still a Buddhist art or if it belongs to another school entirely. It's truly too complex. But thanks to the celestial soul and body, my physical form is much better than before. For now, this is complete. He finished his cultivation, stood up with his spear in hand, and without turning around, he kept staring into the distance and said, "Come on out." But no one answered, and no one emerged. Qin Yang's voice turned cold. "Are you deaf?" I said. "Show yourself." Only then did a black-clothed figure in the woods speak up. The saintly heaven ghost is truly the saintly heaven ghost, after all. Qin Yang observed his opponent, thinking, so this was the presence I sensed while cultivating the celestial soul and body. He asked coldly, "When your presence is so obvious, how could I not have known? Let me ask you first. Do you know who I am?" His opponent replied calmly, "Who doesn't know that you are the captain of the Longxiao division, one of the geniuses who earned the title of Saintly Heaven Ghost at the young age of 20. You are also the future young master who will lead the sect." Qin Yang frowned and thought, he's radiating such obvious killing intent. A complete stranger wants to kill me. Thinking this, he asked his opponent, "Were the previous assassins sent by you?" The opponent was surprised. "So, you're not only strong, but also this intelligent. I knew I had to kill you." Qin Yang tore the patch off his head. "After me? That must mean So you're the one behind those assassins. Let's see. You can talk, which means you still have a tongue. You can hold a sword, which means your fingers are still intact. In that case, I need you to answer a few questions for me." Instantly, their gazes turned razor sharp. Without another word, they charged at each other. As they clashed, Qin Yang thought to himself, this isn't going to be easy. His opponent channeled qi into his blade, while Qin Yang enveloped his entire body in qi. "Your aura. It's not demonic qi. You're not from the heavenly demon gate. How could an outsider infiltrate this deep into the sect? Is that even possible?" His opponent didn't answer, instead letting out a roar as he charged forward, blade swinging. "Now I have even more reason to kill you." With that, he swung his blade, unleashing a violent gale. Two whirlwinds of pure energy shot towards Qin Yang. Instead of blocking, Qin Yang leaped backward to evade the attack. In the attack's wake, the trees behind him were torn to shreds, and a deep gouge was carved into the cliff face. As he dodged, Qin Yang analyzed the attack. This is terrifying power. Anything that touches that gale is annihilated. This is no ordinary attack. The force of the gale is strong enough to rip an opponent to shreds. Even a glancing blow could be fatal, but as long as I don't touch them, I'll be fine. More importantly, he's not the only one with this kind of power. The sixth form of selflessness. I'll have to use the Apocalypse Spear to attack him. With that thought, he immediately unleashed the Apocalypse Spear, combining it with his domain. The whirlwind and his domain clashed instantly. The entire forest shook from the impact. Qin Yang's domain then spread out, enveloping the man in black. A nameless fear suddenly rose in the assassin's heart. Fear? I'm just facing some kid, and yet I'm feeling afraid? He clenched his fists, reminding himself not to be afraid. He once again channeled his power into his blade, which became shrouded in a green aura. Qin Yang saw this, and immediately realized, he's materializing his sword qi. I have to envelop my materialized spear qi with my domain, then combine the two. I'll call it the Spear of Overwhelming Pressure. But first, I have to take off these two iron bracelets. My enemy is indeed very strong. Though not on the level of a demon god, he's definitely much stronger than the Black Knight Pursuit King. Even though they're both wholly heavenly demons, this guy is at the mid-level of that rank. He then unleashed the Apocalypse Spear once more. Its aura, shining with a golden light, shot through the air. The assassin countered, again unleashing his whirlwind. The attacks from both sides quickly collided. But it didn't stop there. They both continued to swing their weapons. The two seemed evenly matched, as both were struck by the other's technique. Both were sent flying backward. After fighting for some time, both were now drenched in sweat and looked quite battered. But their will to fight hadn't diminished in the slightest. Qin Yang took off his remaining iron bracelets. To hell with these bracelets. In a fight like this, they all have to come off. I have to use my full strength to fight him. This time, the attacks from both sides were far more powerful than before. The whirlwind and the golden light clashed relentlessly, creating a continuous series of powerful explosions as sword chi and spear chi intertwined. Qin Yang attacked relentlessly with his spear, shattering every whirlwind that came at him. He began to take hits from the sword chi, drawing blood across his face, but the wounds were insignificant. He charged forward, swinging his spear. He unleashed the Apocalypse Night Spear, its aura transforming into a massive, advancing cloud. Qin Yang glanced at the wound on his shoulder, thinking to himself, the Holy Spear already reduced the attack's power so much, and it's still this strong? Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Spear was gradually surrounding his opponent. The Apocalypse Spear is a technique that uses a massive amount of spear aura to surround an opponent, drowning them in a sea of spears until they're dead. It's a suppression technique. Now, what are you going to do? Facing this move from Qin Yang, the assassin couldn't help but curse. This bastard. He's using his spear to slow me down and pin me in place, while also weakening my whirlwind. One wrong step and I'll be cut in half. Just spamming my whirlwind won't get me out of this. I have no other choice. I can't believe I have to use this move on this brat. With that thought, he gathered all his strength and roared, "Taste my black tear wind vortex blast." A massive whirlwind quickly formed. Qin Yang, standing opposite him, analyzed silently. He's getting desperate. Good. I'll face it head on. Divine Dragon's Flow. The assassin screamed frantically. It's too late. Die, you bastard. The whirlwind slammed into the spear's aura. The moment they made contact, they erupted in a blinding golden light. A terrifying cloud of dust billowed into the sky. As the dust slowly settled, the faint silhouettes of the two men could be seen. The tip of Qin Yang's spear had pierced through the assassin's body. His expression was still tense. That was too close. Luckily, my experience fighting demon gods really came in handy. But the reason I won is because my divine dragon's flow was stronger than his attack. If I had been even a second slower, I would have been the one to fall. Anyway, I've got the situation under control now. So, just doing what has to be done. This is the victor's right. He then began the interrogation. I'm just going to sever the tendons in your arms and legs. A little blood loss won't kill you. Besides, I've already sealed your pressure points. Now tell me, why did you want to kill me? The assassin laughed coldly. You think I'm going to talk? Qin Yang's expression immediately turned grim. Then I'll just have to force you. I'm a patient man, after all. He waved his hand again, unleashing a technique that crushed muscle and bone. With his pressure points sealed, the assassin immediately screamed in agony. As Qin Yang applied the pressure, he explained, I've sealed the pressure points in your throat to keep you from being too loud. If you want to talk, just let me know. The young man was tortured until his hands were completely mangled. He finally couldn't take it anymore and gave in. I'll talk. I'm begging you. Qin Yang thought to himself. He held out longer than I expected. Now the real interrogation can begin. The moment he released the assassin's pressure points, the man confessed, I'm from Tian. But before he could finish, a long sword suddenly flew from a distance, piercing straight through his chest. Just like that, he died right in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang could only stare in disbelief, frozen to the spot. A single, fatal strike, and he hadn't even sensed it coming. What was even more shocking was that he had no idea when the attacker had gotten so close. Qin Yang quickly spun around and threw a palm strike toward the bushes behind him. The person hiding in the bushes also seemed a bit surprised. Though masked, it was clearly the same shadow figure from before. Before Qin Yang's attack could land, the figure's body dissolved into a puff of black smoke and vanished. The shadow figure immediately left to report back to Song Yi. So that's how it is. Well, it's better for him to be dead than to pass information to the young master. If we'd let him live to reveal what he knew, it would have been bad for us. The shadow figure asked, What should we do now? Song Yi smiled. Naturally, we'll have them send more people. They might be clumsy, but it's still better to have them as allies. The shadow figure suggested, Then I'll send them a letter immediately. Song Yi stopped him. No, that's too risky. We have to send someone in person. The shadow figure was confused. Then who do you wish to send? Song Yi asked. Is there anyone in the Gui Mi Wu we can trust? The shadow figure frowned and replied, there are still some who don't fully believe you are the Mi Wu's second successor. Sending them would only raise suspicion. Song Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully. If even a shadow agent from the Mi Wu says so, then I shouldn't take him lightly. He then rose from the pool. All right, I'll use my own people then. You continue investigating the Mi Wu. The shadow figure replied, for the glory of the Mi Wu. The scene shifts to another location. At this moment, Qin Yang is training again. A massive volley of arrows was fired, accompanied by afterimages, proving the training had gotten much harder. The most annoying part was the small daggers less than half the normal size, but faster and more powerful. Throwing knives and hidden weapons flew relentlessly from traps all around. As Qin Yang dodged, he thought, every time I let my guard down, that dagger is fired. As he was thinking, another hidden weapon flew at him from the front, catching him completely off guard. By the time he came to his senses, one of his arms had been wounded by the weapon. He then sensed something else, and quickly turned to look. Countless points of light now hovered above his head. Qin Yang sighed to himself, there's no way to dodge this. The arrows rained down like a storm at an incredible speed. Knowing he couldn't dodge, Qin Yang decisively raised his spear. He then channeled his energy, unleashing a powerful spear chi to meet the countless incoming arrows, shattering them all with this single move. A few arrows that landed on the ground happened to strike the tripwires for the mechanisms. The other traps were triggered as a result. A large net instantly fell from above Qin Yang, while countless chains shot out from all four sides at his feet. In a flash, Qin Yang was surrounded by traps from top to bottom. Unfazed, he leaped towards the net and, with a single swing of his spear, sliced it in two. A moment later, he had completely overcome all the traps in the area. From above, the demon god praised him. Well done. Get changed. We're starting the second trial. The first trial was to train your senses. The second will test not only your ability to sense the enemy, but also to train your muscle memory to react and predict their movements. With that said, he swung his blade and attacked him, just like this. If you're fighting a warrior of the same level, having better senses and predicting your opponent's actions will always be an advantage. So don't limit yourself to just swinging your spear. You need to capture the enemy's shadow at the most precise moment and deliver a fatal blow. As you know, the foundation of all weapons is based on martial arts, finding your enemy's weakness and exploiting it. If your skills are better than your enemy's, it means you still have a chance when fighting against higher-level opponents. A short while later, Qin Yang had been beaten to a pulp, lying flat on the ground without an ounce of strength left. Chudong continued to explain from the side, breathing is also very important. But you need to understand your enemy's breathing and use it to distract them. Qin Yang etched this into his mind. This is special. It's nothing new, but the simple things he says are exactly what I need most. Not only that, it helps me understand my body better, making it easier to learn. Every single one of my muscles is learning by understanding the meaning behind each movement. Most importantly, he's teaching me things that only a martial artist who has reached an incredibly high level could possibly comprehend. A level even higher than my master from my past life. The demon god's advice is precise and practical. Under the demon god's guidance, I can become so much stronger. I feel like there's almost no limit to my own development. A moment later, Tan Duong managed to sit up again, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curling into a smirk. The two resumed their training, but just a short while later, Tan Duong was once again panting from exhaustion. Just like always, I still couldn't even touch him. The demon god emerged from the labyrinth, waved his hand, and said, "That's enough for today." Powerless, Tan Duong collapsed to the ground. The demon god took out a blood pill and tossed it to him. "What has you in such a hurry?" Tan Duong stared at the blood pill in his hand. Lost in thought, he didn't answer right away. The demon god waved his hand and said, "I forgot, your breathing still hasn't stabilized." The true chi from his body immediately flowed into Tan Duong. Tan Duong, whose exhausted face looked ready for sleep, instantly felt revitalized as the true chi infused him. The demon god continued, "In all of our training sessions, you seem to be chasing after something. Why are you pushing yourself to the brink like this, even when you're supposed to be resting?" Tan Duong's eyes widened, startled. Does he know what I'm thinking? I've tried my best to stop worrying, but whenever I close my eyes, my master's face appears so clearly. I keep seeing the face of that traitor right in front of me. Is this what's making me so anxious? As he was thinking, the demon god spoke again. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Tan Duong suddenly spoke up. Lord Demon God. Chudong corrected him. Just call me Master. Tan Duong asked, Master, then why are you in such a hurry too? This time, it was Chudong's turn to frown in thought, not answering. A moment later, he finally spoke. I said, if you don't want to talk, then don't, right? Because I have my own reasons too. The scene shifts to the holy flame. The saintess knelt before it, praying fervently. Oh, divine spirit. The first heavenly demon gave me a premonition last night. It said that I have less than a year left to live. We need another saintess. I need to teach the new saintess everything she needs to know, but a year is truly too short. Please, choose a new one as quickly as possible. The holy flame immediately erupted violently, a terrifying blaze shooting straight into the heavens and illuminating the entire sky. This startled the saintess kneeling below. In her entire life as the saintess, she had never seen the holy flame burn so fiercely. But I know why. The time has come to choose the new saintess. The holy flame shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire heavenly demon gate. People on the streets were startled by the holy flame's strange movement. Look, is that the holy flame? They immediately knelt and kowtowed towards the flame. The holy flame transformed into a true dragon and flew straight up through the 9 layers of clouds. A small flame broke away from it and flew downwards. The saintess stood in her room, looking out. Wherever that holy flame lands, that is where the new saintess will be chosen. That person will inherit and serve the heavenly flame and the heavenly demon. The scene shifts to Tan Duong and Chu Dong. By now, they had finished their training and walked to the edge of a cliff to breathe in the air. It's especially fresh today. You did very well today. Tomorrow, we'll continue as usual. As he was speaking, they both suddenly sensed something. They looked down at the base of the mountain at the same time. The strategist quickly appeared before them. The next saintess has been chosen. The demon god nodded and smiled. Good. I was worried that the current saintess's life was about to run out. The strategist hesitated, then spoke. But the one who was chosen is. At this point, he leaned close to Chu Dong's ear and whispered so only the two of them could hear. After hearing it, Chu Dong was so horrified, he broke out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. The scene shifts to Mayor. She was sitting by the window, gazing at the night sky. Suddenly, she was startled. What's that bright light over by the holy temple? It looks like a fire dragon dancing. It's so beautiful. As she was marveling at the holy flame's beauty, she was suddenly struck with terror because the flame was actually flying towards her. Meyer hastily ran out the door. Then she jumped onto the roof. The holy flame flew closer and closer, and a panicked Meyer ran back inside the house. But things didn't go as she hoped. The holy flame continued its pursuit. It actually changed its trajectory to follow me. Horrified, she kept running, but then she tripped and fell to the ground. At that moment, a stream of fire began to burn her. The flame burned stronger and stronger, and a moment later, Meyer was completely engulfed in it. The room she was in was also surrounded by fire. Just then, Chu Dong was rushing from the holy temple to Meyer's location. Tan Duong and the strategist followed closely behind. Tan Duong couldn't help but be shocked. Those movements were truly astonishing. It was a speed that only a demon god could possibly achieve. If I want to reach that speed and inherit this title, I have to improve myself even more. But putting all that aside, I really never expected that she would be chosen as the next saintess. Mini and I could hardly be called friends, but we've known each other since we were in the Heavenly Ghost Cave. And even though her attitude has changed a bit, until just now, we were still rivals. But thinking back on it now, I used to see her as a rival, even when we were kids. It's been a long time since our days in the Heavenly Ghost Cave. Anyway, she's about to become the saintess? The saintess is the only one who can communicate with the heavenly fire, understand the will of the first heavenly ghost, and serve the ghost god. As the current young lord, I'm destined to become the ghost god one day. That means the future saintess will serve me. The thought of Min Yi having to serve me made Qin Yang's face twist into a grimace. A short while later, they arrived at Minnie's residence, which was completely engulfed in flames. Qin Yang analyzed the situation silently. If the structure of the White Ape Division is the same as the Dragon's Head Division, then Min Yi, as the captain, should be on the top floor. But something was wrong. The entire building was on fire, yet the surrounding area was almost completely undamaged. At first glance, you'd think your eyes were playing tricks on you. This was clearly no ordinary fire. The flames licked at the wooden structure and the White Ape banner, but left them untouched, as if the fire was consuming only itself. The ghost god took the lead, quietly observing the building before slowly stepping inside. Qin Yang and the strategist followed close behind, and they soon saw Min He standing in the center of the inferno. She was completely unharmed. Seeing the ghost god and the others arrive, she looked just as surprised. Qin Yang was lost in thought again. Is this fire protecting her or trapping her? Regardless, it didn't seem to be causing any harm. So, this is the power of the heavenly fire. Minhee blinked, looking at her father. The ghost god simply stared at her intently, saying nothing. Minhee was about to call out to her father, but she stopped herself. Instead, she changed her tone and addressed him as Ghost God. Standing before each other, the father and daughter shared a heartbreakingly distant feeling. Is it just me, Qin Yang wondered, or does he feel it too? Or perhaps, even the ghost god feels a little pained? Zhou Dong instructed Minhee. Come outside. Minhee was still hesitating when the current saintess arrived. The flames won't hurt you, princess. Minhee was startled to see her. The saintess sat down beside her and explained, because this fire isn't here to harm you. It only wishes to greet you. Minhee was even more confused. Greet me? The saintess spread her arms wide. That's right. You have been chosen as the next saintess of the Heavenly Ghost Sect. Minhee was stunned by the news, then turned to look at her father. The ghost god simply nodded at her. Minhee then stood up and slowly walked out. The ghost god sighed. It seems I need to have a talk with you. A little while later, in a forest somewhere in the endless darkness, Zhou Dong and his daughter stood talking under the moonlight. Ever since your mother gave birth to you and passed away, you've been the only family I have in this world. Minhee kicked at the dirt, thinking to herself, his only family. So why does he seem to prefer that young lord? Zhou Dong walked over and patted her head. You know, I always hoped you could grow up to be an ordinary woman. The ghost god is an incredibly lonely position. I may rule the world, but there are still things I can't have. I don't want your life to be like this. If you were a boy, I wouldn't have had to worry. I just wanted you to live a life like other girls, fall in love with someone, and have a happy family. You might not know it, but that's what I've always hoped for. I heard those rumors, and I was prepared to let you go, so you wouldn't have to carry on the heavenly ghost bloodline. Hearing this, Minhee was shocked. So Dad heard the rumors about me marrying Qin Yang. I never knew he cared so much about me. She was about to say something, but Zhou Dong spoke again quickly. But now that you've been chosen as the saintess, all of that seems meaningless. As you know, the saintess serves only the heavenly fire and the ghost god. Minhee was once again stunned. While they could theoretically refuse the heavenly fire, no saintess had ever actually refused to serve the ghost god. Does this mean they're not allowed to marry another man? Being chosen as the saintess meant she would never have a normal life, and that decision could never be changed. The saintess is chosen by the will of the first heavenly ghost's heavenly fire. Refusing or violating the laws of the heavenly ghost sect brings only the most tragic of ends. There was once someone who refused to become the saintess. She went mad and died within 2 weeks. Zhou Dong continued, if I had defied everything to keep you from touching the heavenly ghost power, I could have at least had more time with you. I deeply regret not being able to stop you that day. Minhee reached out her hand in response. No, father. Zhou Dong turned to look at her, confused. Minhee explained, I have never regretted my decision that day. I chose to join the heavenly ghost sect because I wanted to. Zhou Dong still looked sad. Is that so? Minhee clenched her fist. I will do my best to become the saintess, when I can't even tell what he's thinking. This makes me very anxious. Because when you look at him, I worry that he won't look back at my daughter. Do you really want to love a man like that? Faced with this question, Minhee was momentarily lost in thought. The scene shifts to Qin Yang. At this moment, he was still standing with the White Marquis clan, deep in thought. After the saintess appeared and was taken away by the demon god, the flames surrounding the house vanished without a trace. More importantly, the headquarters of the White Marquis clan showed no signs of being scorched at all. The heavenly fire was said to be a relic left behind by the first demon god. According to the legends and historical records of the heavenly demon gate, the first demon god had surpassed the saint realm and reached the god realm. I can't accept this, and I'm not convinced. The god realm? Can a human being really reach the god realm? Even the current demon god, who wields sword intent, can't reach the saint realm. That's the common view among martial artists. So are we saints, or are we monsters? Whatever it is, I can't fully comprehend it. Breaking the moon with sword intent alone was already an exception. Could someone really reach that realm? Could it be that he's actually a god? No, that's impossible. I can't even dare to imagine it. I should focus on cultivating diligently instead of fantasizing about becoming a god, using the black flower and the red heart to split the mind in two, transforming it into will. The mind will double the will. The true flower has just formed. The black flower, red heart. Use one will to memorize the black flower, red heart, and the other will to memorize the newly formed true flower. I remember now. The black flower, red heart has a new name, the heavenly demon's sacred art. As he was focusing on his training, a voice suddenly called out from beside him. Captain! Qin Yang had no choice but to stop, looking outside. Come in. Shi Feng entered to report. You have a visitor. Qin Yang stood up, puzzled. A visitor? Who would be visiting at this hour? Besides, I've never had visitors. The more he thought, the more he wondered who it could be. But just as he finished the thought, he suddenly understood. Wait, I know who it is. I will never forget this person's existence. Mini. No. I suppose I should call her the Saintess. Hearing this, Shi Feng was also incredibly surprised. Minhe asked him, Can we talk? Qin Yang sighed. It's a bit late, but I can't refuse. Minhe spoke again. I was thinking, could we talk while taking a walk in the garden? She said this as she walked toward the window. Reaching it, she added, Pardon me. Qin Yang just watched her silently, not responding. Ji Feng, standing by and observing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a tense expression. She then said loudly, I'll follow behind you. As the two went for their walk, the three of them stepped outside together. The atmosphere was extremely awkward, and everyone wore an expression heavy with unspoken thoughts. This made Qin Yang sigh. Why don't we stop beating around the bush and just get straight to the point? Minhe looked at him, recalling her father's question from earlier. Will you love him? At the thought, her face couldn't help but turn red. They said, I have to become the Saintess. Qin Yang replied calmly. That's to be expected, because you were chosen by the heavenly fire. Minhe couldn't hide the look of annoyance on her face. How could he be so calm? It was as if she was the only one worried. It's all because of what my father said. Thinking this, she raised her voice. Do you have any idea who a Saintess has to serve? Surprised, Qin Yang turned to look at her. He then lowered his head and sighed. Minhe continued, the heavenly fire and the heavenly demon. Qin Yang's face grew grim as he thought, this isn't something she should be saying so easily. Minhe paid no mind to his attitude and continued speaking. That's why my father asked me how I felt about you, which also makes me very curious. What do you think of me? Qin Yang sighed internally. My life was practically born for revenge. Feelings like love are too much of a luxury for me. Besides, I'm not even sure if I can get this revenge. My enemy isn't just one person, but the entire Righteous Path sect. But I can't explain all of this to her. Thinking this, he sighed and said, You may not know this, but I have a great many things I must do. Minhe's face clearly showed her sadness, and she said nothing. Qin Yang continued, I got my wish, and became the young master. But I still can't be sure if I can achieve my goal, even if I were to become the demon god. This situation won't change. Minhe grew more and more melancholic, lowering her head completely. The atmosphere then sank into a dreadful silence. Qin Yang glanced at her, thought for a moment, and then continued speaking. Therefore, I can't give you the affection you're hoping for, because right now, I need to focus on the things I have to do. Everything else will have to wait until I've achieved my goal, if that's even possible. After saying these words, he thought to himself, she's very smart. This information should be enough for her to understand. Shi Feng, standing nearby, also heard Qin Yang's words and couldn't help but show a look of disappointment on her face. Minhe suddenly spoke up. I understand what you're saying. Qin Yang nodded. Good, I'm glad you understand. In his heart, he felt a pang of guilt. Maybe I was too harsh on her, dooming her to the life of a saintess. But to his surprise, Minhe suddenly smiled. In that case, let's just put all of this on hold. Let's wait until you've completed your goal, and then we'll talk. Qin Yang replied, Yeah, I'm glad you said that. As he said this, he turned his head back in surprise. When he looked back, Minhe was already gone. Qin Yang stood there with a gloomy expression, watching her figure slowly walk away. This wasn't what he'd expected. He shook his head helplessly, wondering what was going through her mind. I hinted that those things wouldn't happen, yet she said to put it aside for now. Well, it's useless to overthink it. I'll worry about it when the time comes. He and Shi Feng quickly returned. As soon as he got back to his room, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate his energy. He split his consciousness into two, and once again, the newly formed True Lotus and the Crimson Heart Black Flower were separated. A moment later, Qin Yang was startled. What's happening? The power obtained from the strange records within the True Lotus was in chaos. It seemed to be welcoming the transformation of the Crimson Heart Black Flower. Should I force it back to its original state? No. It's best to let its power develop according to its nature. Based on the current situation, this can't be the demon inside my body trying to devour me. A moment later, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. The flow of energy is moving towards its goal. All right, go on. Do as you wish. He then ignored the moving energy, no longer interfering. All the streams of energy quickly converged on his dantian. Cold sweat continuously beaded on Qin Yang's face. More and more energy gathered in his dantian, seeming to want to compress into a sphere. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth suddenly curled up. I get it. This is the true nature of power derived from qi. The qi from his body rapidly spread out, soon covering the entire Longxiao headquarters. Xie Zhang and someone else who were training in the courtyard couldn't help but look up in confusion. Shi Fang, who was practicing calligraphy in her room, also felt the tremor, immediately stopping to look outside. That was the moment the Crimson Heart Black Flower reached its peak and transformed into the divine flame manifestation. Elsewhere, news about Minyi had spread throughout the entire sect. Everyone was buzzing about it. Is that rumor really true? The daughter of the demon god is going to become the saintess? Yes, I'm sure the demon god already knows and has covered it up. What do you mean? Have you forgotten? I'm talking about the Zhou family's bloodline. If everything goes according to plan, the young master and the demon god's daughter will be married. Ah, I see. When they marry, the heavenly demon's bloodline will continue. A young man on the road overheard these discussions. He later returned to report everything to Song Yi. After hearing it, Song Yi had a sudden realization. So, it was Minyi, the daughter of the demon god, is the one chosen to be the next saintess? The young man felt a sense of confusion. It's strange. Normally, something like this would make him furious or annoyed. Although they say the saintess is a symbol of the sect, she still holds the most influential position in our faith. The demon god's daughter, being chosen as the saintess, will only be more trouble for him, all because she's the daughter of the demon god. And yet, he was able to smile. Song Yi laughed with immense pleasure, thinking to himself, I've had my eye on her since she was a little girl. I always wondered how beautiful she'd be when she grew up. I also always wondered why she disappeared for 10 years. Her becoming the captain of the White Marquis squad must mean she was in the heavenly demon cave. That girl has always wanted to impress her father since she was young, so it's not strange that she chose that place to train. But now that she's been chosen as the saintess, her little dream should come to an end. So the captain of the White Marquis squad I saw at the conference was her. I always did think that girl was beautiful. Even I, the king of the soul-splitting raging flames, was mesmerized by her. I've been waiting for a chance to spend a night with the White Marquis captain. Turns out she's the daughter of the demon god. It seems the child from 10 years ago has now blossomed into a real woman. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but drool. Oh, man, I really want to have her. But no, now is not the time. One wrong move could ruin the entire plan. I can have her then. At the moment I destroy the heavenly demon sect, it wouldn't be so bad to become the one who defeats her father and possesses her. If things turn out differently, I can still use that method. He then burst out laughing. Haha. People often say that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. How true that saying is. Heh. While laughing heartily, he suddenly remembered something. Ah, what's that guy up to? The other man quickly replied, he's much stronger than the previous disciples, so we've been keeping a constant watch on him. But one thing is certain, he has locked himself inside his own estate, Song Yi said grimly, the fallen demon emperor realm, cut to a place shrouded in magnificent golden curtains. A figure could be seen behind the veil. Beneath him was a woman. She tried to resist him, but was powerless. The man's eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. The woman writhed and moaned in constant pain. The man's expression only grew more excited and joyful. The woman's hands quickly began to wither. A moment later, her body was a dried-up husk, dead on the bed. The man got up and dressed himself, looking at the corpse and sighing. Even though it's my own technique, it still looks rather ridiculous. He then kicked the corpse off the bed and, with a wave of his hand, used his internal energy to conjure a flame that incinerated the body right there in the room. You should thank me for cleaning up after you, he then commanded. Go outside and summon the head of internal affairs. The man outside immediately shouted, the king wishes to see the head of internal affairs. Go, inform him now. A moment later, the head of internal affairs was summoned. He quickly reported the situation to the king. The secret ruins of the Ice Light Sword Emperor had collapsed. 1,200 righteous warriors died there. The dead included elders from the 9 great sects and members of various other clans. If you include those who died previously, the total is around 2,000. The king's expression remained incredibly calm. Without a change in his expression, he listened as the head of internal affairs continued. About 30 people gave up the way of the sword after suffering severe injuries. Of course, all of those who abandoned the sword were top-tier martial artists. From the moment the secret ruins of the Ice Light Sword Emperor were discovered, it was already major news when the ruins were found by a righteous warrior. The path of righteousness called it a great blessing, but the result was the complete opposite. Not only did the martial artists begin to fight among themselves for control of the ruins, but in the end, the ruins collapsed, burying everyone inside. And to make matters worse, the so-called artifacts excavated from the site were all fakes. Instead of a blessing, it turned into a complete nightmare. And the outcome was even better than we anticipated. I guarantee your majesty will be pleased. The king laughed, overjoyed. Haha, excellent. Truly, not bad at all. When the royal dynasty gets involved, we must naturally emerge as the biggest winners. The royal dynasty and the martial world have always stayed out of each other's affairs. This is a basic principle even a child knows. But just as the martial world turns a blind eye to the dynasty, the royal dynasty also watches them with that same eye. Because a martial artist with overwhelming power could destroy the delicate machinery of the dynasty, the court and the dynasty could not help but interfere, at least somewhat, in the affairs of the martial world. Though this was the largest-scale plan to destroy the martial world ever devised, in the last few decades, all others have failed. If the martial world recognized this move, the royal dynasty would have another plan for their destruction. However, the goal of His Majesty and the royal court is not to annihilate the martial world on the plains. The king then asked, "What has happened with the heavenly demon sect?" The head of internal affairs replied that it seems a little more time is needed. Hearing this, the king frowned and thought to himself, "It has been many years since we devised the plan to destroy the heavenly demon sect, and still no results." The head of internal affairs explained, "The heavenly demon sect is a clan that appears and disappears like ghosts. It is precisely because of this trait that our plan has stalled. However, we have received a report that the moon-slaying heavenly demon has been poisoned. The results should manifest soon." The king asked again, "When you say soon, how long do you expect the royal court to wait?" The head of internal affairs fell silent. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer the question. After a while, he spoke again. "Zhongshan has received word. He said the man was poisoned 6 months ago. He has likely realized he was poisoned by now. To be more precise, he has known for a long time. He probably also understands that resisting the poison is nearly impossible." The king continued. "In other words, the major events concerning the heavenly demon sect will happen within the next month, correct?" The two men then laughed heartily, and the king continued with a serious tone. "That's right. Who are we sending to the heavenly demon sect?" The head of internal affairs asked in return. "Are you referring to the demon emperor of Oblivion?" The king nodded. "Yes. So, he's called the demon emperor of Oblivion. Oblivion, in a sense, refers to how he kills through deception. Nothingness is indeed a fitting name for him." The scene shifts to the heavenly demon sect, where Qin Yang is standing on the edge of a deep abyss. Below flows a dark river. He stood there, gripping his long spear, and stared at the person opposite him. His opponent gripped a longsword, raising it in preparation for battle. His longsword quickly began to glow with a golden light, and then flames erupted along the blade. Qin Yang, on the other side, quickly circulated his qi, enveloping his entire body and his spear as he watched his opponent intently. His opponent swiftly swung his sword, and a powerful vortex instantly formed, rushing towards Qin Yang. The spear's qi collided with the vortex. Qin Yang continued by unleashing his ultimate technique, the Divine Dragon's Pull. A golden light burst from the tip of his spear. The opponent's vortex was immediately ensnared by a golden dragon. The dragon wrapped tightly around the vortex, then roared and opened its mouth to tear it apart. The vortex was quickly shredded to pieces by the golden dragon. Without stopping, the golden dragon continued to roar as it charged towards the man. The young man was completely unable to defend or dodge. He could only let the golden dragon strike him. As the dust settled, only Qin Yang was left standing tall. He was a bit tired, panting as he stood there. His opponent's form quickly turned ethereal before taking on a shape that closely resembled Chu Dong. Just then, the sound of a finger snap echoed, and a torch immediately flared to life. Chu Dong turned his head to look at Qin Yang. He asked, "This is the prismatic combat illusion created by the illusionist sect. What do you think?" Qin Yang stood there, catching his breath for a moment before replying, "It is indeed very impressive. The prismatic combat illusion is an illusory realm created by Lin Tian, the sect's strategist, and perfected by the illusionist sect. The special feature of this type of illusion lies in its ability to create an extremely realistic sensation, but it has two strange aspects. First, the illusion is terrifyingly realistic. Second, these illusions are all the consciousness of demons and gods." Qin Yang marveled to himself. "This is like fighting against legendary martial artists. Truly an illusion. I can still feel what it was like facing Feng Longjue and Feng Jian just now." Zhu Dong walked up to him and explained, "A top-tier martial artist can sense danger, and when faced with it, they'll deploy hundreds, even thousands of strategies. If you become a ghost god, you'll be the same. That's why I'm having you fight my former enemies. Therefore, this illusionary maze is the best place to train your skills, because you can gain thousands of experiences as if you were facing them directly. Am I right? Qin Yang nodded, thinking to himself. Just as he said, this illusion is incredibly difficult to deal with, but it's given me a ton of experience. Even though I was a martial artist in my past life, I didn't even live to be 30. No matter how many times I trained, my real combat skills couldn't compare to a ghost god's. But through this prismatic combat illusion realm, I can learn all of these experiences and become stronger. But this is no easy task. I've already faced 3 of the ghost god's former enemies. Let's just consider facing 3 per day as a milestone. I should rest for a bit now. Zhu Dong glanced at him and smiled, thinking, he can reach that level even while wearing the iron rings. Furthermore, I've infused them with my true qi, making them even heavier. He continues to surprise me, but I can't let up. I still need to speed things up. With that in mind, he asked, how's your progress with the intermediate connection of the heavenly ghost, sacred art? Qin Yang immediately circulated his energy to sense his own state. I've already reached the 2nd level. When a martial artist creates a flame fragment, the first connection of the heavenly ghost, sacred art, the black flower's red core, is fully completed. The next step is to achieve the intermediate connection of the heavenly ghost, sacred art, the spirit fire channel. The ghost god thought, he's already at the 2nd level, which means he's about to reach the spirit fire channel. Not bad at all. The reason he can develop so quickly is because of his profound foundation of martial arts knowledge. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned and sighed. But you are still too weak. You must reach at least the 5th level to be able to combine the spirit fire channel and the black flower's red core. Qin Yang stood up and bowed his head. Yes, master. Once the spirit fire channel is combined with the black flower's red core, it will create a complete connection between the soul and the flame fragment, forming the black flower flame path and red core connection. The cultivator will bloom a black flower that incubates a red core and connects to the flame. Only by completing this process can you achieve the sacred fire form. So, work hard. He assessed him internally. If he keeps this up, he'll reach the 5th level in 6 months, as expected of our sect's genius. His talent is terrifying. I can't help but feel proud. But the problem is, my body might not hold out that long. While Qin Yang was being trained by the ghost god Zhu Dong, something else was happening in another part of the heavenly ghost sect. The saintess ceremony was a success. Zhu Mei, who had been chosen not long ago, had now become the saintess. Although it's just a ceremony, the saintess is still called the proud mother of the heavenly ghost star. This is not a ritual to be taken lightly. The ceremony was held within a month of Zhu Mei being chosen as the saintess. On the day of the successful ceremony, the sacred hall, which was normally never opened, made an exception. Qin Yang stood high above, looking down and thinking to himself, so many people have flocked here just to watch the ceremony. But even with all these people, not a single one dares to step onto the main path. This is the sacred path, the path of the saintess. It connects the main gate and the sacred hall. Only the saintess is allowed to walk the sacred path. No one else is permitted to step on it, not even the ghost god, the leader of the sect. He must take another route to enter the sacred hall. It won't be long before Zhu Mei steps onto the sacred path. I shouldn't have spoken to her that day. I believe because I don't want to stir up unnecessary emotions. Focus. Qin Yang. You have stepped onto the path of blood, an unavoidable road, if you want to avenge your master. Constantly thinking about women will only put you in more danger. Just like you said that day, everything else comes after you've completed your mission. Just then, someone below shouted, the saintess has arrived. As soon as the words were spoken, Mayer, under the watchful gaze of countless people, slowly stepped onto the sacred path. The moment Song Yi saw her, lust stirred within him as he thought, look at me, letting my greed show so carelessly. The crowd around them erupted in applause, cheering and congratulating the new saintess. The previous saintess stood outside the sacred hall, holding the sacred fire, waiting. Soon, Mayer arrived before her. She raised the basin containing the sacred fire. From the moment you accept this brazier, you will begin your new life as the saintess. Of course, you still have much to learn from me, but as a saintess, this will bring many changes to your life. Mayer accepted the brazier and entered the sacred hall. Elsewhere, the ghost god's expression was incredibly tense. It's not like I just found out I was poisoned. Upon reaching the saint realm, I was confident that my body was immune to all poisons. And yet, this poison is able to harm me. This is no ordinary toxin. No matter how hard I try to study it, I can't find an antidote. Lin Tian has also done everything he can, but he still can't cure it. This poison, This damned, demonic poison is making me lose all hope. I know I can't hold on for much longer. That's why, even with a disciple as gifted as Qin Yang, I can't hide this sense of urgency in my heart. This is my fault. I know I can't last much longer. But not yet. Though he tried to hold it in, he couldn't stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He collapsed to his knees in agony, a pathetic sight. Stunned, Qin Yang whipped his head around to look at Song Yi, who was sitting in the distance. A wave of secret joy washed over him. Finally. The heavenly demon gate will be mine. Zhou Dong was then carried back to his room for treatment. The one in charge of his treatment was the demon pharmacist of life and death, Jiang Du-chong. From the symptoms, this is a terrifying poison. This poison has been in his body for a very long time. Qin Yang and Mir's faces were incredibly tense. Mir clenched her fists, seething with rage as she gritted her teeth. Jiang Du-chong continued, "You two can speak with him for a moment." Lin Tian sighed, understood. Jiang Du-chong then turned and left. Qin Yang and Mir quickly entered the room. The moment she was inside, Mir frantically rushed to her father's side, kneeling by the bed and grabbing his hand. "Father, you're burning up. What is this horrible thing?" Zhou Dong said to her. "You're here. I'm sorry, strategist. I couldn't hold on any longer." Qin Yang glanced at Lin Tian, thinking, so, strategist Lin Tian knew about this poison. Mir placed Zhou Dong's hand back down. "Strategist Lin Tian, why didn't you tell me? If you had told me sooner, I could have helped find an antidote. Why wouldn't you say anything?" Her heart was breaking. "I just finally got the chance to be close to my father since becoming the saintess. The happiest thing for me was just being able to talk with him. Why did everything have to turn out like this?" Lin Tian lowered his head sadly, unsure how to respond. Just then, Zhou Dong, lying on the bed, spoke up to explain for him. "No, it's not his fault. I gave the order. Of course, the strategist has been trying to find an antidote, but it's as if this poison has never existed in the world." Qin Yang furrowed his brow, thinking, a poison that's never been seen before, a completely new type of toxin, a poison that even the demon god, who's on the verge of reaching the saint realm, can't resist. Mir was about to say something, but the demon god cut her off. "It's all right, I won't die that easily. It's difficult, but at least I can still hold on. If I choose to endure, I can at least live for a few more years. I believe the strategist will find a cure within that time." Mir's face was still filled with worry, and tears were already welling up in the corners of her eyes. She fought to hold them back, trying not to cry here. At that moment, Zhou Dong's attention turned to Qin Yang. "You're here too?" Qin Yang clasped his hands and said, "Yes, my lord." Zhou Dong seemed a little annoyed. "I told you to call me master." Qin Yang corrected himself. "Yes, master." Zhou Dong replied with satisfaction. "Good. Call me master. I'm sorry. A master shouldn't show such weakness in front of his disciple. I shouldn't be lying here like this." Qin Yang frowned, looking at him and thinking, "I can see multiple traces of the poison, dark shadows, and red spots in his eyes, and there are small, dark red blood vessels. These red patterns aren't normal at all. They form markings that look like small handprints. In the center are purple spots." After observing this series of symptoms, Qin Yang suddenly remembered something. "Wait a minute, I've seen these symptoms before on my old master." This poison ate away at him, bit by bit. Then, the people of the Righteous Path sect joined forces to finish him off. "Why is this poison appearing here?" Just then, Zhou Dong weakly called out, "My disciple." Qin Yang snapped out of his thoughts and sat by the bed, taking his hand. "Yes, master, I'm here." Jiang Du-chong had used acupuncture to help the demon god stay conscious, but he also said it wouldn't last for long. Zhou Dong struggled to speak. "While I'm like this, take care of the sect." As he said this, he showed signs of losing consciousness and passed out. Horrified, Qin Yang quickly checked his pulse. He still has a pulse. Thank God, he's only unconscious. He remembered his master's last words. "I'm sorry for leaving everything to you. Please, take care of Mir." Qin Yang gritted his teeth. "No, it shouldn't be like this, master." Time flew by, and 3 months passed. A few people were moving along a small road. It's already been 3 months. Has it really been that long? So much has happened in these 3 months. This man is Mu Tang, the demon prison sword, one of the 10 elders of the heavenly demon gate. After the demon god fell ill and coughed up blood during the saintess's inauguration ceremony, all sorts of rumors exploded within the heavenly demon gate. Although voices of support and opposition were constantly heard, nothing major had happened yet. The only change was that Vice Elder Song Yi and the young master Qin Yang had begun to compete for the position of demon god. But that was just what was happening on the surface. Beneath the iceberg, much more was going on. It was nowhere near as peaceful as it seemed. Something was brewing behind the scenes. The day the demon god collapsed, Vice Elder Song Yi immediately showed his ambition to seize the position of demon god and become the leader of the heavenly demon gate. On the other hand, the young master and Lin Tian weren't about to let things go his way so easily. It was inevitable that the sect would split into two factions. Anyone who understood the sect's internal affairs knew the competition between the young lord and the vice elder had reached its peak. Within just 3 months, the sect had divided into the vice elder's faction and the young lord's faction, with no room for neutrality. The 10 great elders had almost all chosen their sides. I have to choose the vice elder. I have to honor our years of camaraderie. Besides, he's never treated me poorly. This means that the only thing I need to do now is convince the Fist King of the Wind Demon, Wang Ju, to follow his will. Aside from knowing he's a straightforward man, I don't know much about the Fist King of the Wind Demon. I just hope he doesn't demand a sparring match. But with his personality, it's more or less bound to happen. If so, I guess I should give it a shot. If I want to make an impression without losing face, I'm not sure how things will turn out, but at least he and I are on the same level. I don't know about the others, but I feel like he cares a lot about these things. It's better than nothing. Just then, a voice rang out. It seemed to be the great Fist King of the Wind Demon himself. Hearing the voice, he frowned and looked into the distance. It seems I'm late. 2 figures quickly emerged from the tower up ahead. The person with Mu Tang spoke up. Look, isn't that the young lord and his follower? Just as he said, the 2 people ahead were Qin Yang and Lin Bing. He stepped out and said with a smile, "You're late, Ghost Sword Mu Tang." Playing dumb, Mu Tang asked, "What do you mean by that?" Qin Yang gave a cold smile. "Do I really need to spell it out for you, old man? Or are you just pretending you don't understand?" Mu Tang couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, his aura and his skills have changed. It's hard to say if he's weaker than me now. When he first became the young lord, he was just a heavenly saint demon, yet now his strength is on par with one of the 10 great elders. Just how in the world did the ghost god train him? Seeing him stand there silently, Qin Yang frowned and continued. "Then let me explain it to you. Wang Jue has already agreed to join us." Mu Tang and the man behind him were both stunned to hear this. Moreover, the aura radiating from Qin Yang at that moment was incredibly dark and terrifying. "Everything you're doing is useless. I think you know that the Fist King of the Wind Demon, Wang Ju, isn't someone who can be persuaded with a few words or a couple of gifts." Mu Tang stubbornly retorted, "Who knows? With enough money, you can make even a ghost do your bidding." Qin Yang walked past him and said, "Then go ahead and try. Let's see if you're right or if I am. We'll meet again." Long after Qin Yang had left, Mu Tang was still standing there, lost in thought. When the young lord released his aura, Wang Jue, who was inside the Wind Demon Tower, knew what was happening but chose not to appear. This meant he had already made his decision. Damn it. I don't know how he convinced Wang Jue, but it's certain he's chosen the opposing side. Meeting him now would just be a waste of both our time. The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt. The person behind him asked doubtfully, "What should we do now?" With a grim expression, Mu Tang replied, "To the Fire King's Tower." Mu Tang went to the Fire King's Tower and immediately returned to Song Yi. 4 against 4, huh? Mu Tang sat in his chair, deep in thought. Including the Vice Elder, there are 4 of us among the 10 great elders. On their side, including the strategist Lin Tian, there are also 4 from the 10 great elders. Now that the young lord's strength is nearing the level of the 10 great elders, anyone can see that the 2 sides are evenly matched. If you factor in the forces under each elder, they're also roughly equal. Most of the 12 clans have chosen to remain neutral, but the White Ape clan and the Dragon Roar clan both support the young lord. In that case, it seems we're at a disadvantage. At that moment, Song Yi suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. "I have been preparing for this moment for 10 years. It also took me many years to calmly face the prospect of becoming the ghost god. I also put in a great deal of effort to hide my ambitions under the name of that tyrant, the ghost god. But after the ghost god fell ill, nothing happened. The strategist has been watching me ever since I revealed my ambition. I should have factored him into my plans, but Lin Tian has always been loyal to the ghost god. He is not a man who is easily swayed." Mu Tang spoke up. "Since we were a step behind with Wang Jue, why don't we try to persuade the Sun and Moon Ghost Master?" The Sun and Moon Ghost Master is the oldest of the 10 great elders. Though he is 100 years old, He's still in excellent health. Even though he's in seclusion, none of the 10 great elders would dare say they could defeat him. Even Song Yi, known as the strongest of the 10, could only win 6 out of 10 matches. Since the Fist King of the Wind Demon has chosen a side, he is the only one who remains neutral within the Heavenly Demon sect. He is also known to the world as the Master of the Ghost Path, and he has a very high reputation within the Ghost sect. The Sun and Moon Ghost Master. If we can persuade him, we can gain the upper hand in this war. The more he thought about it, the more Song Yi felt he should give it a try. Suddenly, he sensed something and glanced toward the door. The person standing outside was Black Shadow. He shook his head at Song Yi. Yi gestured something. Seeing this, Song Yi told Mu Tang, "The Sun and Moon Ghost Master won't be easily convinced." Mu Tang didn't understand. "Not easily? How can you be so sure?" Song Yi replied nonchalantly. "I have my own channels of communication with him. There's no way for us to win him over." Furious, Mu Tang slammed his hand on the armrest. "You mean there's really no other way?" The scene shifts. Lin Tian says grimly, "That won't work." Across from him, Qin Yang replied, "I understand." He thought to himself, "That's right. Right now, our side and Song Yi's are hanging by a thread. On the surface, our forces are evenly matched, but that just means a single move from either side could shatter the current balance. And the best way to gain an advantage is to bring the Sun and Moon Ghost Master, the only one of the 10 elders who remains neutral to our side." Lin Bing frowned. "He won't be easily persuaded. That's why you need to speak with him personally," Qin Yang continued. "Just like with the Wind Ghost King Jue. Honestly, we were extremely lucky to even get the Wind Ghost King Jue on our side." Lin Tian then clasped his hands and bowed. "I will take my leave for now. Someone will arrive shortly to assist you." Qin Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. In reality, they had only been able to maintain this balance thanks to Lin Tian's help. Not only did he immediately convince 2 elders to join their side, but he also managed to predict the current situation. On top of that, he gave the Wind Ghost King Jue a pair of bracelets within 3 months. The more Qin Yang thought about it, the more he realized just how formidable Lin Tian truly was. He then said to Lin Bing, "I suspect the Sun and Moon Ghost Master will be even more difficult to handle." Just then, someone pushed the door open from outside, but we have no choice. This was the Fire Ghost 3 Silver Demon, Huo Yang Ding He. He was merely a hall master of a branch sect, but after the Heavenly Ghost sect split, Lin Tian had sent him to serve Qin Yang. This man was considered the most knowledgeable and brilliant mind in the entire sect. Just as Lin Tian had said, he was indeed a great source of wisdom for Qin Yang. Yang Ding. He entered and clasped his hands in a salute. "Young master, greetings." Qin Yang replied, "It seems the strategist has already told you about the Sun and Moon Ghost Master. Is there any way to persuade him?" "Yang Ding," he answered. "Even the strategist said it's hard to guess what he's thinking." Qin Yang sighed. "Looks like I'll have to go myself. Since Lin Tian can't give me the best advice, I'll have to face this problem on my own." Lin Bing encouraged him. "I believe you are the only one who can convince the Sun and Moon Ghost Master." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the White Knight Dragon Spear on Qin Yang's back. Not long after, Qin Yang arrived outside the Sun and Moon Tower. He came alone, without any escort. He thought to himself, "I still don't understand why that Vice Elder is so blatant about his ambitions." The position of Ghost God of the Heavenly Ghost Sect is naturally something everyone in the sect covets. If I were born a ghost cultivator, and if it weren't for revenge, I wouldn't have such lofty ambitions myself. But just because everyone wants the position doesn't mean just anyone can take it. Among all the ghost cultivators here, you can count the number of people qualified to become the Ghost God on one hand. The first basic condition is strength. Only the strong can survive. The weak can never become the Ghost God. The soul-splitting Raging Fire King naturally meets this condition. Although he's younger than the Sun and Moon Ghost Master, his martial arts are considered among the strongest in the sect. The second condition is bloodline. However, this problem is easily solved, because all one has to do is marry someone from the Zhu clan to maintain the Ghost God's bloodline. May or might not agree to it, but considering this, Song Yi is the type who would do anything to achieve his goals. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to use witchcraft on Mayor. Most importantly is the final condition, the Heavenly Ghost, Sacred Art. Unlike the previous 2 conditions, this is the legitimate path to becoming the Ghost God. However, not just anyone can learn the Heavenly Ghost, Sacred Art. Even among Heavenly Ghosts, those who learn it are destined to become the Ghost God. But why is he being so obvious about his ambition? Could it be that he's already learned the Heavenly Ghost, Sacred Art? If that's true, the only question is, how? The heavenly ghost's sacred art is only passed down to one person. How could he have learned it? Just as he was lost in thought, a strong gust of wind blew past, snapping him back to reality. I'll think about this later. He walked up and knocked on the door of the Sun and Moon Tower. The place looked more like a warehouse than the tower of one of the 10 great elders. Qin Yang suddenly noticed several iron hose next to the door. So, the Sun and Moon Ghost Master was spending his golden years farming. Someone quickly came out from inside the tower. I have been expecting you. My apologies, but another guest arrived before you. Please wait a moment, Qin Yang thought to himself. A guest? But I clearly sent a letter in advance saying I was coming, and someone still got to him before me? I've heard the Sun and Moon Ghost Master isn't a rude person, so if that's the case, it must be an important guest. A visitor that even the Sun Moon Demon Master can't turn away is either someone completely unexpected, or both. As far as I know, there's only one person capable of that. The young messenger saw Qin Yang's grim expression and broke into a cold sweat. Did I do something wrong? This is going to be a problem. After a moment, Qin Yang said, regardless, take me to him. The young man quickly replied with forced enthusiasm. Yes, right this way, sir. As he led the way, he silently sighed in relief. Thank God, I'm still alive. Qin Yang stepped inside, taking in his surroundings and the interior structure of the Sun Moon Tower. It was completely different from the towers of the other 10 great elders. There was nothing grand or luxurious about its architecture. In fact, most of the damaged areas were just patched up with crudely nailed wooden planks. This place makes my skin crawl, because in a worst-case scenario, every single one of these could be used as a hidden weapon to kill me. It's been a long time since I've felt this on edge. If the Sun Moon Demon Master becomes my enemy, I'll have no choice but to fight him to the death. And my odds of winning are only 40-60. With me being the 40, even though I hope it doesn't come to this, his martial prowess is enough to strike fear into me. This presence, it's familiar, but it's the kind of familiarity that sets you on edge. I made the right call coming here. I know it. The man behind that door, it has to be him. He suddenly whipped his head around to look behind him. From the back rooms, several assassins were emerging, cutting off his only escape route. Qin Yang remembered Lin Tian's earlier warning. Since you're always clashing with the Vice Elder, I should tell you this, just in case. He's referring to the ultimate power of the soul-splitting Flame King, the Fire King's 7-man death squad. They're a team of 7 assassins known as the Soul-Splitting Death Gods. Qin Yang glanced at the men surrounding him. So, you know who I am, and you still have the nerve to block my path? Do you mongrels know your place? As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Get out of my way, or I'll make your lives a living hell. The young man who'd led him here was now too terrified to speak, practically wetting himself on the spot. Caught between two sides ready to draw blood, he was completely frozen, trapped in an impossible situation. One of the men in black spoke up. We have our orders. No one gets inside. Qin Yang shoved the guide behind him. No one? He instantly unleashed his spiritual domain, and that terrifying, demonic aura flared to life once more. Then, let me ask you this. In my official capacity as the young master, is this order of yours more important than the very laws of our sect? Suppressed by his spiritual domain, the men's faces turned pale, and cold sweat drenched their bodies. They stared at him as if he were a tiger in human form. Is this really more important than the laws of the sect? According to sect law, the Vice Elder and the Young Master have equal standing, and since we're lower in rank than the Young Master, we should give way. But we're the soul-splitting death gods. Qin Yang gritted his teeth. So, that's your choice. I only came here today to speak with the Sun Moon Demon Master, not to spill blood. But it looks like I'll have to apologize for staining his floor. With that, he stomped his foot, cracking the ground beneath it. Without another word, he lunged, his spear, a blur of motion, as he attacked them all. The young man saw the spear tip flash towards his head, and was too terrified to even move. Just as his life was about to end, a powerful voice boomed, "Stop," forcing Qin Yang to freeze in his tracks. Qin Yang turned his head. Ah. The soul-splitting Flame King himself, Song Yi, stepped out from the room. It's been a while, young master, he said. Qin Yang thought to himself, the Sun Moon Demon Master didn't come out with him. It looks like his attempt at persuasion failed. Qin Yang pulled his spear back and glanced at the assassins. I don't know what kind of dogs you raise, but they seem to bite on sight. The men erupted in anger. You may be the young master, but you can't humiliate us like that. We'd rather die fighting you than listen to your insults. Song Yi yelled. That's enough. Don't rise to such cheap provocations. Aiming your weapons at him will only complicate matters. Don't you agree, young master? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, silently sizing him up. This one's hard to read. Song Yi spread his hands and continued, my apologies. Dogs will be dogs, after all. It seems they misunderstood my command. I told them not to allow any ordinary people inside. Qin Yang's brow furrowed. Ordinary people? I don't want to start a war, but given the circumstances, after a moment's thought, he waved a dismissive hand. Don't worry about it. How can you blame the dogs? It's simply a matter of poor training. Hearing this, Song Yi's expression tightened. The two men locked eyes, their gazes as sharp as daggers. Just as the tension was about to break, a voice echoed from inside the room. How much longer are you going to keep my guest waiting, boy? The moment Song Yi heard that voice, his tone softened. Haha, my apologies, my lord. The voice replied, that's enough small talk. Let him in. Song Yi no longer blocked the way. Please, go on in, young master. I trust our next greeting will be a bit more civilized. Qin Yang just snorted in response. I hope so too. He then stepped into the room, where an old man was waiting. This was the Sun Moon Ghost Master, Li Minglun. So, what brings you to see this old man? Qin Yang said, respectfully clasping his hands. It is an honor to finally meet you, great Ghost Master. However, in my opinion, you seem more like a holy spirit than a Ghost Master. Hearing this, Li Minglun couldn't help but look pleased. Haha, it feels quite strange to be praised like this by a young man. Please forgive my impoliteness. Perhaps we should sit down and talk first. Please, have a seat. I'll go make some tea. Qin Yang watched the lively old man before him and thought, asterisk. So this is the Sun Moon Ghost Master, Li Minglun. He seems so ordinary. Asterisk, asterisk. But that's all the more reason to be on my guard. After all, he is one of the 10 great elders of the sect. I can't let my guard down just because he seems friendly. Asterisk. His gaze fell upon the man's sleeves, where several Sun Moon heavenly wheels seemed to be hidden. They were rings constructed from blades, activated by channeling one's chi. He had heard the Sun Moon Ghost Master possessed a very special weapon, a sacred weapon that could harmonize yin and yang. He reached out to accept the teacup, thanking the old man. Li Minglun explained, have a taste. I picked these tea leaves myself. Not standing on ceremony, Qin Yang raised the cup and took a sip. Asterisk. Simple, but very good. Asterisk. Li Minglun watched him intently and asked, well, is it good? Qin Yang replied, it's not bad. Li Minglun looked doubtful. Not bad? So you're saying it isn't good? Then he suddenly burst out laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. It seems you're a very honest one, young master. Qin Yang replied calmly, I'm just speaking my mind. Li Minglun sighed. Being too blunt isn't always a good thing, but I do like honest people like you. Qin Yang watched him in silence, saying nothing. Li Minglun continued, so, tell me, why did you want to see this old man? A small smile touched Qin Yang's lips as he thought, asterisk. Acting all sincere just to ask me a question like that? Fine by me. It's not like I have anything to hide. Asterisk. Asterisk. Li Minglun clearly knows why I'm here, yet he still asks. Asterisk. Realizing this, he replied, I'm here for the same reason as the vice elder. Li Minglun covered his mouth. The same reason as that punk, Song Yi? His attention then fell to the long spear resting beside Qin Yang. You have a very interesting spear there. Qin Yang glanced at his spear. I found it in the armory. Li Minglun chuckled. Heh, I'm sure you must have some sort of connection to it to have found it. So, my question is, how deep does that connection run? Qin Yang thought. Asterisk. What does he know about this spear? Why did he change the subject? Asterisk. Unable to figure it out, he asked directly, do you know something about this spear? Li Minglun replied, it's your spear. Naturally, you understand it better than I do. Qin Yang grew suspicious. Asterisk. He's hiding something. I'm certain the Sun Moon Ghost Master knows something about the White Knight Dragon Spear Claw. Asterisk. Asterisk. Does that mean he also knows about the secret keepers and the power they left inside it? Asterisk. He spoke up again. You're right. It is my spear. Li Minglun just smiled without saying a word. Qin Yang was lost in thought again. Asterisk. I really can't figure out what he's thinking. Asterisk. He spoke to the old man again. Then I'll be direct. I hope to receive your help, not the vice elders. Li Minglun feigned ignorance. You want this old man's help? Qin Yang countered. I know you haven't left this tower in a long time, but I'm sure you're aware of the sect's current situation, aren't you? Li Minglun replied, I only know that the young master and that brat Song Yi are having a little dispute, and you want my help. As you say, helping isn't hard. In fact, that Song Yi kid came to ask me about the very same thing. Qin Yang thought, asterisk. This is obvious. Given the current situation, you could say Song Yi is at a slight disadvantage. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I didn't expect him to act so quickly. Asterisk, Li Minglun continued. He told me to either help him or help no one at all. Is that what you wish for as well? Qin Yang thought. Asterisk, if I could get his help, it would be a huge advantage for me. Asterisk, asterisk. But if he won't help me, then just having him stay out of it and not help the vice elder would be a good outcome too. Asterisk, asterisk, Song Yi must have thought the same thing. Asterisk, Li Minglun continued. So I want to ask you the same question. The very same question I asked that brat Song Yi. Qin Yang was a bit curious. Asterisk, the same question he asked Song Yi? Asterisk, asterisk. It seems he didn't answer it, or at least he didn't give the answer Li Minglun wanted. Asterisk, asterisk. That's probably it, because the Ghost Master still hasn't made a move. Asterisk, Li Minglun asked, Young Master, are you seeking just my help, or my sincere time's help? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Yang replied, Your sincere help, of course. Li Minglun narrowed his eyes. So it's sincere help you're after, is it? That makes sense. You know, to earn this sincere help, there is one thing you must accomplish. If you can't accomplish it, not even a god or a demon could earn my sincerity. Qin Yang's expression turned serious. And what would that be? Li Minglun smiled. Young Master, you probably already know the answer, or rather, you just don't want to know it yet. A while later, Qin Yang left the Sun Moon Ghost Master's tower. As he walked, he wondered. Asterisk, I already know the answer? Asterisk. The scene shifts back to the inside of the Sun Moon Ghost Master's tower. His door was suddenly pushed open, and the lights immediately flickered on. At that moment, two people were standing behind him. One was Lam Bin from Tan Duong's faction, and the other was Black Shadow from Tong Dia's faction. Lam Bin spoke first. How was your meeting with those two? Black Shadow also stepped forward and asked, What did you think of them? Li Minluan didn't answer right away. He stood there and sighed for a moment before turning to face them. First off, there's something very familiar about that brat, Tong Nigia, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. It's a familiar feeling, yet completely different. Hearing this, the two of them remained silent. Li Minluan continued. However, the young master isn't much different from that Tong Nia kid. The young master has had more opportunities to get closer to the truth, yet he still knows nothing. They asked in unison, So, what are your plans? Li Minluan pondered. I still need to keep a closer eye on them. After all, we are the Secret Ghost Division. Our true master, the origin of the heavenly ghost of the Secret Order, will one day descend. We will make our choice when the time is right. Should the Secret Ghost Division help the young master, the vice elder, or someone else entirely? The scene changes. Right now, Tong Nia's expression was incredibly tense. He quickly pulled a bottle of medicine from his chest. Then he took out a pill and swallowed it. Only after taking the medicine did he begin to calm down. He then waved his hand, conjuring a ball of the Secret Order's heavenly flame, but it was still incomplete. The gray heavenly flame wasn't enough to prove it was a technique of the Heavenly Ghost Order. The heavenly flame of the Order requires two conditions. One is its distinct gray color, completely different from normal heavenly flames, and the other condition is its flaw. To merge with this heavenly flame, I have to endure it, destroying the balance within my body. Without these pills, I can't even circulate this thing through my system. So this is the price for forcibly seizing the power of a demon god. I could get rid of the heavenly flame in my body and return to normal, but I can't. The divine heavenly ghost art is the one true symbol of becoming a demon god. Without this power, I can never become one. I can only rely on these pills. But even so, I can only use it for 15 minutes. That's why it's still incomplete. If it weren't for this, my plan would have been much faster and more effective. Just then, a knock came from the door. Tongia turned his head, confused. What is it? Black Shadow entered and replied, Sir, you have a visitor. Tongia grew even more suspicious. A visitor? Isn't it incredibly late? Who is it? Black Shadow answered, It is the great forgotten demon emperor. Tongia frowned, thinking to himself, He hasn't visited me since our first meeting. Why does he want to see me now? I can't say I like this. After a moment's thought, he ordered his subordinate to let the man in. The forgotten demon emperor radiated an endless dark aura. He walked in quickly. Tongia asked him, It's been a long time since we've had a chance to talk, hasn't it? The forgotten demon emperor, Hong Do, replied, I was just familiarizing myself with things around the sect. Tongjia retorted, So I assume you're all settled in by now? Hoang Do chuckled. Of course, if I didn't feel comfortable, I wouldn't be doing anything interesting. As he spoke, he took something off his back. Tong Ngia shot up in shock. What is that? Behind the cloth was a masked, muscular man. Tong Ngia stepped forward, touching the man's body to examine him. This thing, doesn't even have a pulse, but I can still feel a sliver of life force in this body. Furthermore, this thing's demonic energy is abnormally powerful. This thing isn't dead, but it isn't alive either. It exists somewhere between those two boundaries. So, this is a blood corpse? Is this what you've spent most of your time practicing? Huangdo replied, that's right, but it's still in the experimental stage, so I used a second-rank demon cultivator to test it. Tong Nia's brow furrowed. You used a second-rank demon cultivator to make a blood corpse? Huangdu continued. But now that it's a blood corpse, its strength is comparable to someone on the verge of breaking through to the first rank. Tong Gia asked again, why are you showing me this? Huangdo explained, I know your current condition isn't great, so I've come up with a deal. Give me 10 high heavenly ghosts, and I will turn them into blood corpses to help you. Tong Gia was aghast. 10 high heavenly ghosts? Are you talking about the high heavenly ghosts, of which there are only about 300 in the entire sect? You want 10 of them? Are you joking? Huangdo smiled. Not 10 living ones, but 10 corpses of high heavenly ghosts. I will create 10 blood corpses for you that will surpass all other demon cultivators. Tong Gia retorted, the sect has created blood corpses before. I've even seen a few, but the method was too cruel. It's been forbidden in the sect. Doing this will only tarnish my reputation. Huangdo urged him, I hope you won't have to use them either, but I just want to ensure everything goes according to plan. Tong Gia hesitated. Even so, Huangdo smiled. Because you don't know what's coming. Tong Gia thought to himself, surpassing their rank, 10 blood corpses, with the strength of a sacred heavenly ghost. They would indeed be a great help to me. Huangdo continued to tempt him. After, finish the job. You can dispose of them. Make it look like they were never even here. I trust the Vice Elder has the skills for that. Song Yi was still hesitant, not making an immediate decision. I will consider this. Huangdo turned and walked out. Take all the time you need to consider it. After all, this is just a transaction. I'll leave this blood corpse here for you to observe. As he reached the door, he noticed the shadowy figure standing there. He gave the figure a smirk, intrigued. The dark aura from his body instantly surged towards the shadow. The shadow's pupils immediately turned pitch black, and it froze on the spot. Huangdo quickly retracted his dark aura and continued on his way. It's done. Just as I suspected, the Vice Elder is as suspicious as he is greedy, and because of that, he's incredibly easy to control. Song Yi later approached his 7 subordinates. They were all confused. A sparring match, my lord? Song Yi nodded. That's right. I feel I haven't been paying enough attention to you all. Tell me, what did you think of that young master? The young man replied, I can't be certain, since I've never seen any other great demon masters. I don't know about his skills, but his soul feels just like the 2 elders. Of course, he's still no match for you, my lord. Song Yi stroked his beard thoughtfully. His growth is even faster than the 10 holy masters, just as I predicted. He then took off his robe. Well then, let's see just how skilled you all really are. The men were stunned. What do you mean? Song Yi cracked his knuckles. All of you, attack me at once. I won't be changing my mind. Time flew by, and 10 days had passed. The shadowy figure brought several coffins to Huangdo. He asked the figure, a gift from the Vice Elder? He then walked over and opened a coffin. Inside lay the corpses of Song Yi's most trusted men. A smirk crept across Huangdo's face. I knew it. The scene shifts to Qin Yang, who is deep in thought. It's been over a month since he met the Demon Master. The 2 factions were slowly losing their balance, making subtle moves, but nothing too serious had happened yet. He contemplated this while practicing his perception by dodging arrows. What is Song Yi thinking? Could it be that he's really obtained the heavenly demon's sacred art? The number of arrows increased, a rain of them flying out from the mist. But Qin Yang was different now. He dodged them with incredible ease, no longer struggling like before. Is this the symbol of becoming a demon god? People say you should always prepare for the worst, but this times the worst-case scenario. In all the knowledge I received from Lin Tian, something doesn't feel right. If he's actively helping me become a demon god, I can only assume he's already obtained something that proves his own worth. Perhaps the heavenly demon's sacred art, or something else. Even if what Lin Tian said is true, it's still a massive problem. If my rival is using something to prove himself, then I need to use the heavenly fire to legitimize my own claim. In the end, if I have to prepare for the worst, I absolutely must obtain the heavenly fire. Having mastered the first 2 stages, he now began to challenge the 3rd stage of the prismatic phantom arena. As soon as he stepped inside, the scenery changed, and he appeared on a beautiful, lush, green meadow. Soon, someone approached from behind. The moment he saw his opponent, Qin Yang recognized him as the Blossom Sword Saint, Murong Yin. Knowing it was just an illusion, Qin Yang felt no fear and took the initiative, flying forward to attack. After a fierce battle, his clothes were in tatters. Exhausted, he leaned on his spear, kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Across from him, Murong Yin lay motionless on the ground, a massive, bone-deep wound on his chest, stabbed 3 times. Murong Yin was indeed much stronger than Jiang Du-chong. It took me a full 500 seconds to defeat him. I even had to take a few of his attacks just to win. You could say this battle was on par with fighting one of the weakest of the 10 elders. It seems my strength is now equal to my master's. No, it's still not enough. Even though I can defeat the Blossom Sword Saint, this was only a quarter of his true power. Compared to that imposter, Jiang Du-chong, Murong Yin's soulless, sorrowful face made me even more uncomfortable. After some thought, he waved his hand, dispelling the prismatic phantom arena. He put away his spear and sat cross-legged on the spot. Now, I need to review. Using the qi and knowledge left by the 10 seniors, I've reached the 1st and 2nd levels of the Heavenly Demon's sacred art. Through this connection, I create qi from the core and circulate it throughout my body. My qi began to flow, gradually growing stronger. Then, the mind will divide, and the soul will connect. On one side, he analyzed the data from his recent battle and other recreated fights. The image of his battle with Murong Yin replayed in his mind. Watching it again, he felt he should have been calmer. So this is the fighting style of the Blossom Sword Saint. Attacks like sharp waves, silent yet dangerous, graceful and light. It's still not enough. I need more power to break through these waves. These things are trivial and not worth my full attention, but they are the pieces that will help me break through and become stronger. He began to circulate his qi, gathering it in his dantian. A moment later, his face twisted in pain. My celestial soul and celestial body are reacting to the energy in my core. Are the fragments of the flame reacting too? Suddenly, flames erupted from his body. Gritting his teeth, Qin Yang continued to channel his energy. A moment later, he stared in shock at the wings of fire on his back. Is this the heavenly flame? Normally, I'd be thrilled, but I've run into a problem I never expected. I've finally attained the heavenly flame, the one thing I've always desired, but I can't control it. Forcing it will only put me in more danger. The fire is spiraling out of control. My celestial soul and celestial body are holding back some of the flames, but it's not enough to contain it. The heavenly flame is only growing more ferocious. I have to control this heavenly flame. As the fire burned him, Qin Yang couldn't help but cry out in agony. He reminded himself to focus, to not give up. Then, his entire body was engulfed in flames. The fire grew more and more intense, nearly consuming the entire room. Qin Yang's silhouette vanished completely, his clothes now nothing but ash in the inferno. An unknown amount of time passed before the flames slowly began to recede. Qin Yang's consciousness returned, and he once again tried to control the heavenly flame. He tried to force the flames into his dantian, but it barely made a difference. The fire still raged throughout the room. The flames spread, creeping closer to the White Knight Dragon Spear. The moment it made contact with the heavenly flame, the spear began to vibrate violently. Then, it flew out on its own, its target being Qin Yang, who was struggling to endure at the heart of the inferno. The long spear flew before him, positioning itself vertically. The flames were pushed back by its mere presence. Qin Yang stared at the spear in utter disbelief. Under his watchful gaze, the tip of the spear suddenly emitted a blinding white light. When the white light faded, Qin Yang was stunned to see some kind of inscription glowing around the spearhead. Flames are the purification of demons. Use your deepest desire to control it, and you shall receive the holy armor. The ferocity of the heavenly flame was subsiding, and the pain had almost completely vanished. Does it? Want me to recite this over and over? Qin Yang then closed his eyes and began to chant, "Flames are the purification of demons. Use your deepest desire to control it, and you shall receive the holy armor." Qin Yang repeated the incantation without stopping. A moment later, the blaze transformed into countless motes of purple fire. They swirled around him. Qin Yang reached out and touched the flames, whispering in awe, I can finally control the heavenly flame." With that, he collapsed from exhaustion. In his haze, he faintly heard a voice. "You are a worthy successor of the sect. If you wish to receive our support, seek out the secret ghost division. They will become your divine followers. Find them. Let them see the heavenly flame you now possess." An unknown time later, Qin Yang awoke from his unconscious state. Did I pass out? That's right. I lost consciousness after using that incantation to control the holy flame. But in the end, I did manage to control it. He stood up and held out his hand. Instantly, a stream of purple fire appeared on his arm. Qin Yang marveled to himself. This flame gives off such a powerful demonic aura. After everything I've been through, I finally have it. It's been a long time since I felt this happy about obtaining something. He then retracted the flame and took hold of the spear. Find the secret ghost division, huh? Did he leave his will inside this masterless weapon? That means the predecessor who owned this spear reached the sacred god realm. So, there was once a spear master who actually reached the realm of the sacred gods. That's enough to give me goosebumps. What's more, he wants me to find the secret ghost division. Based on my guess, the heavenly ghost predecessor must be connected to them. Everything is starting to become clearer. The secret ghost division are people who never reveal their identities to anyone. You can't even find them in any written records. Finding them might not be easy, but it won't be too difficult either, because they might just be there. The scene changes to the Qingcheng sect, Earth Sword Division. Deng Xiaoqi left the sect to search for her senior brother. After enduring countless hardships, she confirmed that he had died on his way back to the Central Plains. She rushed back to Qingcheng, not even stopping to rest. She just wanted to report the news to her master as quickly as possible, but upon arriving at Qingcheng, she was met with a devastating shock. Her master was also dead. She was an orphan who lived on her own before joining the Qingcheng sect. Only here did she have a place she could truly call home. Although her talent was poor and she never received much attention, he was still her one and only master. He had raised her by hand since she was a child. Instead of letting her die in the freezing winter, he brought her back and gave her a new life. The loss of both her master and her senior brother was more than she could bear. She locked herself in her room and refused to come out. A worried figure entered her room. Xiaoqi. You have to eat something. You can't just starve yourself for a whole month. Xiaoqi's face was now gaunt, like a walking corpse. Elder, please, don't worry about me. The man sighed. I just fear that something will happen to the last sword master of the Blue Cloud Red Sun Fall. Hearing this, Xiaoqi was startled. The last? Sword master? That's right. You are the last sword master of the Blue Cloud Red Sun Fall. Her spirit returning, she asked, Who killed my master and my senior brother? The old man replied, We haven't been able to identify the individual yet, but from what we know, he is from the Heavenly Ghost sect. Xiaoqi gritted her teeth. The Heavenly Ghost sect. She thought to herself, I, Deng Xiaoqi, am a disciple of the main lineage. A disciple of the earth-shattering sword swears to avenge his master and senior brother. The scene shifts to Qin Yang. He had now left the trial grounds. He walked alone in silence across a grassy field, stopping when he passed a lakeside pavilion. He couldn't help but think of the demon god, and the more he thought, the more his emotions stirred. Qin Yang then headed toward a certain part of the sect. As he walked, he wondered, where could he find the secret ghost division? He was walking when he suddenly whipped his head around, looking into the distance. There, two figures were emerging from behind a wall. Lin Ping stepped forward and spoke first. We've been waiting for you. Qin Yang glanced at him and replied, There's a place I need to go. Lin Ping was puzzled. What place? Qin Yang didn't explain further, saying simply, a place where we can borrow some power. Yang Ting. He thought to himself, asterisk, could the young master be talking about that place? Asterisk, asterisk, he must have a reason for trusting them. Asterisk. Walking behind Qin Yang, he asked, Where are you planning to go? Qin Yang answered nonchalantly, The Ghost Realm Ruins. Lin Ping was even more confused. The Ghost Realm Ruins? At a time like this? But without the demon god's permission, no one can enter the armory, Qin Yang replied. Lin Ping asked again, You still intend to go in there? Qin Yang remained perfectly calm. Because there's someone I absolutely must meet. Lin Ping was still full of questions. Who is it? Qin Yang continued. The day I entered the Ghost Realm Ruins, there were countless guards. Among them is the one I need to meet. He quickly arrived outside the armory. He didn't rush in, but stood there, channeling his power and releasing his aura. His vital energy rapidly spread out, searching for something. A moment later, the corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. Just as I expected. I knew someone was here. I've heard that the members of the Secret Ghost Division have always kept a close watch over the Ghostland Armory area. The moment he finished speaking, a vortex appeared in front of him. Qin Yang stood there, waiting quietly, thinking to himself, asterisk, so there's a reason they're called the Secret Ghost Division. Mysterious martial artists who secretly aid the sect, a force that not even the demon god sect master can control. Asterisk. Asterisk, that is the Secret Ghost Division, and that's why they wouldn't respond to a mere young master like me. Asterisk. Qin Yang smirked again. It seems you still don't want to show yourselves. With that, he raised his hand. Lin Ping, standing behind him, was completely baffled. Asterisk. What is he doing? Asterisk Qin Yang summoned a flame, saying, "If you won't come out willingly, then I'll just have to force you out." Lin Ping's eyes widened in shock. That's heavenly fire. It's something that no ghost master would ever dare to defy. Asterisk. So he has obtained the heavenly fire. From what I know, he still hasn't completed the final connection step of the heavenly ghost manifestation technique. Asterisk. Asterisk. Look at him now. He's like Zhurong, the god of fire, finally descended upon the world. Asterisk. Asterisk. But the surprising thing isn't how he did it, but the color of that flame, that gray flame. Asterisk. He recalled the demon god's flame from long ago. Lin Ping thought, asterisk. Will this be enough for the secret ghost division to accept him? The young master is just like you were back then. Asterisk. Asterisk. Somehow, he found the secret immortal ghost scripture, but he's only managed to complete half of it. Asterisk. Asterisk. I understand why he wanted to come here, but I don't know how he knew the heavenly fire was connected to the secret ghost division. Asterisk. Asterisk. But one thing is certain. The young master came here to make contact with the secret ghost division, hiding in this place. But this is unbelievable. Asterisk. Asterisk. Even Song Yi, who possessed half of the heavenly fire, couldn't find the secret ghost division. Asterisk. Asterisk. If he truly wants to meet them, if he wants to receive their help, then he must perfect the heavenly fire. Asterisk. In front, Qin Yang quickly condensed a ball of fire, letting it fly out, one after another. Soon, several streams of fire were swirling around him. Lin Ping, standing behind, was so stunned by the sight that he covered his mouth with his hand. Seeing that there was still no response, Qin Yang let out a cold laugh. Still not enough? The moment he spoke, there was a strange movement nearby. Qin Yang was slightly surprised by the disturbance, but he quickly regained his composure, a smirk playing on his lips. Come on out, secret ghost division. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed all around. A group of people swiftly ran down from the nearby cliff. They leaped without hesitation, landing in front of Qin Yang, kicking up a cloud of dust. A man stepped out from the dust cloud and asked, "So you're the one who has manifested the heavenly fire of the secret emissary?" Qin Yang nodded, thinking to himself, asterisk, a completely unfamiliar face. From the power I can sense from him, this man's strength is definitely not inferior to mine. Asterisk. Asterisk. He's at least on par with a demon-level ghost master. But that's not the important part right now. Asterisk. Asterisk. What's important is that his rank in the secret ghost division must be very high. Asterisk. The man continued. In that case, let me see it for myself. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yang waved his hand and unleashed the heavenly fire. The flame appeared, an incredibly ominous shade of gray. Lin Ping, standing behind, thought, asterisk. The flame is gray, not red. Asterisk. He and the newly appeared members of the secret ghost division all knelt in unison the moment they saw the flame. Shen, one of the 10 elders of the secret ghost division. We request permission to welcome the secret emissary. This is no place for a long conversation. Let us move elsewhere, my lord. The group quickly left the area. The man led Qin Yang and his companions to another location. As he walked, Qin Yang glanced back, thinking, asterisk. So, Lin Ping is also a member of the secret ghost division? Asterisk. Asterisk. When I unleashed the heavenly fire, his entire demeanor changed. Asterisk. Yang Ting. He was completely astonished, but Lin Ping was not. They soon arrived before a room. Qin Yang followed the man inside, without a second thought. The moment he stepped inside, he froze. Wasn't that the person from before? Just then, the figure suddenly threw off their cloak and reached up to remove their mask. In the martial world, there are countless weapons, elixirs, and artifacts. Among them are many special items, like the sacred artifacts that every martial artist yearns to possess, but very few ever manage to own one, or the divine elixirs said to bring martial artists back from the dead. Every one of these treasures is priceless, but some things aren't entirely out of reach. Of course, a select few items can still be bought, if you're rich enough. The human skin mask is one of those items that doesn't require an immense effort to obtain. It can change your appearance. And more importantly, it's one of the few artifacts that money can actually buy. The human skin mask was peeled away, revealing the face of Li Minglun. He smiled at Qin Yang. It's been a long time, young master. A smirk played on Qin Yang's lips. So, you're the leader of the secret ghost division. Ghost Master Li Minglun. Li Minglun didn't deny it. That's right, Qin Yang continued. You're a bit different from last time. You weren't nearly this polite when I came before. Li Minglun laughed cheerfully. But of course. Qin Yang was puzzled. Of course? What do you mean by that? Li Minglun clasped his hands. Allow this servant to reintroduce himself. I am Li Minglun, one of the 10 elders of the Secret Ghost Division. I welcome the successor of Mi Wei, the Heavenly Ghost. Qin Yang was stunned. Mi Wei, the Heavenly Ghost? Does this mean Mi Wei was the founder of the Heavenly Ghost sect? Li Minglun replied. If you're referring to the position of the ghost god, then the answer is no. Qin Yang pressed. Then what is it? Li Minglun explained. He did indeed cultivate the sacred ghost arts of the Heavenly Ghost sect, and was considered a ghost god. Qin Yang pondered this. He was considered a ghost god but didn't compete for the throne. Does such a person even exist? Li Minglun laughed heartily. Haha, I know this is difficult to accept, because Mi Wei, the Heavenly Ghost, was an incredibly special existence. In the long history of our sacred gate, Qin Yang pressed him. So what made him so special? Li Minglun looked at him seriously. Before I answer that, may I ask you a few questions? Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Li Minglun quickly asked, how much do you know about Mi Wei, the Heavenly Ghost? Qin Yang glanced at the long spear behind him, thinking to himself, I can't say I know everything, but I know some very important things. So, where should I begin? The truth is, Mi Wei was a disciple of the Spear sect. And so am I. But if I say that, I'll have to talk about my past life. I can't reveal the whole truth, but I don't have to tell him everything either. After a moment's thought, he said, I know that Mi Wei, the Heavenly Ghost, was a disciple of the Spear sect. Li Minglun was inwardly shocked. How could he possibly know that? Is that all? Qin Yang nodded. Yes, Li Minglun sighed. In that case, this is going to be a long night. They then moved to a table and sat down. Qin Yang sat there silently, waiting for the other man to speak. Li Minglun didn't keep him waiting long and quickly began. Young master, I don't know how you learned that Mi Wei was a disciple of the Spear sect, but do you know what the Spear sect truly is? Qin Yang answered confidently. Of course I do, he thought smugly to himself. You're talking to the last successor of the Spear sect right now. Li Minglun nodded. Then that makes things much simpler. As you know, Mi Wei was once a disciple of the Spear sect. Throughout the generations of the sect, for the first time ever, a special case arose where they accepted 2 disciples. One of them was Mi Wei. He later joined the Sacred Gate, and after joining the sect, he began his path as a ghost cultivator, becoming one of the 10 great ghost masters. During that time, he recreated several sacred arts for the sect. Because of this, many ghost masters worshipped him without hesitation. All of this was thanks to the knowledge of spearmanship he brought from the Spear sect. Qin Yang thought, just as I predicted. It seems Mi Wei was an even greater prodigy in the ghost arts than in the orthodox arts. But even after entering the path of the ghost, he never forgot his roots. Li Minglun continued. But Mi Wei's ambitions didn't seem to end there. Although he had no interest in the fame or status of the ghost god, he was utterly fascinated by the heavenly ghost sacred arts. This, of course, was no easy feat. Despite being one of the 10 great ghost masters, gaining the right to learn the heavenly ghost sacred arts was impossible unless you became the young master or the ghost god himself. All he could obtain was the publicly available, incomplete, heavenly fire scroll and everything recorded within it. But he persisted in his studies, even with the most basic of martial arts. Eventually, he managed to master the heavenly fire without ever learning the heavenly ghost sacred arts. The ghost god at the time was astonished that he had managed to achieve the heavenly fire. Qin Yang marveled. Not only did he achieve the heavenly fire, but he was even acknowledged by the ghost god. Li Minglun went on. Furthermore, because Mi Wei's unique and novel martial arts were remarkably similar to the heavenly ghost sacred arts, he didn't deny it. But his techniques were still slightly different from the true arts. However, both then and now, this was an extremely significant matter. Many people were amazed, but they opposed Mi Wei's new martial arts, saying that a kingdom cannot have 2 kings. A realm cannot have 2 kings. If the martial art created by Mi Wei Ji is recognized as the heavenly ghost divine art, it will create an extremely difficult problem down the line. The only reason Mi Wei Ji's martial art is considered merely similar times to the divine art is because he had a close relationship with the ghost god. Qin Yang analyzed the situation. Li Minglun was right. If an ordinary person had accomplished these things, they would have been executed long ago. Li Minglun continued to explain. The ghost god held Mi Wei Ji in very high regard. They not only frequently sparred, but also drank together. They discussed martial arts and spoke like brothers. But even he couldn't ignore the outrage of the other gods. According to the ghost god at the time, your martial art is indeed worthy of being recognized as the heavenly ghost divine art. but I cannot allow you and that divine art to exist and be passed down within the sect. Your followers will also never be registered in the Heavenly Ghost sect. That is why history bears no record of him. That was the beginning of the Mi-Wei Guiji. Qin Yang pressed. Then why did he leave his divine art inside the White Knight Dragon spear? Li Minglun explained. As I understand it, a will sealed within a spear is not considered a formal inheritance. A slight smirk played on Qin Yang's lips as he thought to himself, he's clever, exploiting a loophole in the rules. Heavenly Ghost Mi-Wei was also a martial artist, and all martial artists hope to pass down their techniques to their disciples. So, after a very long time, he too reached the God realm and finally found a method to pass on his martial arts. And his method was a success, because today, I am able to meet his successor right here. Qin Yang thought to himself, if I hadn't been a spear disciple from the start, if I didn't know the cultivation methods of a spear master, then this peerless martial art would never have been passed on, and the heavenly fire could never have been created. The more he thought about it, the luckier Qin Yang felt. He glanced at the White Knight Dragon spear behind him, a silent gratitude in his heart. Li Minglun suddenly asked, do you remember what I said at the beginning, young master? Qin Yang replied, I believe it was that if the conditions weren't met, no one could control you. Li Minglun hastily clasped his hands. I, Li Minglun, elder of the Mi-Wei Guiji, hereby swear to devote all my strength to serving the successor of Mi-Wei Ji. The Sun and Moon Ghostmaster, Li Minglun, had finally abandoned his neutral stance. This news spread like wildfire to every corner of the sect, because wherever Qin Yang went, Li Minglun was sure to appear. At first, everyone thought Qin Yang was simply trying to persuade him, but it wasn't long before they discovered the truth. Li Minglun was utterly reverent toward Qin Yang. He had never shown such respect to anyone, not even the ghost god, and in front of Qin Yang, he always bowed his head and bent his back. Although many rumors began to circulate, with many believing Qin Yang was an ancient being, using dark arts to keep himself young. Of course, rumors are just rumors. All of these were baseless whispers. The news that Qin Yang had obtained Li Minglun's power and surpassed Song Yi spread instantly throughout the entire sect. Lin Tian brought a report to the ghost god. It seems the young master is doing very well, my lord. The vice elder's position will soon crumble. No matter what he said, the ghost god lay there, motionless and unresponsive. Lin Tian thought to himself, it seems he can only stay conscious for 20 minutes a day now. The situation is getting worse and worse. Even a figure like him can't withstand the toxins produced by the poison. How is this possible? Any other martial artist would have died long ago. I can't delay any longer. He then hurried off to research the ancient texts, searching for an antidote. Ever since the ghost god fell into a coma, I've researched countless detoxification methods, but I still can't find the source of the poison. Without a specific antidote, it's virtually impossible to save him. On top of that, I have to manage the millions of disciples in the sect. More importantly, there are some extremely critical matters at hand right now. I can predict the next 10 moves that Snake Song Yi might make. He is an exceptionally treacherous man. But up until now, every single one of his moves has been within my expectations. I have to make sure I don't tip him off. He will definitely make his move within a month. If he wants to seize control, he might even act as soon as tomorrow. I don't know how the young master convinced the ghost master, but Song Yi's plan is no longer so clear. He might choose the absolute worst-case scenario, I predicted. And if he does, just how many people will show their true colors, and how many more will continue to hide in the shadows? In the worst case, what will be the most terrible outcome? The scene then shifts to Song Yi. The situation had developed in an unexpected direction. Of the 10 great ghost masters, the 2 who had followed him had now retreated, choosing to remain neutral. Mu Tang, you're the only one left by my side. Mu Tang asked. So, how do you intend to act this time, my lord? He thought to himself. If I had the chance, I probably would have left him already. However, a clash between the 2 factions and the young master is unavoidable. If I choose not to participate, no one has to die. But if the young master takes an interest in this matter, even choosing to return to neutrality won't be enough to save my own skin. Model, like it or not, he was now in the same boat as Song Yi. Leaning back in his chair, Song Yi sighed to himself. Looks like I have no other choice. I have to use that times method. Seeing him sit up, Mok Tang immediately asked, You have a plan? Song Yi stood up and said, I do. First, I want to introduce you to some people. Ghost Sword. The 2 then went outside together. Song Yi led the way. Warning. Stay close behind me. This place has illusions that can make you lose your way. Mok Tang said nothing, silently following him. A moment later, the 2 arrived outside a building complex. Mok Tang was startled. How is there such a large building here? It looks brand new, probably only built about 3 years ago. Why did the vice elder bring me here? What is he planning? Alright, since I'm here, I might as well see what he wants to show me. Song Yi stepped inside and pushed open a door, and the two continued deep into an underground passage. As he walked, Mok Tang thought, there's the smell of medicine all around. When they arrived, he couldn't help but be astonished. What is this place? Who are those people? The group before him were the very subordinates that Song Yi had entrusted to the Forsaken Demon Lord. They had all been refined into blood puppets, their faces covered in white scales. When Mok Tang sensed the aura they were radiating, he was horrified. They've transcended their limits. I was so naive. If things had developed differently, I could have at least walked away safely. Just 2 of them would be enough to stop me. 3 could certainly kill me. After a moment's thought, he calmed down and asked the Vice Elder, "Who are they?" The Forsaken Demon Lord approached from behind and answered, "They are the warriors under the Vice Elder's command." Mok Tang spun around in shock. He got that close, and I didn't sense a trace of his presence. With your level of power, where did you come from? Seeing how tense he was, Song Yi stepped in. Ghost Sword, calm down, he's one of us. Mok Tang was confused. One of us? You know him? Song Yi explained. He's the one who modified them. Mok Tang looked back at the Forsaken Demon Lord, thinking, he's that powerful. I'm not sure I could beat him. The Forsaken Lord paid him no mind, smiling as he walked over to Song Yi. Pardon my intrusion. Mok Tang stepped aside to let him pass. If I were willing to pay a heavy price, I could defeat him. This man's strength is on par with one of the 10 great demon masters, like myself, and the Vice Elder has him here, training them, a total of 10 warriors who have transcended their limits. What in the world does he intend to do with such a powerful force? I can't figure it out. He opened his mouth and asked, Vice Elder, what is your endgame? Song Yi looked him straight in the eye and asked in return, Ghost Sword, what does one need to become a demon god? Mok Tang replied, I don't know how to put it into words, but I believe it is a symbol of power, a clear proof of oneself. Song Yi thumped his chest. Exactly. And one manifestation of the divine flame is through the heavenly demon Saint art. The other part is inheriting the bloodline. Although I haven't shown it much, I already possess one of those conditions. As the astonished Mok Tang was about to ask, Song Yi instantly activated his divine flame. Mok Tang was completely stunned. That's the divine flame. How did you obtain the divine flame? His mind was reeling, unable to comprehend it. When Song Yi said he wanted to compete for the position of demon god, I figured he must have some backing, but I never, ever imagined he could learn the heavenly demon saint art. Just as Mok Tang was lost in his shock, Song Yi's subordinates suddenly drew their swords in unison, surrounding him. Song Yi smiled and said, In any case, I've already shown you the divine flame. Furthermore, I'm planning to acquire the remaining part, so now I want to ask you something, Ghost Sword. Will you still follow me? Faced with this situation, Mok Tang could only think helplessly. I've walked right into a trap. In the end, this was the worst possible choice. The scene shifts. A man is kneeling before Qin Yang and Li Minglun. He smiled and said to Qin Yang, Currently, most of the people on the Vice Elder's side have already pledged their allegiance to you. They're like dogs with their tails between their legs. Elixirs from the Corpse Poison Master. Crystal daggers, a type of silent killing weapon. Due to the properties of crystal metal, once forged, it's harder than any alloy. And finally, flying explosive stones, an assassin's hidden weapon. You throw it directly at the enemy, and it only explodes when you infuse it with your energy. Each item is extremely valuable, and they all agreed to go into seclusion for 6 months and accept one request from me. Li Minglun ordered everyone to store it all in the Void Realm. Qin Yang glanced at him, thinking, Gaining Li Minglun is the same as gaining his influence. All of this is thanks to the secret seat, White Knight Dragon Claw. I owe you a great deal. A dark figure suddenly appeared behind Li Minglun, moving close to whisper something in his ear. Seeing the figure appear, Qin Yang remarked to himself, Ever since Li Minglun started working for me, he's taught me so much. One of those things was about the shadows. Just like Lin Ping was sent to observe the secret seat, a shadow was dispatched to monitor Song Yi. The reason he needed monitoring is because Song Yi is also recreating the divine flame of the 6th heavenly demon, but it's not yet complete. Just as Lin Tian predicted, Song Yi is learning the heavenly demon saint art. Moreover, this is a saint art created by a secret seat. If I let him have any more time to master it, I might have already lost. Model. After the shadowed figure finished speaking, Li Minglun cried out with a panicked expression, Young master, Song Yi has made his move. Qin Yang's face instantly darkened. This meant Song Yi had decided to execute his plan far sooner than he had anticipated. The three of them rushed outside. "Where is he?" The shadow replied. "He's at the Saintess's quarters." Qin Yang's brow furrowed. He's chosen the worst possible path. Song Yi's ambition is no small thing. Mir has become his target. There are two conditions to legitimately become the demon god: the heavenly demon, sacred art, and the sacred bloodline. If he already has the sacred art, that means he must get his hands on the heir to the bloodline to become the demon god. If he tries to use force to kidnap the Saintess, the current demon god's only daughter, everyone in the sect will undoubtedly turn against him. And yet, he still chose this path, which proves he's confident he can tip the scales back in his favor. Of course, to do that, he'd have to either eliminate or persuade my people. Does he really have enough power to confront the 10 great demon masters on our side? But given his current situation, mustering that kind of force is nearly impossible. He only has 2 great demon masters with him, 3 if you include himself. If he had reinforcements, he would have used them long ago. Song Yi, what the hell are you thinking? They raced towards the holy temple. According to their intelligence, Song Yi was likely already near the temple. As Song Yi's group advanced, a massive boulder suddenly crashed down from above. Qin Yang smirked coldly. "Whatever you're planning, you're not getting through that place easily." Vice Elder Song Yi gazed at the boulder before him and mused, "You don't intend to let me pass, do you?" The man standing atop the boulder replied, "I don't understand why you'd say something so disappointing." Vice Elder Song Yi sized up his opponent, thinking, the Fist Master. They say he can throw over 100 punches in the span of 3 breaths. The Wind Demon Fist King, Wang Jiao. So, it's him. From atop the rock, Wang Jiao observed them as well, thinking, I had my doubts at first, but it turns out the strategist was right. The Vice Elder really has made his move. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but a man must keep his word. After a moment, he spoke. "In any case, you have my apologies, but I cannot let you pass." Song Yi sighed. "Don't worry, that's not my intention. Because I have no other choice, you see. I just would rather not kill one of the 10 great demon masters." Wang Jiao laughed in response. "Is that so? In that case, let's see who dies first. Bring everything you've got." Behind Song Yi, Mu Song was already itching to draw his sword. Song Yi raised a hand to stop him. "Did I say I was going to kill him myself?" Wang Jiao was startled by those words, his face filled with confusion. In the next instant, a strange movement erupted from below. The ones who attacked were Song Yi's blood corpse minions. The massive boulder was instantly shattered. Wang Jiao and his new opponents landed on the ground at the same time. After exchanging a single blow with them, Wang Jiao was shocked. "The Death God Guards? Ha, you're sending the Death God Guards to deal with me? You think these things are actually strong enough to take me down?" The figures paid him no mind, swiftly drawing their swords and pressing their attack. Wang Jiao's expression turned serious as he thought, when did they even draw their swords? The Death God Guards could never move that smoothly. At that moment, Song Yi spoke up again. "It seems you're under a slight misunderstanding, Fist King." Wang Jiao was confused. "What do you mean?" Song Yi continued. "Did I ever say they were the Death God Guards? They're blood corpses." Wang Jiao couldn't believe his ears. "What? Blood corpses?" Before he had time to think, the 3 blood corpses lunged at him. Seeing the blades aimed for him, Wang Jiao showed no fear, meeting them head-on with a flurry of fists. The 4 of them were quickly locked in a vicious battle. Before long, Wang Jiao began to show clear signs of exhaustion. At most, he can only hold out for a couple more hours. After that, his guard will drop, and he'll collapse. Once he's down, no one will be left to stop us. Standing before the doors of the holy temple, Wang Jiao refused to back down. When a blood corpse charged, he sent it flying with a powerful punch. Watching from below, Song Yi sighed. Such a pity. In his prime, Wang Jiao could have easily toyed with 3 of these blood corpses, but now he can barely handle 2. From above, Wang Jiao roared, "Song Yi, you bastard! How dare you resurrect these kinds of creatures?" Song Yi was completely unbothered, a mocking smile still playing on his lips. "It truly is a pity. The martial artists we used to create these blood corpses, we spent a fortune on the medicinal ingredients we fed them. But to kill one of the 10 great demon masters, the price is well worth it. And if it helps me sit on the demon god's throne, it's an even better bargain." Just then, Mir stepped out from the holy temple. "What's going on out here?" Wang Jiao turned his head to look at her, his face filled with worry. Song Yi's expression grew even more excited. "Well, this saves me the trouble of going in there to find her." He called out to Mir, "It's been a while, chief of the White Marquis tribe, or should I call you Saintess?" Mir looked at him in confusion. Vice Elder. What is the meaning of this? Song Yi praised her internally. This little girl can still remain so calm. Is it because of the heavenly demon bloodline inside her? Or is it the power of the high heavenly demon? Or perhaps because she was chosen by the heavenly fire? Either way, she looks absolutely exquisite. After a moment's thought, he finally replied, I've come here today because I have an important matter to discuss with you, Saintess. Mir's brow furrowed. Song Yi spoke with a grave tone. I need you. Saintess Mir still didn't understand what he meant, and Song Yi just smiled. That's exactly what I mean. I need your body. Or to be more precise, the celestial demon bloodline within you. You may live in the sacred palace, but that doesn't mean you have to lock yourself away in this mountain cave forever. What? Mini was stunned. So that's why you started this whole rebellion? Of course. I also know everything that goes on in the sect, including the fact that you're the one who poisoned and killed my father. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Tong Nia replied nonchalantly, Of course I do. Down below, Vung Giach, who was fighting the blood corpses, yelled, Please, get back to the sacred palace. They're blood corpses. Extremely dangerous. Min He was startled. Blood corpses? I thought they were some kind of geniuses practicing a special technique. I just assumed he was at a disadvantage because he was fighting 3 people by himself. I never imagined they were actually blood corpses. She asked Tong Nia worriedly, Did you create them? Deputy Elder Tong Nia made no effort to hide it, replying, That's right. Ever since that brat's power started getting out of hand, I had no other choice. Please forgive me for what I've done, Saintess. Vung Jiach roared, Shut your mouth. You don't even deserve to call yourself a man. Tong Nia wasn't angered in the slightest. He just stood there with a smile and a sigh. Meetni suddenly understood. So that's the reason you created those monsters. Tong Nia wondered to himself. Still no reaction? Perhaps she's already figured out the situation, but how can she be so calm? Something's not right here. Oh, whatever. With these blood corpses in my hands, what is there to worry about? Mini then took out a small bell and began shaking it non-stop. Tong Nia was shocked. The celestial demon bell, one of the symbols of the Saintess, used to communicate with the celestial fire. What is she planning to do with that? Min He spoke up. You, of all people, should know what this is, right? In the past, the only thing in this sect capable of suppressing blood corpses was the Saintess. A golden light quickly began to emanate from the bell. Martial artists use qi. So what does the Saintess of the Celestial Demon Sect use? If a mortal who has never practiced martial arts is chosen to be the Saintess, are they doomed to spend their entire life as nothing more than an ordinary handmaiden to the celestial fire? The answer is no. The Saintess possesses a power different from qi, a special force passed down from one Saintess to the next, after being chosen by the celestial fire. It's completely different from qi, and the way it's channeled and used in combat is different as well. And right now, the Saintess's power was being unleashed. The golden light from the small bell quickly spread, covering everyone's heads. Meetni's incantation echoed endlessly. The blood corpse fighting Vungjach was immediately enveloped in the golden light and suddenly collapsed. Even Tongia was surprised. The Saintess subdued the blood corpse that quickly? Meenie calmly replied, That's right. The blood corpses are one of the sect's creations. It seems you haven't done your homework. They will indeed follow orders at first, but as time goes on, your control over them will get weaker and weaker. Eventually, they will lose control completely, turning into mindless zombies that attack everything in sight. This is one of the blood corpse's critical flaws, and it's the very reason they were forbidden. In the past, over 100 blood corpses were created, and the only thing that could suppress them was the Saintess. And right now, I times am times the Saintess. Down below, Vung Jiak seized the opportunity, immediately throwing a punch at the blood corpse. This time, his fist managed to punch a hole straight through the blood corpse's body. Tong Nia watched his blood corpses being defeated, yet his expression remained unnervingly calm. Meet Ni called for Vung Yach to fall back. Tong Nia frowned, thinking to himself, In the end, it seems I have to step in myself. That bell and her power have made the blood corpses completely useless for now. However, we still have 2 of the 10 great demon masters here. The Wind Demon Fist King has already reached his limit, so we don't need to hesitate any longer. Tongia and Moktong exchanged a glance, and then both of them stepped forward, preparing to fight themselves. Just then, Hoangdo suddenly spoke up. Hold on, let me handle this. Meetni looked at the approaching man suspiciously. Who are you? Hoangdo continued. You must be the Saintess. I'm very impressed with how easily you neutralized the blood corpses. Although, that little piece of ancient history you recited wasn't half bad. As he spoke, he took out a small, white bell. Just as Min Yi had done moments before, he began to shake the bell. The moment it chimed, the blood corpses that had just been knocked down began to stir. They quickly got back on their feet and charged toward Wang Jiach. Min Yi was in complete disbelief at the sight. Impossible. How could he nullify my sacred power? What in the world is that bell? Should I just try to finish off the last blood corpse and get out of here? Maybe then I can get out alive. But Tong Nia, standing below, seemed to have read her mind and immediately said, "My lady, don't even think about getting away that easily." After speaking, he snapped his fingers, and instantly, the rest of the blood corpses clawed their way out of the ground. Under Tong Gia's command, they immediately charged. Mok Tang thought to himself, "The High Celestial Demon and the Great Demon Master are holding off 8 blood corpses. I wonder how long they can last. Besides, the Great Demon Master is already exhausted. He'll probably hit his limit in about 15 minutes. Min He was quickly surrounded by the blood corpses. Wang Jiach was in the same situation, completely swarmed. Attack. He was already exhausted, completely unable to fight back. He was quickly slammed against the cliff face, spitting up mouthfuls of fresh blood. Song Yi slowly walked up to him. But Wang Jue wasn't down yet. He pushed himself up from the rubble, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk as he panted, "So, you're finally here?" Song Yi was confused. "What are you talking about?" But he quickly noticed a disturbance behind him. Several dark figures were rushing toward them. Qin Yang flew towards Mayor, shouting as he charged the blood corpses surrounding her, and was immediately struck. Without stopping, Qin Yang landed in front of her. To her absolute shock, Qin Yang lunged toward her, then grabbed her and fled. Song Yi quietly watched the group. After rescuing Mayor, Qin Yang gritted his teeth and turned to face him as Vice Elder. Song Yi slowly approached. "Well, if it isn't the young master." Qin Yang's expression was darker than thunder as he stared him down. Song Yi's gaze fell on the dark figure behind Qin Yang. "This dark aura, so that's where you were headed?" Li Minglun shouted. "You disrespectful brat. What do you mean by that?" Song Yi shot him a surprised look. "Demon Master. But I've always wondered, why is it that only the chosen one can become a demon god? Doesn't our sect always preach the value of survival of the fittest? And yet, only the chosen one can lead the entire sect?" Qin Yang challenged him. "Are you trying to justify all this?" Song Yi admitted it outright. "That's right. Why shouldn't times be the one in that position? Let's figure out together why things turned out this way. This was my entire plan. No one can be stronger than me. I eliminated all who were weaker than me, and all those who targeted me. When I finally realized it, I could only reach the rank of Vice Elder. But becoming the leader of the sect wasn't so easy. For many reasons, being strong alone is not enough. I had no choice but to destroy and erase everything in my way, just as I've always done. I just needed to use my soul-splitting ability to divide them. I even destroyed their souls so they would never see the light of day again." As he spoke, he summoned a roaring flame that engulfed his entire body. Seeing the fire erupt from him, Qin Yang thought to himself, "Asterisk, I've never seen such a flawed divine heavenly flame." Asterisk, Song Yi continued, "Just like years ago, a traitor appeared and completely ruined my plan." Qin Yang analyzed the situation. Asterisk, "This crushing pressure. It feels like he's squeezing my very heart. 3 great demon masters and 8 transcendent demon cultivators. Asterisk, asterisk. If we fight here, our losses will be catastrophic. We need to escape and regroup with the other elders. Asterisk, asterisk. The problem is, retreating in this situation will be incredibly difficult. Asterisk. Song Yi stomped his foot on the ground, roaring, "You bastard! You dare stand in my way!" Qin Yang raised his spear. "I have never stood in your way, Vice Elder Song Yi. I don't understand." "What?" Qin Yang explained. "We are all here for our own personal gain, so stop thinking that others are obstructing you. In the end, the most supreme being is the one who survives. The strongest is the one who can achieve what they desire. Don't you agree?" Everyone was shaken by his words. The strongest survivor. In his past life, Qin Yang's master taught him the very same thing. Qin Yang, in the world of martial arts, it is not a place where the strongest survive, but a place where those who can survive become the strongest. Song Yi laughed heartily. "I see. So that's how you think. Then right here, right now, let's see who the final survivor is. Who the truly strongest one is. Young master." The two sides immediately rushed towards each other, ready for a decisive battle. Mayor shouted a warning. "Be careful, they're blood corpses." Hearing this, Qin Yang and the others were horrified. Blood corpses. Qin Yang quickly charged toward 2 of them, thrusting his spear without a moment's hesitation. Though his spear was fast, the two blood corpses still managed to retreat in time to dodge. Qin Yang couldn't help but marvel. Asterisk, I can't hit them. They're too agile. Asterisk. Just as he was focused on the two in front, another one silently crept up behind him. Qin Yang's reaction was swift. He instantly twisted his body to evade. Just then, a fireball shot towards him from a distance, forcing Qin Yang to scramble to dodge again. His attacker was none other than Song Yi. A little hot for you, young master? Song Yi asked. Qin Yang sneered. It is indeed hot. I'll be sure to return the favor, but I absolutely will not let anyone who's burned me get away. With that, he leaped into the air and simultaneously deployed his domain. Song Yi stood his ground, looking up at him in confusion. From high above, Qin Yang plunged down with his spear. A dense barrage of spear shadows rained down on Song Yi, not one to sit and wait for death. Song Yi quickly unleashed his flames to counter. The two attacks collided in the center, creating a massive crater shrouded in dust and smoke. From behind the smokescreen, two blood corpses immediately charged at Qin Yang. He looked at them and thought, asterisk, I knew defeating Song Yi would be difficult, but I never imagined he could also control blood corpses. Asterisk, asterisk. I have to calm down and find their weakness. Asterisk. Elsewhere, Li Minglun was locked in a fierce battle with four blood corpses. Seizing an opening, one of the corpses took the opportunity to swing its blade. Just as the blade was about to hit his neck, Lin Bing thankfully appeared at the last second, blocking the fatal blow. Li Minglun, having narrowly escaped death, let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Lin Bing. Let me give you a hand. The Ghostmaster Li Minglun then asked, can you handle one of them? The two of them then fought together. On the other side, Mayer was also locked in a desperate struggle. Her opponent was Huang Du. Luckily, Wang Jue intervened just in time, helping her push the enemy back. Mayer didn't miss the opportunity, swinging her sword and charging forward to attack. With the two of them working together, Huang Du was momentarily unable to control the situation. Qin Yang fought while observing the surrounding battlefield. Over by the Great Ghostmaster, things weren't looking good. Even with Lin Bing's support, the other side wasn't stable either, especially the Wind Ghost Fist King, who was clearly exhausted. They couldn't hold out for much longer. At this rate, we're definitely going to lose. What should I do? Facing both Mayer and Wang Jue, Huang Du smirked and thought to himself, this is tougher than I expected. The Great Ghost is a nuisance, but not a serious threat. The biggest problem is the Saintess. She's a powerful martial artist, and her swift movements make her incredibly difficult to deal with. On top of that, she can use her holy power to create feints, and every time she does, my senses get thrown off. Killing her would solve the problem easily, but I need her alive. This restriction is putting me in a tight spot. Zhu Mei is only valuable alive, because she's the tool Song Yi needs to legitimize his claim to the title of Ghost God, and she's well aware that I can't kill her. Every time I'm about to finish off Wang Ju, she jumps in and uses herself as a shield to block the blow. That damned pest. The Black Shadow is also lurking nearby, waiting for a chance to ambush me. Huang Du cursed internally. This is so annoying. If I focus on the Saintess, Wang Jue will provide cover. When I try to kill him, the Saintess jumps in to block me, and then that Black Shadow will pop out for a sneak attack. At this rate, I'm not getting anywhere. But this isn't that hard to handle. The scene shifts back to Qin Yang, who was also being constantly pushed back. If this keeps up, the situation is only going to get worse. We're at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength. They have more blood corpses and even the ancient great ghosts. He recalled the ghost god's parting words, telling him to take good care of Mayer. Could it be that he foresaw this situation? Then why didn't he act sooner? If he had just prepared an antidote when he realized he was poisoned, instead of continuing to train me until things got this bad, it never would have come to this. No matter how many questions I have, there's no one left to answer them. Without him, every path leads to death. Besides, this isn't what I should be thinking about right now. I need to focus on dealing with these blood corpses. Song Yi keeps launching attacks from behind them. Every single one of these things is incredibly hard to deal with. One slip up and I'm dead. I can't just let things keep going like this. I still haven't gotten what I wanted in this life. I was reincarnated thanks to the Kang faction's artifact, but I earned my current position through my own effort and determination. I can't give up so easily. If I'm going down, I'm taking someone with me. If I die here, that person. What am I thinking? That person is, of course, the Great Spear Master, who's just like my first master. An image of his masters from both of his lives flashed through his mind. It seems that subconsciously, I've already accepted him as my master. Maybe this is just an illusion brought on by his teachings. He stood up and threw a punch straight into the face of an oncoming blood corpse. It seems, I've always wanted someone to guide me, rather than walking this lonely path of revenge all by myself. In the end, what I truly want is connection. Then that's another reason why I can't die here. I have to show him everything I've achieved. For the sake of survival, he swung his spear, sending a blood corpse flying. He gritted his teeth and said to himself, even so, for my master's sake, I can't die here either. Song Yi revealed his ambition at the exact moment Master Zhu Dong fell into a coma. Was that really just a coincidence? It couldn't have been. He must have been plotting this for a very long time. Perhaps Song Yi was the one who poisoned Master. I don't have any proof, but it's the obvious conclusion. If only I knew more about that poison. Back then, I assumed the poison was made by the Tang clan of Sichuan, and I couldn't think of anyone else who could have done it. Only a master poison maker could have created such a potent toxin. But now things are different. That same poison has appeared here, at the Heavenly Ghost Sect. No matter how skilled the Sichuan Tang clan is at creating poisons, there's no way they could have poisoned the ghost god. A poison that could take down one of the few people in the history of the martial world to have perfected the sacred body. Even if they could create it, poisoning the ghost god would only lead to the complete annihilation of their clan. Even among the sect's enemies, no one in the orthodox path would want to see that happen. Even if the vice elder really is the source of all this, I have to defeat him to get any answers. Qin Yang suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Even Song Yi was startled by this surge of power. In the distance, Mu Sang stumbled, his body trembling uncontrollably. Even though I'm in a difficult situation, I can still keep my composure. But this aura, it's making me feel afraid. There's only one thing that can make demonic cultivators like us feel fear, and that's divine fire. Song Yi also recognized Qin Yang's divine fire. Could this be the reason the Ghost Master chose him? He quickly summoned his own divine fire to counter his opponents. Looks like I can't let go of the ghost sword now. He suddenly snapped out of it and glanced at the battlefield beside him. Another person had died. It seems the young master's divine fire doesn't affect his own allies. Realizing this, Song Yi blurted out, "So this is a perfected divine fire. I can tell it's a level above my own imperfect version. A young master with heaven-defying talent, favored by the ghost god. You became his one and only disciple, inheriting all of his sacred arts. It's just so unfair." Qin Yang looked bewildered. Heaven-defying talent? Favored? That's ridiculous. Vice Elder Song Yi, do you have any idea what I've been through? Song Yi scoffed. You seem a bit disrespectful, young master. Qin Yang clenched his fists in anger. We're past the point of formalities, because you're going to be defeated right here. And then you'll tell me everything. Song Yi chuckled. So impatient. What is it you want to know? Qin Yang gripped his spear, leaning forward. That poison. You used it on the ghost god. No. On my master. Where did you get it? Who made it? With that, he leaped into the air, swinging his spear as he charged his opponent. The two once again fell into a fierce battle, kicking up clouds of dust. Li Minglun and the others watching from the sidelines were utterly astonished. He sheathed his weapon and asked Lin Ping, "Tell me, Lin Ping, was the young master really inside the Heavenly Ghost Cave?" Lin Ping nodded. "It's true." Li Minglun asked again, "I remember you used to be the caretaker of the Heavenly Ghost Cave, weren't you?" Lin Ping nodded once more in acknowledgement. Yes. Li Minglun didn't ask any more questions, but simply smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He suddenly turned and glanced to the side, his gaze falling on Mu Sang, who was trembling in a daze. Li Minglun channeled his energy. "You've done your part well. The young master is giving it his all, so I guess I should put in a little more effort." Lin Ping also channeled his energy, pointing to his sword. "Me too." Li Minglun's aura flared. "That's right. We need to do better." With that, he launched an attack at Mu Sang. Although Mu Sang was dazed, he still sensed the danger and quickly turned, raising his sword to block Li Minglun's attack. But Li Minglun's attack wasn't something you could block so easily. Soon, fresh blood splattered through the air. After dealing with the ghost sword, Li Minglun resumed his assault on the blood corpse. Not far away, Huang Du remained completely calm, opening his mouth as a terrifying aura poured out from him toward Mier and her group. She and the Black Shadow rushed forward to disperse the dark energy. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was desperately turning to flee, but things didn't go as planned. In the blink of an eye, Song Yi appeared in front of him. "You're not getting away." Before Qin Yang could react, he was struck by a palm attack, sent flying and rolling several times across the ground. He panted heavily as he looked at his opponent, thinking to himself, "This is bad. I was planning to use the divine fire to immobilize them and then escape. Song Yi sneered. Do you take me for a fool, young master? Did you really think you could take that chance to escape? You're far too naive. Qin Yang was quickly surrounded again. He narrowed his eyes at Song Yi, knowing he couldn't escape anymore. He decisively swung his spear and slashed towards his opponent. Both sides were once again locked in a vicious battle. Flames and spear clashed relentlessly. Seeing Qin Yang's spear tip about to strike his shoulder, Song Yi immediately dodged aside. But just then, from behind his own flames, a hand reached out. Qin Yang shouted, "Jadestone Rampage!" Instantly, a massive explosion erupted in front of Song Yi. But unexpectedly, he was completely unharmed, because at the critical moment, a blood corpse had taken the full force of Qin Yang's attack for him. Despite taking a direct hit from Qin Yang, the blood corpse slowly sat back up. Seeing this, Qin Yang gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, that blood corpse took the hit for him again. Song Yi chuckled. Looks like you're getting tired, young master. He had barely finished speaking when he was shocked to find someone suddenly attacking from the side. Qin Yang was also startled when he saw the newcomer. Ghost Master? Li Minglun waved a hand reassuringly. Don't you worry about this old man. I only traded a few fingers for one of their arms, so it's not a bad deal. Lin Ping, now missing an arm, also limped over. Qin Yang looked at their wretched state, gritting his teeth as he thought, we've already lost too much just to destroy the blood corpses. Damn it. But I have no other choice. On top of that, I have no strength left, and no plan to get out of this situation. This is all my fault for not anticipating the blood corpses. If it weren't for those damn things, we wouldn't be in this mess. It's all because my preparations were too careless. I finally perfected the divine fire, but there's almost nothing I can do with it. Is this really how it ends? Just as Qin Yang was preparing to risk it all, something unexpected happened. A beam of golden light descended from the heavens. You've done well, my disciple. A flash of golden light descended, throwing the entire battlefield into an uproar. All the warriors stopped in their tracks, horrified by the sight of a being in human form capable of things no human could do. A being born in human form, yet who had transcended humanity itself. The man who arrived, having surpassed all mortal limits, was none other than Chu Dong. No one knew how he'd gotten out of bed, but right now, he looked nothing like a man who'd been poisoned. Qin Yang cried out in astonishment, "Master!" Song Yi, standing at the front, couldn't help but scream, "The ghost god! The ghost god!" He squinted at him for a moment before turning back to Qin Yang. He reached out and ruffled his hair. "You did very well." Tears welled up in Qin Yang's eyes. He bit his lip, trying not to cry, and bowed respectfully as he called out, "Master." The ghost god smiled. "So you finally decided to call me master. All right, leave the rest to me." Qin Yang's mind was still reeling with questions. How could his master possibly be here? Chudong then glanced at his daughter and waved his hand. Mir's body was instantly lifted by an invisible force, floating towards him. Witnessing this, Huang Du couldn't help but marvel. To use the displacement art with such mastery, he truly lives up to the name of the ghost god. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to stand here and watch. Just because you're the sect's ghost god, you think everything will go your way? What a naive thought. With that, he swung his sword, attacking Mir and her father. But just then, another figure appeared in the sky. Before Huang Du's attack could even reach my ear, he was intercepted. He was sent flying backward by the surprise attack as a wave of pure energy rippled through the air. It was Lin Tian. Lin Tian ignored him and clasped his hands towards the ghost god. "My apologies for being late." Chudong, holding his daughter, just smiled. "It's all right." He looked at his daughter with a tender gaze. "You did very well." Mir choked back, sobs and hugged him tightly. Song Yi watched from a distance, completely bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be bedridden, unable to move? Damn it. Chu Dong then gently pushed Mir away, instructing, "Stand behind me." He then glanced at Song Yi and the others before turning again. "Thank you, Li Minglun. I appreciate your help." The ghost master, Li Minglun, smiled. "Think nothing of it. I'm merely serving my new master." Chu Dong was surprised. "Your new master?" Understanding dawned almost immediately. He turned to look at Qin Yang and smiled. "I am truly sorry about those fingers. I will forever remember this debt." He then turned to Wang Jiao. "Fist King, you can rest now." Wang Jiao stood up and laughed heartily. "Ha, I can still keep going. Now that you've shown up, these small fries are nothing." Chudong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "When this is over, I'll summon the best physicians to treat you. Fist King, no matter the cost, as long as you can be healed." Lin Tian had no objections, and simply nodded. At that moment, Chudong's gaze turned grim as he looked into the distance. "And then there's you, Ghost Sword Musang." Missing an arm, the man stood trembling. Hearing the ghost god call his name only terrified him more. The dreadful aura radiating from the ghost god made it difficult for him to even stand. Qudong barked coldly, "Ghost sword, if this is the path you've chosen, don't you dare make excuses for your death, because I have no intention of letting you live." The ghost god simply raised a single finger. In Musang's eyes, that finger looked like a great mountain. He was horrified. What is this? It felt as if 10,000 needles were piercing his entire body. Am I hallucinating from the ghost god's pressure? How can he do this from so far away? Is this the sword heart? And just like that, he coughed up blood and collapsed. He can sever my mind, but he can't kill me from that distance. Seeing Musang suddenly spit blood and fall, Song Yi was startled. Was that the heart sword? Musang's condition was already dire. He had just lost an arm to the Ghost Master, and now the Ghost God's appearance had sealed his fate. The Heart Sword and the Holy Sword can shatter a person's mind from within. This meant one had to possess a will of iron to withstand such an attack. Unlike Musang, I won't be so easily shaken. But could I really survive a blow like that? No, there's no guarantee. There's no need to sacrifice myself for something so uncertain. Qudong didn't rush to attack. Instead, speaking calmly, "Vice Elder, I'm certain you chose their side out of your own ambition." Song Yi laughed. "Haha, although things didn't go according to my plan, you're absolutely right." The ghost god Qudong asked again. "I understand. Then you should also know what happens now, shouldn't you? I put you in that position despite knowing full well of your ambition." Song Yi was stunned. "What do you mean by that?" Qudong continued. "It's a necessary part of being the ghost god. You have to make sure there's someone beside you to keep you from straying off course. Otherwise, my head would have rolled long ago, and that was your purpose, to let me know I was still on the right path." Song Yi was shocked, his expression incredibly tense. He then laughed at himself. I see. So you knew everything, and you still let me be the Vice Elder. It seems I've been dancing in the palm of your hand this whole time." Qudong chuckled. "Not entirely. I won't deny that this poison of yours was quite novel. I genuinely thought I was about to die." Song Yi frowned. "Does any of that matter now? In the end, it didn't even work on you." Miss Mir thought to herself, "Does this mean Father has successfully neutralized the poison?" Wang Jue said excitedly. "Of course. How could the demon god be defeated by a mere poison like this?" Only Qin Yang frowned, realizing something was off. Something's not right. His fingers are trembling. Master is still just holding on. Just then, Zhou Dong's voice once again echoed in Qin Yang's mind. "I'm fine. I can hold out until this is all over. You don't need to worry about me." Qin Yang gritted his teeth. He thought, if he was really okay, why didn't he show up immediately? Why wait until the Vice Elder revealed his treachery to appear? If he was just pretending in order to expose the poisoner, he should have appeared when the Vice Elder came to kidnap the Saintess. There must be a reason. A reason why he had to wait until this very moment to show himself. Was he waiting for all his enemies to gather in one place? No way. A plan like that is too dangerous. If Master had shown up even a moment later, we might not have been able to hold on. So there has to be another reason. What on earth is it? Could it be that? People often have two sides. Which means if something is happening on the outside, something must also be happening on the inside. This was the demon god's current situation. On the surface, he seemed fine, as if he had truly overcome the poison. But inside his body, the poison was still eating away at his life force. I'm sure of it. He had a plan from the very beginning. Maybe him vomiting blood at the ceremony was part of it, but he must have realized this poison was stronger than he imagined. So strong that even a cultivator at the Saint realm couldn't withstand it. Even the one known as the smartest in the sect, Lin Tian, couldn't find an antidote. This was an unexpected turn of events. But the enemy was hiding, waiting to execute their plan, and this confrontation was the result. Perhaps he anticipated this situation when he made the plan. Even without Lin Tian, he would have tried to keep things on track. When the enemies gathered, the plan was still proceeding as expected. But because the poison was stronger than anticipated, he had to hold out for longer. That's why he appeared so late. This is all just my speculation. I hope I'm not wrong. Standing at the front, Zhou Dong frowned and said, "Blood corpses. I was certain every method to create them had been destroyed. How did you recreate them?" "No. No one could have taught you. Could it be the one the Grandmaster chased away? It seems he managed to escape." Hearing this, Song Yi whipped his head around in shock. "What's going on? He was right here a moment ago. Where did he run off to? Did he flee when Musang was killed? Then what about the plan? He chose to let his allies fall into oblivion while he becomes a fugitive." Zhou Dong instructed Lin Tian. "That one-eyed rat is fast. Grandmaster, Immediately inform the 10 great demon masters to seal the mountain gates. Don't let anything escape. Don't kill him. Make sure he's taken alive, because I have a lot of questions for him, including how he created those blood corpses." As he spoke, he pointed a hand at his own chest. Lin Tian clasped his hands and replied, "As you command." Then he quickly departed. Only then did Zhou Dong glance at Song Yi and continue, "I believe we still have matters to settle." Song Yi laughed coldly. "Does that mean you're looking for a chance to take this old man's head? But it won't be that easy. Demon God." He thought, what if I kill the demon god here and now? He's in the Saint realm. He can use his mind sword with a mere thought. All 5 blood demons couldn't defeat him. Even if I succeed in killing him, there's still the young lord and the demon masters. With no one to help me, escaping this place is impossible. I only have one choice. He quickly waved his hand, ordering the blood corpses to charge forward. The cloth wrapped around their faces was instantly incinerated, revealing their ferocious, demonic faces to everyone. Zhou Dong paid them no mind, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy straight at Song Yi. A blood corpse that stood in his way was instantly sliced in 2. Zhou Dong said coldly, "Are you trying to run?" After blocking that last strike, Song Yi's hands had begun to tremble slightly. "So what if I am? You may be the almighty demon god, but these 5 blood corpses can at least buy me some time, and that little bit of time is all I need to escape from here." The demon god shook his head and chuckled. "It won't be that easy." Song Yi replied, "I know. Even if I get out of here, getting past this mountain won't be simple, but it's better than standing here waiting to die." The demon god repeated once more, "It won't be that easy." Song Yi gritted his teeth. "I already said, I will." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze, feeling as if 10,000 swords were pointed at his neck. It won't be that easy. Was he talking about the mind sword? Zhou Dong waved his hand and said, "Did you really think those 4 blood corpses could block my mind sword?" Song Yi reminded himself not to fall for it. The mind sword is just an illusion. If I can resist Zhou Dong's aura, I can block his mind sword. Of course, I'll have to accept some internal injuries. I have the blood corpses. For the mind sword to touch me, it has to get through them first. If that last attack was the full power of his mind sword, then at the very least, the blood corpses can act as a shield for me. Just then, a voice. Chu Dong's voice rang out again, sending a chill down his spine. "Vice Elder, did you really think that last strike was my mind sword? The mind sword is born from my will. To it, space and time are meaningless. Whatever I wish to cut will be cut. So, I'll ask again. Do you truly believe you can stand against the mind sword?" With that, he unleashed another strike. Song Yi stared grimly. "It's coming. I'll use the blood corpses as shields to weaken the blow. The remaining ones will buy me time." The moment the sword energy arrived, Song Yi was sliced in 2. Chu Dong spoke calmly. "I told you, whatever I wish to cut will be cut." Qin Yang looked at Song Yi's corpse on the ground and murmured, "Is it over? Who knows if I would have suffered the same fate had my revenge failed." The moment Song Yi died, the blood corpses lost their master's control. They began to snarl and turn on each other, friend and foe alike. Chu Dong waved his hand, and they started attacking one another. Now that their master is gone, they must be eliminated before things get worse. A blood corpse's instinct is that of a dangerous wild beast. He picked up a long sword, channeled his energy into the blade, and began to deal with the blood corpses. With every swing, another one fell. Chu Dong sighed as he looked at a snarling blood corpse. Its instincts have completely taken over the body. If I let them live, they'll become a disaster later on. Only one left. It seems my body can still hold out. This is the last monster. After this, I should rest. The final blood corpse lunged at him like a flash of lightning, trying to attack. Chu Dong dodged to the side. But just then, his eyes widened in shock, because a long sword had just been thrust into his side. He grabbed the blade with his bare hand, preventing his opponent from pushing it deeper. Li Ming Luan shouted, "Black Shadow, what are you doing?" Black Shadow let out a cold laugh. "I knew it. Your body still hasn't fully stabilized, has it?" Qin Yang and everyone else who witnessed this were stunned. Black Shadow's eyes were bloodshot as he continued. "Of course it hasn't, because that wasn't any ordinary poison. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let your guard down like that." Chu Dong gripped the hilt and pulled the longsword out. With his other hand, he quickly pressed points on his stomach to stop the bleeding. A stream of steaming blood spurted from his body. Seeing this, Black Shadow said smugly, "That's it." Mayor cried out in worry. "Father!" Chu Dong grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up. "You've seized control of this body?" Black Shadow laughed. "Submission and oblivion are my special skills." Haha. Chu Dong asked again, How can I expel you? The one controlling me is Huang Du. It's impossible. 4. Unless you kill him. Otherwise, he will forever be my puppet. Chu Dong suddenly understood. I see. What a pity. You're forcing my hand. He then tightened his grip, crushing Black Shadow's throat, and tossed the body aside. Chu Dong then turned to the others and asked, "Does this man have any family?" Li Ming Luan replied, Black Shadow was an orphan. He had no family and no close friends, except for his sworn brothers in the secret demon registry. Chu Dong instructed, "Bury his body in the most honored place in the sect. Allow those who knew him to pay their respects." Li Ming Luan bowed his head and accepted the order. Only then did Chu Dong turn his attention to his own wound. "I've stopped the bleeding, but the wound is too deep. It's getting worse. With this injury, how long can I hold on? Maybe more than 5 days, but 2 weeks is unlikely. I must handle everything first." He composed himself and continued speaking to Li Ming Luan. "Demon Master, listen to my words." Li Ming Luan bowed his head. "I await your command." Chu Dong quickly gave his orders. "Tell the strategist that the plan proceeds as discussed. That is all." Li Ming Luan said grimly, "As you command." The scene shifts to a place with countless treacherous, towering mountains. In a cave somewhere in the heavenly mountains, Huang Du wiped a trickle of blood from his nose and smiled. He actually killed that puppet. Heh. I never expected that implanting an inner demon into a demon path cultivator would be so effective. The demon god must be weakened now. Moreover, that wound can no longer heal. It's right in his stomach, the place where the poison is most concentrated. Even an all-powerful demon god can't last 2 weeks. Although I failed to help the vice elder seize the demon god's throne, I at least managed to kill several powerful martial artists from the heavenly demon sect. 2 humans and 1 demon. That's 3 martial masters who reached the saint realm. 2 from the righteous path, 1 from the demon path. But now, their number is down to 2. I should report this to the imperial court immediately. A sound came from within the cave. Instantly, a bird flew from the sky and landed on Huang Du's arm. He tied a message to the bird's leg and sent it flying. The message he sent was that the demon god was dead. Huang Du gloated inwardly. Though he's not dead yet, he'll definitely be dead within 2 weeks. By the time the hawk delivers the news to the court, he'll already be gone from this world. The scene shifts back to the demon god. He was standing alone in silence, a somber expression on his face. Mayor approached and asked, "Father, you don't look well." Chu Dong wiped the sweat from his face and reassured her, "I'm fine." Observing from a distance, Qin Yang thought to himself, how can he possibly be fine? The blood in his body is being corroded by the poison. If his fresh blood can eat through the ground, what must it be doing to that wound? I can't even imagine the kind of pain he must be enduring. The father and daughter just stood there, looking at each other, as Minnie's eyes once again filled with tears. Chu Dong smiled in approval. "You've done well, and so has my disciple." Qin Yang sighed inwardly, hoping she wouldn't be jealous. Asterisk. Her father is also my master. Asterisk. Then, he bowed his head with a slight smile and said, "Yes, master." Chu Dong smiled, satisfied. "My disciple. It brings me joy to hear you call me master." Qin Yang replied, "I will call you that often." Chu Dong scoffed internally. Asterisk. I wonder how much longer I can hold on. Asterisk. He continued to ask, "I see you've already reached the heavenly fire realm? I was just lucky." Wu Ming thought to himself, asterisk. This isn't something you get through luck. Asterisk. No demon cultivator at his age should be able to completely control the heavenly fire. I truly believe this kid has what it takes to become the demon god, but I'm still worried. What is holding him back? I just hope this doesn't become a problem in the future. It's a shame I won't have the chance to witness what's to come with my own eyes. However, as his master, I need to leave him something. With that thought, he spoke again. "My disciple, I have something I want to give you. It's not convenient here. Will you come with me?" Qin Yang quickly slung the long spear onto his back. "I will not hesitate to follow any of your requests." The demon god smiled. "It won't take long." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Qin Yang watched his retreating back and sighed sadly. "Master." Min He also clasped her hands and called out, "Father." Then, overwhelmed, she screamed, "Father!" The 2 who were about to leave were stopped in their tracks by her call. With tears welling in her eyes, Min He asked, "You're not coming back, are you?" As she said this, her body trembled with emotion. The demon god simply smiled without answering. Then, they turned once more and continued on their way. A short while later, atop the heavenly demon peak, the demon god and Qin Yang had arrived. Seeing the demon god's current state, Qin Yang began. Master, I will. Chudong cut him off. It's fine. I'm all right. Qin Yang looked at the demon god's trail of blood and footprints, thinking in awe. Master managed to climb to the summit of Heavenly Demon Peak in this harsh weather, even while losing blood and being unable to walk. You refused help from anyone. You must be protecting the dignity of the heavenly demon. A master needing his disciples' help. This is unacceptable for the head of the heavenly demon sect. After walking for a bit, the demon god sighed. Who knew there was a view like this on the mountain? I've passed by so many times but never noticed. This place has real potential. Qin Yang could see the wounds on the demon god and thought to himself, I want to boast to the entire world. This is my master. Even when injured and poisoned, he can stand so tall. That is my master. My last master was the same. Even as he tried to explain that he didn't practice demonic arts, even as his body was failing from poison, he always remained calm while facing countless weapons pointed at him. People who achieve greatness in a specific field often lose their determination and ideals along the way. It seems I still have so much to learn. I might be as skilled as my master, but my mindset will never be as mature as his. I'm not even worthy of facing Master Chudong while he's in this gravely injured state. He is truly brilliant, and also so lonely, like a flame that is slowly dying out. He's fighting to live up to the title of the Heavenly Demon Sect. That's what it takes to be the Heavenly Demon. As they stepped inside, the demon god announced, "We're here." The place they arrived at was the Arena of Illusions. Chudong walked to the center of the arena and said, "You have a gift. Though I don't know exactly what it is, you have the determination of a warrior. You need both talent and a goal. This means you seem to have what it takes, but you are young. You can't deny that you completely lack experience. This is something that can only be forged over time. So, to make you the heavenly demon, I will pass down all of my experience to you. Come, sit down. This is why I brought you here." The scene shifts to the residence of the King of the Golden Citadel. The one who lives here is Wu Ming, the King of the Golden Citadel. He is the Emperor's younger brother, and in fact, the second most powerful man in this world. He is the Emperor's twin brother. Wu Ming managed to survive while more than half of his siblings were eliminated by the Emperor. Perhaps it's because he was never seduced by power. Since childhood, he had no interest in the throne. Being a regional king was enough to satisfy him. Just as he wished, when the current throne was passed to the Emperor, he immediately became a king in his own right. But being the Emperor's brother and the surviving prince granted him immense power. Of course, Wu Ming didn't care much for it, and he never once used that power. What he wanted was not power, but a peaceful life. With a personality like that, it's only natural that he held benevolent thoughts. His brother, the Emperor, despite ruthlessly eliminating all his siblings, was fortunately a man willing to rebuild the world's order with fairness. That is why people began to call him by many names. Some called him a benevolent man, while others called him a hero. Of course, when his brother was eliminating the others, it wasn't his fault for doing nothing, but his brother had a better reason than anyone else. They were either madly obsessed with women or displayed signs of insanity, even slaughtering their own people. At least he could be proud that the Emperor wasn't like that. But it seemed the time had come to act. He had heard so many rumors about how the Emperor had changed. In fact, this news was already somewhat old, and he had even verified it himself in the past, although he was only pretending to be bait to lure out the enemy. However, no one can act perfectly for 20 years straight. His royal brother was slowly descending into madness. The benevolent king in his brother's heart had gradually died, replaced by a man who let himself fall. He was walking the same path as the brothers he himself had killed. The madness, the bloodlust, the debauchery, it was all starting to show. It was as if half the brothers he'd killed had turned into ghosts that came back to haunt him. He truly knew what he needed to do. Just as my brother did, I must end his life with my own hands to become emperor. But is that the right thing to do? Should I continue to be loyal to him? Or should I eliminate this mad king and save the capital from his tyranny? The more I think about it, the more it feels like a farce. Even though, when those brothers were killed one by one, I didn't care at all. I feel so guilty about that. I feel terrible now, because I might have to repeat what he did to our brothers with my own hands. So this is what selfishness feels like? Or maybe this is the guilt of having to end the life of my own flesh and blood. But even so, in the end, I still have to choose one or the other. What should I do? Just then, someone entered from outside. Wu Ming held his head and looked at the man. "You've come?" The sage. This man was the sage who understands heaven and earth, Du Tianzhong. He was once a member of the martial world, but chose to become the confidant of King Qingcheng. He was a man with the ability to comprehend heaven and earth. Despite being part of the royal court, his reputation in the martial world was still immense. He clasped his hands and smiled. "I have returned, Your Majesty." Wu Ming was in no mood for pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Report," Du Tianzhong asked. "You must have noticed it as well. Another star has begun to shine in the sky of the imperial dynasty, has it not?" Wu Ming frowned. "Another strange star?" Du Tianzhong explained. "It is a dark red, malevolent star. This star signifies that His Majesty's power is being suppressed, preventing it from shining normally." Wu Ming was suspicious. "Are you saying someone is controlling and using the emperor's power?" Du Tianzhong nodded and knelt. "The current emperor is the strongest in the entire dynasty. This should not be happening." Wu Ming stroked his chin. "Then why has this star appeared?" Du Tianzhong replied. "What I am about to say is merely a judgment based on years of studying ancient texts and observing the stars. I truly wish to speak, but these words may not be easy to hear." Wu Ming waved his hand. "It's fine, just speak plainly." Du Tianzhong quickly explained. "The art of reading the stars is one of my special skills. But I still couldn't identify what kind of star it was. After in-depth research of ancient texts, I looked through hundreds of books related to the history of the martial world. I've read through over 400 ancient texts." Wu Ming interrupted. "So, what did you discover about that star?" Du Tianzhong answered. "According to records from ancient times, that star is a bad omen. Whenever the heretic sect gains the upper hand in this world, it will shine." Wu Ming said, "I've also heard of celestial phenomena, but the heretic sect, that name isn't very familiar. It sounds like a bad omen." Du Tianzhong nodded. "Indeed. The name itself symbolizes misfortune. It is the name of the one who once plunged the entire martial world into suffering. Furthermore, he usurped the throne of the dynasty." Wu Ming's expression turned grave as he gripped the armrest of his chair. "Then why has this star, this ill omen, appeared in the skies above the royal palace? Are you implying that members of the heretic sect are plotting to overthrow the current emperor?" Du Tianzhong explained. "As I said, he is currently the strongest in the dynasty, but unfortunately, among them are a few sorcerers from the heretic sect." Wu Ming was confused. "Sorcerers?" Du Tianzhong explained. "They possess an ancient form of sorcery that allows them to take over other people's bodies." Wu Ming was utterly shocked upon hearing this. The scene shifts to Heavenly Mountain, where two figures are moving quickly through the forest. "Where did he go? We can't let him escape. I have to find a clue." The people moving through the forest are Shi Zong and Lin Ping. After running for a while, they discovered a corpse at the base of a tree. "There's a body here. He must have passed this way." Lin Ping warned, "Captain, you shouldn't let your guard down like that. It won't reveal its weaknesses so easily." Xie Zhong nodded, drawing his sword. "I understand." Elsewhere, Meyer was deploying orders to her subordinates. "If we find it, I'll use my sacred power to bind it first. Then the demon sword will finish it off." Lin Ping nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Meyer continued to give orders, "Captain. The Longxiao and Baihu squads must coordinate to prevent its escape." Xie Zong and Lin Ping replied in unison. "Yes, ma'am." Meyer continued her warning. "That monster recovers by sucking blood. We have to stop it before it can. More corpses. If it doesn't get them, it will keep killing to sustain itself." As they moved, Lin Bing suddenly shouted, "I see it." The captain of the White Ape Division immediately flew in to attack. Meyer hastily used her holy power, trying to restrain the blood corpse. This was the last blood corpse that the ghost god hadn't dealt with that day. Under Meyer's incantation, the blood corpse was quickly bound by holy power. It roared in agony. Lin Bing, waiting from above, immediately drew his sword and dove down. His longsword, pulsing with his chi, shot towards the blood corpse. Meyer shook her bell, preventing the creature from dodging. Lin Bing's strike easily connected. Just like that, the blood corpse was dispatched, falling to the ground. Meyer let out a sigh of relief. They had finally subdued it. After 10 long days of pursuit, the last blood corpse was finally destroyed. This was also the 10th day that Qin Yang had been inside the ghost god's sacred demon hall. Right now, he was sitting cross-legged in cultivation, qi constantly radiating from his body. His dantian was suddenly filled with an immense amount of qi, bringing nothing but extreme pain, which is why he couldn't rush the process. Slowly, bit by bit, like knitting a sweater, he dispersed the pressure to every corner of his body, neutralizing the dangerous elements and guiding them into his dantian. But it wouldn't end there. Once that dangerous vortex of energy accumulated to a certain point, it had to be dispersed all over again. A certain amount of qi would inevitably enter his body and be lost, but there was nothing he could do about it. It felt like it had been about 20 minutes. He wasn't entirely sure, but that was his best guess. At least 15 minutes, 25 at most. Although he lost about 20% of the qi on average, his master's qi was just too powerful, completely overwhelming his own. Even after losing so much, the qi he retained was still more than enough to compensate. So, what about you, master? Uncle Zhou thought to himself as he continued transferring his qi from behind. He's gotten stronger. I can feel his effort as he receives the qi I'm sending. The purity of his energy, the integration with his bloodline. It all proves he's become so much stronger than before. But, what a shame. Our time together as master and disciple won't last much longer. Even so, I can feel my disciple gradually opening his heart to me. It hasn't been long, but I can't stay by his side any longer. Qin Yang has always been the disciple I wanted most. Maybe because he was the first I ever took on, and the one I poured my heart into teaching. But none of that matters anymore. The moment I finish transferring all my qi will be the moment I leave this world. The more qi I transfer, the more aggressively the poison in my body attacks. My entire body, along with my wounds, is getting heavier. I'm sorry, my boy. This is all your master can do for you. The poison in his body was raging, and he was beginning to show signs of losing control. Zhou Dong gritted his teeth and thought, I have to hold on. If I pass out during the transfer, it'll become a serious problem. The poison could follow my qi and enter my disciple's body. I have to prevent that at all costs. This damn poison can take my old life, and that's it. But you must spread your wings and soar, conquering the entire world. You possess a transcendent talent gifted by the heavens. And though I don't know the details, you have your own goals. If this dying body of mine can nurture those ambitions and help you grow into a great tree, one large enough to shelter our entire sect. No, the entire world. It doesn't matter what you choose to do at the top. As long as you can achieve your dreams, that's enough. My disciple. Take good care of Meyer. The ghost god finally persevered, completing the transfer. Qin Yang was immediately struck with grief, crying out in sorrow for his master's passing. To his dying breath, his master had struggled to save this foolish disciple of his, so my goal remains unchanged. This poison has claimed the lives of two of my respected masters. Not just anyone could possess it. The one who poisoned them both is surely the same person. They must be a cult, working towards some purpose, so both of my masters were murdered by the same faction, Jiang Du-chong. You must be involved with them. Otherwise, there's no reason for the righteous Qi sect to have destroyed the Kang faction. If that's the case, then I have an even greater reason for revenge, because I have lost two masters, and both died from the very same poison. And once again, I was just a clown, dancing in the palm of their hands. Qin Yang didn't wake up right away, but continued to sit there in silence. The Qi, the ghost god, had transferred to him. After an unknown amount of time, his body suddenly shot outwards. The wall behind him instantly shattered from the impact. He slowly climbed out from the rubble. He stood up, sensing the current state of his body. The transformation had also increased the density of his bones, completely remaking him from the inside out. Soul-scorching heavenly forge. Reforming the flesh by turning the soul into a flame. I can shatter the heavens to forge an even stronger body. I can annihilate the earth. He then began to circulate his qi, sensing his new power. A moment later, a realization dawned on him. I get it. So, this is the Saint realm. The heavenly soul and heavenly body both reside within a mortal vessel. Therefore, the soul of a saint is formed within a mortal's body. To be born a man who tramples the heavens and annihilates the earth to become a god? If I can reach it, then Master Zhou Dong was already in the saint realm. But what's important is that I need to step into that realm, and now, I have enough power. He flicked his hand, and his longsword flew into his grasp. With enough time and effort, I will become as strong as you once were, Master. Watch over me, Master, because I'm about to bring a great calamity upon this martial world. Time flies, and 6 months have passed. Qin Yang groggily awakens from his cultivation. He first assesses his current state, and then begins to calculate the time that's passed. It's been 4 months. It's been 4 months. No more than 6 months have passed. I've finally completed my body's reforging. Even with the slightest movements of my body, I can feel it. At first, the reforging was only half complete, but now, it's been perfected. This feeling makes me feel like I can do anything. No, it's still too early for that. I can't get complacent. That will only make me arrogant and ultimately lead to failure. Besides, my body has only been 90% reforged. I can feel that something is still missing. Just then, he notices the collapsed wall next to him. So, During the process, I destroyed my surroundings. This must be the proof that I've reached the sacred realm. Without martial arts, just absorbing qi would only make me slightly stronger than an ordinary person. But now, I have completely integrated that power into my physical body. This is the sacred realm. I've become someone who possesses power far beyond that of a normal human. He turns to look at the demon god's body, then quickly walks over, kneels, and bows his head to the ground. Master, please accept one more bow from this foolish disciple of yours. He then finds a piece of cloth and uses it to wrap the demon god's body. The poison corrodes everything it infests. This type of toxin can even corrode qi and life force itself. If the poison consumes everything, that means once there's nothing left for it to absorb, it will simply vanish. Qin Yang quickly lifts the demon god's body. He swiftly leaves the main hall. Lin Tian has been waiting at the sacred demon hall for 6 months. He must be about to come out of seclusion. He recalls a conversation with the demon god. Back then, are you truly certain you want to proceed with this plan? I implore you to reconsider. The demon god smiled. Strategist, thank you for your concern, but my mind is made up. I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Tian bowed his head, filled with guilt. This servant is at fault. If only I could have found the source sooner. As Qin Yang exits through the back door, Lin Tian hurriedly clasps his hands in a formal greeting. But when he sees Qin Yang holding the demon god's body, he can't help but be stunned. Qin Yang says sorrowfully, "I'm sorry, he's gone." Lin Tian sighs, "I see. I had prepared myself for this possibility." But before he could finish his sentence, Qin Yang walks right past him. We need to let go of the departed and forget the past to keep moving forward. But before that, we need to prepare something. Prepare the funeral. Lin Tian clasps his hands. I will prepare the grandest funeral possible. Qin Yang instructs. The coronation ceremony will be held 1 month after the funeral ends. Lin Tian has no objections. As you command. Ah, there is one more thing. The demon god wanted to entrust this to you. He instructed me to give this to you when you came out of seclusion. Qin Yang takes the manual from his hands. This is the ultimate art. The black flower, red heart flame. The black flower of the hidden realm is clearly the red heart, reaching the hidden realm through flames. So this is the true name of the incomplete heavenly demon's sacred art. It turns out the remaining 10% was here all along. Finally, I can feel what it's truly like to become the demon god of the heavenly demon sect. The funeral for Zhu Dong was held with the rites of a sacred burial. This was the highest funeral rite of the heavenly demon sect, a ceremony symbolizing that a god had now returned to the heavens. During the ceremony, Mayer couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears, perhaps because all her repressed feelings were finally being released. Of course, Mayer wasn't the only one shedding tears. Everyone in the heavenly demon sect was drowning in infinite sorrow. After the funeral ended, there were 2 weeks left until Qin Yang's coronation. He sat alone in the corridor, reading the manual left by the demon god. Qin Yang, before I pass the hidden realm on to you, there are some things you need to know. According to the traditions of the heavenly demon sacred art, it cannot be passed down through books like this. It must all be passed down orally, from one demon god to the next. Unless there is a special reason, it must never be passed down in writing. But a book can hold a great deal of meaning, just as you are reading this letter now. They say that writing is the window to a scholar's cultivation, and it's no different for a martial artist. In every brushstroke, I can feel the spirit my master poured into it, which still exists today. I still have a long way to go. Even though I've reached the sacred realm, I don't think I can be like my master was. If I cultivate the hidden realm, perhaps other changes will occur. The hidden realm is the most crucial part of the incomplete heavenly demon sacred art. It teaches the method of controlling the heavenly fire. In the heavenly demon sect, the heavenly fire is the very symbol of a god, and thanks to the secret records of the heavenly demon, Qin Yang was fortunate enough to have already obtained the heavenly fire. But this didn't mean he shouldn't learn the hidden realm chapter. If the secret records taught him how to use it and control its output, then the hidden realm chapter teaches how to apply the heavenly fire in actual combat. The heavenly demon ruling art footwork is the movement technique of the heavenly demon, and the heavenly demon palm is one of the skills recorded in this tome. Qin Yang, I've started conceptualizing and practicing step by step, continuing to strengthen my muscles, body, and ki. Qin Yang needed to master each step perfectly. This was far from easy. It only made sense, as it was one of the oldest and most powerful techniques in the history of martial arts. But if it was hard to understand just from the records, it would be even harder once he started training. However, ever since I reached the sacred realm, my martial arts experience has expanded immensely. All my current theories and skills have combined to form a unique field of knowledge. This is my sea of martial arts. Even the highest cliffs of the martial path will tremble bit by bit, each time my waves crash against them. After finishing his study, Qin Yang closed the book and then resolutely burned it with fire. I desperately wanted to keep it. It's one of the last legacies my master left for me, but I can't. The heavenly demon's sacred art cannot be passed down through written records. This is an unwritten rule, passed from one generation of heavenly demon to the next. As this generation's heavenly demon, I cannot violate that rule, no matter how much I want to. What's done is done. I always craved the position of heavenly demon, but a corner of my heart feels strangely cold. Even though I looked forward to this, I never expected it to be like this. I didn't become the heavenly demon to carry these kinds of emotions. As he was lost in thought, he sensed someone outside. He quickly composed himself and allowed the person to enter. The visitor was Lin Tian. He walked in with a tense expression, thinking to himself, I made no effort to hide my presence. It seems the Lord has successfully entered the sacred realm. Qin Yang walked to the table and asked, What is it? Lin Tian respectfully clasped his hands. I've come to report on a certain matter, my lord. Qin Yang sat down, frowning at him. A report? Lin Tian explained that it concerned the former heavenly demon's order to capture the one who escaped the sacred temple that day. The moment Qin Yang heard about those traitors, his eyes immediately turned razor sharp, radiating killing intent. The one who controlled the black shadows. A member of the secret order. The one who wounded the heavenly demon's body. A mysterious figure who desperately wanted the heavenly demon dead. The more he thought about it, the more agitated Qin Yang became, clenching his jaw. Did you catch him? Lin Tian shook his head. I have searched every corner of Mount Heaven, but I found no trace of him. It seems he has already fled the mountain. Qin Yang fell into deep thought again. What a disgrace. He was our only clue to find the mastermind, and we've lost our most important lead. Wait a minute. It might not be a total loss. In my past life, as the Spearmaster, I had a clue about the mastermind. If the mastermind is Jiang Du-chong, the same one who murdered my previous master, then Master Judong was surely killed by the same person. I might be close to finding the answer. I just need to go to the Spearmaster Sect's library in Gansu to find the clues he left behind. But first, I have to settle things here. He stood up and instructed Lin Tian to continue gathering information on the enemy's strength and anything related to him, just in case it's needed. Lin Tian stood up and bowed. As you command. 6 days later. At the heavenly demon's coronation ceremony, the ceremony was held as if it were nothing important, with only the 10 grand demon elders, the saintess, and a few high-ranking heavenly demons in attendance. This was the day the heavenly demon of the heavenly demon sect was to be crowned, but because the funeral for the previous heavenly demon had just occurred, it couldn't be a grand celebration. Despite that, the fact that Qin Yang was becoming the next heavenly demon was an undeniable truth. This was the beginning of a new era. The 10 grand demon elders, now only 8, all showed two-faced attitudes. Besides them, the person most proud of the coronation was the Fist King of the Wind Demon, Wang Jiao. Under the dedicated care of the medical team, he finally made a full recovery to attend the ceremony as someone who had fought side by side with the new heavenly demon. His face was filled with immense pride. The 3 grand demon elders who had chosen to side with Song Yi all presented treasures, medicinal herbs, and unique weapons to the heavenly demon to show their remorse. In response, Qin Yang allowed them to retire into seclusion, but with one condition. Qin Yang stated firmly, "You must obey this condition. Whenever I ask, can you wholeheartedly satisfy me without making any demands?" The 3 answered in unison, "We obey the heavenly demon's command. Even if we must ascend to paradise, we will not hesitate for a second." A satisfied smirk appeared on Qin Yang's face. After speaking, the 3 stood there silently, looking up at him expectantly. Cold sweat dripped down their faces, their tension palpable. After a moment, Qin Yang spoke. "Good. From now on, I will not dwell on the past." With that, he leaped down from the platform to Mayer's side. The terrifying heavenly fire around him instantly erupted, like a colossal tree of flame. The remaining Grand Demon Elders couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts at this sight. His words just now were backed by the overwhelming power of the new heavenly demon. So he's already surpassed the transcendent realm, at his age. This overwhelming aura seems to want to crush everything around it. This is not something you can just wish for. A realm where his ki flows automatically with a single thought. The heavenly demon Qin before us is no longer the child we once knew. The kid who had just reached the transcendent realm has completely vanished. Mini, standing nearby, was also completely stunned. Had Qin Yang really improved this much? Could this be the sacred realm? After showing off his power for a moment, Qin Yang retracted his energy, sat down, and said, "Now, let's begin our discussion." As usual, Lin Tian was the first to speak. This servant requests permission to report on the current matters of concern. Each branch of the sect will schedule a meeting with the new ghost god via carrier pigeon. I believe there will be no objections to this. Qin Yang replied. Try to communicate discreetly, as we are still in a period of mourning. Lin Tian continued. There is one more matter. Most of the demonic cultivators are already aware of this. Conquering the Central Plains has always been one of the sect's ambitions. Our sect was originally founded by those who fled from the Central Plains. They suffered under unjust punishments. The first ghost god, the founder of our sect, always emphasized this issue. Of course, the sect has faced countless hardships and has never succeeded in conquering the Central Plains. Every soul in this sect has studied this history, the history of our predecessors who fled here because of wrongful convictions. We can't say that everyone who came here did so for this reason, because even on the path of demonic cultivation, there are some treacherous individuals. However, the majority of the sect's members are not like that. Most of them were prisoners who were falsely accused and fled to this land of the heavenly mountains. I implore you, my lord, to fulfill the 1,000-year-old wish of everyone in this sect. Qin Yang fell into thought. Asterisk. Does he mean I need to make a move against the Central Plains and the martial world? Asterisk. Asterisk. This reminds me of what Master Shang used to say. The ghost sect has its own story. Asterisk. Every time he recalled Master Shang's words from his childhood, Qin Yang would jolt awake in the middle of the night. He then asked Lin Tian, what did the previous ghost gods do? Lin Tian replied, the previous ghost gods were always preparing to conquer the Central Plains. But with the sect embroiled in a civil war, launching such a large-scale campaign was impossible. Besides, the Central Plains is no easy target. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. He then stood up and said, in any case, we have already eliminated Song Yi, the one who caused the civil war in our sect. Therefore, I can say that civil war is no longer a problem. Hearing him speak with such confidence, everyone became incredibly excited. Qin Yang continued, and I also agree with the opinions of the previous ghost gods. The entire hall erupted at his words. Wang Jue, in a very dramatic fashion, shot up from his seat and cheered in support. Qin Yang declared loudly, but now is not the right time. You all need to train and improve your skills even more. Get ready to bring hell to the Central Plains. Lin Tian smiled at him. You mean to say, let us prepare fully for the coming battle? Standing on the platform, Qin Yang continued. We need to increase the manpower in our divisions, not just the 12 divisions. We also need a system to manage other units. I think you all understand what this means. Everyone shouted in unison, as you command. Satisfied, Qin Yang then turned to leave. Just then, a voice reached his ears, reporting to the ghost god, Black Knight Flower Stream has a report. Someone is causing a provocation at the gates of the Heavenly Mountain Pass. He says he needs to see you. How should we handle this? The scene shifts to outside the Heavenly Mountain Pass, where a group from the Heavenly Ghost Sect is surrounding someone. The one surrounded by them was none other than Du Tianzhong. He looked at the fierce and menacing crowd around him and couldn't help but remark, well now, what's all this about? I just want to meet your ghost god, not a whole mob of demonic cultivators, asuras, and whatever else you call yourselves. Why are there so many of you? One man shouted angrily. You insolent old man! The ghost god is not someone you can just meet whenever you please. As he spoke, he swung his sword, slashing towards the old man. Du Tianzhong showed no fear, remaining calm and standing his ground. He raised his wooden staff to block the opponent's sword. Not only that, but the moment the sword touched the staff, it snapped in two. The young man was horrified. Asterisk. What just happened? Did he really just break my sword with a wooden stick? How is that even possible? Asterisk. Before he could even process it, Du Tianzhong swung his staff at him. The young man couldn't dodge and had to take the blow, falling to the ground. Seeing this, the others grew tense, no longer daring to underestimate him. Du Tianzhong looked at them coldly. And here I thought you were the ghost god. What gave you that kind of confidence? I guess you're all just a bunch of watchdogs, huh? At that moment, a new force erupted from behind the crowd. Lin Ping slowly walked out and asked, what's going on here? He walked up to Du Tianzhong and observed him, thinking to himself, asterisk, exquisite martial arts, an aged appearance, and he's bald, always carrying a wooden staff. Asterisk. After a moment of observation, Lin Ping had already guessed the man's identity. You are that reclusive master, aren't you? Du Tianzhong seemed a bit annoyed. Brat, call me the wise one. Lin Ping gripped the hilt of his sword. Then what business do you have here? As he spoke, his long sword began to slide from its sheath. Seeing this, Du Tianzhong let out an "Oh," and then threw something towards Lin Ping. Lin Ping thought it was a hidden weapon and prepared to dodge, but quickly realized it was a scroll. He caught it, opened it, and read, "The Wise One of Heaven and Earth, as an envoy of the Jinn. Prince Xiong requests an audience with the demon god of the holy sect. An old man, just to meet the demon god, is causing a scene in front of the heavenly demon gate." This was an extremely rare event in the history of the heavenly demon sect, so even though the meeting had ended, not a single demon cultist wanted to leave the sacred hall, because the demon god wasn't someone you could meet just because you wanted to. Who would have the guts to come to the demon gate just to meet the god of the heavenly demon sect? Everyone could only stare at this man. Qin Yang looked at the monk below and said, "The sage of heaven and earth." Also known as the hermit Sanya Nianling, Du Tianzhong cupped his hands. "I humbly request an audience with the demon god of the holy sect." Qin Yang thought to himself, "Though I've never met him in person, I've heard a lot about him, a martial artist who surpasses even Master Kang. He could easily be ranked among the top 2 strongest fighters in the Central Plains. He was also famous for his character, an eccentric who loved to roam freely. So the rumors were true. Only someone like him would dare cause a disturbance at the gates of the heavenly demon sect like this." Du Tianzhong chuckled and said, "Haha, allow me to introduce myself." Qin Yang cut him off. "Why does an envoy of Prince Song wish to see me?" Du Tianzhong frowned. "Before we get to the main topic, I request a private conversation." Qin Yang readily agreed. Except for the sage and the strategist, everyone out. Quickly, all the demon cultists left. Du Tianzhong glanced at several dark figures hidden on the roof, thinking, "So this is the Black Knight Flower Guard. The demon god's personal guards, I see." Noticing him staring at the Black Knight Flower Guard, Qin Yang explained, "They are all deaf and mute. They won't reveal any information, so you don't need to worry." Only then did Du Tianzhong carefully size up Qin Yang. He thought, "This young man is the demon god? I can feel a wall around him that I cannot breach. I never considered the holy cult a threat, but this young man, who looks to be in his 20s, possesses such a formidable barrier. When was the last time I felt this way? It's like when I faced the twin stars. I can sense the existence of the twin stars, but of course, I cannot measure who is stronger. Just like this young man in his 20s, no matter how brilliant the twin stars are, possessing such power is nearly impossible, unless they are legendary figures like Bodhidharma, the founder of the Shaolin Temple, or Zhang Sanfeng of the Wudang sect. Only they could reach such a realm." After a moment of reflection, he finally spoke. "I had heard that the sect had crowned a new demon god, but I never expected this demon god to be so young." Qin Yang said seriously, "I believe you didn't come here just to offer such flowery words." Du Tianzhong replied, "I came here to propose an alliance with the holy sect." Lin Tian, standing behind him, spoke up. "You want an alliance? Is this a request from Prince Song?" Du Tianzhong nodded. "That is correct." He glanced at Lin Tian. He thought, "So this is Lin Tian, the strategist of the heavenly demon sect. Considering the gravity of the situation, he is fully qualified to be here." Du Tianzhong took out a scroll and handed it to Lin Tian. "This is a memorial written by Prince Xiong himself." Lin Tian took the scroll, then turned to look at Qin Yang. With Qin Yang's permission, he opened it and began to read. As soon as he finished reading the contents, his eyes widened in extreme tension. You want to stage a rebellion? What is this about deposing the emperor?" Du Tianzhong explained. "Among all the techniques of the heaven-defying cult, there is a secret art known as soul-snatching. I have repeatedly warned Prince Xiong about this secret art. In my opinion, this matter is indeed quite strange. But how could I possibly tell His Highness that his own royal brother had his body stolen? When I finally mustered the courage to tell him, he asked, 'How certain are you of what you're saying?' So, I presented all the records and evidence related to the heaven-defying cult. Prince Xiong reviewed these materials day and night, finally concluding that the soul-snatching art does indeed exist within the heaven-defying cult. Furthermore, an ominous star, a symbol of the heaven-defying cult, has appeared in the sky above his royal brother's palace. But that's not all. He also personally observed the emperor's behavior to verify whether he had truly been possessed. Prince Xiong has finally confirmed that the current emperor is no longer his royal brother. However, the matter doesn't end there. While Prince Xiong was monitoring the emperor, I infiltrated and investigated the heaven-defying cult. The results showed that the heaven-defying cult controls not only the royal capital, but the Central Plains martial world as well. The heaven-defying cult has embedded itself so deeply in the Central Plains martial world that almost the entirety of it is under their control. If I told you that most of the important figures in the martial world are followers of the heaven-defying cult, would you believe me? Qin Yang crossed his arms and pondered without a word. Du Tianzhong continued. What can His Highness and I do? We are both worried about this, and we have both made a decision. The problem in the royal capital must be handled by Prince Xiong himself, as a member of the royal family. As for the problem in the martial world, that requires the help of a certain sect. The Heavenly Demon Sect is one of the only sacred grounds capable of taking on the Central Plains. Therefore, an alliance with the Heavenly Demon Gate is absolutely essential. It's the only way we can execute a strategy to counter the despicable actions of the Nitian cult, avenging the Emperor and eliminating those imposters. That is the entire reason I have come to Mount Tian. Qin Yang asked calmly. Then why should we do this? Let's assume what you're saying is true. You genuinely want to purge the rot from the royal capital because they have deep roots and are hidden well, not just in the Central Plains martial world. You want to borrow the power of our sacred land to bring peace and balance to the world, but none of this justifies your actions. However, what if it's all a lie, and King Jincheng just wants to use our power to stage a rebellion? No matter how powerful a martial artist is, it's impossible to stand against the might of the imperial court. This will only bring more trouble to our sacred land. You're asking us to take on such a huge risk. What do you really want? As he spoke, a dark aura began to emanate from Qin Yang. Du Tianzhong hurriedly explained. First, King Jincheng promises that if the sacred land agrees to support his plan, he will recognize it as an independent sect, and he will appoint the ghost god as the national preceptor. Lin Tian was startled. Recognizing the sacred land as a sect, that would mean common people would be allowed to join the demonic path. It would only be a matter of time before the Heavenly Demon Sect could become as influential as Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism. Not only that, appointing the ghost god as the national preceptor means he would have the authority to teach the demonic arts of the Heavenly Demon Gate. This also means he would become the revered leader of an entire faith. He said the Heavenly Demon Gate would become an independent sect, and he would support it. This is an unprecedented offer, something the sect has always dreamed of. With these terms on the table, the entire sect wouldn't hesitate to declare war on the Central Plains. Qin Yang's face was filled with astonishment as he asked, "Are you saying you can fulfill the wish of the first ghost god?" He then turned to look at Lin Tian for his opinion. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. To be honest, if it were the old me, I would have fought the entire Central Plains without a second thought. Not for the sect, but for my own revenge. But things are different now. Although he hasn't forgotten that hatred, the Heavenly Demon Gate that Master Zhu Dong left behind is more important. After a moment of thought, he turned to Du Tianzhong and asked, "How can we possibly trust you?" Du Tianzhong took an object from his sleeve. This is a letter personally sealed by King Jincheng. Qin Yang took the letter, opened it, and read for a moment before closing it. Asterisk. Should I lead my people down this path? Asterisk. Asterisk. If I turn our blades against the Central Plains. Asterisk. Seeing him hesitate, Du Tianzhong took out another item, a small bottle. Do you know what this is? This bottle contains poison. The expressions on Qin Yang and Lin Tian's faces immediately darkened. Du Tianzhong explained. This is the very poison that the ghost god, previous times, ghost god of the sacred land was struck down with. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying force shot towards him. Qin Yang erupted with killing intent and shot to his feet. Du Tianzhong was sent flying by the sheer force of his aura, instantly coughing up a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, asterisk, I knew he'd attack. Asterisk, asterisk. But I didn't expect it to be so fast. I was nearly killed. If I hadn't focused on protecting my back, my spine would have been shattered. Asterisk. Qin Yang walked up to him, spear in hand, his murderous aura showing no signs of diminishing. With one hand on his spear, he grabbed Du Tianzhong by the neck with the other, slammed him to the ground, and then violently hauled him back up. Du Tianzhong was powerless to even try to explain or reason with him. Qin Yang coldly demanded, "Where did you get this poison?" In his eyes, Qin Yang looked like a black demon. He managed to stammer out an explanation. I stole it from the Nitian cult." Hearing this, Qin Yang calmed down slightly. The Nitian cult? Du Tianzhong nodded in confirmation. That's right. He waved his hand, letting his spear fall, and then snatched the bottle of poison from the man's grasp. You're telling me this poison came from the Nitian cult? His mind was in turmoil. Asterisk. Why would the poison that killed Master come from the Nitian cult? Asterisk. The more he thought, the less sense it made, and he slowly composed himself again. He asked, "Are you certain you got this from the Nitian cult?" On the way to Sichuan, among the allies of the righteous path from the Central Plains martial world, was there anyone among them who could have created this? Du Tianzhong frowned. I cannot be certain. But please remember, the Nitian cult doesn't just have deep roots in the royal capital. but in the Central Plains martial world as well, so they would most certainly have access to this. Hearing this, Qin Yang let him go. Jiang Du-chong Mingzu, the leader of the Wulin Alliance, is he also a member of the Nitian cult? Du Tianzhong replied, I believe there is a very high probability. Qin Yang's face tightened again. How high of a probability? Du Tianzhong replied, I would estimate about 80%. Qin Yang clenched the bottle of poison. Asterisk. 80%? Then, it's practically a certainty. Asterisk. He flicked his wrist, tossing the bottle to Lin Tian. He caught the bottle and replied, Yes, sir. Qin Yang instructed, I trust you know what to do with this. Lin Tian replied respectfully, As you command. 2 weeks flew by. Lin Tian came to report to Qin Yang. After testing the toxicity on a prisoner, I can confirm. This has to be the same poison the previous demonic god was hit with. The symptoms and the progression are identical, Qin Yang thought to himself. So, what did Master discover back then? What did he run into? Come to think of it, my master had a lot of secrets. It wasn't anything evil or against his conscience, but every quarter, my master would disappear for 2 weeks without leaving a single word for me, his only disciple. Master never mentioned the purpose of those trips, and even those around him had no idea where he went for those 2 weeks. This means my master never left the martial world. Master never explained or told me why the Murim Alliance issued a warrant for his arrest. I've never been able to solve that mystery, but from his expression, it was clear my master was hiding something. Why wouldn't he tell me? If there was a problem, we could have solved it together. I might not have been the most reliable person, but 2 heads are always better than 1. Maybe he didn't want me to worry, but Master wasn't that kind of person. When he thought it was necessary, he never hesitated to tell me his problems. If my master wanted to keep this secret so badly, there had to be a deeper reason. The royal dynasty and the anti-heavenly sect. Their influence runs deep, to the very roots of the martial world. What if what Du Tianzhong said was true? Is the secret my master discovered related to the royal dynasty and the anti-heavenly sect? What if he knew that even the Murim Alliance was a part of it all? Could it have been for my safety? Not knowing the truth might have given me a better chance of survival. That sounds exactly like my master. My master always cared more about me than his own life. He was just like Master Zhu Dong. His mind began to flash back to that scene from years ago, when he and his master were on the run, hunted by the Murim Alliance. Qin Yang, my disciple, if you can survive and escape from here, if you can successfully get away from this, go to the place where our sect's secret message is hidden in Gansu. At that thought, Qin Yang immediately stood up. It looks like I need to take a trip to the Central Plains. Qin Yang then went to see Lin Tian. He quickly prepared tea to welcome him. You, who can summon the divine demon, what brings you here so late at night? Qin Yang asked him, if I leave for a while, will the sect be all right? Lin Tian was puzzled. Where do you intend to go? Of course, this will cause many problems. I can handle matters in the council, but you are still the final decision maker. However, it is recorded in our history that the previous demonic god also secretly left his throne vacant for a time. As a rule, we should be prepared for this situation. The question is, for how long? How long do you plan to be away? Qin Yang answered seriously. At least 6 months, a year at most. Lin Tian stroked his chin. 6 months to a year, you say? Are you planning on going to the Central Plains? Qin Yang nodded. We've received word from the Wise One and King Jinseong, but I still don't fully trust them. Lin Tian asked again, are you planning to meet King Jinseong in person? Qin Yang continued. I also want to see the current state of the martial world for myself. And, he thought, I also need to see Master Shang's secret message. Lin Tian pressed. In that case, you'll need a substitute. Do you really intend to leave the throne vacant just like that? Qin Yang took a sip of tea. King Jinseong may not be a part of the martial world, but he managed to survive the purge of countless of his brothers. If what the Wise One says is true, it means he's trying to protect himself from those who control the emperor. He's no ordinary man, and the only way to be sure is for me to go and see for myself. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction, thinking, he's so much like the previous demonic god. He said, I understand. Qin Yang nodded. Thank you for understanding. He was about to get up and leave when Lin Tian stopped him again. However, I hope you'll allow me at least 2 weeks to prepare. For the next few days, Qin Yang remained in his private chambers, in closed-door cultivation. One wrong move, and my key will stray. Push too fast, and the same thing will happen. No matter how deeply I understand it, I always hit a limit. I need to forge the heavenly demon's sacred arts into a peerless martial art and make it even more perfect. Not just to step into the divine realm, but to truly achieve it after its perfection. But I know that if I continue down this path, I will transcend the supreme body of a mortal and become a god, just like how my efforts with the heavenly soul, heavenly body technique have finally paid off. That's enough for today. He waved his hand, and someone appeared behind him. The person quickly handed him a towel to wipe his sweat. He took the towel, wiped himself down, and went to soak in the bath. Not bad. I'm using the hidden realm to create demons every day, and I can even simulate them to a certain degree. The problem is how many hidden skills I can create. But my true goal isn't just the hidden realm field. It's to surpass it, the heavenly demon sacred arts. To surpass the heavenly demon sacred arts. The Shang clan's spear arts. To surpass the Shang clan's arts. That spear art is my true goal. He finished his bath and came out, but after just a few steps, he was startled to see Mayor standing in the distant hallway, gazing at the moon. When she saw him come out, she turned and greeted him. Why is she here again? He couldn't help but think back to Chudong's funeral. She seemed to be doing much better now. Perhaps time had helped soothe her sorrow, though she probably hadn't escaped it completely. Still, it looked like she was slowly beginning to accept him. He walked to her side and said, "You're looking much better." Minhee replied, "I heard that an envoy from the King of Golden Castle has arrived." Qin Yang nodded. "Ah, yes. Regarding a few matters," Minhee asked again. "Is it about the Central Plains? Or is it about my father?" Qin Yang frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his expression, Minhee lowered her head sadly and said, "I see." She clenched her fists. "Before I was chosen to become the Saintess, I thought that if I couldn't become the demon god, then, as the Saintess, I could at least continue to fight." Qin Yang looked at her intently, guessing that she wanted to join the vanguard, because that was the only way she could avenge her father. Minhee continued, "It was just a thought back then, but now I have a reason to make it a reality. What's more, there's something I must ask of you." Qin Yang nodded. "I understand, but we still don't have any plans yet. However, if your master's killer is in the Central Plains, and if war breaks out, I will grant you permission." Minhee's next words caught him completely off guard. "Please, teach me martial arts. I'm begging you, sir. Please teach me martial arts." Minhee was then led by Qin Yang to the room where the iron rings were kept. She observed them for a moment, then began to put one on. The instant she did, the weight was unbearable, and she collapsed to her knees. Her arm felt like it was being stretched from its socket. She circulated her ki and tried to stand, but the weight was so immense that using ki only made it a little more manageable. Asterisk. Does he wear these iron rings every single day? Asterisk. Knowing what she was thinking, Qin Yang said, "I wear ones that are twice as heavy as this." Minhee was stunned. He was always wearing so many of those rings. To be honest, that kind of strength was truly astounding. A single ring was so heavy, she couldn't even stand steadily, so how could she manage 4? This reminded her of her time in the Heavenly Demon Cave. Without using ki, it was almost impossible to even lift a foot. He said, "These 4 iron rings are as heavy as 2 grown men. Training like this is no different from carrying 2 people on your back, using nothing but pure physical strength, without any ki. I believe this will strengthen your very core." Qin Yang stood before her and explained, "Training in martial arts begins with expanding the capacity of your body. The body is like a vessel that contains your martial power. The larger and tougher the vessel, the more potent the martial power it can hold will be." Minhee quietly mulled over his words. This man once had 900 troops in the Heavenly Demon Cave, and now he was the demon god of the sect. It would be foolish to dismiss his words as nonsense. Asterisk. But, asterisk, asterisk, how long must I do this for? Asterisk. Qin Yang glanced at her. Asterisk. I believe what you truly desire is the supreme heavenly art. Only, asterisk. When you can wear these iron rings effortlessly without using ki, when they feel as light as, asterisk, simple finger rings, can you add another 4 pounds to each one? If you can move with ease wearing 4 rings, totaling 225 pounds, within 1 year, I will teach you my martial arts. Minhee clenched her fists, her resolve hardening. Asterisk. I am the daughter of the demon god, the saintess. Asterisk. Asterisk. Of the sect. If I give up because of these mere iron rings, then I never deserved to be in the Heavenly Demon Cave in the first place. Asterisk. Just as Lim Qian requested. 2 weeks passed in a flash. During this time, Qin Yang finished his preparations for the journey to the Central Plains. He packed some dried rations, protective gear, and a few changes of clothes. Although his body could withstand any temperature, he still brought some warm clothes to avoid drawing unwanted attention. A 20-year-old Wandering around in thin clothes all year round would undoubtedly make people suspicious. As Qin Yang was preparing his things, Lim Chun entered from outside. "It is time," Qin Yang said to him. "I've done my best these past 2 weeks. I hope I haven't overlooked anything." Lim Chun observed him, then asked, "My lord, are you still wearing those iron rings?" Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves. "Of course. There's no reason to take them off, not even during the journey." Lim Qian thought to himself. Ever since he reached the threshold of the sacred realm, those rings had grown even heavier. He could tell that right now, each ring he wore was equivalent to the weight of 4 adult men. And yet, he could still move with such ease. This proved his ki had completely suffused his body, forging a second, natural kind of strength. No one could possibly challenge his position as the demon god now. Qin Yang asked him, "Have you made the preparations I requested?" Lim Qian didn't answer immediately, instead asking, "Are you truly permitting others to enter the sacred hall?" On that note, I've also prepared the iron rings requested by the former demon god. I will place them at the entrance to the sacred hall. Qin Yang was secretly amazed. Asterisk. He's already. Asterisk. Asterisk. Prepared them? Asterisk. Lim Qian then called out to someone behind a pillar, "You may come out now." A young man with an appearance identical to Qin Yang's slowly stepped out. Qin Yang was slightly taken aback when he saw the man. The youth quickly clasped his hands in a formal greeting. "I pay my respects to the demon god of the sect," Lim Qian explained. "While he cannot compare to you in skill and strength, I assure you, he has perfectly mastered your mannerisms and aura. It isn't flawless, but for the time that you are gone, he should be a suitable replacement to prevent anyone from realizing you've left." Qin Yang sighed. "So, you prepared the body double?" Lin Tian nodded. "I believe this is necessary to prevent any trouble from occurring during your absence, my lord." The previous ghost god had also used this method. Qin Yang thought to himself as he looked at the young man, truly astonishing. He looks exactly like me, like a long-lost brother. Is this some kind of premium version of the White Knight spear? The long spear on his back suddenly stirred. He's so perfect that even my own spear is reacting. I have to admit, he really is my spitting image. The young man simply smiled without responding. Qin Yang clapped his shoulder. "All right, I'll leave everything to you two." The two men bowed their heads in unison. "As you command." Lin Tian sent him a mental message. "Before you leave, my lord, I've gathered some information from the Central Plains. I can't be sure if Du Zhongtian was telling the truth, but just as he claimed, the current emperor is acting very strangely." Qin Yang thought to himself, "It seems that heaven and earth pretender wasn't lying, but this still doesn't prove anything. I will do what must be done. Nothing will ever change that." A few days later, on a moonlit night, Qin Yang sat on a cliff, tending a fire and gazing at the moon. Before he departed, Lin Tian had given him a wooden tablet, which served as his identification papers for the outside world. He, Yang, disciple of the Li Yi sect of Guangdong. If I remember correctly, the Li Yi sect is a front for the righteous Qi Wei. They've probably already been notified. The name He Yang is so common, I doubt anyone will recognize me. That the man with this name is the new ghost god of the heavenly ghost sect, or the disciple of the late spearmaster. Even if they knew, no one could uncover the truth. At that moment, a few people approached from behind. So, my guess was right. There really are people out here. Qin Yang glanced at them, thinking, are they merchants or nearby residents? The group carried a flag bearing 4 characters. 4C's escort agency. I've never seen an escort agency like this, not even in the past. They don't look like a major merchant guild. They were probably formed while I was busy with the sect. A man stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, brother. I was wondering if my caravan and I might set up camp beside you to rest?" Qin Yang nodded in agreement, not paying them much mind. Having received permission, the man quickly turned back to instruct those behind him. "Everyone, quickly gather your things and let's rest here." He then turned back to thank Qin Yang, but Qin Yang remained silent. The old man didn't give up and continued with a laugh. "Haha, it seems this brother isn't much of a talker. I am Li Yun, the head escort of the 4C's escort agency." Qin Yang replied, sounding a bit displeased. "He Yang, a disciple of the Li Yi sect." The old man was surprised to hear this. "Forgive my curiosity, brother, but where might you be headed? I'm guessing you're traveling to the Central Plains from elsewhere, aren't you?" Qin Yang sighed internally. This old man is so nosy. He couldn't ignore him completely, so he replied reluctantly, "I'm heading to Gansu." The old man stroked his chin. "Gansu, eh? Then you'll have to pass through the Jade Gate. I don't suppose you know the situation in this region isn't very good right now, especially with the bandits." Seeing the look on Qin Yang's face, the old man understood. It seems you didn't know. No wonder you're traveling alone. Passing through here is very difficult these days. If you'd like, you can travel with us for safety, Qin Yang thought to himself. The Jade Gate is near Xinjiang, which is normally the sect's territory, but because it's so close to the Central Plains, it's not heavily guarded. Even so, you have to pass through the Jade Gate to reach the Central Plains. How could they let bandits run rampant like this? Thinking this, he asked aloud, "Isn't there anyone to manage them?" Li Yun sighed and said, "I think they don't want to manage matters outside the Jade Gate. The Imperial Court has enough problems of its own, so no one wants to bother with these things, especially dispatching troops to a disputed land like this." Qin Yang was puzzled. The court has enough problems? What does that mean? He thought. Could this be related to the shady business within the court? Hearing his question, Li Yun was startled. "You don't know?" Qin Yang let out a slight cough. "I followed my master to Xinjiang when I was a child. I'm only returning home alone now because he has passed away." Li Yun sighed. "I see. It's normal that you don't know. This has been happening for quite some time now. The emperor, who was once very capable, is now acting very strangely. Many say that the concubines in the palace suddenly started disappearing mysteriously, and then the imperial court began to weaken. Officials are secretly taking bribes, buying, and selling positions. Along with the emperor's changes, the officials in the court changed as well. Many thought things would get better, but who knew the situation would only grow more severe? Even the widely respected director Hong Shan has started to become corrupt." Qin Yang thought, "Hong Shan. I'll have to remember that name. Perhaps he's also being controlled by someone else. However, I can't be sure if this stranger's words are true or false. I need to go to the Central Plains to see for myself. But where there's smoke, there's fire." Merchants are often very sensitive to these kinds of rumors. These words could be considered treason against the imperial court and get him executed, yet he's saying them to a complete stranger like me. No matter how talkative he is, this means everyone knows these rumors. It seems like everyone feels the same way about this. The situation in the Central Plains is indeed quite serious. And these people from the Four Seas escort agency, the whole group gathered around and started gossiping about the two of them. Qin Yang, "I really don't get why the boss is acting so friendly to a young kid like that. Is it because we're too boring to talk to?" The young man drained the wine from his cup and shot back. "But why does he have to be times friendly? What does he think a martial artist can possibly do to help? Besides, he's all alone." The bald man smiled. "Even a martial artist can be a big help. A stage 2 practitioner is still stronger than those half-baked martial artists. Besides, we're in Xinjiang. It's rare to meet someone who isn't a demonic cultivator or a wanted criminal. So, having one more person on the team can't be a bad thing." The other guy was still annoyed. "So, what makes our captain, a mere stage 1, think that kid is a stage 2? The bald man rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "That calm demeanor and that look in his eyes is anything but ordinary. I'm sure he's at least a stage 3, and probably even stronger than others at his level. But that's still just stage 3. He might look strong, but he seems to know nothing about actual martial arts. Well, if we run into bandits, we'll find out soon enough." The very next day, as they were traveling, they were stopped by a group of robbers. "Stop right there. You think you can just cross this mountain? Do you have any idea who the master of this mountain is?" Qin Yang thought to himself. Asterisk. Since when did forest bandits have influence all the way out here in Xinjiang? Asterisk. Everyone in the caravan grew tense. Li Yunxiao waved his hand to de-escalate. "We don't want to fight. We'd rather pay the toll than cause trouble." The leader suddenly glanced behind him, then stepped forward and boomed. "You want to pay the toll, huh? So, how much do you think you can pay?" Li Yunxiao stepped forward to negotiate. "If you let us pass, we're willing to pay half a tael of silver per person, 1 tael for the captain, and 5 taels from me personally. Of course, I give you my word on behalf of the Four Seas escort agency that we'll pay you fair and square." The bandit leader seemed somewhat satisfied, rubbing his chin in thought. He glanced behind him again and said, "If you pay 5 times that amount, I'll let you pass." Standing in the back, Qin Yang couldn't help but smirk. The members of the Four Seas escort agency cried out in shock. 5 times? Damn it, you might as well just rob us." The moment the words were out, the bandits drew their blades and pointed them at the group threateningly. Li Yunxiao looked back at the people from his agency and finally gave in, feeling helpless. Anything to avoid bloodshed was worth it. But it wasn't over yet. The bandit leader suddenly laughed and said, "My apologies." The old man chuckled. "I'm getting old. My mind isn't as sharp as it used to be. I don't think I said 5 times. What I meant was, you have to pay 10 times the amount. No, 20 times. Li Yunxiao was stunned. "What? 20 times?" He gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking to himself that this negotiation was doomed to fail, unless they planned to rob them from the very beginning. It seems this is where I die. Of course, I'm not dying alone. I'll take a few of you down with me to break my fall. Just then, Qin Yang stepped forward and said, "So, you never intended to collect a toll from the start." Seeing him step out, Li Yunxiao was startled. "Qin Yang?" The young man ignored him, smiling at the bandits. "Why not just be straight with us from the beginning and admit you wanted to rob us?" The bandit's face darkened. "Kid, you're looking for death." Without another word, he swung his sword straight at Qin Yang. The men from the agency behind him couldn't help but sigh. Asterisk, poor kid, asterisk. But to everyone's surprise, Qin Yang easily dodged the slash, which only lightly tore his clothes. Seeing this, the bandit was stunned. Before he could even process what happened, Qin Yang sent him flying. He was completely powerless as he was pinned to a tree trunk in the distance. The members of the 4C's escort agency standing behind Qin Yang couldn't believe their eyes. What just happened? How is he still standing? How did that bandit go flying over there? From behind the tree where the bandit was pinned, a figure slowly emerged. This kid isn't half bad. To have such strength at such a young age. That bandit may be a thug, but he's at least stronger than a stage 1 practitioner. And yet, he sent him flying that far. I wonder who this kid is to have such skill. Qin Yang knew he was behind the tree, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The two then walked towards each other, face to face. "Are you the leader of these mountain bandits?" The old man shook his head. "No, I'm just a guest, coincidentally passing through." Qin Yang laughed. "A guest?" The old man confirmed it again. "That's right, a guest looking to earn a little spending money." Qin Yang frowned, thinking to himself, asterisk. What a terrible liar. He was clearly hiding behind that tree watching me. Asterisk. The old man continued. "In any case, your skills are impressive. How about you become my disciple?" Qin Yang looked up at the sky and sighed. "What did you think of that guy?" The old man praised. "That one strike was indeed impressive, but it's still not enough to catch my eye." Qin Yang followed up. "Let me ask you something. Did you see that strike clearly? Do you need me to demonstrate it again?" The old man was startled. Asterisk. Where is this confidence coming from? Could he be? Asterisk. Before he could finish the thought, Qin Yang's fist connected with his face. Just like the bandit before him, the old man was sent flying by a single punch until he was sprawled out on the ground. With blood pouring from his nose, he was still in disbelief. What just happened? A black shadow flashed by, and suddenly I'm lying here, my entire body. It's been hit. How could he move that fast? He shot up, furious, and roared, "You damn brat! You were hiding your true strength, weren't you?" Then he leaped up, drawing a 6-section spear. From a distance, Li Yunxiao watched and thought, a 6-section spear. Plus, that purple spearhead. That's Nanzhong, the poison serpent spear. Nanzhong pointed his spear at Qin Yang and chuckled. Heh, looks like someone recognizes quality when they see it. Brat, you'll pay for humiliating me. Qin Yang smirked coldly. You're not the only one with a few tricks up your sleeve, he thought to himself. He actually didn't notice that my last attack had no killing intent. Poison Serpent Spear. I've never heard that title, but he seems to have quite the reputation. If I beat him too quickly, it'll cause a stir. A nobody defeating the Poison Serpent Spear would attract a lot of unwanted attention. Besides, defeating these mountain bandits will only make me more famous, which could complicate my journey to the Central Plains. However, a little fame might also be useful for the trip. He turned to Li Yunxiao and asked, "Is he really that strong?" Li Yunxiao said worriedly. "Young hero, you've never heard of Nanzhong, the Poison Serpent Spear?" Qin Yang shook his head. Like I said, I'm returning from Xinjiang to find my roots after my master passed away. Everything here is unfamiliar to me. Across from them, Nanzhong had already swung his spear and charged forward. Enough with all the chatter. Are you going to talk me to death? Let's see how many more words you can get out. Qin Yang dodged the attack and drew his white serpent spear. His strength is only at the low-tier Heavenly Ghost rank. Honestly, I don't even need a spear for this. But fighting bare-handed is too flashy. I don't need to be too famous. Just a little is enough. The news that I fought the Poison Serpent Spear will suffice. The two immediately clashed in a fierce battle. Not wanting to stand out, Qin Yang pretended his strength was equal to his opponent's. The men from the escort agency were stunned by his strength from afar. That was close. Thank goodness the young hero managed to dodge in time. Who would have thought he could go head-to-head with the Poison Serpent Spear? After a long exchange of blows, Nanzhong's expression grew incredibly tense. He gritted his teeth and roared. The moment the words left his mouth, another attack descended upon him. Unable to dodge, he took the full force of Qin Yang's move. Fresh blood quickly stained the white serpent spear. Qin Yang then pulled his weapon back, letting Nanzhong collapse to the ground. He feigned heavy panting, acting extremely exhausted. Time to start the act. Both sides were dumbfounded to see Nanzhong defeated by him. Qin Yang stood there, pretending to catch his breath for a moment, then turned and shot a cold glare at the remaining mountain bandits. They had completely lost their will to fight, and turned to flee in disarray. Li Yunxiao thought to himself, the courtesy and righteousness sect. Although I didn't expect much from this unfamiliar sect, he's just too strong. To think he could actually kill the poisoned serpent spear. He walked up behind Qin Yang and said, "Young hero, your martial arts are truly admirable." Qin Yang turned and replied calmly, "It wasn't easy." Seeing his exhausted appearance, Li Yunxiao nodded in awe. Indeed, that last battle was truly a match of equals. Are you injured anywhere? Qin Yang smiled. Fortunately, no. But I can't say the same for this set of clothes. Li Yunxiao laughed as well. Once we pass Jade Gate Pass, we can buy you a new set of clothes in the nearby town. Qin Yang shook his head. I have a spare set with me. Thank you for your kind offer. Escort leader Li Yunxiao continued. You just saved our lives. This small gesture is nothing in comparison. The next day, the entire group arrived at a small town along their route. Li Yunxiao led Qin Yang into a clothing store to pick out new clothes. He quickly changed into a new, rather respectable-looking outfit. Li Yunxiao laughed heartily and praised him. Wearing that, you look like a true wandering hero of the martial world. Qin Yang thought to himself. This outfit and the wrappings are quite nice. It's just like the one master gave me when he first took me in as his disciple. Though the color and material aren't as good, it still brings back some memories. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. He smiled and clasped his hands to thank Li Yunxiao. The other man was startled and quickly returned the gesture. No need to be so polite. This little favor is truly nothing compared to what you've done for us. Qin Yang nodded, thinking, he might be a smooth talker, but he's not a bad person. A few days later, at Jade Gate Pass, this was an intersection with the Silk Road, so inspections were incredibly strict, which made the soldiers stationed here perpetually irritable. After a long journey, Qin Yang and the caravan finally arrived. Li Yunxiao explained, "That's Jade Gate Pass. Luckily, it's not too crowded today." A soldier checked their papers and then asked, "You're from the Four Seas Escort Agency? You don't look like you're carrying any contraband, but it seems you have more people than what's listed on the report." Qin Yang calmly replied, "I'm not with the Four Seas Escort Agency." The soldier sneered, "You're not with the Four Seas Escort Agency? Then why are you traveling with them?" Li Yunxiao explained, "This young hero is a martial artist we met on the road. Since we were both heading to the Central Plains, we decided to travel together. He said he used to live in the Central Plains but left to train with his master, and now he's returning to visit his relatives." As he spoke, he pulled out a pouch of silver and slipped it into the soldier's hand. With money in his palm, the young soldier's expression instantly changed. He smiled and nodded. "Oh, so that's how it is." Qin Yang frowned, thinking to himself, he just made up that excuse to get some money. He turned his head to look to the side. Qin Yang wondered why she was still here so late at night. He also saw someone being extorted, and the more he watched, the more disgusted he became. Even the soldiers on the outskirts are this corrupt. I can't even imagine how rotten the imperial court must be. After entering Jade Gate Pass, Qin Yang said goodbye to Li Yunxiao. "Looks like this is where we part ways." Li Yunxiao scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry we couldn't be of more help to you." Qin Yang shook his head. "It's fine. You've all helped a lot." As he walked, he thought to himself, "Thankfully, that escort leader helped me understand the political situation in the Central Plains. And with that silver tongue of his, I'm sure he'll spread the news of my victory over the venomous serpent spear throughout the Central Plains. A little bit of fame could be very useful. I have to be careful to hide my two identities, one as the ghost god of the Heavenly Ghost Sect, and the other as a disciple of the Spear Sect. I don't need to worry too much about the second one after all. I'm already dead. But if my current identity gets exposed, it'll bring a lot of trouble. Who knows how they'll react when they hear the ghost god is traveling the Central Plains. I hope he spreads some good news for me." After parting ways with the Four Seas Escort Agency, Qin Yang set off for Gansu, where a secret letter from the Spearmaster from Jade Gate Pass awaited him. Getting to Gansu would take at least 2 weeks, even on horseback, but with Qin Yang's movement techniques, the journey wasn't difficult at all. If he really pushed himself, Qin Yang could reach Gansu within 10 days. Of course, those 10 days would be anything but boring. A small incident occurred on a mountain called Qilian. The Qilian Mountains were famous for their majestic scenery, with countless steep cliffs and peaks that seemed to prop up the very sky. Qin Yang was currently resting in a small town near the mountains. The town was unusually lively today. As Qin Yang walked down the street, he saw people gathered everywhere, eating and drinking. A little further on, he saw a few young men fighting over trivial matters, arguing about who was stronger. Qin Yang sighed to himself. This place is too noisy. I need somewhere quiet. After walking for a bit, he stopped in front of an inn called Jin He. This place was relatively peaceful. As soon as he stepped inside, a young boy came out to greet him. Welcome, esteemed guest. From the kitchen, a girl also peeked out and greeted him. Welcome to the Jin He Inn. The young boy enthusiastically led the way. This way, please. Qin Yang sat down at a table and asked, I'd like a light meal to hold me over. What do you have that's good? The young waiter asked, a light meal? Would mapo tofu or wonton noodles be to your liking? Qin Yang nodded and ordered the tofu. The boy quickly ran into the kitchen to tell his older sister, casting a worried glance back at Qin Yang. Qin Yang thought, it's a bit strange seeing two young people like this running an inn, and that look in his eyes was a little off. A moment later, the food was served. Qin Yang quickly began to enjoy his meal. I was worried this inn was empty because the food was bad, but it seems I was wrong. For a kid, her cooking skills are incredible. So, why are there no customers? Before long, a commotion erupted outside, and a group of large men pushed their way through the door. Phew, another hard day's work. You said it. Everyone did a great job today. At this rate, everyone will start to fear us soon. Heh, so this is what it feels like to be in a gang. Man, this is the life, haha. Listening to them talk and seeing the weapons on their shoulders, Qin Yang thought to himself, these scumbags are just a bunch of amateurs trying to act tough. In reality, most of them don't even have the skills to be called proper martial artists. No wonder no one dares to come here. It's all because these gangsters are running rampant, scaring everyone away. And the owners of this place are just kids. He turned to look at the brother and sister. Their faces clearly showed their discomfort, but they were helpless. The gangsters quickly sat down and started ordering, their loud voices making it seem like they owned the place. Qin Yang thought, these guys are really getting on my nerves, but I don't want to cause trouble. As long as they keep to themselves, it's fine. Just then, one of the gangsters suddenly stood up. He walked toward the kitchen, stopped in front of the girl, and said with a grin, well now, is our little beauty having a good day? As he spoke, he reached out to grab the girl's chin. Qin Yang sighed to himself, that poor girl. He had originally planned to just ignore it,